What? The narcissistic Malfoy family has unexpectedly produced a delicate and elegant jasmine flower? Are you joking? Is this for real? Little Long. My sister is the best. Hands on hips JPG. The devoted brother is online. Lucius. My platinum princess is the most formidable. The proud father gazes upwards. Harry. Take both the pot and the flower. Just take them away. Little Long. Damn that wretched traitor. Return our flower? Ah? What to do when a sworn enemy encroaches upon one's prized possession? Yasi. I'm shipping them. I'm shipping them. He, they are so in love. I shall raise the banner for Diha. Harry. What to do when a girlfriend ships him with his sworn enemy? Waiting online, quite urgent. Appearing serious, yet truly a seasoned enthusiast of ship dynamics. Chapter 1. What on earth? I have traversed into another realm. What kind of nonsense is this? Are you serious? Jasmine stared wide-eyed at the man before her, with platinum hair and a pair of gray eyes that brimmed with tenderness. Is this not the illustrious Mr. Malfoy? What in the world is happening? Ah? Oh dear, do not jest with her in such a manner. Jasmine meticulously pondered, searching for where the error lay. Jasmine originally bore the surname Lin, the youngest daughter of the renowned Lin family conglomerate from the Flower Kingdom. She has an older brother, the heir to the family fortune. Her birth was an unexpected turn of events, as her mother had conceived accidentally, yet terminating the pregnancy would have severely harmed her health. Thus, her father decisively allowed her birth, granting her the chance to enter this world. The affection between her parents was genuine, as evidenced by her name, Jasmine, the flower her mother adored most. Ever since her brother came of age, they entrusted the company to him and indulged in their own world, only to return home when an unexpected addition, her, appeared. However, despite her recent arrival, her parents did not retain her for long. Within a few days, they departed once more. If you ask her, her brother truly labors under a heavy burden, not only managing all affairs of the company, but also caring for this unexpectedly introduced sister. Truly, her parents' love was genuine, while she was an unanticipated delight. A person's energy is finite. Although aided by nannies and butlers, her brother was still thoroughly exhausted. Fortunately, Jasmine was quite well behaved, yet the affairs of the company consumed much of her brother's energy, leading him to occasionally overlook little Jasmine. When little Jasmine turned 5, her brother decided to hire numerous tutors to educate her. This ensured she would not run amok, and given the boundless energy of children at that age, classes would effectively channel her vigor. Thus, Jasmine has been subjected to an elite education since her early years, a lifestyle that proves to be excessively stifling for a naturally exuberant child. Fortunately, the presence of a friend has prevented her from descending into complete madness. Accompanying her is a set of books, Harry Potter, within which she admires the enchanting magic and once, on her 11th birthday, eagerly anticipated her own owl. However, as she matured, she discovered even more fascinating pursuits. Oh my, these two characters are simply delightful to ship. Indeed, indulging in various ships certainly provides me with a balanced emotional diet. On this particular day, Jasmine gazed at a short video shared in the Harry Potter fandom group, pondering to herself. She tidied herself up, opened the door, and entered the car. Today marks the day of her parents' return, and as for the reason behind their arrival, it remains a mystery. After all, her mother could decide to return whenever she pleases, without the need for justification. As for her father, he is solely focused on his wife, completely oblivious to the existence of his 2 children. The sole purpose of having her older brother was to secure an heir. Had it not been for the risks associated with abortion at an advanced age, she might never have been born, Jasmine scoffed. Putting aside disheartening thoughts, she chose to reflect on the couple she was just shipping. I shall champion the cause of Dramione, she mused. Just as she intended to reopen her phone for another viewing, a car suddenly sped past her. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself staring at the fatherly figure of Lucius. Jasmine blinked, realizing that she had not successfully navigated her way through English. The silver lining, she was shipping a couple in real time. The unfortunate news, she must once again engage with English. The even graver news, how on earth is she to safeguard her own life? She bellowed. Chapter 2. The Paradise of Beauty Admirers. Upon opening her eyes once more, she beheld the sight of the doting father, Lucius. Jasmine shut her eyes briefly. Realizing her fate was intertwined with the English language, The silver lining. She had just engaged in a fervent ship moment. The downside. She was once again entangled with English. The graver concern. How would she safeguard her fragile life? She let out a roar. Yet, as she turned her head, she was met with the sight of a cherubic little bundle, prompting her to settle in. Oh my, the infant was undeniably adorable. Indeed, gazing upon such delightful beings could mend a wounded spirit. Wait a moment, could this be Draco? Goodness, how charming he was even in his youth. And he wants a kiss. Consequently, Lucius watched in astonishment as his daughter waddled eagerly toward his little rascal. Fortunately, the two children were not far apart, and it wasn't long before Jasmine joyfully nestled beside Draco. In Lucius's eyes, his daughter was particularly elated to be near the little scamp. Thus, he promptly scooped up his precious girl, huffing. Of course, his daughter favored him far more. The little rascal could take a back seat. Just as Jasmine intended to plant a kiss, she suddenly realized she was rising higher and higher, only to discover, to her chagrin, that her father had lifted her up. She pouted in displeasure, then was taken aback to see her father, her esteemed daddy, carrying her off to weep with her mother, lamenting that she loved her brother more. Indeed, Draco had become her brother, and most crucially, her name remained unchanged. She was still Jasmine. However, unlike her previous life, this was a beautiful blessing from her mother, Narcissa. Meanwhile, her mother was comforting her father, Lucius. Little Jasmine loves you dearly. See, she has been watching you all along. In truth, Jasmine was quite amazed. Having previously encountered more mature individuals, this was her first experience with such youthful spirits, prompting her to steal glances for a while longer. Oh, my darling Jasmine. Lucius was quickly consoled, planting a kiss on Jasmine's cherubic cheek. Content. He cradled his daughter and returned to the nursery with his wife. Jasmine gazed at her parents and brother, exclaiming, "Oh my, this truly is a paradise for beauty admirers." This made Jasmine ponder her own appearance. After all, with such attractive parents and a brother, it was only logical that she too would inherit good looks. Although she was not vain, who could resist the notion of being a beauty? Observing her parents, she noted their profound love for one another, and unlike her past life, they also cherished their children, the fruits of their love. She watched as Lucius would come home and first embrace her, not neglecting her brother, while always showering affection upon her mother. Though it was slightly embarrassing, it was undeniably heartwarming. She thought to herself, she truly adored her current home. Though vast, it was not the cold, unwelcoming place of her previous life. She genuinely cherished this home. Therefore, anyone who dared to threaten her beloved sanctuary would be best off not appearing at all. Particularly that bald man. Of course, she also aimed to avenge her sister-in-law. With my presence, the ships I support must be genuine. Naturally, as a shipper, how could she limit herself to just one pair? GGAD was indeed a reality. With grand dreams in her heart, Jasmine drifted off to sleep, unaware that the following day she would meet her idol. Chapter 3. Meeting the Idol. Indeed, Jasmine had an idol in the books. Let us not even mention how captivating that character was in the films. She had admired him since the very first time she opened the pages. Severus Snape. The person she respected most in the series was also the one she felt the deepest sympathy for. As usual, Jasmine opened her eyes to find her beloved brother gazing at her with his large, bright gray eyes. Goodness, what a stunning sight to wake up to. Following closely were her father and her gentle, beautiful mother, cradling her in the living room to relish the morning together as a family. However, unlike usual, it was past her father's working hours, so why was he still at home today? Jasmine pondered, but her confusion quickly dissipated when someone arrived. Since Jasmine had come to this household, she had yet to witness the fireplace in action. The reason? Her father was rather vain, taking over half an hour just to fix his hair. In his quest for perfection, he would use the portkey to avoid any mishaps with his appearance while using the fireplace. Thus, when the fireplace flickered with green light today, she was utterly astonished. Oh my. They had a guest. Who could it be? Jasmine lifted her little head, eagerly peering at the fireplace, while her brother Draco, thinking his sister was merely playing, engaged her in cheerful conversation. As the light dimmed, a shadowy figure emerged from the fireplace, with greasy black hair, a dusty black robe, and a pair of apathetic black eyes, adorned by a face that bore a hint of annoyance. OMG, Jasmine thought, how foolish of me. Lucius's friend is none other than my idol. How could I have failed to realize this? Goodness, I've wasted so many years, crying. Thus, as Snape stepped out of the fireplace, he was greeted by the sight of a disenchanted infant face and a giggling child. Lucius, too, gazed at his adorable daughter with delight, thinking, my daughter is simply charming. That expression is just too cute. To get to the point, Snape had come to meet his godchildren. Yes, he had become a godfather. Though reluctant, he could not resist the pleas of his dear friend. After finishing his potion work, he made his way to Malfoy Manor to familiarize himself with the children. After all, he told himself, it was merely a visit. Snape, ever stoic, glanced at the children in Lucius and Narcissa's arms, but was somewhat taken aback to find that one of them was unafraid of him. Jasmine thought. It was impossible to be afraid of him. After all, he was the professor who had never harmed a student. He was a double agent. Someone who had even calculated his own death. I could cry truly. Consequently, Lucius and Snape watched in bemusement as the little one energetically attempted to leap into Snape's arms. Her eyes reflecting eagerness, and perhaps even a hint of tears, as if she would burst into cries if she were not allowed to be held. In truth, she was crying for Snape's sake. Narcissa shook her head in exasperation. She had already realized during a recent tea party that her child was quite the beauty enthusiast. She would eagerly approach those she liked, while shunning those she didn't tea. Jasmine, let it be known, my infant self bears no resemblance to my grown self. Encouraged by the supportive gaze of her older sister, Snape finally took Jasmine into his arms. She was quite well behaved, having hardly cried since birth, and she enjoyed gazing around with her big, curious eyes. Lucius proudly declared, indeed, that is my daughter. However, Snape paid little attention to his old friend's chatter. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the soft, cuddly bundle he held, his first experience cradling an infant, especially one that was smiling at him. Indeed, Jasmine was beaming with joy, yea, close contact with her idol, get. As Ivy gazed at the individual cradling her, she noticed a faint bluish hue encircling his eyes, accompanied by a furrowed brow. A habitual expression that subtly conveyed the burdens borne by the esteemed potions master. Unconsciously, she lifted her small hand, yearning to caress his face. However, her diminutive stature rendered her efforts futile. To her astonishment, Severus lowered his head, allowing her soft hand to make contact with his pale visage. Lucius, standing nearby, was equally taken aback. His friend, who rarely bowed his head to anyone, did so today solely to permit Ivy the joy of touching his face. Truly remarkable. Evidently, he was enchanted by the presence of this little girl. If Ivy and Severus shared a tender moment, her brother Draco's experience was nothing short of tumultuous. From the instant Severus took him into his arms, or rather, from the moment he stood beside him, Draco began to weep. What started as quiet sobs escalated into heart-wrenching cries within Severus's embrace. It was only after Narcissa carried him to the bedroom and soothed him that he finally calmed down. Ivy, nestled in her father's arms, was astonished. Could her brother truly cry so much? Meanwhile, Severus, whose lips had initially curled into a faint smile while holding Ivy, found his expression reverting to its usual stoicism. As the sound of Draco's lamentations proved irksome, as he turned to take his leave, he caught sight of Ivy, the obedient child resting in her father's embrace. Her large gray eyes fixed intently upon him, waving enthusiastically and clearly desiring his attention once more. In that moment, Severus's gaze softened, although his demeanor remained impassive. The warmth in his eyes was unmistakable. But aside from that, he mused to himself, holding Ivy was quite an exception. From that day forth, Ivy found herself with an additional family member, eagerly anticipating the day she would grow up, determined to prevent her loved ones from facing tragedy. However, the immediate priority was her education as a member of the Malfoy family, which she was now eager to embrace, unlike her previous forced experiences. This time, it was a choice made willingly for the sake of her family. Time, as it often does, sped by unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, Ivy had turned 3. As in previous years, her parents hosted a grand celebration to commemorate both her and Draco's birthdays. She sat gracefully in her chair, beaming as she listened to the chatter of the children around her. How delightful it was to see a group of adorable little ones attempting to speak like adults. Chapter 4. Now 3 years old, however, while Ivy reveled in the festivities, those above were observing her with keen interest. Among the crowd of children, Ivy stood out not only for her beauty but also for her distinctive aura. Despite her tender age, her demeanor set her apart from her peers. This, of course, was a testament to her elite upbringing in her past life. Among the daughters of various prominent families, her grace was unparalleled, and even in this new life, it had not diminished but rather flourished with time. Ivy's appearance mirrored that of her brother Draco, both inheriting the Malfoy family's platinum hair. Yet, unlike Draco, who had inherited their father's gray eyes, Ivy possessed her mother's enchanting blue-gray eyes. Had it not been for her striking platinum locks, she could have easily been mistaken for her mother as a child. It was no wonder that a throng of children gravitated towards her. Children are naturally drawn to beauty, and Ivy was undoubtedly the fairest among them, making her the center of attention. As for Draco, he was preoccupied with his father and other heirs, engaging in polite conversation. As the primary heir, he was expected to meet many individuals from a young age and accompany his father in social obligations. Why wasn't Ivy joining him? Lucius, ever protective of his daughter, was reluctant to subject her to such trials, having experienced them himself. Thus, he preferred that Draco shoulder this burden. believing boys to be more resilient. Furthermore, Ivy herself had declined, as Lucius and Narcissa cherished her too deeply to confine her under the guise of love. Even knowing the challenges that lay ahead, they patiently consulted with Ivy and Draco about their willingness to undertake such responsibilities, leading to the mutual decision that Draco would take the lead this time. After all, he was the elder sibling. Thus, one child enjoyed the festivities while the other dutifully accompanied their father in his obligations. How could Ivy's birthday celebration be complete without Severus? After preparing his potions, he donned fresh attire, waved his wand, and with a silent incantation, tidied his hair, which, though still slightly oily, appeared more presentable. He then used the disapparition charm to arrive at Malfoy Manor, where the party was already in full swing. The guests at the gathering had grown accustomed to Severus's presence, as he had never missed Ivy's birthday celebrations, despite rarely attending others. Upon his arrival, Ivy's sharp eyes spotted him immediately, amidst the array of opulent gowns. The sight of a simple black robe stood out. She promptly abandoned her companions, exclaiming, "Godfather," and hurriedly rushed over, lifting her skirt as she ran, and wrapped her arms around his legs. Severus's expression softened instantaneously as he lifted her into his arms. Over the years, whenever he visited Malfoy Manor, it was either to deliver potions to Lucius or to check on his godchildren, though his focus remained primarily on Ivy. For Draco would wail whenever he saw him and would swiftly scurry away once he could walk. Ivy, in contrast, eagerly sought his affection. As Severus transitioned from astonishment to appreciation for having such a daughter, their interactions evolved from her requesting hugs to him initiating embraces whenever they crossed paths. He carried Ivy to a corner, avoiding the insincere pleasantries of the crowd. Ivy nestled comfortably in his arms, animatedly recounting the events of the first half of the party and sharing recent amusing anecdotes. Severus listened quietly to her sweet voice, finding the experience quite pleasant. Though he was not particularly talkative, often responding with a simple hum or that's nice, it was Ivy who dominated the conversation. However, being so small and having played extensively earlier, Ivy began to feel drowsy. Yet, upon recalling that her godfather had not visited her in a while, she fought against the urge to succumb to sleep, her little face strained with effort. Severus, perceptive as ever, noticed her struggle. "Rest, dear one, it's all right. I'll come to see you tomorrow," he said gently, patting her back with an unfamiliar tenderness. Before long, the little girl fell peacefully asleep in his embrace. He carefully stood up and sought out Lucius, who was still engaged in conversation with Draco and a head of a pureblood family. As for why he did not approach Narcissa, he reasoned that it would be inappropriate for him, as a gentleman, to intrude upon a gathering of ladies. "Lucius," he called softly, "Ivy has fallen asleep." Lucius turned his head for a moment and, addressing the head of the family, uttered an apology before leading Draco away. What was the matter? It was still too early for Draco and Ace to be going to sleep. Was Ace unwell? He inquired anxiously. "Not at all. She is merely fatigued," Snape replied. "Oh, these two little ones have truly had a taxing day," Lucius lamented. "How could I have overlooked that? Well then, Draco, could you keep an eye on your sister for your father? Perhaps you would like to lie down with her for a while." When Draco was just a year old, both children had their own rooms. Although they slept separately, Draco relished the moments he could hold his sister, often embracing her or lying beside her at night. However, each morning they would wake up in their own rooms, thanks to the house elves who would carry the other child back after they had fallen asleep. Otherwise, Draco would undoubtedly have received a reprimand from his father. Nevertheless, he cherished the opportunity to lie with his sister before sleep. Hearing his father's words that he could go to his sister's room filled him with joy. Of course, another reason was that he too was somewhat weary, and it was the perfect chance to rest. After Snape placed Ace in her bed, Draco climbed onto his own bed. Once he observed that both children were comfortably settled, Snape and Lucius turned to leave. On their way back to the banquet, Lucius asked, "So, what do you think? Isn't little Ace simply adorable?" He felt a swell of pride. After all, she was his daughter. Snape glanced at him and grunted in response before disapparating away. "Indeed, his goddaughter is rather splendid," Lucius muttered. After the banquet concluded, Narcissa and Lucius quietly opened Ace's bedroom door, gazing upon the two children who were already in a deep slumber. The house elf had already dressed them in soft pajamas. Lucius carefully lifted Draco, bestowing a gentle kiss upon his daughter's forehead. "Good night, my little sweetheart," he whispered before placing Draco in his own bed and kissing his forehead as well. "Good night, my little fellow. You did splendidly today." The Malfoy Manor succumbed to slumber. The next morning, Ace waited eagerly for her godfather, but after a long while, he still had not arrived. Confounded, she thought, her godfather was not one to break promises. What could possibly have prevented him from keeping his word? Chapter 5, Professor Snape. Disheartened, Ace went back to bed, pouting, "Humph, I'm angry with my godfather. I shall not forgive him without 2 hugs." The little girl had been rather listless lately, lacking her usual vitality upon waking. Narcissa found this amusing. While Ace adored her godfather, today she seemed to have a surprise in store for her. Distractedly, Ace pushed her breakfast around her plate, much to Lucius's chagrin, who consumed his meal with jealousy, regretting ever having allowed his daughter to have such a godfather. Snape, too late. However, her spirits soon lifted as she realized that the untrustworthy one had finally arrived. Snape was holding Ace while conversing with the Malfoy couple. It turned out that the Ministry of Magic had officially declared him innocent the day before. While he could not yet shake off the watchful eye upon him, he was considerably freer now, able to leave the small town at will. Most importantly, Dumbledore had invited him to become the potions master and head of Slytherin House at Hogwarts. The previous Professor Hoggins had left Slytherin, and the current climate was far from friendly for Slytherin students. They needed protection. After much contemplation, he accepted Dumbledore's offer, for Hogwarts was akin to home for him. Though his memories of Slytherin were not particularly pleasant, it had ultimately provided him with a refuge, and now he wished to offer that same sanctuary to the young snakes, allowing them to flourish within the walls of Hogwarts. As for why he had not come the previous day, it was because he had been occupied with tidying his office, attending a faculty meeting at Hogwarts, and preparing his lesson plans. There were still many tasks to attend to with the school year fast approaching. Today, he visited Malfoy Manor for 2 reasons: to inform his friends of the news that his potions might be delayed for a while, and to reassure the little girl with a hug, as he was certain she would be upset about his absence yesterday. Furthermore, he needed to discuss with Lucius and Narcissa the matter of the 2 children studying under him. As a professor, he might find himself pressed for time, so it was imperative to plan ahead. Lucius and Narcissa had no objections to this arrangement. Their only concern was that neither Draco nor Ace had yet experienced a magical surge, which kept them in a constant state of anxiety. The absence of such a surge could pose the risk of them becoming squibs, yet if one were to manifest, they worried about the potential harm that could come to their children. Thus, regardless of whether they came or not, their worries remained. With that in mind, they agreed that the timeline for the children to begin studying with Snape would be set for next year. Both Lucius and Narcissa were unwavering in their belief that their children could not be squibs. Snape concurred with this plan and assured the Malfoy couple to notify him should Ace or Draco experience a magical surge, providing an additional layer of assurance. After that, he departed. Thus began Snape's teaching career, while Ace and Draco continued to relish their joyful childhood. Little did they know how irritable Snape's temperament would soon become. Being a professor was no easy feat. Yet, even Snape could not have anticipated that just days after his visit, Ace would experience a magical surge so intense that it left her in a deep slumber for several days. Chapter 6, Magical Surge. When Snape hurriedly arrived at Malfoy Manor, Ace had already fallen into a coma. Upon realizing something was amiss, Lucius had immediately administered a potion to Ace. However, due to her still highly agitated emotional state, the potion proved ineffective, and her magical surge continued unabated. Lucius gazed at his daughter, her eyes vacant, tears streaming down her cheeks, and an overwhelming sense of sorrow enveloped him, causing him great distress. Meanwhile, Narcissa wept softly, calling out her daughter's name. Lucius grew increasingly anxious. If this continued, his little flower would wither away. However, he was powerless against Ace's magic, unable even to get past the barrier created by her surge, while the house elves could do nothing but bump their heads against the wall in frustration. It seemed that Narcissa's calling of their daughter's name had some effect, for Ace turned her head to look at her mother, her eyes still filled with sorrow. Upon seeing her daughter's eyes, Narcissa could no longer contain herself. She cried out her daughter's name and, along with Lucius, attempted to reach their beloved child. The commotion roused Draco from his slumber, and as he rubbed his eyes and emerged, the little dragon toy he had clutched fell to the floor. Without a moment to think, he dashed past his parents, charging into the room, and by the time Lucius and Narcissa realized what was happening, Draco had already rushed inside. Narcissa nearly fainted at the sight of her son. Oh, Merlin, is she destined to lose all her children? However, to the astonishment of the 2 adults, the magical upheaval caused by Yasi did not harm Draco. Instead, it seemed to avoid him as if fearful of causing him harm, allowing Draco to embrace his sister securely. He gently patted her back, murmuring, "Do not fear, Yasi. Your brother is here. No one can hurt you now." Just as on every night when she had been plagued by nightmares, upon hearing that familiar voice, Yasi seemed to awaken, muttering, "Brother," before slipping into unconsciousness. At this moment, the 2 astonished adults rushed over. Lucius administered several potions to Yasi, but they appeared to have little effect. Fortunately, Severus arrived just in time. After examining Yasi's condition, he reassured them, stating, "Fortunately, she is out of danger." Only then did they exhale in relief. Lucius instructed Draco and Narcissa to retire for the night, as he needed to confer with Severus in the study. However, Draco was reluctant to leave, fearing for his sister's safety. Seeing Draco's determination, Lucius consented to let him remain and watch over Yasi. Narcissa, too, stayed by her children's side, having feared she might lose both of them that day. Ultimately, Lucius decided to carry the 2 children to their bedroom to rest, allowing Draco and Narcissa to lie down and recuperate. After placing Yasi in her bed, Lucius and Severus settled onto the sofa in the study. Lucius recounted the scene of Yasi's magical outburst, emphasizing the unprecedented fact that Draco had remained unharmed. There had been no precedent for such an occurrence in the annals of magic, prompting him to seek Severus's counsel. Additionally, how could Yasi's magical upheaval have been triggered when she had already fallen asleep? Such questions seemed to require Yasi's elucidation, yet she remained in a state of unconsciousness, unable to provide answers. Chapter 7, Awakening. Yasi opened her eyes, immediately recognizing the lavish decor around her as belonging to Lucius and Narcissa's room. As she slowly sat up, the slightest movement prompted the others outside to rush in. Narcissa enveloped her daughter in a tight embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Lucius gathered both mother and daughter into his arms, while Draco, a moment behind, grasped his sister's hand tightly. Severus stood silently at the door, observing the family's heartfelt reunion. Yasi had yet to recover from the nightmare that had haunted her. What did her transmigration matter? Even if she was aware of the narrative, what difference did it make? Was she not still powerless to save anyone? Did she not have to watch helplessly as her family slowly withered and dulled? A profound sorrow filled her heart, and as violence raged within her soul, a familiar embrace pulled her back to reality. She gazed at her mother, father, and brother, and with tears streaming down her face, she cried out, "Thank goodness, it's not too late." Once she had released her pent-up emotions, Severus administered a potion to restore her magical energy, which soon lulled her into a drowsy state once more. Following a thorough examination of her condition, Severus confirmed that she was physically unharmed, needing only to take a few more potions for complete recovery, allowing the 3 adults to breathe a sigh of relief. When Yasi awoke again, she found herself facing a tribunal of sorts. Her beloved father, mother, and godfather sat sternly on the sofa, inquiring about the events of that fateful night. Goodness, a double agent personally interrogating her, Yasi thought, feeling quite apprehensive. However, she had no intention of divulging the truth to the adults. After all, she was still too young for them to take her seriously. So, she resolved to fabricate a tale instead. "Well, you see, I had a nightmare. It was quite terrible. Really, how could I deceive a double agent? Half-truths are undoubtedly the best approach," she exclaimed. "I dreamt of a great fire dragon that burned away my beloved peacock feathers." Lucius immediately scooped up his little sweetheart, reassuring her, There, my dear. With your father here, you shall be safe, and I will protect you and your cherished belongings." He comforted her. Narcissa patted Yasi's back soothingly, promising to bake her some treats to lift her spirits. Severus raised an eyebrow. Since there appeared to be no significant issue, he declared, "I shall take my leave. Contact me if needed," and promptly departed. The 3 adults were acutely aware that Yasi had not spoken the truth. After all, at merely 3 or 4 years of age, how could she possibly conceal her deception from such astute adults? They merely noted her reluctance to share and chose not to press her. However, events that transpired later would leave the adults filled with regret, but that was a tale for another time. For now, they contemplated that Yasi had begun to unconsciously wield her magic. Though Draco, as the older brother, was slightly behind his sister in this regard, it was of little concern. The 2 were soon to enter Professor Severus's small classroom, an event that promised much anticipation. Chapter 8. The class of Professor Severus commences. Regrettably, it seemed that only Yasi was truly looking forward to it, as Draco remained quite apprehensive about Severus. As days passed, the time for classes drew ever closer, and the 2 little ones prepared diligently. Despite Draco's slight trepidation, as a member of the Malfoy family, he would not falter, especially in front of his sister. Meanwhile, Severus was also ready, having recently taken on the roles of head of Slytherin House and Potions Master. Though he had numerous responsibilities, he still carved out time to educate his young charges. A series of knocks echoed from the door, prompting him to stride over and open it. Standing outside was a dapper gentleman cradling an adorable little girl, accompanied by a boy who feigned seriousness, mirroring the smile on the man's face. Indeed, the visitors were Lucius and his 2 children. Though the children were still quite young, nurturing their relationship with their godfather while exposing them to academic pursuits was certainly a worthwhile endeavor. After all, Lucius yearned to enjoy a moment alone with Narcissa, entrusting their children to their godfather. Surely that was not too much to ask? Severus quipped, "Well, what do you think? This week's beauty potion is halved." Lucius replied, "Even halved, I still want to enjoy some time with Sissy. As wonderful as my daughter is, she pales in comparison to my wife." "Good day, godfather," the 2 children exclaimed in unison. Severus responded, then took Yassi into his arms while grasping Draco's hand. Then, I shall leave the two little ones in your capable hands, Severus, Lucius said. Time for some quality time with Sissy. He mused to himself. Very well, Severus replied, his expression darkening slightly. Yet, he acquiesced, for despite his reluctance, the favors Lucius had bestowed were too substantial to ignore. After all, some potions could not be purchased with money. Watching over the children should not be too troublesome, he hoped. Thus, the two young ones were entrusted to their godfather under the guise of attending classes. Severus set Yassi down on the sofa and assisted Draco in carrying their belongings to the room he had hastily prepared for the two children the previous night. He had even employed the undetectable extension charm, as it was understandable that his living space was limited being a solitary occupant. As Snape and the others were unloading their luggage, Isle had already descended from the sofa. It was rather bewildering, despite being 3 years old. She still needed to be carried about daily. She approached the bookshelf, gazing up at the various tomes and notes belonging to Snape. The family was undeniably curious. After all, which Harry Potter aficionado wouldn't he be intrigued by the spells and potions contained within? However, it was best not to meddle without the owner's consent. Thus, Isle refrained from lingering too long and returned to the sofa, continuing to await the descent of the two men. With the aid of a house elf, the two children's luggage was promptly placed in their room. After a brief inspection, Snape and Draco descended, mindful of the little one waiting below. A 3-year-old is often quite energetic, and Draco, despite his trepidation, seemed irresistibly drawn to the prospect of exploring Snape's quarters. It was essential that the other child shared a similar curiosity. Otherwise, they might inadvertently touch something they ought not to. However, Snape found solace in the fact that the little girl was still waiting below, suggesting that all was well. To his astonishment, both Draco and Isle exhibited a profound interest in potions, though he was unsure of their innate talents. Reflecting on Lucius and Narcissa's potion grades at Hogwarts, he surmised that the odds were not in their favor. Nevertheless, they were still young. One could hope for a serendipitous outcome. Thus, it seemed prudent to begin with theoretical knowledge, as it would keep them occupied and allow Snape to continue his potion studies undisturbed. Thus began their fortnight of intensive study. Lucius, haha, a delightful 2-week retreat for just the two of us. I am indeed clever. Chapter 9, Recitation in Full. The following morning, Snape roused the two youngsters. Fortunately, the house elf remained to assist in keeping an eye on them, ensuring they wouldn't tumble from their small stools in their sleepy state. After enjoying a breakfast prepared by the elf, Snape inquired about their academic progress, particularly their reading skills. As both children were still quite young and had not yet mastered all their letters, Isle was faring well, thanks to her prior exposure to English, albeit in a rather Chinese manner, which made recognizing letters relatively easy. Draco, on the other hand, was remarkable. Without any assistance, he kept pace with Isle, showcasing his extraordinary talent, a true testament to the Malfoy lineage. Others, however, did not share Isle's perspective. They merely regarded the Malfoy family as impressive, producing two bright children who were the very hope of their lineage. After assessing the children's reading abilities, Snape presented them with 2 introductory potion books, instructing them to memorize the contents over the next fortnight. He also informed them to summon him should they need anything from the basement before departing with a flourish. With the house elf present, he felt assured that the children would not find themselves in any perilous predicaments. Isle stared, wide-eyed, as Snape's billowing robes faded from her view. Was this the allure of research materials to a scholar? Was he so engrossed that he neglected his parental duties? Indeed, love can fade, can it not? Turning her gaze to Draco, she marveled at his studious diligence as he had already begun his recitation. To be frank, Isle had always been fascinated by the subject of potions, but being too young to access it had been frustrating. Today, her dreams were finally coming to fruition. Surely, what Harry Potter enthusiast wouldn't he be curious about spells and potions? As she pondered, her thoughts drifted to Harry, who she presumed was at his aunt's home. Should she invite him to visit? Little Harry had a rather dismal existence, but given her parents' disdain for the Muggle world, she dismissed the idea. She feared that Harry's arrival at Malfoy Manor might lead him down a dark path, contrary to her intentions. Naturally, thoughts of Harry brought forth memories of the despicable Voldemort, and Isle's expression hardened. Everything in her dreams was utterly unacceptable. No one could disrupt her family. However, as furious as Isle felt, her outbursts would yield no results, for she was still just a toddler under 4 years of age. Her primary task now was to memorize the book before her, lest she face the professor's wrath. He was, after all, quite stern. Isle, oh woe is me. Must I truly memorize this? I'm not even 4 yet. How can you be so heartless? Lucius, heartless? If you two do not leave, how am I to enjoy my time alone with my dear Shishi? Snape, heartless? Compared to child rearing, I would rather reside in the basement. With such talent, You ought to be learning, not wasting time. Memorize. Yet, no one anticipated the sudden arrival of Professor Dumbledore, which caught Snape entirely off guard. Chapter 10, An Unexpected Visitor. Truth be told, Isle found her time at her godfather's house to be quite fulfilling. With her eyes wide open, her days were filled with meals and recitation. Gazing at the book in her hands, she could hardly contain her disbelief. Her curiosity about potion ingredients stemmed from her previous passion for chemistry, where she had excelled. She had always believed that potion making bore many similarities to chemistry, with precise measurements, standard tool usage, and meticulous experimental procedures. However, she had never anticipated that the materials would bear no resemblance whatsoever. But now that she was here, she thought, onward, brave Chinese woman. Isle soon discovered that, after prolonged exposure, the grotesque materials became somewhat tolerable. Perhaps she had grown numb to it. On this particular day of recitation, Isle transitioned from initial disgust to a state of indifference within the span of just 3 days. Surely, such trivial challenges would not impede her studies. She had already memorized a significant portion of the text and intended to review what she had learned to prevent forgetting. As for Snape, he had been absent from the basement for 3 days. What of meals, you ask? Those were delivered by the house elf. He himself was nowhere to be seen. Isle settled by the fireplace with her book, choosing a new spot after growing weary of the sofa. Suddenly, flames erupted in the living room, and as they dissipated, an elderly gentleman appeared, accompanied by a vibrant phoenix. Isle, clutching her book, stared at the old man in astonishment, and they both shared a moment of surprise. Dumbledore, There are children at Severus's home? Uncertain. I shall investigate further. Isle, oh my, it's Dumbledore. I must uphold my GGAD flag. The couple I ship must not meet a tragic end. Hello there, little one. Who might you be? Dumbledore inquired, regaining his composure. I am Isle Malfoy, she stammered. Good day to you, Mr. Dumbledore. Greetings, Miss Malfoy. Indeed, that hair color leaves no doubt about your lineage. Are you here to see your godfather? Isle asked. Yes. Do not be alarmed, young one, Dumbledore said kindly. He is currently in the basement, engrossed in his potion research. At long last, the tension surrounding Yas has subsided, prompting me to summon him with the assistance of my house elf. Very well, Yas, may I address you as such? Of course, replied Professor Dumbledore. He settled comfortably onto the sofa while Yas, in a flurry, clutched a book and approached him. At that moment, Draco, who had been reciting lines above, finally descended. Upon encountering the renowned gentleman, he exhibited a modicum of restraint compared to Yas, greeting Dumbledore politely before taking a seat on the sofa alongside Yas, both awaiting the arrival of their godfather. When Severus Snape arrived, the trio was engaged in a rather harmonious interaction. Throughout, Yas's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Dumbledore and the small bird perched upon his shoulder. Following Dumbledore's inquiry and the creature's own consent, Yas was finally able to touch the phoenix. Family, who understands? Fox's feathers are simply splendid to stroke. As for the subsequent conversations between Dumbledore and Snape, Yas remained oblivious, for it is often best that children are shielded from the discussions of adults. Nevertheless, under Yas's persistent gaze, Fox was eventually cradled in her arms. Draco found this rather perplexing. After all, his sister had never shown much interest in their pet peacock, yet here she was, enamored with a phoenix. What a jest! This is Fox, after all. The hours spent in earnest study passed swiftly, and before they knew it, it was time to return to Malfoy Manor. However, this time, Lucius did not knock, but rather emerged directly from the fireplace. Chapter 11, The First Meeting. Severus was quite pleased with the children's completion of their tasks. Given their tender age, this holiday was their sole visit, and he encouraged them to take their books along to prevent any lapses in memory. As they matured, their lessons would gradually increase in frequency, allowing them to hone their potion-making skills. To Severus's surprise, Yas exhibited a remarkable aptitude for potion-making, while Draco's talent was commendable as well, truly a case of two negatives yielding a positive. At this juncture, their talents began to diverge. Draco's prowess in spellcasting slightly surpassed Yas's. Yet the gap was negligible, while Yas's gift for potion-making was markedly superior. Consequently, Severus began to nurture her as an heir. Yas, overjoyed by her godfather's mentorship, decided to extend her stay by an additional week, eager to accompany him in his potion studies, both to keep him company and to ensure he attended to his health. As for Draco, he harbored a greater interest in managing the family legacy, aspiring to become a figure akin to his father. In contrast, Yas possessed little inclination towards family management. She found herself far more suited to the role of a researcher, displaying an avid interest in both potionology and alchemy. Indeed, following her encounter with Dumbledore, she frequently penned letters to him, charmingly expressing her curiosity and fostering their relationship. Although Dumbledore harbored some reservations, who could truly suspect a child of a few years to exhibit such enthusiasm for books? Dumbledore was fond of inquisitive and well-behaved children, which is how Yas came into possession of a beginner's alchemy book, replete with invaluable notes. Though Dumbledore did not disclose whose book it was, merely suggesting she explore her interests further, she had her suspicions. However, Yas chose to keep this matter to herself, for she was not truly a child. She needed to prepare thoroughly, ensuring her family remained unentangled in any issues she might face. Time flew by, and Yas and Draco both reached the age of 11. Yas diligently sought to enrich her knowledge, for she faced a formidable challenge ahead. Meanwhile, Draco appeared notably more composed than described in the books, perhaps influenced by her presence. Resembling a younger version of Lucius. While shopping for their school supplies, they encountered Harry Potter at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, as if scripted. The bustling atmosphere of Diagon Alley was filled with children and parents purchasing school essentials, prompting the Malfoy family to divide their efforts for efficiency. Narcissa and Lucius ventured off to procure the children's books, while Yas and Draco set out to acquire their uniforms, which required fitting for their respective sizes. As Draco was measuring his size, a boy pushed through the door, handsome despite his unruly black hair and ill-fitting clothes. Yet his striking features and soft green eyes radiated a gentle warmth. Yas was utterly exhilarated. "Ah, my ship has arrived," it must be said. The casting for the film was remarkably well done. The Harry portrayed in the movie bore an uncanny resemblance to the real-life counterpart. "Oh dear, here to purchase school robes. Are you? You may need to wait a moment. We are quite busy today," Madame Malkin remarked, bustling about as she adjusted Draco's robes and directed the measuring tape. "Very well, madam," replied Harry. He turned to see a lovely girl with long, platinum blonde hair and curious gray eyes gazing at him. As a child raised in precarious circumstances, he could discern the absence of malice in her gaze, only a profound curiosity. "Hello, I'm Harry Potter," he introduced himself. "Hi there, Potter. I'm Yas Malfoy. May I call you Harry?" Yas inquired, her excitement palpable. "Oh my sister has arrived. Hee. I must cultivate a good rapport with her to help my brother win her heart." "Of course, may I call you Yas?" Harry asked, noticing her enthusiasm. She was the first of his peers to radiate friendliness toward him. "Absolutely," Yas exclaimed. Just as she was about to say more, her brother emerged from within. "Yas, who are you speaking with?" "Oh joy, brother has arrived. How delightful that he and my sister are finally meeting. It's Harry Potter, brother, my new friend," Yas chirped. Draco paused momentarily at the mention of the word friend, pondering the meaning. How lovely, he thought. "Wait, did you say Harry Potter? Is it as I suspect?" Draco inquired, a hint of excitement in his tone. "It should be, brother," Yas replied with amusement. Is there something about my name that warrants such curiosity?" Harry asked, bewildered by the siblings' enigmatic exchange. Draco finally glanced at Harry, who reciprocated the gaze, their eyes locking for a brief moment before they both quickly turned away. Yas internally squealed. "Oh my, what a romantic case of love at first sight." However, contrary to Yas's musings, both boys found each other rather displeasing for reasons unbeknownst to them. Yet, out of respect for Yas's presence and the realization that this was the friendly sibling of the girl who had approached him, neither engaged in a quarrel. After a brief introduction, they fell silent, avoiding further conversation. "Wow, could they be shy?" Yas teased. With her explanation, Harry finally understood the source of their peculiar behavior. Just then, the Malfoy parents arrived outside the shop, signaling it was time to leave, and they bid hasty farewells to Harry. Thus, under Yas's subtle matchmaking, Harry became acquainted with Draco's name ahead of time. However, the unfolding of events that lay ahead would leave Yas utterly astonished. For who could accurately predict the course of the future? ILTS, the ship I sail is indeed real. Harry, the jasmine flowers are so beautiful. I wish I could take a pot of them away. Harry's house remains unchanged, still Gryffindor. Chapter 12, Train Anecdotes. Every year, September 1st marks the beginning of the Hogwarts school year, without fail. Yasi observed the house elf assisting with the luggage, and thought to herself that it had been several days of packing, yet it was still not complete. Beside her were Lucius and Narcissa discussing the enrollment matters with them, along with some regulations from Slytherin. Draco was fervently assuring his parents that he would take good care of his sister and similar promises. In summary, today they were heading to the train station, and both Lucius and Narcissa could not help but feel anxious about their children, especially their precious little one, fearing someone might take advantage of her gentle nature to bully her. To this, Yasi reassured them that no one could bully her. Under the watchful eyes of the two adults, Yasi and Draco arrived at their luxurious compartment, which was already occupied by a few others, including Crabbe and Goyle, who were always at Draco's side, as well as Pansy, Daphne, Blaise, and Theodore, all from pureblood families. The arrival of Yasi and Draco enlivened the previously quiet compartment. The boys engaged in an impassioned discussion about Quidditch, while the girls chatted about clothing and jewelry. However, Yasi found little interest in such topics. Having been exposed to the opulence of the modern world and traditional Chinese luxury goods, the current extravagant jewelry held insufficient allure for her. Before long, the train was about to depart, and the others vacated the compartment, leaving only the Malfoy siblings along with Crabbe and Goyle. Just before their exit, someone, seemingly eager for trouble, informed Draco that the renowned Harry Potter was also on this train. Considering all aspects, Draco decided to pay Harry a visit. Confident that a clever person would know what to do, Yasi followed suit, of course, not solely out of curiosity to see what the legendary King of Curses looked like in his youth. Indeed, the Weasley family's genetics were remarkable. With his striking red hair and fair complexion, he was almost indistinguishable from Harry beside him. However, as Draco's temper flared at the sight of the Slytherins, Yasi hurriedly squeezed her way from behind Crabbe and Goyle to her brother's side. "Hello, I am Yasi Malfoy." She tugged at Draco's sleeve, hoping to calm her irate brother. "Oh my, another Malfoy has arrived." The sarcastic tone instantly provoked Draco's wrath. "What did you say? You traitor of a pure-blood family." Yasi swiftly pulled her furious brother back. "All right, brother, I brought some sweets that I made with mother. Leave this to me, trust your sister." Before many others could join in, Yasi hurriedly reassured Draco. Sorry, Yasi," Harry said apologetically, realizing he had acted too impulsively, which had made things difficult for Yasi. "What? You are the savior. How can you address the child of that person's subordinate with such familiarity and even apologize?" Ron exclaimed incredulously. "Oh, don't say that," Yasi interjected, taking a seat across from them. "My brother and I both admire the savior Harry. Otherwise, how could we recognize you the moment we met?" "Bro, is that true? You recognized him at first glance. When did you meet?" "At Madame Malkin's robe shop," Harry responded. "Yes, that's right," Yasi nodded, producing a small treat from her bracelet. "Would you like to share? I made these myself." However, the boy's attention was evidently drawn to the bracelet. Indeed, this was her most satisfactory alchemical creation, inspired by a novel she had read in her past life. Seeing their curiosity, Yasi took off the bracelet and showed it to them. "This is my homemade alchemical bracelet. It can store items." "You made it yourself?" Ron exclaimed. "Yes, thanks to Professor Dumbledore. He provided me with books that taught me a great deal about alchemy." "You've met Professor Dumbledore. My goodness. Thus, we are not the villains you imagine. Otherwise, Professor Dumbledore would not have allowed us to attend Hogwarts." "That is true." Seeing Ron's attitude soften, Yasi sighed with relief. "Brother, I have sacrificed so much for you. If you cannot get along with these boys, how will you bring your sister-in-law home?" She opened the box of treats, took one for herself, and pushed the box towards the center. "Let us share. There is too much for me to eat alone." Ron glanced at the delicious treats and then at the rice ball in his hand. Just as he was about to refuse, Yasi shoved a piece of the sweet into his hand. "Eat up. I'll check on my brother. Please don't take his words to heart. He is not a bad person, just not very good with words." Having already begun to enjoy the treats, Harry and Ron nodded, understanding that they couldn't hold a grudge over a few careless words, especially since Miss Malfoy's culinary skills were truly commendable. Meanwhile, Draco, under the gentle persuasion of his sister, had calmed down and returned to Harry's compartment. However, a little girl had joined them, presumably the studious Gryffindor. "Hello, I am Yasi Malfoy." Yasi extended her hand amicably. "Hermione Granger," the girl replied, shaking Yasi's hand. "Granger? That doesn't seem like a pure-blood surname," Draco remarked, eyeing Hermione. "Yes, I come from the Muggle world," Hermione nodded. Just as Draco was about to say something, Yasi interrupted by offering him a sweet. "Oh brother, Ron is very fond of Quidditch too, and Harry is interested. Hurry and chat with them, the girls need their space." With that, she nudged Draco next to Ron and took a seat beside Hermione. "Fantastic, Hermione. I was wondering how I would handle 3 boys. You've been a tremendous help." She took Hermione's hand. "I certainly don't want to sleep all the way to Hogwarts." Hermione laughed at her words. Indeed, the boy's passion for Quidditch seemed to overshadow everything else. Just look at Draco, who had just been at odds with Ron and Harry, now joyfully flailing his arms. Truly, a testament to the academic prowess of Gryffindor, Yasi thought, admiring Hermione's remarkable learning ability. Hermione felt a bit bashful. Yasi was so gentle, quite unlike her brother, and her knowledge was impressive. She truly wished to be in the same house as Yasi. Having a friend like her would surely make learning delightful. Before long, the train was nearing Hogwarts, and the 5 of them methodically changed into their school uniforms. Yasi and Draco bid farewell to the trio and returned to their compartment, awaiting the train's arrival. Chapter 13. The Surprising Sorting Hat. During this time, many inquired about Yasi's sorting ceremony. For who did not know that the head of Slytherin adored the little girl from the Malfoy family? Except for Harry and Ron, of course. However, Yasi claimed she was not very clear about it, as it was a grand entertainment event for all Hogwarts graduates. Following the tall Hagrid to the edge of the Black Lake were the first-year students, whose process differed from that of the older students, requiring a designated guide. When they entered the Great Hall, the upper-year students were already seated at the tables, and of course, the professors had long been waiting. Upon entering, Yassi immediately spotted the most conspicuous figure, Professor Dumbledore, undeniably the most flamboyantly dressed individual at the center of attention. Another striking presence was her godfather, clad in his ever-constant black robe, a garment that remained unchanged through every season. She playfully blinked at the two professors, yet their responses were starkly contrasting. Professor Dumbledore reciprocated with a mischievous wink, while her godfather offered her a graceful nod. However, Yassi astutely noted that both professors' focus was primarily on Harry, the savior, who had yet to fully mature into his role. Establishing a rapport with him was essential, especially if she wished to see the demise of Voldemort. Forging connections with Harry and the members of the Order of the Phoenix was paramount. Yet, confronting Dumbledore directly was not an option, as she belonged to Slytherin, and his trust in her was far from absolute. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to seek out Grindelwald. Though the pitfalls of that choice were well known among fans, this year's objective was clear: to collect Dumbledore's photographs. How delightful it would be to assemble such memorabilia. Oh, the ship I support is truly real. Lost in her scheming, Yassi failed to notice that Harry had dragged Ron to stand beside her. Thanks to the sorting hat, many first years had already taken their seats at the long tables, which allowed Harry to catch sight of Yassi. He gazed at her gently, uncertain of how to initiate a conversation, as she seemed preoccupied with her thoughts, making it seem impolite to intrude. Thus, he opted to quietly stand beside her. The movement of individuals was clearly observable from the professor's table. Dumbledore stroked his beard, smiling benevolently. Ah, how wonderful it is to be young. Wouldn't you agree, Severus? He glanced at Snape, who was staring incredulously at Harry, and found himself even more amused. Conversely, Snape's expression was as dark as thunderclouds, cursing under his breath. Just like his father. Beside Yassi, Harry seemed to sense something amiss, but he didn't pay it much mind. Meanwhile, Draco also detected a familiar aura of menace, a sensation he found unsettling. He turned to speak to his sister, only to discover Harry silently standing next to her. Instantly understanding why his godfather was regarding him so intently, was that insufferable boy now fixated on his sister? Fortunately, Professor McGonagall called out Yassi's name, signaling her turn to be sorted. This snapped Yassi back to reality. She looked at Harry, who wore an expression of confusion, and her irritable brother before bidding them farewell and stepping forward to McGonagall's side, as she sat on the stool and placed the sorting hat upon her head. Despite her thorough preparation, a flutter of nerves coursed through her. Taking advantage of the moment while Lucius was unaware, Yassi discreetly attempted a mental closure spell. Eager to see the results of her experiment today. Ah, my sweet little darling. Let me see which house you desire. Hello, sorting hat. I wish to be sorted into Slytherin, Yassi replied. A voice of inquiry emerged, causing Yassi to tense up. Your preferences are rather unique, young lady. The sorting hat remarked, somewhat bemused. It appeared her ship had been noticed. Oh, how mortifying. Thankfully, it seemed her past life's memories had not been uncovered, but alas. Her mental closure spell was ineffective. Slytherin, the sorting hat declared loudly. Yassi removed the hat and bowed to the professors, who nodded in acknowledgement before she made her way to the Slytherin table. Unsurprisingly, Draco was also sorted into Slytherin, while Harry and Ron joined Gryffindor. Want to move the flowers, Harry murmured. Bro, you can't leave me behind, Ron exclaimed. After the meal, Yassi finally beheld the Slytherin common room, which indeed boasted a stunning aquatic suite. Thanks to her father Lucius's financial prowess, she could enjoy her own private space. However, Yassi was not in a hurry to retire for the night. She intended to deliver her homemade pastries and alchemical creations to her godfather. Of course, this alchemical item was also her handiwork. Due to her young age, her magical abilities were somewhat unstable and weak, resulting in items of limited power. Take her alchemical bracelet for instance. While it possessed storage capabilities, it was only usable once. The latest alchemical creation was her second attempt, a protective shield. Also a one-time use item with a time constraint, yet it could automatically activate in the presence of danger. This particular feature was what pleased Yassi the most. Lost in thought, she knocked on Snape's office door. When Snape opened the door and saw his pupil, he was taken aback. Recently, they had not convened for potion research, and he had been contemplating checking in on Yassi to discuss her class schedule. Good evening, my dear goddaughter. Here are the treats I made, Yassi said, placing the pastries on Snape's desk. Snape sampled one, nodding in approval. It suited his taste. And this? Yassi produced the alchemical item. A bracelet-like object entwined with green threads and a pearly white serpent. Simple, yet elegant. She placed it in his hand. I made this myself. Snape examined the bracelet closely. It was indeed an alchemical item. When did you begin experimenting with alchemy? He inquired, his expression as impassive as ever. Not long ago. Don't worry, Godfather. Father is aware, Yasi replied. Upon hearing this, Snape refrained from further questions, assuming Lucius was informed and in agreement with Yasi's foray into alchemy. In reality, Lucius was completely unaware. Yasi intended to keep both parties in the dark. Now that Snape knew, she would need to increase her production and learning rate. Especially since the Malfoy family still had 3 members without protective charms, which weighed heavily on her conscience. You've come at the right time. I was about to ask if you would like to skip the basics of potion making, given your proficiency. He donned the bracelet on his wrist. It may be a basic alchemical item, but it is still a small token of a child's affection. No, Godfather, I prefer to start from the beginning. Yasi shook her head. Oh, why is that? Snape arched an eyebrow. You work too hard. I can assist you with potion making, Yasi offered, though this was only part of her intention. On the other hand, she was eager to witness the dynamic of the Draco and Harry's ship. She was ready to dive in. Very well, Snape nodded. It seems my goddaughter is quite considerate, willing to share the burden. Then, I shall take my leave, Godfather. Indeed, Yasi skipped back to her dormitory, gleefully studying her class schedule and contemplating when to craft protective charms for her family. Though they were one-time use items, having them was better than nothing. They wouldn't carry purchased items every day, but they would surely wear the little trinkets she made. With a sigh, she set her alarm and settled into bed. Chapter 14, An Exceptional Child. The first class of the school year was Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. Yasi gathered her textbook and made her way to the common room. Draco was already seated on the sofa, eagerly awaiting his sister's arrival. Upon seeing Yasi descend, he retrieved her book and casually handed it to Goyle. The 4 of them, 2 in front and 2 behind, strolled together toward the great hall. Upon reaching the Slytherin table, Yasi was enthusiastically showered with attention from her brother and other Slytherin friends. Joking aside, setting family interests aside, watching the adorable little girl indulge in her food truly fills one with immense happiness. Thus, on her first day of school, the splendid Yasi overindulged. Draco, suppressing a smile at the corners of his mouth, guided the little girl towards the classroom and fortuitously encountered Snape along the way, which alleviated Yasi's discomfort somewhat. Given Yasi's tendency to overeat, Snape had taken to habitually carrying digestive tablets, as the little girl often forgot to bring her own, prompting the old professor to worry about her well-being. Indeed, a smile never truly vanishes, it merely shifts. Witnessing his sister's barely contained grin after being sharply scolded by Snape, Draco felt an irresistible urge to scowl. Letting you mock me earlier, humph. The dejected Draco's spirits lifted only upon seeing Harry arrive late, receiving a lecture from Professor McGonagall. Truly, the sight of his nemesis being reprimanded brought an unstoppable smile to his face. However, observing Harry's gaze drifting towards Yasi ignited his ire. He instinctively shielded his sister and shot Harry a warning look. Ron, having noticed this, contemplated saying something but quickly settled down, cowed by McGonagall's threatening glare. Drawing upon her understanding from her previous life, Yasi swiftly completed Professor McGonagall's classroom assignment, securing 5 points for Slytherin in the process. This achievement filled the little serpents in the classroom with pride. After all, the first to finish was our little serpent. Meanwhile, the neighboring Gryffindors, visibly frustrated, continued to practice diligently. Under the mutual competition between the 2 houses, the Transfiguration class concluded. After assigning homework, Professor McGonagall left the classroom, satisfied. As Draco recalled that the next class was potions, a wave of dread washed over him. He would undoubtedly face his godfather's ire. Yet, Yasi remained unfazed. Knowing she was merely there to assist, and without books in hand, her godfather wouldn't reproach her. Upon arriving in the classroom, she discovered she was not the first to arrive. Hermione was already seated, engrossed in her books. Yasi approached to greet her. Indeed, a single Transfiguration class, coupled with their spirited exchanges on the train, had garnered Yasi a little admirer. Consequently, during this potions lesson, Hermione was quite eager to partner with Yasi, simply to experience the thrill of being swept along by her brilliance. However, Yasi regrettably had to decline. Her proficiency in potions was already sufficient for advancement to a higher level, but she hesitated to skip ahead, fearing it might burden her godfather unduly. She could only apologize to Hermione. Although somewhat disappointed, Hermione quickly sought another partner. No matter if she couldn't be the favored protege, she would gladly follow in the footsteps of the accomplished. Once everyone had gathered, and before the class bell rang, Snape had already taken his place at the lectern. The room fell silent. It was unwise to utter a word under his piercing gaze. Miss Malfoy, please step forward, Snape beckoned Yasi. Beside him, a cauldron of potion bubbled ominously, freshly prepared just before class. Very well, Professor, Yasi replied, approaching the cauldron. Ah, a cough potion. It appears to be for the infirmary. Below, the Gryffindors gasped. What a remarkable feat for Miss Malfoy. save for the Slytherins who had grown up alongside her. The Gryffindors regarded Yasi with the all reserved for a champion, except for Hermione, who had been briefed prior to class. Snape, ignoring the astonished students, commenced the roll call. As he called out names, he finally reached Harry. Ah, here we go. The narrative may have been delayed, but it was finally unfolding. While stirring the potion, Yasi listened intently. As expected, Snape articulated questions identical to those from the story, 3 questions that mirrored one another. Miss Malfoy, would you enlighten our dear Mr. Potter? Goodness. Perhaps Yasi had been too visibly distracted, as he had summoned her to respond to these 3 inquiries. The elixir of life resides in the stomach of a cow. There is no distinction between the two, Professor. Excellent. Slytherin gains 10 points. What a thoroughly invigorating potions class it was, Yasi remarked dryly, observing the instructions clearly outlined on the board, wondering how anyone could still err. She finally understood why Snape had a reputation for being acerbic and irritable. Snape, whose brow had been furrowed, relaxed upon inspecting the potion Yasi had brewed. Not bad, he acknowledged, collecting the potion's label and signaling for everyone to exit the classroom. Draco, having evaded Snape's scrutiny for a class, exhaled in relief, but before he could fully relax, he heard Snape's voice call out, Mr. Malfoy. Remain behind to tidy up. Really, Godfather, have you truly forgotten that Yasi felt ill from overreading this morning because I couldn't rein her in? Draco lamented inwardly, on the verge of tears. In summary, Yasi was gradually acclimating to life at Hogwarts, save for one class, flying lessons, which she had yet to experience. Draco, however, relished it, as Quidditch was inseparable from broomsticks. Yet, with Yasi's myriad of responsibilities and her lack of interest in Quidditch, she had opted not to try flying, intending to learn once she settled into school life. Chapter 15, the highly anticipated flying lesson. On Thursday morning, Yasi noticed a throng gathered by the railing, with Draco among them, visibly excited. Upon spotting Yasi, he squeezed through the crowd. Yasi, we have flying lessons this afternoon, he exclaimed with fervor, seeing her brother so exhilarated. Yasi could only nod helplessly. Her dear brother was wonderful in many respects, but his enthusiasm was a bit overwhelming. The Gryffindor Lions were also attending the same class, which led to an ongoing discussion between the Slytherin and Gryffindor tables about this topic. Yasi couldn't help but laugh at her brother's claims of being able to dodge planes. Had she not flown in her previous life, she might have believed him, especially observing how the surrounding children accepted it without question. Eventually, she tugged at Draco's sleeve, signaling him to cease his remarks, as they were inciting hostility. The nearby Gryffindors were becoming increasingly irate. Once Draco regained his composure, Yasi offered an apologetic smile to the Gryffindor Lions. As everyone's anticipation mounted, the flying lesson finally commenced. Just like in the classroom, the division between green and red was stark. Madame Hooch stood at the center, meticulously guiding the students on how to handle their broomsticks. As a devoted fan of the series, Yasi was determined to acquire this new skill. Fortunately, her broom responded well. After calling up twice, it soared into her grasp. However, she couldn't help but worry about the age of the broom. Would it hold up? It appeared even more dilapidated than depicted in the films. Before long, Yasi recalled that accidents were bound to occur during this flying lesson. Neville Longbottom, indeed. His broom had a malfunction. She swiftly glanced towards the Gryffindor side, but alas, the poor Neville was already soaring skyward. Goodness, what a calamity. Just look at how unfortunate that child was. Yasi discreetly tightened her grip on her wand. Although they were from different houses, she felt compelled to offer some assistance. As a child with the heart of an adult, she couldn't bear to watch an 11-year-old boy plummet from such a height. At the moment when the broken broom fell and nearly struck Neville, the ever-prepared Aisling promptly cast a levitation charm on him. All the children present, without exception, were momentarily stunned by the incident. Fortunately, Aisling's proficiency in magic proved commendable, and her timely intervention ensured Neville's safe return to the ground. Madame Hooch reacted swiftly, guiding Neville to the infirmary while advising the surrounding creatures to remain calm. Naturally, she awarded 10 points to Slytherin. Although the young Gryffindors were disgruntled, they refrained from voicing their discontent, recognizing that Aisling's actions had indeed merited the points for their rival house. Draco's expression darkened as he observed the eager gazes of his peers, each one seemingly intent on ingratiating themselves with his beloved sister. He resolved to redirect their attention. Huffing in irritation, Aisling, initially concerned that her intervention might disrupt the original narrative, was astounded to discover the resilience of the storyline, which seemed to mend itself seamlessly. Aisling gazed in astonishment at the memory orb clutched in her brother's hand, anxiety gnawing at her. She worried whether her presence in this world might somehow overshadow her sisterhood with him. Meanwhile, the skirmish between Draco and Harry had commenced, both boys darting around on their brooms in a chaotic display. Aisling watched anxiously from below. Her brother's pride was formidable, And if he were to learn that he had inadvertently aided Harry, it might drive him to despair. Resolutely, she mounted a broom herself, though her inexperience led to a clumsy flight. Unfortunately, in a moment of impulsiveness, she soared too high, instantly regretting her decision to join the fray. As Draco expertly guided Harry through the air, he was suddenly alerted by the shrill cries of Pansy, whose voice pierced through the chaos. When he glanced in the direction of the commotion, panic seized him. Was that not his precious sister, teetering perilously on the brink of disaster? Seeing Aisling's frightened face, pale with terror as she clung to the wobbling broom, Draco disregarded everything else, including the memory orb and the ongoing rivalry with Harry. His sister's safety took precedence above all else. Without a second thought, he veered toward her. Harry, too, had spotted Aisling in distress. Despite his own determination to seize the memory orb, he gritted his teeth and swiftly followed suit, altering his broom's course to reach her. In the moment that Aisling's limbs weakened and she began to lose consciousness, she fell into a pair of arms that enveloped her in a comforting embrace. The scent of soap enveloping her senses. It was Harry. None could have predicted that a novice broom rider could exhibit such remarkable control. Carefully, he cradled her and lowered the broom to the ground. Draco reached Aisling's side, his heart sinking at the sight of her pale visage. Regret flooded him. He should have been by her side. If not for his emotional turmoil, she would not have faced such peril. Lost in his thoughts, he momentarily forgot to retrieve her from Harry's arms. Harry, silent in his intentions, would have preferred to carry Aisling to the infirmary himself. Well, let us observe what the great savior is occupied with. Clinging to a poor girl, is he? A cold voice interjected. Draco jolted back to reality, irritation flaring within him. How long was Potter going to hold her? He shot a fierce glare at Harry, just as a pair of large hands lifted Aisling from his grasp. It was none other than Severus Snape, who had been delivering potions to the infirmary when he encountered Madame Hooch escorting Neville for a checkup. Learning of Aisling's heroics, he felt a swell of pride. Truly, she was a testament to his teachings. Yet, he harbored skepticism about Potter's intentions. After all, he was very much like his father. Snape resolved to investigate, and upon arriving at the scene, he found precisely what he suspected. Potter was indeed holding on to his charge without intention of relinquishing her. And Draco? What was he thinking? It seemed he had lost his sense of responsibility. Snape's irritation grew at the thought of Aisling being hurt due to their foolishness. Without uttering a word, Snape glared at both Draco and Harry before hastening toward the infirmary. He used a silent spell to assess Aisling's condition, discovering that extreme fear had rendered her unconscious. Relieved yet concerned, he decided it prudent to ensure Madame Pomfrey conducted a thorough examination. The young Slytherins stood in awe, astonished at Snape's evident affection for Miss Malfoy. The unexpected events of the flying lesson had rendered it inconclusive. When Aisling awakened in the infirmary, she was met with a stern reprimand from her godfather, which also extended to Draco. Oh, and he had the misfortune of receiving a week of detention as well. Draco's frustration compounded when he learned that Harry had become Gryffindor's seeker. This is utterly unfair. He fumed. Yet, considering Harry had saved his sister, he begrudgingly decided to let it go, this time. However, he resolved to confront Harry about his presumptuousness in holding on to Aisling. And so, unbeknownst to Aisling, the rift between Harry and Draco deepened. Harry, I don't know, you didn't say anything. Draco, just you wait. Chapter 16, The Headmaster's Office. Life at Hogwarts was relatively calm. Aside from the occasional flying lesson that caused Aisling considerable distress, her days were filled with attending classes, observing her brother and Harry engage in a battle of wits, and studying potions with her godfather. The remaining hours were devoted to her alchemical pursuits, rendering her life quite fulfilling. During this time, frequent visits to the library fostered a budding friendship between Aisling and Hermione, who sought to review their studies, while Aisling sought to broaden her knowledge. Their camaraderie extended beyond the two girls, encompassing Draco, as well as Harry and Ron. Draco, ever vigilant, shadowed his sister closely, especially following the recent incident, fearing that negligence on his part might lead to her harm. As for Harry and Ron was merely along for the ride. His propensity to doze off upon seeing a book leading to his reluctant attendance. Harry, however, found himself growing closer to Aisling, particularly after the previous incident. After her recovery from the infirmary, Aisling sought Harry out to express her gratitude, bringing along some treats she had prepared. From that day forth, their relationship flourished. And even Ron's demeanor toward Aisling improved significantly. Who could resist the charms of a sweet and gentle girl who could quell Professor Snape's ire? Ron proclaimed, "Thank you, Aisling, for saving my life." Aisling responded with a triumphant, "Yes, I've successfully infiltrated the inner circle." However, this Saturday, Aisling declined Hermione's invitation to the library, for she had completed the protective charms intended for her family and intended to present them to Snape for inspection requesting he pass them on to Lucius and Narcissa, while she would deliver Draco's herself. Excellent, Snape remarked, examining the 3 bracelets in his possession, and acquiesced to Aisling's request. Having achieved her objective, Isle exited the cellar. However, her visit to the cellar was but one of her intentions. Another was to take a brief respite from Draco, allowing her to seek out Professor Dumbledore in his office. She carried with her the latest badge she had crafted, eager to showcase her alchemical achievements to Dumbledore, as its success determined her future studies in alchemy, a promise they had made to each other. Wow, Isle, that badge looks splendid, Dumbledore complimented. Indeed, it was impressive, for Isle had invested considerable effort into its design. Of course, Professor Dumbledore, I call it the disguise badge, Isle replied. Disguise? Yes, due to my rather limited magical prowess. This badge is a one-time use item. By placing a strand of the hair of the person you wish to mimic into this slot, you will transform into their likeness. However, the current version of the badge has a brief operational duration of about 20 minutes, Isle explained in detail. Dumbledore was pleasantly surprised by the child's ingenuity. She was indeed a promising talent in alchemy. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, it can also transform you into small animals. Dumbledore exclaimed. What a remarkable creation, Isle. He pushed a book towards her. As per our agreement, this will be your study material henceforth. Isle was overjoyed, grateful for Professor Dumbledore's support. As she observed the delighted girl before him, Dumbledore pondered, which path would this child ultimately choose? With the assessment period concluded, it was soon time for afternoon tea. Isle enjoyed her snacks while engaging in light conversation with Dumbledore, who had his own special, extra sweet portion. It is well known that Dumbledore's taste was quite extreme in its sweetness, making it rare for anyone to adapt to his palate. Thus, Isle prudently brought along her own treats, of a more moderate sweetness. I heard Harry saved you last time? Dumbledore inquired with interest. Ah, yes, during flying class, Isle responded, recounting the events of the lesson in their entirety. Ah, youth is truly wonderful. Dumbledore remarked after listening. What an interesting class that was, wouldn't you agree? He winked at Isle. Indeed, if it weren't for Harry, I might have had to spend 2 days in the hospital wing. Isle replied as she made her way towards the common room after finishing tea with Dumbledore. Sure enough, Dumbledore still doesn't trust me, Isle thought, shaking her head. It's been so long since we met. Why doesn't he trust me? If anything, he has watched me grow up. Yet, she conceded. If he were to trust her so easily, he wouldn't be Dumbledore. Meanwhile, after Isle's departure, Dumbledore continued to reflect. Where did Isle's loyalties truly lie? She and Harry seemed to get along quite well at present, but what if something went awry? Should he keep Harry away from her? The elderly man, lost in thought, felt a wave of concern wash over him. Time passed gradually, and soon they arrived at the point in the original storyline. Isle, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Draco encountered Hagrid, who had come to borrow books. Help! The baby dragon is about to make an appearance. Isle internally screamed, her curiosity piqued. As expected, with Hermione's logical reasoning and Harry's input, they resolved to pay a surprise visit to Hagrid's hut. Isle was somewhat surprised that Draco had not arranged a duel with Harry this time. Nevertheless, the adventurous little lion still found his way to that corridor at the end of the 4th floor during a nighttime escapade. However, Hermione reasoned that Hogwarts was the safest school in all of Britain, especially with Dumbledore present, so no accidents should occur. They maintained this belief until they reached Hagrid's hut to inquire about the arrival of the dragon egg, Isle being the notable exception. Upon hearing the origin of the dragon egg, everyone was utterly astonished, especially when Hagrid belatedly realized the implications of his revelation. Hermione and the others were once again thrown into a panic. But Draco and Isle remained unperturbed. With Dumbledore around, Hogwarts was unlikely to encounter any trouble. Rather than worry, Isle and Draco found themselves more intrigued by the dragon egg. Chapter 17, The Onset of Conflict. Even Hagrid did not exhibit excessive concern. He merely felt a twinge of guilt for betraying Dumbledore's trust. After satisfying her curiosity regarding the dragon egg, Isle lost interest and returned to find the trio, just in time to overhear Ron's remarks. It must be Snape. He threatened Professor Quirrell. He must want the Philosopher's Stone to do something sinister. What did you say? Isle retorted angrily. How can you say that? Upon hearing his sister's furious voice, Draco immediately abandoned his fascination with the dragon egg and rushed to her side. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were taken aback. It was the first time they had seen Isle so enraged. Her usual soft-spoken demeanor vanished, her gentle blue eyes now filled with fury. Just as Harry was about to speak, Ron, already agitated, interjected, Am I wrong? How could someone as weak as Professor Quirrell possibly commit nefarious acts? So, just because someone is timid, they are justified? You have no evidence whatsoever, merely your speculation, and you dare accuse someone of being a criminal? Isle challenged. But just look at Professor Quirrell. He seems far too cowardly to act maliciously. Though Ron sensed he was on shaky ground, He remained convinced that Snape was the culprit. Then tell me, do you know which house Quirrell graduated from? Just because you label him timid, how can you be certain he isn't feigning it? Professor Snape would never act in such a manner. He has been a professor for 8 years. How could he possibly be less reputable than someone who just began teaching? Isle's eyes began to glisten with tears, her emotions spilling over. Why must he be slandered by a student, when he has never harmed even an ugly cat, Mrs. Norris, and merely took a wrong turn? Seeing his sister's tears, Draco panicked, while Hermione and Harry moved forward, only to be fiercely pushed away by him. How dare you make such a definitive claim without a shred of evidence? It seems you surpass even your father in audacity, he said coldly while wiping Isle's tears. The timid and fearful Professor Quirrell graduated from Ravenclaw. I trust you understand the caliber of Ravenclaw. Isle's voice was hoarse but resolute. Impossible, Ron exclaimed, unable to believe it. If you don't believe me, I can take you to ask Professor Dumbledore for clarification, Draco declared. Angered that someone would dare to provoke his sister to tears while disparaging his godfather, he vowed to write home to his father that very night. Isle, that's not what we meant, Harry said, feeling remorseful for his earlier thoughts. Professor Snape held Isle in high regard, and it was clear that discussing him disparagingly in her presence would be unacceptable. Yes, Harry believed that Isle had merely been misled by Snape, and if they could uncover evidence, they might change her perception of him. However, Hermione held a differing opinion, believing that, from an objective standpoint, Quirrell's suspicion was indeed greater. I apologize, Isle. I shouldn't have spoken ill of Professor Snape behind his back, she said. You know him better than anyone, and he has been at Hogwarts long enough for Dumbledore to be aware of his character. With a gentle swipe, Yassi brushed away her tears, firmly believing that Professor Snape would never engage in such actions. Professor Dumbledore frequently visits Professor Snape. If he harbored any doubts about him, it would be inconceivable for him to venture into Snape's abode, she asserted. How do you know that Dumbledore often visits Snape's home? Ron interjected, as if he had found a chink in her armor. Did Snape tell you? Observing Yassi's staunch defense of Snape, he reconsidered and opted to address her as Professor to avoid provoking further tears. After all, hadn't he just caught a glare from his brother? It was not Professor Snape who informed me. I witnessed it with my own eyes, Yassi replied. What? You saw it with your own eyes? You've been to Professor Snape's house? Ron asked incredulously, with Harry equally astonished. Because Professor Snape is our godfather, Draco remarked, arms crossed and smirking. Yassi was personally nurtured by Professor Snape. What? Harry and Ron were taken aback even further. Yassi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I grew up under the guidance of my godfather. He would never stoop to such depths. Moreover, he is well acquainted with Professor Dumbledore. If he desired something, he would simply ask for it directly. But what if Professor Dumbledore flatly refused, and then Professor Snape sought revenge? Ron still clung to disbelief. If my godfather wished to retaliate against Professor Dumbledore, he would undoubtedly concoct an exceedingly bitter dental potion, Yassi explained. Why? The four exchanged bewildered glances. Quite simply, Professor Dumbledore has an insatiable sweet tooth, which has resulted in poor dental health. He frequently requests dental potions from Professor Snape, yet Snape holds his potions in the highest regard. At times, when Dumbledore interrupts him due to tooth pain, it can disrupt his potion making. Thus, if Professor Snape is displeased, he may add a bitter ingredient to the dental potion. Yassi elucidated. The four of them gaped in astonishment, realizing that the two professors were engaged in a love-hate relationship. If Yassi were to overhear this, she would undoubtedly contest it. If Grindelwald became aware, her godfather would be in dire straits. This revelation had significantly altered Harry, Ron, and Draco's perceptions of Professor Snape. Yassi breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to sway their opinions towards Snape. Yes, victory is within reach. She cheered. At that moment, Hagrid was still preoccupied with nurturing his dragon egg. Although he yearned to interject, the two little rascals were engrossed in their discussion, leaving him no opportunity to speak. Once he noticed the children had ceased their quarrel, he approached, and upon seeing Yassi's slightly swollen eyes, he quickly retreated to fetch some treats for her. To be honest, Hagrid was quite astonished when he saw Harry accompanied by two Slytherin students at his hut, as Slytherins had always looked down upon him. While Draco maintained an air of arrogance during introductions, Hagrid remained silent, taken aback by Yassi's demeanor. Unlike the other Slytherins, she exhibited no arrogance, instead radiating a courteous aura. Consequently, Hagrid had grown fond of Yassi, and upon noticing her swollen eyes, he hurried to offer her some snacks to lift her spirits. Thank you, Hagrid. Yassi accepted his kindness graciously. At that moment, a series of crackling sounds emanated from inside the hut. Hagrid joyfully entered, followed closely by the five little ones. They gathered around the dragon egg, listening to Hagrid enthusiastically naming the little dragon, Norbert. However, they were left speechless when Hagrid referred to himself as Mama, leaving them utterly bewildered about his thought process. Chapter 18. The little dragon Norbert. Soon, the eggshell shattered completely, causing everyone present to hold their breath. The birth of life is indeed sacred. Observing Hagrid's singed beard, the dragon that continued to breathe fire in his arms, and Draco's captivated gaze fixed on the dragon, Yassi couldn't help but marvel at the enthusiasts of dragons, unfazed by the potential for injury. Fortunately, there remained a voice of reason among them. Hermione cautioned that Hagrid could not keep the dragon in the Forbidden Forest, as it would pose a threat to Hogwarts and Professor Dumbledore. Her words brought the nearly irrational children back to their senses. Indeed, a dragon was far too perilous for students. However, Harry, quick-witted as ever, proposed that they entrust the dragon to Ron's brother, Charlie. This suggestion received unanimous approval. Draco had intended to voice an objection, but fell silent upon meeting Yassi's gaze, realizing the potential consequences of his sister being harmed. His father and godfather would not be merciful. Hagrid was disheartened. He had always dreamed of raising a dragon, but reality would not permit it. The five little ones decided to write a letter to Charlie, planning their next steps, while Norbert would remain with Hagrid for the time being. This news brought a glimmer of joy to Hagrid, as he could spend more time with his beloved Norbert. Draco, too, felt a surge of delight. He resolved to have Theodore watch over his sister during this time, ensuring her safety, while he sought an excuse to sneak away and care for the little dragon. It was splendid. Noticing her brother's forced smile, Yassi discerned his intentions. However, she harbored her own plans, with her brother's attention focused on the dragon. She could carve out more space to pursue her own endeavors, such as sending some perks to her beloved in Nurmengard. Coincidentally, her newly arrived camera was perfect for capturing moments to share with her CP. Thus, the subsequent arrangements became significantly simpler. With her photos in hand, she would teach her beloved a few things. She was determined to make Grindelwald's heart flutter. Fortunately, the group managed to keep their secret well, and Charlie replied, stating he could come to Hogwarts to retrieve the little dragon and welcome them to visit the base anytime to check on Norbert. However, the timing posed a dilemma. They realized that next Monday was Snape's patrol night. He was notorious for catching students out after hours. Yassi observed her brother's eagerness to give Norbert a final farewell, coupled with a hint of trepidation about being punished by their godfather. With a sigh, she decided to take matters into her own hands. She volunteered to distract Professor Snape. Despite his cold demeanor towards everyone, he exhibited a softer side toward his goddaughter. For instance, the corners of his mouth would lift slightly, his voice would soften, and his gaze would lose some of its sharpness. The little creatures had long since grown accustomed to Snape's moments of tenderness towards his goddaughter. The proposal was quickly approved by her friends. After all, who would pass up such a golden opportunity? As time passed, the day to send Norbert away arrived. According to the plan, Yassi arrived at the dungeon right on time. Snape had been waiting for her, and upon entering, she found two little lions inside the chamber. With their familiar fiery red hair, she realized they were none other than Ron's twin brothers, Fred and George. She swallowed her intended greeting and simply called out, "Professor." Snape nodded, instructing her to observe the potion, while he himself turned to exit. Noting that there was still ample time before curfew, he dismissed her, assuming Dumbledore had summoned him. "Hello, little snake. It seems you have quite the rapport with Professor Snape," George exclaimed. "Oh, indeed. He even entrusted his cauldron to this little snake." She lifted her gaze and, as she had anticipated, the moment Snape departed, the two troublemakers could no longer contain themselves. "Hello there. I hope you two gentlemen will refrain from meddling with my potions," said Ace. "Oh, little snake, don't say that. I'll treat you to some sweets." It was either George or Fred who presented her with a piece of candy. "Indeed, it's quite a delicious confection. Thank you. I trust it's not a prank sweet," Ace replied as she accepted the candy. "Oh, dear, George, this little snake dares to doubt me. Hey, Fred, aren't you surprised?" Ace watched the two brothers bicker, shaking her head in resignation. "Hello, gentlemen. I must admit I am quite intrigued by your prank sweets. Might I invest in a share?" Indeed, the prospect of this unconventional potion research was hard to resist. "Oh, George, did I hear correctly? This little snake actually appreciates our prank sweets." "Yes, Fred, I believe we did not mishear." The brothers regarded Ace with skepticism, suspecting that this little snake might have ulterior motives. "Have I not yet introduced myself?" Ace tilted her head and said, "I am Ace Malfoy. Does that clarify matters for you?" The brothers simultaneously shook their heads, prompting Ace to sigh and continue. "A proper Malfoy would never pass up a lucrative opportunity. I am convinced that your prank sweets will sell like hotcakes, and most importantly, I am greatly interested in the process of creating such confections." Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the boys. Of course, the two boys were equally astonished. She was genuinely interested in their prank sweets. However, their conversation was abruptly interrupted as Snape returned. He frowned at the potion ingredients that had been neglected since his departure, and upon noticing Ace's troubled expression, he promptly summoned her. Due to the delays of the day, Ace's tutoring session was slightly postponed. Eager to commence Ace's lesson, Snape wished to avoid the two pranksters, opting instead to send them away until tomorrow. The brothers left the cellar with a palpable sense of relief, exchanging grateful smiles with Ace. After all, this partnership was worth contemplating. Snape's private tutoring was likely to be of exceptional quality. Ace was fortunate to have successfully achieved her ambitions without expending much effort, thanks to the distractions that had occupied Snape. Chapter 19. The Unfortunate Five. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions had arrived at the designated meeting spot with Charlie. He was cloaked in invisibility. To be honest, the four of them felt rather cramped. Speaking of the invisibility cloak, it had been a mysterious gift Harry received during Christmas, devoid of a Cinder-esque name, which had long left Draco enviously pondering its origins. Under Ace's watchful eye, the troll from the original narrative failed to frighten Hermione and the others. Although they lacked that specific experience, the trio's bond mirrored that of the story, primarily due to Draco's incessant harassment of Harry, which had united the three in an unprecedented camaraderie, their connection even surpassing that of the original plot. Ace mused, "I cannot manage them. It's simply beyond my control. Let us accept our fate, everyone. I'm exhausted." Returning to the matter at hand, with Ace absent to mediate, tensions began to rise among the group. Fortunately, they still remembered that it was past curfew. If discovered, detention would be the least of their worries, and losing points would be a far more dire consequence. Meanwhile, Snape, having escorted Ace back to the common room, commenced his evening duties, his instincts alerting him to the certainty of unusual events unfolding that night. He muttered darkly, "Heaven help them if I catch wind of it." Ace sat idly in the common room for a while, estimating that Snape had distanced himself enough before cautiously opening the door and making her way to their agreed-upon location. Lacking the invisibility cloak, she instead cast a confusion charm upon herself. It was better than nothing. Though she couldn't become invisible, she consoled herself with the thought that it was a small measure of protection. A sense of foreboding gripped her, prompting her to quicken her pace to reunite with her companions. Merlin above. I can scarcely imagine how chaotic it would have been without my intervention. However, her apprehensions were realized when, at a stairway corner, she collided with Snape. Snape glared at his wayward student, his teeth clenched in frustration. "Out wandering after curfew, are we? Have you caught the insatiable curiosity and audacity from that insufferable Gryffindor?" Ace thought, "This is it. I knew my right eyelid was twitching for a reason. Tonight is not the night for mischief." Initially intending to escort his charge back, Snape suddenly sensed something amiss. Given Draco's disposition, how could he possibly not be accompanying Ace? Curfew had only just begun, and logically, if Ace were to roam the halls at night, Draco should not have been left behind. Narrowing his eyes, he pondered, where could Draco be? Let us see how I deal with that little brat. Out gallivanting at night, and he allows Ace to roam alone. Ace dared not speak. Her own predicament was one thing, but she couldn't drag others into it. "What? Do you think silence will exempt you from my scrutiny? Would you care for a dose of Veritaserum?" His words dripped with barely concealed ire. "Ace, please follow me," she replied. "Brother, it's better for the living to not perish alongside the dead. If you scold the Godfather, then you cannot scold me." Draco exclaimed, "Having you around is indeed a blessing." As Snape followed Ace, his ire flared upon finding the quartet standing there, looking pitiably chastened, especially Harry, who stood at the forefront. "What? My student out of bed at this hour seeking that insufferable Gryffindor? Most importantly, why is Draco with him? How utterly careless." Ace stared in disbelief at Professor McGonagall, marveling at the narrative's formidable influence. Draco had not reported their activities, so how had they been caught? It was simply unfortunate for the five of them. According to McGonagall's original plan, she should have been in her dormitory sleeping, but with the multitude of pressing affairs at Hogwarts, compounded by Dumbledore's arrangements, she had been delayed by 2 hours in returning to rest. Coincidentally, this timing clashed with Harry and the others' venture to deliver the dragon. Logically, with invisibility cloaks in play, they should have avoided detection, yet the unfortunate quartet had erupted into an argument just as McGonagall passed by, causing her to overlook their presence. "I knew it," Ace thought, her face contorted in dismay. It seemed she would not be able to undertake the unicorn rescue alone after all. Family, who understands? I'm utterly speechless. To possess such a cheat and still be caught is truly beyond comprehension. Upon seeing Ace, McGonagall's forehead twitched with irritation, and she turned to cast a stern gaze at the three boys standing there like frightened quails, convinced they were the culprits. After 2 professors finally relented and allowed them to return to their dormitories, the 5 dejected companions trudged back. Along the way, Ace couldn't help but inquire about the situation with Nobber. Despite the narrative's assistance, she knew that the plot could be altered, the outcome depended on their actions. A sense of worry lingered. Yet, Draco alleviated her concerns, revealing that the good news was that no one else knew about Nobber's predicament. while the bad news was that they would face detention the following day and lose many points. Heavens! Ace could hardly fathom the cacophony that would erupt from the Slytherin students tomorrow. Upon returning to her dormitory, Aisling adorned her wrist with the bracelet she had previously crafted, which was filled with numerous potions for emergencies, uncertain of the efficacy of wizarding elixirs on magical creatures. Nevertheless, she resolved to take a chance in hopes of saving them. After preparing all necessary arrangements for the following day, Aisling collapsed onto her bed and succumbed to a deep slumber. The next morning, Aisling struggled to rise. She had never been one to endure sleepless nights, even during her potion studies with Severus Snape, who always urged her to retire early. He would oversee the potions. And Aisling dared not disregard her godfather's advice, as he seldom repeated himself. His commands were absolute. Thus, her late-night endeavors left her weary. With yawns escaping her lips and tears welling in her eyes, the pale complexion of her skin marred by dark circles beneath her eyes. Eventually, it was Snape, unable to bear her plight, who administered a restorative potion, reviving her spirits. Regrettably, the remaining four were left to endure their weariness. For Snape had a particular fondness for Aisling and could not bear to see her suffer. The hours of class passed in a haze of fatigue until they were met with the announcement of their evening detention in the Forbidden Forest. The revelation that their confinement would take place in such a foreboding location left Aisling's four companions utterly astonished. They had never experienced detention there before. Dumbledore quipped, "Well, now you have." Despite Draco's reluctance, he followed Hagrid into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, for defying his godfather was not an option. Due to the vastness of the forest, Hagrid decided to split them into two groups. Aisling opted to team up with Harry, while Draco, casting a wary glance at Harry, kept a protective hold on his sister. For Aisling's safety, Harry led the way with Aisling safely in the middle and Draco bringing up the rear. Indeed, the likelihood of trouble befalling the protagonist was alarmingly high. As Aisling spotted a dark figure looming over a pristine unicorn, she tightened her grip on her wand. She could not reveal her identity just yet, not until she was certain that Voldemort would not return. Activating the disguise badge she wore at her chest, she dashed toward the cloaked figure before Harry and Draco could react. However, the disparity in magical prowess between adults and children was significant, despite her best efforts. She found herself outmatched. Fortunately, Harry's reflexes were swift. As Aisling charged forward, he activated the fireworks Hagrid had provided. Hagrid's towering stature and rapid movement proved invaluable, and upon his arrival, the dark figure swiftly retreated. Aisling removed her disguise and hurried to the injured unicorn, administering potions in hopes that the wizard's concoctions might prove effective. Wizarding potions are ineffective on magical creatures. Little girl, a clear voice chimed. It was a centaur. He had been nearby, sensing a disturbance in the stars, and had rushed to their aid. This is a special potion. It may yet work. Tears glistened in Aisling's eyes. She had prepared meticulously, yet why could she not alter the course of fate? No, she would not accept defeat. With utmost care, Aisling poured the advanced potion she had crafted with Snape into the unicorn's mouth, holding on to the last flicker of hope that it might buy them time to find a true remedy. Firenze regarded the young girl with astonishment. It was a feat only she could have accomplished. The quality of Snape's potions was undeniable. Though the unicorn's wounds were not healed, it was no longer in mortal peril. Aisling, elated to see the unicorn rise to its feet, covered her mouth in disbelief. She had done it. She could change her godfather's tragic fate. She could protect her family. The plans she had meticulously crafted since birth, carefully adjusting them based on her memories, all in fear of plunging her loved ones into fresh peril, now seemed within her grasp. Reality affirmed her dreams could manifest into existence. How could she not be exhilarated? Draco gently embraced his sister, pride swelling within him. She was the best sister in the world, a true Malfoy. Once her emotions settled, Aisling noticed that Firenze had not departed. He stood there, smiling, and told her that one day she would attain all she desired and witness everything she longed to see. His words anchored themselves in Aisling's heart, affirming her belief that she would indeed succeed. Following their encounter, Firenze spoke with Harry about his prophecy before turning away from the children. Hagrid announced that he would report the incident to Dumbledore, granting Harry and his friends a sigh of relief. With Dumbledore at Hogwarts, no dark forces could wreak havoc within its walls. He escorted the children to the Great Hall, where Snape immediately approached. After ensuring Aisling was unharmed, he nodded to Hagrid and led the children away. Ron, with exaggerated winks, expressed his disbelief at Snape's attentiveness. Although Harry was reluctant to part from Aisling, he understood the gravity of Snape's demeanor and chose to accompany his friend instead. However, before Aisling could speak, Snape whisked her and Draco away, indifferent to the others left behind. Aisling's eyes brimmed with tears. It was best to visit Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing, just in case there were unseen injuries. Thus, Draco watched helplessly as his godfather pivoted, taking Aisling to the hospital wing without so much as a glance in his direction. Aisling's tears were unrelated to him, yet he felt the sting of concern. Madame Pomfrey, roused from her slumber, gazed at the seemingly unscathed girl before her. Is it really necessary to disturb me at such an hour when you appear perfectly fine? Indeed, Snape found himself reliving the experience of being a student. Many years after his graduation, with the dragon incident behind them, Aisling and Harry resumed their normal school life. Yet, Aisling knew the threat of the dark figure was far from over. Voldemort would not relinquish his pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone, whether in the original narrative or the present. Now, her foremost concern was to lift Draco's spirits, especially with the annual Quidditch season fast approaching. Harry, as a first-year seeker, was basking in glory, which only deepened Draco's gloom, especially upon learning that Harry's rise to fame stemmed from an incident during their flying lesson that he had inadvertently caused. Understanding her brother's frustration, Aisling had postponed all engagements to devote herself entirely to Draco, persistently requesting him to teach her how to ride a broom. I cannot return home with merely an eye in my first year, Draco replied. My sister is simply the most considerate. Afterward, Draco did not dwell in gloom for long. After all, compared to saving face against Harry, his sister was of paramount importance. Finally, the much-anticipated Quidditch match commenced, featuring a clash between Slytherin and Gryffindor, which only intensified the already strained relations between the two houses. Chapter 21. The Quidditch match begins. Tensions flared as both sides squabbled over Harry's role as seeker. Slytherin firmly believed that Gryffindor had no competent players left, which was why they resorted to fielding a mere first-year student, while Gryffindor staunchly maintained that Harry was their secret weapon. From the morning onward, the long tables were rife with discord. When it was time for the athletes to leave the common room, Aisling discreetly gestured her encouragement to Harry while Draco was momentarily distracted. Although he was from the rival house, friendship took precedence over competition, and she had no doubt that her house would prevail. Given that, in the original storyline, Gryffindor was destined to win, she decided not to struggle against fate, pondering why she hadn't invited Harry to Slytherin at the outset. Nevertheless, caution was prudent. She couldn't afford any mistakes. After exchanging a brief greeting with the preoccupied Draco, Aisling sought out Snape, determined not to let her godfather endure any undue humiliation. Draco's thoughts were wholly consumed by the match, and Aisling's departure did not disturb his focus. With their godfather present, she was assured of her safety. At Aisling's request, Snape and Dumbledore acquiesced to her desire to watch the match from the professor's box. Given Aisling's exemplary behavior, commendable grades, and gentle demeanor, set aside her identity as Miss Malfoy, she was quite favored among the professors. With their permission, Aisling, aided by Snape, procured a chair and settled in a small corner beside him. It was indeed a splendid vantage point. Although her interest in Quidditch was minimal, it allowed her to observe any unfolding events, ensuring she remained vigilant for any signs of Professor Quirrell's potential mischief. A perfect dual-purpose arrangement, truly a stroke of genius on her part. The match unfolded with fervor, the cheers and chants from both Slytherin and Gryffindor echoing as if they could lift the very roof. The lack of the Golden Snitch's appearance kept the scores closely contested. The tension was palpable, not only for the players on the field, but also among the students from various houses in attendance. In this charged atmosphere, Quirrell made his move, and Harry's broomstick began to defy his commands. Fortunately, Snape had been closely monitoring the proceedings and swiftly cast a counter curse, preventing Harry from plummeting to the ground. Aisling, who was already paying keen attention, was appalled. How disgraceful for a grown man to resort to underhanded tactics against an 11-year-old child. Aisling's eyes narrowed, since he showed no mercy. She would not be bound by honor. Silently, she drew her wand from her sleeve, aimed it at the ground beneath Quirrell, and cast a silent spell. A cacophony ensued as Quirrell tumbled to the ground. The unexpected turn of events left him unable to continue his incantation. Falling from such a height was no trivial matter, and the splintered wood only added to his discomfort. Witnessing Harry regain control, Aisling realized her interference had been effective, though the noise had been rather conspicuous. She caught a glimpse of her godfather's glance, relieved that she had quickly concealed her wand. It was a well-worn instrument from home, and should Quirrell investigate, he wouldn't trace it back to her. However, she feared her ability to wield a silent wand might soon be revealed. Despite knowing the commotion stemmed from the young girl beside him, Snape instinctively shielded her in his arms. Aisling, playing along with the act, feigned fear and nestled closer to him. The onlookers in the stands were left bewildered, whispering among themselves, yet the match continued. This interruption had caught Harry's attention, leading him to spot the Golden Snitch. Aisling observed as Quirrell, helped by several professors, was carried off to the infirmary. His unseemly position drawing little attention but nonetheless embarrassing Voldemort, who, humiliated by the incident, succumbed to unconsciousness, though though it was also possible that Quirrell had inadvertently landed atop the prideful Dark Lord. Meanwhile, Harry was engaged in a fierce competition with Slytherin's Seeker, both having spotted the elusive snitch. Capturing it would secure victory for their respective houses, spurring them into a determined dash. However, Slytherin's Seeker faltered, allowing Harry to seize the snitch. The Gryffindor supporters erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating their hard-won triumph. Under Aisling's influence, Harry did not resort to the original storyline's antics of catching the snitch with his mouth. Instead, as he circled the pitch with the snitch in hand, he caught sight of Aisling in the professor's box. Snape's eye twitched with foreboding as he witnessed Harry ride his broomstick directly before the professor's. In a flash, Harry thrust the captured snitch into Aisling's dazed hands before soaring away, leaving her no chance to return it. Snape's expression darkened, exacerbated by Dumbledore's light-hearted remarks about the exuberance of youth. Snape seethed, "This is splendid. Potter, you will rue this day. Gryffindor's points will be deducted, and Dumbledore, your precious potion will require an even more bitter brew." Aisling, bewildered by the sudden acquisition of a mysterious object while lost in thought about how to appease her brother, found herself at a loss. Observing her godfather's darkening countenance and her brother's hurried, irate approach, she wore an innocent expression, silently pleading, "Please don't scold me. I was simply being good." Ironically, Draco seemed to have shifted his focus entirely onto his sister, sparing no complaint about Quidditch. He proceeded to lecture her for 3 hours on the virtues of youth and the folly of romantic entanglements. Aisling found herself bemused. She had no intention of engaging in romance until all matters were resolved. If only Draco knew, perhaps he wouldn't fret so much. As the Quidditch match continued, Aisling paid little attention, reassured that Quirrell was incapacitated in the infirmary. Thus, she returned her full focus to her studies. Chapter 22. The story continues. Regarding the incident with Harry's broomstick during the Quidditch match, Aisling recounted Quirrell's misdeeds during a gathering. Notably, the original group of 5 had now expanded to 7, as Fred and George had eagerly joined their ranks. Following their previous conversation in Snape's office, the twins were eager to recruit Aisling into their fold. Aisling generously shared her allowance with the brothers and brought them to the room of requirement, where they engaged in experiments whenever time permitted, and she would often join them during her free hours. Concerning certain inquiries regarding potions, Yasi would consult Snape, which greatly aided their experiments. Subsequently, their gatherings shifted from the banks of the Black Lake to the cozy confines of the Room of Requirement, a secluded haven where they needn't fear eavesdropping. Harry was astounded to learn that his broom had been crafted by Quirrell. He couldn't fathom any animosity between them. Although Yasi possessed the correct answer, she refrained from voicing it, allowing Ron and Harry to speculate. How could she possibly explain that Quirrell was a Death Eater without evidence? It was better for Harry and his friends to unearth the truth themselves. Once they confirmed Quirrell as the villain attempting to steal, their vigilance towards him heightened. Nonetheless, it was tempered by the knowledge that Dumbledore was still at Hogwarts, thus Quirrell was unlikely to make any drastic moves. However, Yasi understood that Dumbledore would eventually leave the school, and with him, Snape would also be absent. They needed to draw Quirrell out and simultaneously hone Harry's skills, enabling him and his companions to mature. Hence, from the moment Harry entered the school, this trap had been meticulously set, awaiting Quirrell, or rather, his master, to fall into it. Yasi sat quietly in the library, perusing books, determined to elevate her abilities. After her last encounter with Voldemort, she recognized her current power was insufficient. Had Hagrid not arrived in time, she might have perished. Consequently, her recent days were consumed by studying in the library and engaging in practical exercises with Snape. Fortunately, her progress over the past few days had been considerable. As for the others, unless she sought out Snape, they typically congregated together. The atmosphere had grown particularly tense lately, primarily due to the impending final examinations. Yasi, Draco, and Hermione were unconcerned, belonging to the academically gifted echelon. However, the same could not be said for others. Fred and George focused on earning money, so as long as they could pass, they were content. Given their sharp intellects, they faced little trouble, their primary worry being a scolding from their mother upon returning home. In stark contrast, Harry and Ron approached their studies with a lackadaisical attitude, making the final exams daunting for them. Over the past few days, Yasi and her companions had been diligently assisting Harry and Ron in their revision, with positive results. Yet, she harbored concerns about Snape's examinations, which were notoriously intricate, often not confined to textbook material, but rather assessing the student's mental fortitude. Pondering the stressful atmosphere during examinations, particularly in potions, a subject requiring meticulous attention, she realized that with the professor's scrutinizing gaze upon them, coupled with their lackluster academic performance, they were indeed in a precarious position. In desperation, Yasi resorted to an adaptation of a Muggle projection, displaying a video of Snape's furious outbursts recorded in class at the front of the classroom. Within this charged atmosphere, she urged Harry and Ron to brew potions. For them, it was akin to watching a horror movie at midnight. Fortunately, their last-minute cramming proved beneficial. Even with Professor Snape standing before them, his piercing gaze fixed upon them, they remained remarkably composed. It was as if they had become accustomed to it. Yassi's projection was strikingly lifelike, making it seem as if Snape himself were berating them. Having gone to such lengths, if they were to fail now, they would face dire consequences. After the tests, one would expect a moment of reprieve. However, a dreadfully ominous message arrived. Dumbledore had departed from Hogwarts and would be unable to return for at least 3 days. Yassi mused to herself that the net was finally tightening. She instructed Harry to don the invisibility cloak and then sent Draco to find Snape. Reluctantly, Draco acquiesced to his sister's request, hoping that Snape would be in his office, thus keeping Yassi out of danger. Yet, Yassi was acutely aware that Snape would not be at the school. It was only when Harry was isolated and vulnerable that he could truly be tested. The four of them raced to the 4th floor, and as anticipated, the three-headed dog lay asleep, accompanied by a harp that was playing music. They quickly pressed onward, mirroring the original narrative, with Harry's keen eyes guiding them past the first challenge. Next, they relied on Ron's cleverness, attentiveness, and bravery to navigate the second challenge, albeit at the cost of his own consciousness due to injury. For the safety of Hermione and Ron, Yassi advised Hermione to take Ron away first, leaving the remainder of the task to her and Harry. Under Hermione's worried gaze, Yassi and Harry ventured into the third challenge. The riddle of the third challenge was not overly difficult. Anyone with a sufficient breadth of knowledge could solve it, and Yassi was no exception. She swiftly procured the potion necessary to advance, but regrettably, it was only sufficient for one person. Although she had mentally prepared for this outcome, witnessing Harry unhesitatingly drink the potion to confront the challenge alone stirred her compassion. Once again, she lamented Voldemort's cowardice, mercilessly preying upon a mere 11-year-old child. Realizing that her plan to ambush from the shadows was futile, she instinctively twirled her bracelet, recalling that she had brought a disguise badge, which might allow her to confront Quirrell directly and alleviate Harry's precarious situation. Though this idea was promising, Yassi pondered for quite some time whether to imprison Voldemort's primary soul. This would prevent the other Horcruxes from causing chaos, eliminating the risk of her interference leading to unforeseen complications. The only obstacle was her uncertainty about the efficacy of her latest creation, as she had yet to conduct a tangible experiment. Undeniably, the item remained a one-time use, but its duration of efficacy was an unknown. Coincidentally, in her past life, Yassi had been an ardent admirer of Harry Potter and had perused numerous fanworks, one of which described how alchemy could be utilized to confine Voldemort's soul. Thus, she delved into similar research. However, her findings fell short of the descriptions in that narrative, suggesting she would likely require the assistance of Dumbledore's renowned alchemist friend. In essence, this half-hearted endeavor by Yassi must endure until that esteemed figure creates a genuine vessel capable of ensnaring souls before it can cease operations. As for its success, Yassi herself dares not guarantee it. She now stands at a perilous crossroads, contemplating whether to take the plunge. Observing Harry, who has already mastered the means of counterattack, Yassi gritted her teeth and, come what may, resolved to confront Voldemort. To be prudent, she activated her disguise badge and donned the protective bracelet she had previously crafted. Perhaps it would shield her from soul attacks. She had managed to incorporate protective elements into the bracelet, so why not take a gamble, Yassi? She remained vigilant, watchful of Harry's movements. The novel had depicted Voldemort passing through Harry and then fleeing, yet reality could unfold differently. Thus, for Yassi to succeed in ensnaring him, she needed to keep a constant focus on the Voldemort that was parasitically inhabiting Quirrell. Perseverance bore fruit, through Harry's unwavering effort. Voldemort ultimately could not withstand the love-infused magic of Harry's mother, extricating himself from Quirrell's rear. However, as a quintessential villain, he was still full of bluster. Even reduced to a mere wisp of soul, he continued to issue threats. This phenomenon thrilled Yassi to no end. Truly, the villain perishes from verbosity. Seizing the moment while Voldemort's attention was diverted towards Harry, she activated the seemingly mundane little bottle in her hand. I'm counting on you, my little treasure. Yassi watched as the bottle absorbed the swirling black mist amidst Voldemort's curses. The instant the black mist fully entered, she promptly sealed the cap. Her garments were drenched in cold sweat, and her anxiety rendered her badge ineffective. Harry, witnessing the girl's disheveled state and the little bottle in her grasp, was both moved and apprehensive. He rushed forward and embraced her. At that moment, the two children shared a sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. However, Severus Snape, observing the scene, felt as though his teeth might shatter from clenching them so tightly. He genuinely regretted heeding that infernal old fool's arrangement. This was hardly an exercise for Harry, but rather a blatant exploitation of him to teach a lesson to Yasi. It must be said, Harry was remarkably oblivious. Snape had been glaring at him with a look that could kill, yet Harry remained oblivious, still holding Yasi close. Hermione stood tremulously beside Snape, too fearful to utter a word. Initially, she had worried about Yasi's safety, but now she found herself more concerned about whether Professor Snape might strike Harry down. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, waiting outside for an extended period, furrowed his brow at the delay. Surely nothing untoward had occurred? Perhaps he should descend to investigate. Upon doing so, he was met with a chilling draft reminiscent of Siberia, nearly freezing him in place. Let us hope for the best, he mused, casting a glance at Harry before turning to leave, though it proved slightly too late. Noticing the murderous glare from Snape, Dumbledore cleared his throat, subtly signaling to Harry that it was time to ease up. Only then did the two children recognize the professor's arrival. Harry immediately sought to speak, but Yasi interrupted him. After all, this scenario was orchestrated by Dumbledore, who was undoubtedly aware. Reporting back later would suffice, but her situation was far more urgent. And if she did not act swiftly, it could be her undoing. Yasi recounted the entire ordeal to Snape and Dumbledore, handing the bottle to Dumbledore, while also acknowledging her uncertainty regarding how long it could contain Voldemort. Dumbledore gazed at the girl in astonishment, genuinely taken aback by the magnitude of her surprise. A greater surprise lies ahead. I hope you will appreciate it, Yasi replied. Snape, equally astonished, soon succumbed to a tempest of fury. Did she truly comprehend the gravity of her actions? A single misstep could have cost her life. Did she truly harbor such an affinity for this wretched predicament? Under the wrathful gaze of her godfather, Yasi lowered her head, realizing her mistake. She was finished. Her godfather was truly angry now. Nevertheless, the pressing matter remained to deal with Voldemort contained within the bottle, braving her godfather's ire. Yasi articulated her thoughts that destruction was not an option, lest chaos ensue. Ultimately, Dumbledore acquiesced to Yasi's reasoning, reaching out to a friend for assistance in reinforcing control over Voldemort. Splendid. A perfect escape, Dumbledore exclaimed. Snape retorted, the monk may flee, but the temple remains. The next batch of Bittertooth potion will be doubly foul. In the following days, Yasi was taken away by the furious Snape, enduring confinement while grappling with the very potions she despised. Previously, when Snape had assigned her such tasks out of anger, Draco would discreetly assist her, and Snape had turned a blind eye. However, this time, Draco was equally incensed, leaving Yasi to manage the tasks alone. Thus, the tumultuous first year drew to a close. Time passed swiftly, and before long, Yasi found herself aboard the train home. Chapter 24, An Uneventful Holiday. Seated beside the window, Yasi gazed vacantly at the swiftly passing scenery, reminiscing about her conversation with Dumbledore before boarding. When Dumbledore showcased the upgraded bottle to her, she found herself somewhat absent-minded. The intertwining of reality and dream left her feeling unreal, as if she were still ensnared within a dream. Prior to turning 3, as a girl who had crossed over from another world and possessed a high degree of education, coupled with her familiarity with the plot, she felt confident in her ability to alter these tragic outcomes. Yet, after turning 3, that hubris dissipated. On the fateful night of the magical upheaval, she dreamt a dream that mirrored her crossing over, leading her to believe she had reset her journey. However, the subsequent developments defied her expectations. Was she not a girl who had crossed over? Why, despite her knowledge of the plot, could she not alter these fates? Witnessing her proud father imprisoned in Azkaban, her once beautiful mother growing increasingly haggard, her once confident brother descending into silence, and her godfather choosing to relinquish his own life, all these nightmares relentlessly tormented her, reminding her that what did it matter to be a girl who crossed over? What did knowing the plot accomplish if she could not fulfill her dreams? These negative emotions incessantly filled her mind, leading her to relive scenarios she had meticulously rehearsed in her thoughts, yet she still could not believe them to be real. It was only when Draco enveloped her in his embrace that she snapped back to reality. Indeed, she had succeeded. With a year of preparation behind her, perhaps she could begin to contemplate her next endeavor. Upon returning home, Yasi discussed her desire to clear her mind with her parents. Draco had already written to inform them about the incident on the 4th floor, and with Snape's addendum. Lucius and Narcissa were astonished by their daughter's boldness and penchant for adventure. As for the recent proposal, it was, of course, declined. They could not bear the anguish of losing their daughter. This disrupted Yassa's plans significantly. Without her parents' permission, the house elf could not escort her out of Malfoy Manor. She would be unable to obtain flu powder to leave, and, most crucially, she lacked sufficient funds to support her departure. Observing Yassa's dejected silhouette as she walked away, Draco felt a pang of sympathy. He relayed the events that had transpired on the train to Lucius and Narcissa, hoping they might reconsider Yas's proposal. After thorough deliberation, Lucius eventually acquiesced to his daughter's request. However, the overprotective father insisted that Yas either take Draco along or bring a house elf with her. This presented a significant dilemma. To keep Lucius unaware of her true intentions, Yas intentionally chose a location at a considerable distance from Nurmengard, albeit still within Austria. Over the past year, her skills in both mental occlusion and apparition had reached a commendable level, so once she arrived in Austria, she could easily apparate to Nurmengard within minutes. Now, with anyone accompanying her, she found herself unable to execute her plan. The most critical aspect of her journey to Austria was to visit Grindelwald. Failing to reach Nurmengard would mean the complete obliteration of her carefully laid plans. She dared not divulge everything to her parents or her godfather, and as for Dumbledore, he neither trusted her nor would he show any inclination to do so. Consequently, the most viable ally was Grindelwald, even if it posed a risk to her. It was a sacrifice worth making for her family. As the days of the holiday dwindled, Yas grew increasingly anxious about how to persuade her father. Had she known, she would have delayed investing in the Weasley twins. Now, she found herself without the means to travel abroad. Observing her despondent daughter, Narcissa's heart softened. She concluded that allowing Yas to visit a friend, provided she returned home on time, should not pose a significant issue. With her mother's strong intervention, Yas finally embarked on her journey to Austria. Standing on Austrian soil, Yas exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, she could proceed with her plans. She sought a concealed location and began to apparate towards Nurmengard. Given her current level of proficiency, she was unable to apparate the entire distance in one go, so she made her way in segments. Upon arriving at the imposing structure of her destination, Yas was relieved to find no guards in sight. Crouching low, she cautiously entered the premises. As she had surmised, Nurmengard was indeed the place where Grindelwald was confined, devoid of any overseers. As Yas cautiously navigated through the desolate building, she couldn't help but reflect on the downfall of such a formidable dark wizard. It was truly a lamentable sight. "Hello, is anyone there?" After searching for a while without spotting anyone, Yas's courage began to swell, prompting her to call out. Perhaps her voice had disturbed someone. For suddenly a door swung open with a loud bang. Drawn by the sound, she turned to see the door ajar and hurried toward it. Tentatively knocking, she stepped into the room. The interior was sparse yet tidy, and an elderly man sat on the bed, gazing quietly out the window, as if awaiting something. Hearing Yas's knock, he turned his head. His piercing eyes scrutinized her, and in a gravelly voice, he declared, "This is not a place for you, little one." Yas bowed respectfully and replied, "Good day, sir. I have come specifically to seek you out. My name is Yas Malfoy." He appraised her from head to toe, finally resting his gaze on her platinum hair. "A Malfoy child, come to find me? I am but an old man nearing death, devoid of a wand. What business do you have here?" Yas responded with a smile, "I am here to propose a deal." "A deal? I have already stated that I am an old man on the verge of death. What could I possibly possess that you desire?" Yas regarded the elderly man with a steady gaze. "I foresee some unfortunate events concerning my family and those you hold dear. I wish to alter the outcome and seek your assistance." "What do you mean?" The elderly man's indifference shifted dramatically upon hearing her words, an overwhelming aura of pressure suddenly enveloping Yas. "You may use legilimency to view the events I have foreseen. My mental occlusion skills are not yet perfected, but I trust your abilities will allow you to see what you wish." Yas's eyes locked onto his. Without hesitation, Grindelwald did not hold back. The mention of Dumbledore ignited a sense of urgency within him. Yas could not help but reflect on how fortunate she was that the casting choices in the films closely resembled reality, as it would have been difficult to explain otherwise. Grindelwald observed Yas's memories, witnessing the events that were to unfold, including Dumbledore's fall from the tower, his insufferable student tormenting a group of children, and his own demise. The prolonged use of legilimency left Yas feeling dizzy, yet Grindelwald remained noncommittal. "Everyone knows that Dumbledore and I are enemies. Why would I aid my foe? I never mentioned that the person you care about is Professor Dumbledore." Yas winked at the elderly man. In a moment of impatience, she had inadvertently let it slip. However, prophecies cannot be altered. Grindelwald's voice was heavy with sorrow, as anyone who learned of the fates of their loved ones would find it unbearable. "No. Foresight merely presents a choice of futures. I believe that the future is shaped by our actions, and I have already altered many outcomes." Yas recounted her recent endeavors to Grindelwald. After a moment of contemplation, Grindelwald inquired, "So, what do you wish to trade with me?" "I require your Fiendfire curse and assistance in locating 2 of Voldemort's Horcruxes." The Fiendfire curse is easily granted, but what are Horcruxes? Upon Yas explaining the concept of Horcruxes to Grindelwald, he regarded her with sardonic amusement. "Fool. Indeed, it is such foolishness that has led to your downfall. These 3 Horcruxes are located outside of Hogwarts, and I cannot access them directly. I need your help. And what do I gain from this? I cannot assist you without compensation. She had anticipated this. It seemed that individuals from pure-blood families were never inclined to lend a hand out of goodwill. Yas produced a collection of photographs taken at school and presented them to Grindelwald. Exclusive memorabilia, guaranteed to send you new photos every year. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. This is hardly adequate compensation. Of course, there is more. How about helping you reconcile with Dumbledore? A simple statement from Yas made Grindelwald's demeanor shift to one of seriousness. Is that truly the case? Yas nodded, feeling somewhat confident. The professor has your photograph on his desk, does he not? Really? Do you understand the consequences of deceiving me? I do. By Merlin, I assure you it is true. He desires a pair of wool socks for Christmas. What do you think he is really after? In English, wool socks bears a resemblance to Grindelwald in German, and Yas's intended meaning was unmistakable, igniting a flicker of hope within Grindelwald. Ultimately, after considerable deliberation, Grindelwald consented to Yas's proposal. Due to the overwhelming side effects of legilimency, he would instruct Yas in the Fiendfire curse the following day. However, the immediate priority remained the two Horcruxes Yas had mentioned. The task at hand necessitated the Saints to undertake the retrieval and destruction of the Horcruxes, a venture that would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time. After all, if it were an easy task, Eyes would not have sought his assistance. Indeed, it was through Eyes' description that Grindelwald became aware of the locations of the Horcruxes. No wonder, one was perilously situated, another was exceedingly well guarded, and the last one lay concealed within a jungle, the precise location of which remained unknown to Eyes. Thus, relying solely on Eyes, it was impossible to guarantee the complete eradication of these two Horcruxes. Moreover, they needed to act swiftly. One could never predict the unfortunate events that might arise. Henceforth, the long-quiet Saints re-emerged into the fray. During the remaining time, Grindelwald instructed Eyes in the use of the Fiendfire curse. It must be said that Eyes possessed a noteworthy talent, which greatly pleased Grindelwald. Who does not cherish a good student? The crux of the matter was that once Eyes mastered the spell, she would depart, leaving him ample time to peruse his photographs. As the appointed time with Lucius and Narcissa drew near, Eyes bid farewell to Grindelwald and departed from Nurmengard. Her period of study had elevated her magical prowess to a new level. Transitioning from Nurmengard to her current location had become a trivial task. Seeing their daughter return safe and sound, Lucius and Narcissa breathed a sigh of relief. Parents could hardly suppress their worries when their child ventured far from home. However, the immediate priority was to practice with that accursed diary in her father's possession, to gauge the potency of the Fiendfire curse. This required meticulous planning. Eyes mused while reclining on her bed. Unbeknownst to Lucius, his daughter had set her sights on her former master's belongings. While he pondered how to rid himself of the unwieldy diary, seeking a profitable means of disposal. On the other hand, Eyes was deep in thought, yet despite her deliberation, she found herself at an impasse. She resolved to rise and prepare some confections in the kitchen, hoping to clear her mind. As she instructed the house elf to gather the necessary ingredients, a somewhat familiar figure caught her eye. Goodness, Dobby! How could she have forgotten him? While she admired Dobby's independence, it did not mean she could tolerate disloyal creatures around her family. A plan formed in her mind. After all, Dobby was one of the house elves who had watched her grow up. As a child who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, how could he be capable of violence? The best course of action was to grant Dobby his freedom and then hire him for tasks. This way, she would neither have to worry about Dobby's betrayal nor jeopardize his life. With this thought, Eyes abandoned her plans for baking and called for Dobby, leading him back to her bedroom. After casting a silencing charm, Eyes asked Dobby if he desired freedom. Yes, kind miss, Dobby loves freedom. Dobby wants to be free, he exclaimed with excitement. Eyes nodded, promising to find a way to help him, but she hoped to be able to pay Dobby for his services. Dobby happily agreed. Now, the challenge shifted to how to justify Dobby's freedom with a legitimate excuse. Chapter 26, The Horcrux in Hand. After bidding farewell to Dobby, Eyes once again collapsed onto her bed, contemplating her next steps. Having a direction was far better than being lost. She could not simply state her intentions, otherwise, Dobby might face a covert execution at Lucius's hands. For pure-blood families, house elves were mere servants. When they were no longer needed, they could simply disappear from existence. Since she could not directly approach Lucius to give Dobby clothing for his freedom, she might as well try the method employed by Harry in the original storyline. With the magic associated with house elves, it was highly unlikely that her father would be able to capture him. Moreover, it was a perfect exchange. This would endear Dobby to her, ensuring he would not betray them at a critical moment. Having devised her plan, Eyes promptly descended from her bed. She placed her handkerchief inside a book, but she knew she could not simply toss the book as Harry had done. Her mother would certainly drag her to etiquette lessons if she did. Perhaps she could pretend to fumble the book. and she needed to carefully consider where to place the handkerchief so that it would fall out smoothly. Calling Dobby back, she shared her plan, which brought tears to his eyes. Miss Eyes is so kind. Dobby loves Miss Eyes. After several rehearsals, they finally mastered the positioning of the book and the handkerchief. With that, Eyes made her way to Lucius's study. Thanks to Eyes' efforts and Dobby's cooperation, the handkerchief fell from the book Lucius was holding, just as Dobby hurriedly came to retrieve it. Though Lucius sensed something amiss, he ultimately succumbed to his daughter's tears. It was not as if Eyes had acted with malice. She had merely let it happen. Lucius, cradling his daughter, thought, so be it. Thus, Dobby safely departed from Malfoy Manor. With her father's comforting presence, Eyes finally ceased her tears and returned to her room. That night, everyone at Malfoy Manor fell into a deep slumber, except for one individual, and oh, not to forget, a now-free house elf. Eyes' preparations were nothing short of meticulous. When she had previously visited Nurmengard, she had specifically inquired with Grindelwald about items that could shield against dark magical artifacts and received a small box in response. After all, as a foremost dark wizard, Grindelwald was well versed in the means to counter dark magic, and given his vast resources, the box was but a trivial item. When Dobby returned with the box, it was already filled with the diary. After expressing her gratitude to Dobby, Eyes refrained from opening it impulsively. Although her mastery of the Fiendfire curse had progressed under Grindelwald's tutelage, it was her first time using it independently, so prudence dictated that she choose a confined space. To avoid drawing Lucius's attention, Eyes had also requested Grindelwald to custom-make a notebook that resembled the original, which she had then enchanted with a semblance of dark magic. In reality, it posed no harm to the body, and after a certain period, the dark aura would dissipate entirely. By the time the little girl from the Weasley family enrolled in school, that notebook would transform into an utterly mundane one. This notebook was swapped with the one Lucius had hidden when Dobby seized Voldemort's diary. Thus, Voldemort's first Horcrux, the diary, was in her possession. Eyes intended to head to the Room of Requirement to obliterate this Horcrux, perhaps even acquiring an additional one in the process. Indeed, Ravenclaw's diadem was rumored to be concealed within the Room of Requirement. She recalled reading in the novels that Horcruxes could attract one another. It was prudent to conduct an experiment. If it were true, she could alert her partners and shorten the time needed. The brief holiday concluded under Eyes' careful planning. As Lucius took his siblings to a bookstore to procure some volumes, Eyes covertly observed as Lucius discreetly tucked the diary into his possession. It appeared that her father's plans remained unchanged. Oh, what bitter enmity existed between the Malfoys and the Weasleys to subject a young lady to such turmoil. Then, Eyes witnessed one of the most humorous scenes from the original storyline. Lucius and Mr. Weasley were engaged in a brawl. Eyes also noted her father's childish antics. What was she to do with such an immature father? Alas, without resorting to harm, she could only indulge him. Amidst the clamor of Mrs. Weasley's shouts, the two burly men finally ceased their brawl, only to commence exchanging barbs before the still-dazed Harry and Hermione. Ultimately, Aisling approached them, concerned for her father, fearing he might suffer harm, especially given the numerous members of the Weasley clan, while her own family comprised solely of her brother. During the earlier scuffle, Lucius had sent Aisling away. Had she not retained knowledge of the unfolding narrative, she might have missed the entire episode. All right, father, let us not continue this, Aisling implored, tugging at Lucius' sleeve. If we don't return soon, mother will be furious, demonstrating a maturity beyond her years. Aisling pulled both her irate father and her equally incensed brother along, offering an apologetic smile to the Weasley family and Hermione, as well as Harry. They departed, Lucius and Draco cautious not to injure her in their haste to leave. It is conceivable that Lucius seized this opportunity to extricate himself after achieving his objective. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and the twin brothers waved goodbye, leaving the Weasley couple in a state of astonishment. It was only through their explanations that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley began to comprehend the unique nature of this pureblood girl. Although they harbored reservations about the Malfoy couple, especially the elder Malfoy, Mrs. Weasley found herself favorably inclined towards Miss Malfoy based on the children's descriptions and Aisling's recent display of kindness. Ginny was particularly intrigued, eager to befriend this beautiful and gentle sister. However, the day was too hurried. Yet the silver lining lay in the fact that she had an entire academic year to foster a friendship with Aisling, especially since her three brothers maintained amicable relations with her. As for Draco, the portrayal offered by Harry and his friends painted him as a devoted brother with a heart of gold, despite his sharp tongue. Thus, the Weasley family harbored a positive impression of Lucius' offspring. Chapter 27, Second Year. Unbeknownst to Lucius, his daughter had already begun to draw their family closer to the Order of the Phoenix. Relieved by the outcome, Aisling felt a sense of ease. She had no desire to create enemies, for the Weasley family was formidable, and provoking them too harshly would be unwise. Upon returning home, Narcissa was already apprised of the events. She gently coaxed her daughter to her room, but the moment Aisling closed the door, her expression turned serious. Lucius, Draco, it's over, we should have known better. Dear, mother will have us kneel as punishment. Fortunately, Narcissa did not impose an overly harsh penalty, allowing them some semblance of dignity, especially with the school year commencing the following day. Disgracing themselves before their precious daughter and sister was not an option. Narcissa remarked, I shall quietly observe your fabrications. With the sound of the train, Aisling's second year at Hogwarts commenced. In the same seat and with the same companions as the previous year, the Slytherin snakes gathered once more, perhaps due to her constant association with Gryffindors. Few approached her for conversation, but their attitude remained one of respect, albeit it was uncertain how much of it was genuine. Aisling casually popped a chocolate frog into her mouth, retrieving the card within, which depicted the amiable Professor Dumbledore. Suddenly reminded of a theory from her previous life, that Dumbledore might glean information through the chocolate frog cards, her hand hesitated momentarily. It seemed she would need to consume a considerable amount of chocolate. In contrast to Aisling's cool demeanor, Draco was not as isolated, recognized as the heir of various families. He was constantly plagued by annoyance. He could not fathom which family was so foolish as to believe Aisling would be used for a marriage alliance, treated like an object, prancing about before him. Did they not consider that she was the heir of the potion's master, Snape, and the goddaughter of the head of Slytherin? Not to mention a Malfoy. Tonight, he would ensure they received a thorough reprimand, summoning his father to deal with them. At that moment, Draco regretted not being in the same carriage as Harry and his friends. At least his sister was engaged in cheerful conversation rather than sitting idly, consuming chocolate frogs and contemplating the cards. The agonizing journey finally concluded as they arrived at the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Aisling felt a tinge of nostalgia. A year had slipped away unnoticed. Last year, she had awaited the sorting ceremony as a timid first year, and now she sat upon the bench as an upperclassman, waiting for the new students to be sorted. Time indeed flies. Moreover, she had recently received word from Grindelwald, confirming that he had located the hidden ring in the place she had indicated, albeit at the cost of many lives. This revelation sparked an idea within Aisling. She could prompt Dumbledore to seek out Grindelwald himself. Additionally, the most challenging aspect of destroying the Horcrux lay in how to resolve the one residing within Harry. It was nearly time to confront Dumbledore with the truth. The lengthy sorting ceremony eventually came to an end. Aisling sat at the Slytherin table, her hands sore from applauding. The good news, Slytherin had welcomed over 20 new members. The bad news, nearly all were descendants of Voldemort's followers. Oh, how she regrettably counted herself among them. With the source of the problem nearly resolved, it was imperative to expedite the eradication of the remaining Horcruxes to avoid any unforeseen complications. Thus, shortly after the school year commenced, Aisling took a box containing her diary to the room of requirement, employing the method she recalled from memory to enter the chamber that concealed Ravenclaw's diadem. As for why she did not need to concoct an excuse to distract Draco, it was simple. He had joined the Slytherin Quidditch team this year, allowing Aisling to sneak out from the common room while he was at practice. Now, with everything prepared, all that remained was to locate the diadem. For safety's sake, she requested another box from Grindelwald, the same one he had previously provided, to prevent the two soul fragments from mingling, a grave misstep indeed. Fortunately, it could easily fit within her enchanted bracelet, making it convenient to carry. Regrettably, after several days of searching, Aisling had yet to find the diadem. It was evident that Voldemort had hidden it exceptionally well. With no other options, she surreptitiously enlisted Harry's assistance, reasoning that in the original narrative, he had been the one to discover it, so it made little sense for him not to succeed in reality. Possessing the insight of a time traveler, Aisling was determined. Thus, with Harry's help, she obtained Ravenclaw's diadem, just as she had the notebook, placing it in the box for safekeeping. To avoid any lingering complications, she devised a reason to part ways with Harry and returned once more to the room of requirement. However, this time, her request was for a room capable of incineration, rather than the previous chamber where she had concealed items. The interior was slightly warmer than the outside, surrounded by fireproof barriers to ensure the building itself remained unscathed. Aisling emptied the diary onto the floor, positioning herself at the entrance to the room to swiftly escape should any unforeseen events occur. Aiming her wand at the diary, she cast the Fiendfire spell. The moment the flames erupted, they engulfed the diary, filling the room with anguished screams. As the diary gradually disintegrated, the cries diminished, eventually fading into silence. Grindelwald's teachings proved invaluable. Although it was Aisling's first time using the Fiendfire spell alone, she managed to control it effectively. Once the diary was reduced to ashes, the flames extinguished, using a similar method to obliterate Ravenclaw's diadem. Yassi was taken aback to discover that the diadem did not disintegrate into ashes like the diary, but rather transformed into a tattered crown. After some contemplation, she ultimately decided to take the diadem with her. After all, it was one of the 4 treasured artifacts of Hogwarts, deserving of a place with Dumbledore. However, before doing so, she felt compelled to confide in her godfather, for Dumbledore was not one to easily cooperate. If things went awry, she would have nowhere to seek solace. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait a couple of days. The thought of her godfather discovering her secret filled her with dread. After all, he had been furious with her the last time due to the incident with Quirrell, subjecting her to a series of taunts during the holidays while making her deal with those ghastly creatures. If she revealed the truth now, would she even see the light of day tomorrow? Yet, the piercing gaze of her godfather compelled her to muster the courage to enter his lair. Chapter 28. The furious Snape had long sensed the presence of someone outside, which had rendered him distracted while attempting to grade assignments. The very thought of correcting those tedious papers was vexing enough, but the incessant movement outside only heightened his irritation. He abruptly yanked open the door to his office, only to be met with Yassi's bewildered gaze. Do enlighten me as to why you have chosen to disturb your poor potions professor during his grading. Seeing Yassi, Snape softened his tone slightly, but the mountain of assignments piled on his desk quickly darkened his mood once more. Yassi was at a loss for words. After all, the last time she had crossed him, he had sent her off to deal with those horrid creatures, and he had relentlessly mocked her throughout the holiday. Now, as she contemplated confessing, she wondered if she would even survive the encounter. However, with Snape's predatory demeanor, she gathered her resolve and stepped inside. It was a moment of reckoning. Whether she shrank back or advanced, she was bound to face the consequences. As Snape observed the girl before him, whose expression conveyed a pressing matter, he refrained from urging her to speak, knowing he had ample patience for her to divulge her secrets. Perhaps it would be prudent to summon her father. No, that would not do. Better to return home, where her father could intercede should Snape's wrath escalate. After several agonizing moments, Yassi finally spoke. Professor, I have something to discuss. Yes, Snape replied, glancing at her with a slight nod, urging her to continue. May I wait for my father to join us? I believe he should be informed as well, Yassi ventured, her voice trembling. At this, Snape ceased his grading. The notion that she had a matter significant enough to involve Lucius piqued his interest. Surely, it could not be about her romantic endeavors? His mind raced with possibilities, particularly the thought of that insufferable fool. Yassi, feeling the weight of his gaze, dared not meet his eyes. Merciful Merlin, someone save her. Alas, her silent plea went unheard. And instead, she was met with Snape's icy inquiry. What is it you wish to disclose? I would prefer to wait for my father, she stammered, on the verge of tears. The intensity of her godfather's presence was overwhelming. The chill of Siberian winds was nothing compared to his wrath. Speak. Now. Snape's impatience grew, his suspicions mounting as he recalled her recent association with Harry Potter, particularly their late-night escapades and her reckless actions during the Triwizard Tournament. His expression darkened as he considered the implications of her involvement with Harry and the dangers it posed. Yassi, sensing the peril of her situation, shakily produced the tattered Ravenclaw diadem. She feared that if she delayed any further, her godfather would resort to administering a potion to extract the truth. Snape's eyes narrowed as he examined the dilapidated relic, struggling to grasp its significance. This is Ravenclaw's diadem, she stated, disrupting Snape's thoughts. Where did you acquire this? Snape demanded, perplexed by the diadem's current state. I found it in the room of requirement, Yassi explained, her voice barely above a whisper. You simply walk back and forth 3 times, focusing on what you seek. And this is what you discovered? Snape raised an eyebrow, realizing the gravity of her misadventure. No, it was a Horcrux. I destroyed it. What did you say? A Horcrux? Whose? Snape's tone turned sharp, disbelief lacing his words. Voldemort's, Yassi stuttered, her heart racing at the thought of her godfather's potential fury. How did you come to this knowledge? Snape's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Around the age of 3, Yassi confessed, tears welling in her eyes. Snape was rendered speechless, grappling with the implications of her claim. It was difficult to fathom that a mere child had uncovered such dark truths, especially about a subject he had kept hidden from even his most trusted allies. Yassi met Snape's gaze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I witnessed everything. I saw the future. I cannot bear the thought of losing my family. Look at me. Snape commanded. Yassi locked eyes with him, her memories flooding into his mind. Voldemort's malevolence, the tragic fate of the Malfoy family, Dumbledore's fall, and her own sacrifice. The torrent of emotions she endured surged through him, and for the first time, he felt a profound sense of empathy and pain for her plight. As his anger dissipated, replaced by a deep-seated concern, he considered the weight she carried. The fear and dread that had been thrust upon her by Voldemort's shadow were unimaginable. Yet, Her plans seemed to be progressing without major incident, so why was she revealing everything now? Because of Harry, Yasi replied, breaking the silence. Snape clenched his jaw, realizing that the boy was at the heart of this turmoil. His situation is complex, and I lack the means to rid him of the soul fragments. To prevent Harry from becoming another Voldemort, I seek Dumbledore's assistance, but I find it difficult to trust him, she explained. And what do you propose? Snape inquired, beginning to grasp her intentions. I wish for you to accompany me to confront Dumbledore, she declared, a hint of guilt shadowing her words. The darker secrets of her dealings with Grindelwald and the cursed fire spell could wait for another time. She feared her godfather's reaction if he were to learn of them now. Snape nodded, rising from his seat to lead her toward the headmaster's office. As fate would have it, they arrived just as Dumbledore returned, laden with an assortment of sweets purchased from Diagon Alley. Chapter 29. The confrontation. Dumbledore gazed awkwardly at the sudden appearance of Snape and Yasi, his mind racing with the implications. It seemed his plans for the dental tonic were now at risk. However, Snape wasted no time. Pulling Yasi toward the sofa and pouring 2 cups of tea, one of which he offered to her, saying, "You've wept long enough. You need to replenish your strength." Dumbledore carefully tucked away the item in his possession and took a seat on the sofa, feeling somewhat perplexed. What could have transpired? Severus would hardly make his way to his office unless there was a significant reason, and the presence of Yas implied she had something of importance to convey. As anticipated, Snape's opening words detonated like a bombshell. "Horcruxes? Are you certain, Severus?" Dumbledore inquired with gravity. "I am certain, Headmaster," Yas responded unequivocally. She produced the dilapidated diadem of Ravenclaw, which Dumbledore accepted for a closer examination. "Child, how did you come to destroy it?" "The enchantment of Ravenclaw appears to have been broken. With the Fiendfire curse, sir." "What? What did you say? Where did you learn that?" "Your unfortunate godfather never taught you that spell?" Snape exclaimed incredulously. It dawned on him that he had overlooked something significant in the office moments ago. Yas shrank back, visibly frightened, prompting Dumbledore to hastily intervene. "Calm down, Severus. Let us first comprehend the entirety of the situation." Snape managed to regain his composure, though he was irked. That cunning little creature had not divulged everything. She had even played the victim to prevent his ire. The crucial question was, when had she mastered the art of mental occlusion? It appeared she had done rather well. Gritting his teeth, truly, she is a Malfoy through and through. Watching his godfather's temper flare once more, Yas cowered in the corner of the sofa, too afraid to speak. "Godfather, please, temper your anger. Woe is me." Dumbledore coughed twice, signaling Snape to temper his fury, emphasizing that understanding the matter at hand was of utmost importance. Yas thought to herself, it seems my fate is of no concern to them. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the 2 professors, Yas recounted the events in broad strokes. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. "Is this a prophecy?" "Not quite. It resembles more of a premonition," Yas clarified. "It can be altered, correct?" "Indeed, much like how I captured Voldemort last semester." "So, the next step is to eradicate all the Horcruxes?" "Precisely. What Horcruxes are there? Do you know their locations?" "The Horcruxes include Tom Riddle's diary, Ravenclaw's diadem, Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, the gaunt ring, Nagini," she paused before adding, "and Harry Potter." "What did you say?" Dumbledore gasped. When Harry's mother, Lily, used the power of love to protect him, she inadvertently sealed a fragment of Voldemort's soul within Harry's body. "What proof do you have?" "Harry Potter's lineage does not trace back to Slytherin, yet he possesses the ability to converse in Parseltongue." Dumbledore and Snape exchanged glances. There was no reason for Yas to fabricate such a tale. "And what of the locations, child?" "The diary and the diadem have already been destroyed," she began, only to be interrupted by Snape. "So, who taught you the Fiendfire curse?" Snape's voice was cold. It was Grindelwald. Both men were taken aback. "When did you visit Nurmengard?" "During the holidays," Yas mumbled, realizing she could no longer evade the truth. Initially, she had intended to speak privately with Dumbledore after establishing a collaboration, but now, disaster loomed. Snape, exasperated, saw fit to employ legilimency, lifting Yas's chin to delve into her mind. In terms of spell proficiency, Yas was no match for Snape. The sudden intrusion left her with no time to employ her mental occlusion techniques. However, while the majority of the information was accurate, Yas instinctively concealed certain details, such as Dumbledore's relationship with Grindelwald and the latter part of their dealings. Thus, all the events of the holiday were laid bare before Snape. He was too furious to utter a word, staring daggers at Yas for her audacity. Dumbledore inquired with a glance, to which Snape merely nodded. The invasive intrusion into her mind left Yas feeling uncomfortable, yet the problem remained unresolved, preventing her from finding respite. "Why did you seek out Grindelwald to learn the Fiendfire curse?" Dumbledore's inquiry was tinged with curiosity. "Are you certain you wish for me to disclose this?" She replied, feeling overwhelmed. "What a predicament. I feel utterly wretched. Perhaps it is best we all cease to exist. Ah, Dumbledore was somewhat baffled. Why not, child? Let it be known. Do not be angered, she responded with a mysterious smile. Of course, my dear. Because Voldemort poses a threat to those he holds dear, much like myself. Thus I chose to ally with him. That person is you, Headmaster Dumbledore. Upon hearing this, Snape looked puzzled. How could these two be adversaries yet still hold such significance for one another? Meanwhile, Dumbledore stood in a state of shock. Yas revealed all the details she had subconsciously concealed, disregarding the astonishment of the two men. Isn't this what you wish to know? Humph. Don't you enjoy perusing her memories? Fear not. I shall divulge everything. Snape retorted. How is it possible to conceal so much? Is there anyone whose legitimacy can be thwarted? Dumbledore interjected. You would subject me to social embarrassment simply because you are uncomfortable? After finally processing the revelation of Dumbledore and Grindelwald's relationship, Snape regained his composure, albeit awkwardly. He cleared his throat and indicated for Yas to continue discussing the locations of the Horcruxes. He felt as if his very dignity was at stake. The locket is in the possession of a house elf at the Black family estate, obtained through a ruse by my uncle. I hope Headmaster Dumbledore can retrieve his remains and restore his reputation. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement as Yas continued. The cup is located in Bellatrix's vault at Gringotts. Protected by duplication and fiendfire curses. The ring is at the Gaunt residence, housing the resurrection stone, albeit a fake that merely hastens death. It was also instrumental in hastening your demise, Headmaster Dumbledore. Yas paused before adding, Nagini resides deep within the Albanian forest. She is the one responsible for your godfather's death. Lastly, Harry, well, you both know where he is. Yas slumped back, hands splayed in surrender. As for the cup, ring, and Nagini, I have entrusted them to Mr. Grindelwald. The remaining locket I can manage, but the fragment within Harry's scar is beyond my capabilities. Both Snape and Dumbledore fell into contemplation. Chapter 30, A Pleasant Collaboration. Good heavens, has the Dark Lord met his end so swiftly? Surely, one must not underestimate the capabilities of the newly emerged intellect. Voldemort, am I not to be afforded any time to make my entrance? Yes, begone you. A curious thought arose, given the knowledge of how to avert danger. It was improbable that Grindelwald, with his cunning intellect, would readily agree to collaborate. What other terms had you accepted from him? Dumbledore's gaze pierced through Yas. What a surprise. You still doubt me at this juncture, she quipped. Very well, if you wish to leave me in my undergarments, so be it. As her ship stood before her, it was simply unacceptable for her, as a devoted shipper, not to indulge in the moment. Oh, I merely agreed to either have you, Headmaster Dumbledore, delivered to him or to bring him to you. Severus Snape has adopted a rather zen-like attitude. Is it not enjoyable to observe the spectacle? Yet, he insists on incessantly questioning. Well, this is the outcome. TSK, TSK, TSK. Retribution has arrived. Upon hearing these words, Albus Dumbledore immediately regretted his remarks. After all, this child has not only people, but also a multitude of portraits surrounding him. Could he not afford to grant him a modicum of respect? What possessed him to provoke this little prodigy? Cough, cough. While jesting is one thing, there are serious matters to address. Now, how was the fragment within Harry destroyed in the prophecy? Dumbledore adjusted his demeanor and stated, originally, Voldemort resurrected himself using Harry's blood during his 4th year. The resurrected Voldemort believed that his repeated failures to eliminate Harry stemmed from the inadequacy of his wand. Thus, he laboriously acquired the Elder Wand, only to engage in a duel with Harry, where he was ultimately vanquished. The main soul and the fragment within Harry vanished simultaneously, explained Ias. Noticing that Dumbledore and Snape seemed momentarily bewildered, she continued, the Elder Wand, through the machinations of you and your godfather, became Harry's wand. Therefore, the Elder Wand protected its master, annihilating that which did not belong to Harry's soul? Dumbledore ventured tentatively. One could phrase it thus. Regardless, Voldemort employed the killing curse. Ias shrugged. You may attempt it. As for the outcome, I cannot say. No. Is this something one can simply experiment with? A trial could result in death. Oh dear, I nearly forgot. Do you recall the gaunt ring? Ias suddenly interjected. I almost overlooked our earlier plan. All thanks to the godfather. A soul extraction left her mind in a haze. That Horcrux? Is there an issue? Dumbledore inquired, somewhat perplexed. It dawned on him, then, that Ias had previously mentioned it was a means to hasten his demise. Indeed. Do you remember the resurrection stone atop it? Although it is a counterfeit, its allure is undeniable. Ias raised an eyebrow at Dumbledore. I seem to have neglected to mention that the ring is currently in the possession of Mr. Grindelwald. Ias pondered, stroking her chin. What? The ring is in Gellert's hands. Dumbledore exclaimed. Observing the amused expressions of both the elder and the younger across from him, Dumbledore suppressed his panic. After all, the most pressing matter was Harry. Was it not? Yes, indeed. Dumbledore, You know what choice must be made. Merlin grant that Gellert does not choose the wrong path. So, do you have any thoughts? We must eradicate that fragment without harming Harry's soul. Dumbledore took a moment to compose himself. However, it was evident to all that he was becoming increasingly restless. Ayaz, I hope my partner appreciates the first gift since our collaboration. There are no precedents in potion making for such matters. I could attempt to research, but a solution is unlikely to materialize in the short term. Furthermore, even if a solution were found, there is no guarantee that it would eliminate Voldemort's soul fragment. Snape mused slowly. Alchemy is similarly lacking. None of the relevant texts I have encountered mention such an alchemical device, Ayaz remarked, which is precisely why she found the situation so vexing. The absence of any pertinent materials in both alchemical and potion-making texts indicates that they would need to conduct their own research, yet time was their most scarce resource. No one could ascertain whether the fragment within Harry would affect him, or if he could transform into another Voldemort in the blink of an eye. Dumbledore found himself in a quandary. However, it is also possible that my alchemical skills are still too rudimentary, having only dealt with simpler matters. Perhaps such complex issues could be addressed by a more adept alchemist? Ayaz stated. She was becoming increasingly restless, having undergone the soul extraction twice in one day. One of which was forceful. She was fortunate not to have fainted on the spot. The fact that she was still contemplating the issue only added to her discomfort. Snape embraced her. Since Ayaz turned 6, he had seldom held her. After all, there are boundaries between genders. He produced a potion for her to drink. Having anticipated that the first soul extraction might be somewhat distressing, he had brought it along on their way to the headmaster's office, initially believing it would go unused. Yet he found himself administering it to Ayaz. After drinking it, she felt somewhat better. She did not wish to faint mid-conversation, leaning wearily against Snape. Yes, after she drank. Snape set her down, concerned that she might drop the potion. Dumbledore also found merit in Ayaz's reasoning. It seemed he would need to pay an old friend a visit. There was no rush on this matter. They should first focus on destroying the others, Dumbledore concluded. Thus, Ayaz successfully drew Dumbledore into her camp. Upon returning to her dormitory, Ayaz hastily pinned a letter to Grindelwald. After all this time spent confirming whether Horcruxes could attract each other, employing the fiend fire to obliterate a Horcrux, confessing, and collaborating, she still had her studies to complete. She was genuinely vexed by the waste of her time. Indeed, that professor who amounted to nothing. It had her so busy that she nearly forgot to write to her partner. Now, it was double the joy. Ayaz estimated that Dumbledore would hesitate for a while longer, providing ample time to deliver her letter to Nurmengard. After all, Lucius, her doting father, had spared no expense in acquiring the fastest messenger for her. Thus, with the time discrepancy, before Dumbledore could make a decision, Grindelwald received Ayaz's letter. The letter did not contain much superfluous chatter. It first informed him that Horcruxes could indeed attract one another, suggesting he try using the cup, while advising that the ring, being a perilous object, should be destroyed promptly. The second point was a tease, hinting that a surprise would soon arrive, recommending that he wait to use fiend fire on the ring until after the surprise had arrived. This left Grindelwald somewhat in the dark. What surprise? And why send it separately? As for Dumbledore not coming, that was inconceivable. He was already feeling restless upon learning. Yet why the delay? Undoubtedly, it was due to his inability to overcome his inner turmoil. He would most likely choose to sneak a glance. If the ring had not been destroyed, he would certainly appear before Grindelwald, considering how obsessed Grindelwald had once been with the Resurrection Stone. He feared that Grindelwald might succumb to the allure and meet his demise, thus he would undoubtedly intervene to prevent it. As anticipated, just as Ayaz had predicted, Dumbledore wrestled with his decision in his office for quite some time before ultimately deciding to sneak a peek, assuring himself that he would return discreetly. Chapter 31, Dumbledore Deceived. With determination solidified, in an instant, Dumbledore found himself at the doorstep of Nurmengard. He gazed at the structure before him, still hesitating. Was this journey truly the right course? Albus, since you are here, why not come in for a chat? Grindelwald suddenly appeared at the window, proclaiming, "What a clever trickster." He held the ring in his hand, chuckling to himself, having initially lost hope, merely appreciating the audacity and intellect of the young girl before him. Furthermore, that memory was indeed unforgettable. Since it could be altered, why not? Regarding their collaboration, it was merely a glimmer of hope. Seeing some of his photographs was already a delight, and besides, it was quite amusing, was it not? After such a lengthy period of boredom, a little diversion would be welcome. Embracing these thoughts, he agreed to the girl's collaboration. Yet he had not anticipated that this partnership would bring him such immense delight. In just a few months, Al has unexpectedly arrived at Nurmengard. It seems he is taking this collaboration quite seriously. Dumbledore paused momentarily before stepping into Nurmengard. Gellert, that resurrection stone is a counterfeit. It cannot be utilized, and it would be prudent to destroy it promptly. Oh, ow, fret not. I merely toy with it, Grindelwald remarked nonchalantly, fiddling with the ring in his hand. Dumbledore felt a surge of alarm. This is a fake, and it is perilous. Better to incinerate it sooner rather than later. He earnestly advised. But I am truly curious. This object evokes a sensation akin to the resurrection stone. Moreover, its rightful owner is not I, but that young girl. Would it not be rather unseemly to destroy it? Grindelwald retorted. Firstly, I can assure you it is fake. Secondly, as her headmaster, I possess the authority to assist her in making decisions. Dumbledore attempted to snatch the ring from Grindelwald's grasp, only to have it swiftly shifted to the other hand. Iris, hey, I am not just a mere plaything. Let me go. All right, I shan't jest any longer. Ow, he said, casting a fiendfire spell to incinerate the ring. See, it has vanished. His eyes radiated a gentle gaze towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore, momentarily unable to bear his gaze, hastily lowered his head, feigning inspection of the ring's complete destruction. As the counterfeit resurrection stone, imbued with malevolent energy, was entirely consumed by the fiendfire, all that remained on the table was a pile of ash. Rest assured, are you not familiar with my skills? Grindelwald teased, eyeing Dumbledore with mischief. Dumbledore's head drooped lower still. He wished for a fissure in the ground to swallow him whole. Well, that is good. Since it is thus, I shall take my leave. Farewell, Gellert, Dumbledore stammered, eager to summon the phoenix for his return. Yet, Grindelwald's hand seized his once more, compelling him to remain. It has been so long since we last met. Do you not miss your old friend? How about we share a meal, or rather, a late-night snack? Grindelwald suggested, glancing at the now pitch-black sky, altering the original dinner plan to an evening repast. He had anticipated Iris's letter would arrive late, but did not expect Dumbledore to come even later. It seemed a late-night snack was the only option. Dumbledore, I intended merely to steal a glance. Initially inclined to decline, Dumbledore found himself unable to utter any excuses upon meeting those tender eyes, ultimately conceding with a reluctant nod. Meanwhile, Iris was excitedly tossing and turning in her bed. Oh my goodness, this is simply splendid. I dare ask, who else could personally play matchmaker? I wonder what will unfold. Contemplating this, Iris became even more exhilarated and unable to sleep. Checking her timetable, she noted that tomorrow was the class of that charlatan. She could afford to catch up on her rest. Ever since Lockhart's disastrous first lesson at Hogwarts, he had not brought any more absurdities into the classroom. Had it not been for Iris's cleverness in sitting near the back door with Draco, they would have been unable to escape like Hermione and the others. It was a pity that such a bright young girl had developed an affection for that fool. Despite her warnings, she simply would not listen. However, that fellow had transformed from tormenting the entire class to only targeting Harry. Presently, the defense against the dark arts class had become a trial solely for Harry. Well, one could say, sacrificing one for the happiness of the whole class. Oh, poor, great Harry. With such thoughts, Iris finally fell asleep as dawn approached. Yet the next day she awoke feeling far from refreshed, for she had spotted Dumbledore at the staff table. As soon as Dumbledore sat down, he felt a blazing gaze upon him. He turned to see Iris's inquisitive eyes, and with a slight twitch of his mouth, he resolutely pretended not to see her, turning his head away. That inquisitive little creature. If he could not confront her, could he at least evade her gaze? Truly, it was exasperating. Iris, noticing Dumbledore's evasive behavior, began to mutter to herself, "Oh my goodness, my ship is real. If only I could know the details. My heart is aflame with curiosity. What could possibly be beyond my reach as a full-fledged VIP? I am the one orchestrating this. It is of utmost importance." Thus, Iris found herself no longer needing to catch up on sleep during that charlatan's class. Her mind was consumed with speculations about the previous night's events. Draco, alarmed by his sister's contorted expression, wondered who could possibly explain what had happened to his elegant and delightful sister. Of course, this led to Iris being dragged directly to Snape's office by Draco, their voices startling Snape and causing him to spill a cauldron of potion. When Iris finally regained her bearings, she found herself confronted by her fuming godfather and a near-tearful brother. Oh no, I have done it again. Just when I thought I had appeased my godfather, I have now stirred another calamity. Iris shot a reproachful glare at Draco, that treacherous brother. Once Snape confirmed that Iris was unscathed, he promptly imposed detention upon the two of them for ruining his potion. No one was to escape. They were to return and assist with potion ingredients. Thus, through Iris's efforts, Snape eventually calmed down, and she was spared from the headache of dealing with potion materials. Life continued amid the chaos, though it was somewhat tumultuous. At least it was safe. However, on this day, when Iris stepped into the ravaged Great Hall, it suddenly dawned on her. That fool would undoubtedly wreak havoc throughout Hogwarts on Valentine's Day. Could she not return to her dormitory? Chapter 32, A Chaotic Valentine's Day. Alas, the world lacks a remedy for regret, and neither does the wizarding world. With no choice left, Iris followed her brother to their usual seats. Well, since Lockhart, that oily uncle, had yet to arrive, she planned to eat as much as possible. Otherwise, upon encountering that oily figure later, she would find it impossible to keep anything down. Yet fate had other plans. Before Iris could even take a few bites, that flamboyant figure entered. Oh, and behind him trailed a host of disgruntled house elves. TSK, what a pitiful lot of laborers they were. Oh, and let us not forget the confetti he had showered upon the room, the glittering bits now mingling with her food. Iris gazed at her sandwich and pumpkin soup, now adorned with sparkles, and felt her head spin. My meal. After just finishing my detention yesterday, heaven knows how much I suffered without food during that time. Even if the cuisine abroad cannot compare to that of my homeland, I must still satiate my hunger. Is it truly so seamless to waste food in front of someone from my country? Today is not the day to provoke me. Otherwise, I shall make that Lockhart regret ever crossing my path. With a resounding thud, Iris slammed her bowl down on the table, the sound so loud that even Lockhart glanced over in surprise. Draco had already sidled away, eager to avoid the ire of a girl in a foul mood. The consequences of angering a girl were best avoided. Having 2 women at home, he had ample experience in such matters. Snape observed the incensed Iris below, feeling a twinge of guilt as he rubbed his nose. It seemed, perhaps, he bore some responsibility for this predicament. After all, he had noticed Iris had lost considerable weight due to her lack of appetite. However, there are few truly useful tools at hand. Thus he extended the confinement just a tad longer. Well, if he ends up losing his temper at this full later, please do not take offense. Under the terrified gaze of Draco, the amused eyes of Snape, and the bewildered expressions of others, Lockhart addressed Yas with a feigned gentleness, saying, "Oh, my sweet. Making such a commotion is hardly the behavior of a lady." He tossed a few flirtatious glances her way. Draco shrank away once more. He had never encountered someone so reckless, boldly striding into the line of fire. He hoped he wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. Yas rose to her feet, unable to contain herself any longer. How could such a worthless individual prance around before her, feeling so self-satisfied? The audacity of this thief, who appropriated the achievements of others, was truly revolting. Yet, with Dumbledore still present, along with other professors, she had to temper her fury, lest the professors deduct points. Professors, hurry and scold him. Driving him away would be ideal. This fool is a blight on their eyes. Professor Lockhart, I find your wastefulness with food, particularly that made from ingredients purchased by the school, quite unacceptable. Such behavior is hardly gentlemanly, wouldn't you agree? Yas endeavored to steady her emotions. Oh, child. Such attention-seeking antics do not suit you, Lockhart replied smugly. Upon hearing this, even Snape's expression darkened. What audacity, to dare disrespect his protege. I mean, as the daughter of one of the school's shareholders, I demand you reimburse the costs of all ingredients wasted today. Yas spoke through gritted teeth. If you refuse, I believe my father would be more than willing to discuss the origins of your works with you. At her proclamation, the entire hall fell silent. The origins of his works? Wasn't that merely Lockhart's own experiences? The more astute students began to cast skeptical glances at Lockhart. Moreover, you are harassing and flirting with the daughter of a shareholder, Snape said slowly. I believe Lucius would be more than happy to have a word with you, especially since everyone knows how doting he is on his daughter. Ha ha ha, merely a small jest. Miss Malfoy won't mind, will she? Lockhart seemed particularly confident in his charm, throwing more flirtatious glances at Yas. Did this insufferable man not comprehend human language? Humph, her parents were present. Better to let them handle it. She could also take the opportunity to get a few kicks in, and the professors wouldn't deduct points from Slytherin. Quite clever indeed. With that thought, Yas turned to Snape and exclaimed, Godfather, he is flirting with me. Snape instantly grasped her implication. This clever little fox was quick-witted. He swiftly moved to her side, and Draco promptly stood up, along with nearly all the Slytherin students. An air of intimidation filled the room. True to his reputation as a coward, Lockhart immediately stammered, Let's discuss this calmly. Let us discuss this calmly. I was wrong. The flamboyant bravado vanished in an instant. Yas, hiding behind Snape, rolled her eyes unabashedly, and Dumbledore, having seen enough of the spectacle, intervened to restore order. Otherwise, Lockhart might have found himself confined to the infirmary for several days. The younger students expressed disappointment. If only the commotion could last a bit longer, they could avoid attending class. Nevertheless, Lockhart initiated his event as scheduled, with many young wizards participating the previous day. Thus the chaotic Valentine's Day commenced. Yas had hoped he would settle down for a few days, but mere minutes had passed before he resumed his antics. It was utterly infuriating. She wished she had charged at him with her wand. Under the tutelage of the formidable Dark Lord Grindelwald and the double agent Snape, Yas excelled in both dark arts and defense against the dark arts. Thus, delivering a well-deserved thrashing to him was not out of the question, provided no further complications arose. Given Yas's influence, Lockhart's event was off to a disastrous start. Not only did he fail to deliver his motivational speech, but he also embarrassed himself before the entirety of Hogwarts. Yas genuinely admired his audacity in being so shameless. However, what truly surprised Yas was the sheer number of love letters being sent her way. There hadn't been nearly this many last year. Were they all so curious? Each class brought forth a little sprite eager to read her love letters aloud, an excruciatingly embarrassing spectacle. And during breaks, she barely took 2 steps before being accosted again. She was on the verge of losing her mind. Not only had she not eaten a proper breakfast, but she was also being disturbed throughout her day of study. Chapter 33, Lockhart received a beating. After finally escaping the swarm of little sprites, Yas was pulled along by Draco to their next class, where Snape had been waiting for some time. In recent days, he had been urgently researching a potion to eliminate the fragments within Harry, concocting it without interruption. Thus, he had brought the potion to the potions classroom so that Yas could assist during the lesson, ensuring no pauses would disrupt its efficacy. Due to the mischief caused by the sprites, the other students arrived late to class. Upon seeing Snape's dark demeanor, they silently lamented the absurdity of love letters. Were they not akin to death sentences? Those who had written them regretted their decisions even more. What were they thinking? Such letters were not declarations of affection, but rather notes of severed friendship. It was a social death sentence, not to mention the professor would remember their folly. How miserable. Snape decisively shut the classroom door. What a joke. The chaos from the last class had been unbearable, and he would not allow himself to stumble in the same place twice. Regrettably, it appeared to have little effect. From the moment class began, the noise outside grew increasingly disruptive, drowning out Snape's voice for the students below. Snape's expression darkened further. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "It seems more than one of you was kicked in the head by a troll yesterday." He abruptly flung open the classroom door, allowing the throng of sprites outside to rush in. Yas was utterly astonished. Who was so unfortunate as to have their love letter delivered? Were they doomed? As the sprites settled, more than half gathered before Yas, with a few scattered among the other students. Goodness! Upon regaining her senses, she realized the source of her misfortune was none other than herself. How ridiculous! How could anyone revel in her calamity? Seeing Snape's furious countenance, Yas silently wailed within. What on earth? Whose malicious prank was this? Lockhart! I shall not rest until I make you pay. However, it seemed Yas's misfortune did not end there. With so many sprites jostling for attention, chaos ensued as they all clamored to speak first, leading to a tragic mishap. The potion that Yas and Snape had painstakingly crafted spilled due to their interference. Fortunately, the potion did not splash onto Yas herself, for no one, including Snape, could guarantee what effects it might produce. Seeing her unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, his relief was short-lived. The majority of the potion's ingredients had been handled by Yas, and given her pent-up grievances, the situation was now utterly infuriating. All their hard work had been wasted. Every single step of the process would need to be restarted, and likely, Yas would have to handle the ingredients once more. This ignited a fierce blaze of anger within Yas. What a lunatic, turning a perfectly fine Valentine's Day into this disaster, and still feeling pleased with himself. Her face darkened as she stood up, casting a spell that silenced the sprites instantly. Yas, are you moved? The little sprite, trembling with fear, dared not speak. The small creatures seated below remained as silent as the grave, not even daring to lift their heads. One could not help but admire the discipline instilled by the old bat. When angered, she bore an uncanny resemblance to her mentor. Snape discreetly stepped aside. For once he had struck, there could be no further resentment. Iris stormed out, taking all the little sprites with her. Although they had toppled her cauldron, the real culprit remained ensconced in the office. She was determined to eradicate the source of her troubles. Otherwise, how could she possibly conduct her afternoon lessons? Iris dashed from the potions classroom to the 3rd floor, employing a seamless series of spells to whisk away every sprite she encountered along the way. Meanwhile, Lockhart remained in his office, preoccupied with his reflection, blissfully unaware of the impending storm. A gaggle of curious classmates trailed behind Iris, stifling their laughter, too fearful to approach too closely lest they find themselves caught in the crossfire. Not only students were covertly watching, even professors were intrigued. Professor McGonagall, during her lesson, was being thoroughly vexed by the antics of the sprites. She witnessed Iris effortlessly dispatching them, leading a whole throng of sprites along with her. It appeared that nearly all of them had congregated there. Seeing Iris so enraged, McGonagall abandoned her class, allowing her students to study independently. After all, it seemed Iris was on a collision course with Lockhart, and she dared not intervene. Iris kicked open the door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. While Lockhart was still admiring himself in the mirror, just as he opened his mouth to inquire, a swarm of sprites came hurtling towards him, catching him completely off guard. By the time he extricated himself from the mass of sprites, he was met with a direct blow from Iris. The crucial point was that the initial chaos caused by the sprites had obscured his vision, leaving him utterly unaware of who had struck him. Iris decisively kicked Lockhart's wand from his grasp, opting to unleash her fists upon him instead. What a farce. Her elite education in her previous life had included martial arts, and she had trained diligently, eschewing reliance on others or external support. Regrettably, she had never laid a hand on anyone before. Now, it seemed, was the perfect opportunity to unleash her pent-up frustration on Lockhart. As Lockhart's anguished cries echoed from within, many professors and students felt a sense of vindication. Sprites scurried from the office, their legs quaking, not because they were incapacitated. Once we strike him, we shall no longer be the targets, they exclaimed. However, the wails were so distressing that one student mused it might be prudent to fetch the headmaster to intervene before things escalated beyond control. Turning around, they were taken aback to find the headmaster and vice-headmaster present. Yet, none dared to step in and halt Iris. Dumbledore thought it wise to remain uninvolved. After all, he had assisted Lockhart earlier that morning, and he knew that if he interfered, he would certainly be the subject of ridicule come dawn. Ultimately, it was Snape, who had just finished his class, who steeled himself to enter and extricate the venting Iris. I shall deal with the potion myself, he muttered, contemplating the state of the child he had inadvertently driven to this point. Chapter 34. A world where only Lockhart was injured. Iris, still held back, continued to kick in Lockhart's direction, ready to deliver another blow if Snape were to loosen his grip. Once Snape had managed to calm her down, he dragged her away. Only then did McGonagall and Dumbledore dare to enter Lockhart's office. To their astonishment, they had not realized Iris possessed such formidable combat prowess. There lay Lockhart amidst a pile of sprites, his once handsome face now swollen and bruised. It was laughable, had they not known it was his office. They would hardly recognize the figure resembling a pig's head as the once adored Lockhart of their youth. Dumbledore's lips twitched. The extent of Lockhart's injuries suggested a deep-seated animosity had been unleashed upon him. When Lockhart eventually regained consciousness in the infirmary, every part of him ached excruciatingly. Gazing at Dumbledore and McGonagall beside him, he attempted to speak, but the mere act of opening his mouth sent waves of pain coursing through his body. Why must it hurt so? He gasped. Dumbledore and McGonagall stifled their laughter. Mocking a colleague was hardly appropriate. Yet, the sight of Lockhart writhing in pain was simply too amusing. After suppressing their mirth, Dumbledore spoke. Please be patient a moment longer, Professor Lockhart. Professor Snape is concocting a potion for you, or perhaps it is Miss Malfoy assisting him. You must understand that Severus has many responsibilities and often delegates these minor tasks to Miss Malfoy. He winked at Lockhart. Such a comment felt like salt in the wound. Lockhart, lying in bed, felt his features contort even further, horror and fear welling in his eyes. Regrettably, due to his prior antics, the faculty and students reveled in his current plight. Despite her outburst, Iris received merely a verbal reprimand, and no significant time was deducted from her. This clearly demonstrated the depth of the professor's grievances against Lockhart. Reluctantly, Lockhart watched as Iris, now composed, followed Snape into the room, potion in hand. Fortunately, her temper had cooled. Instead of charging at him, she merely rolled her eyes in his direction. Though not particularly graceful, it was evident that her frustrations had been alleviated. Madame Pomfrey eagerly seized the potion from Iris and, without a moment's hesitation, poured it down Lockhart's throat, not allowing him a chance to react. The moment the potion hit his tongue, tears streamed down his face, and combined with his piggish visage, it was a sight that was almost unbearable to behold. Those familiar with Snape's potions knew that while they were the most effective, they were also the most dreadful to consume. Iris had indeed attempted to modify the potion to make it more palatable, but given that it was intended for Lockhart, it was only fitting that it be as unpalatable as possible. Lockhart lamented, "Not only have I been assaulted, but the perpetrator has faced no consequences and is here preparing a potion for me, the victim. This concoction is simply unbearable." Iris and the others replied, "Well deserved. You brought this upon yourself." Since Lockhart's injuries were not caused by magic, although Madame Pomfrey tended to his external wounds, his internal injuries would require time to heal. He appeared outwardly fine, vibrant as he had upon his arrival at Hogwarts, yet the moment he moved, he grimaced in pain. Iris, having released her pent-up frustrations, regained her usual elegance and gentleness, prompting Draco to cautiously approach her, checking for any signs of injury. Lockhart grumbled inwardly, "This is outrageous." "I am the one who is injured," Draco retorted. Perhaps he should reflect on the reasons behind his sister's anger. In jest, one could say that his sister and mother appeared to be carved from the same mold, generally gentle in demeanor, yet capable of delivering a fierce reprimand when provoked. Not to mention, Lockhart had repeatedly instigated them. Had it not been for Dumbledore's timely intervention that morning, he might well have found himself dispatched to the hospital wing. Meanwhile, Ron was left gaping in astonishment, his jaw nearly dislocated. Goodness, he thought, how fortunate I was not to have provoked her. A single punch from her could very well be lethal. A 12-year-old wizard striking an adult wizard with no means of defense. What an absurdity. He turned to cast a sympathetic glance at Harry, pondering whether his brother might be subject to domestic abuse in the future. As for Harry, his perception was so clouded that he failed to notice his brother's clandestine pity. He was convinced that Yasi had suffered a grave injustice, his bias surpassing even Draco's. Hermione, too, was constantly orbiting Yasi, her eyes filled with admiration. Goodness, her sister was simply extraordinary. Compared to Lockhart, she made him seem utterly trivial. From this day forth, she would steadfastly align herself with her sister, claiming the title of #1 fan. No one would dare contest her for it. Thus, Lockhart was compelled to remain subdued for several days, while Snape gladly assumed the role of defense against the dark arts instructor. As for potions, following a collective vote from the professors, Yasi was thrust into teaching the younger years, much to the delight of the lower year students. The contrast between Snape's Siberian chill and Yasi's teaching was akin to a refreshing spring breeze. Consequently, the older students grumbled in discontent, lamenting the unfairness of it all. Unfortunately for them, their grievances went unheeded. The professors deemed Yasi too young to manage the older students effectively, shattering their hopes. Regrettably, it was not long before Lockhart returned, beaming from his brief respite, only to be met with the collective glares of all the younger students. Why couldn't he have lingered in the hospital wing a bit longer? Their potions class was once again marred by Snape's icy demeanor. Even the girls who had previously idolized him wore displeased expressions. How could they not? When their brief period of comfort had come to an abrupt end, now it was the older students' turn to cheer and clap in delight. Yet, the mention of Lockhart still soured their mood. Fortunately, the Quidditch matches were fast approaching. Chapter 35, Draco versus Harry. This cloud of misfortune was silently set aside by all. Draco, too, was set to participate in the match. Although Yasi held little interest in Quidditch, she was determined to support her brother. In the stands, Yasi waved a green flag, her eyes sparkling as she beheld her brother's dashing entrance. Under her influence, Slytherin had undergone a remarkable transformation. If she were to return to her homeland, she would undoubtedly be a formidable ambassador. Indeed, through Yasi's encouragement, no, persuasion, Slytherin's modus operandi had finally shifted away from underhanded tactics. After all, in her homeland, strategic thinking constituted a form of talent. Why mimic the methods of M-Country? The evidence was clear. Yet there were still those unwilling to acknowledge it. Thus, there were no incidents of territory disputes during training sessions, and with Slytherin's conduct in recent matches, incidents of cheating had become almost non-existent. Now, Slytherin had truly embodied the essence of valor and cunning. This led to a plethora of good news. Draco was not penalized for that particular remark. Ron's wand remained intact, and he was spared from expelling snails. Hermione exuded newfound confidence, with the only drawback being that Ron's old wand could not be exchanged for a new one. Fortunately, the mischievous candies Yasi had concocted with the Weasley twins had yielded substantial profits, and during the accounting, Yasi left satisfied with her share. The twins planned to save up for a shop rental to ensure a steady income. Once secured, they would contribute a portion of their earnings, reserving the remainder for the development of new prank items. At this rate, Ron might possess his own wand before Christmas. Thus, all was well. As Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air, all the Quidditch players mounted their brooms, and the realm of these young athletes began to unfold. Both Draco and Harry served as seekers for their respective houses, seemingly locked in a rivalry, with Draco determined to triumph over Harry. Indeed, he sought to overshadow Harry in every regard. Were it not for Yasi's presence, Ron and Draco would have likely clashed repeatedly. Yet, curiously, their rapport had improved. After all, under Yasi's gold medal translation, it became widely accepted that Draco was merely lacking in conversational skills. This was a long-standing Slytherin tradition. Just as Snape, too, had his own way of expressing high expectations of his students. Even Gryffindor students found him less detestable, particularly Neville, who had once feared Snape the most. Now, he could venture into the dungeon to seek Snape's assistance without triggering the professor's ire. The competition on the field intensified as Harry and Draco simultaneously spotted the golden snitch. Yasi sat below, her heart racing. She was acutely aware that Harry's previous act of heroism had left an indelible mark on Draco. Would he seize the moment? She silently hoped for his success. Alas, fate was unkind. In a critical moment, Harry captured the snitch first, securing 150 points for Gryffindor. What transpired next took Yasi completely by surprise. Harry and Draco, too close in proximity, failed to evade an incoming bludger, resulting in both of them being struck down. Without hesitation, Yassi dashed towards Draco's falling form, even retrieving a broom she hadn't touched in months to hasten her pace. She had to act quickly. Heaven forbid that imbecile fall back into his overconfident ways, forcing her brother to endure the pain of growing bones once more. Yassi awkwardly mounted her broom, soaring toward Draco with surprising speed, albeit causing considerable distress to the old professor. Heaven only knew the anxiety Snape felt as he witnessed his reckless student brandishing a broom. During the flying exam, Madame Hooch had specifically requested his supervision, initially believed to be due to her overwhelming responsibilities. However, it soon became clear that it was because Yassi's broom riding was utterly nerve-wracking. Upon Yassi's arrival, she found Harry and Draco sprawled in the grass, both injured. Harry's dislocated arm was immediately apparent, while Draco bore no visible external wounds, suggesting potential internal injuries. Yassi cautiously tended to them, knowing that it was best not to move the injured until the healers arrived. Soon, the professors arrived, and true to form, Lockhart began boasting about his prowess. He was about to raise his wand to cast a spell when Yassi swiftly petrified him in place, while the surrounding professors appeared oblivious, focused solely on the injured students. Snape attended to the two individuals momentarily, and with the assistance of some students, they were transported to the infirmary. Yas followed closely behind, ready to assist the professor should he need to brew any potions on the spot. The others discreetly departed, leaving behind Gilderoy Lockhart, who remained petrified until the following morning when he was discovered and the petrification curse was lifted. His presence was particularly inconvenient, as the Quidditch match scheduled for the next day required the field. Madame Pomfrey's skills in both healing and potions were commendable, allowing the two young men to recover sufficiently by the next day. However, to prevent any unforeseen complications, they opted to remain in the infirmary for an additional day. The next day, when Yas visited them, she found Draco and Ron embroiled in a spirited argument. Choosing not to interfere, she quietly stood aside to eavesdrop on their bickering until her legs grew weary, yet their quarrel showed no signs of resolution. It was Harry, ever the considerate friend, who discreetly offered some space on his bed, allowing Yas to rest her stiffened legs while still closely monitoring the lively exchange. Over the past few days, she had grown accustomed to the raucous banter between Draco and Ron, feeling little inclination to intervene as their camaraderie remained intact. Why not simply enjoy the spectacle? Watching them, Yas found herself rekindling her old passion, pondering how delightful it was that these two were engaged in such a lively contest. Perhaps due to the fervor in her gaze, she finally captured the attention of the two combatants mid-argument. Chapter 36. The Dueling Club. Draco glanced at Yas, who was perched on Harry's bed, his mind momentarily clouded. What was happening? It was merely a quarrel, yet his sister had found her way to that scarred boy's bed. Meanwhile, Ron smirked triumphantly, reveling in the moment. Look at that. His brother had managed to lure the enemy's sister right into his grasp. How delightfully malicious. Snapping back to reality, Draco inquired when Yas had arrived. Oh, it's nothing, just pretend I'm not here. You two carry on, Yas chimed in with a mischievous grin, lost in her own fantasies of the ensuing chaos that might unfold, envisioning brotherly rifts and rivalries. Draco's lips twitched. Was his sister unwell again? Ron merely rolled his eyes, finding her grin to be rather unsettling. Mother, I'm frightened. Only Harry, seated beside Yas, found her adorable beyond measure. Fortunately, the stalemate did not endure for long, as Snape called Yas away, informing her that there had been progress in the potion research. With that, she collected her thoughts and departed the infirmary alongside Snape. Upon returning to the dungeon, they discovered Dumbledore seated on the sofa, awaiting them. The current objective was to ensure that the potion precisely targeted the fragment of Voldemort's soul attached to Harry. Failure could result in the obliteration of Harry's own soul. Is this the final version? Dumbledore inquired. There is little room for further modification, Snape replied, fatigue evident in his darkened eyes from recent labors. What if we apply it directly to Harry's scar? Yas suggested. Applying too little would be ineffective, while too much would cause the potion to flow, inevitably affecting Harry. What about using a muggle syringe? Yas suddenly recalled. That method could potentially compromise his mind. Snape decisively dismissed, emphasizing the importance of their singular opportunity to proceed with utmost caution. What if we consider a different research direction? Dumbledore proposed. However, time is not on our side, Yas interjected, though perhaps there is another approach. What approach? Both Dumbledore and Snape turned to her in unison. If we require precision, we might utilize alchemy, Yas articulated slowly. Indeed, this seems to be the most promising method available, Dumbledore acknowledged. I shall take it from here. With that, he turned and left. Yas bid farewell to Snape and returned to her dormitory, where she found a throng of students gathered around the notice board. A glance revealed that it was yet another spectacle featuring the inept Lockhart. She couldn't fathom why Dumbledore had not expelled him yet. Perhaps he would simply dose him with some truth serum once the event concluded and send him off to Azkaban. Otherwise, she would be expected to teach again. And utilizing child labor without compensation was simply unacceptable. Lockhart was distributing assignments involving small creatures, and inevitably, most students flocked to support him. Yas joined the crowd, primarily driven by curiosity to witness how her godfather had effortlessly dispatched Lockhart with a disarming charm. As anticipated, Lockhart's assistant was none other than Snape. Yas promptly positioned herself beside Snape, accompanied by Harry, Draco, Ron, and Hermione. When Lockhart finished his rambling introductory speech and requested Snape to assist with a demonstration, Yas unexpectedly volunteered to step forward and engage in a friendly duel. Free practice was too good to pass up. Snape raised an eyebrow, pondering his studentess' intentions. However, recognizing that he could provide a safety net, he decided to let her proceed. Thus, Yas took Snape's place on the dueling platform. After bowing to each other, Yas wasted no time in casting a red disarming charm, sending Lockhart tumbling off the stage in a most undignified manner. She winked at Snape. While she had not knocked him unconscious as her godfather had, it was still quite satisfactory. With assistance from the audience, Lockhart eventually scrambled back onto the stage, launching into another round of self-aggrandizement and justifications, claiming he had merely been accommodating her, much to the delight of some credulous spectators. After yet another bow, history repeated itself as Lockhart found himself tumbling off the stage once more. Strike first, Yas thought, considering the possibility that Lockhart might retaliate. It was wise to remain cautious. Faced with an embarrassing predicament, Lockhart could only chuckle awkwardly, reiterating his earlier claims, though the audience largely remained skeptical. At Snape's signal, Yas hopped down from the platform, and Snape took Lockhart's place to announce the tasks involving the small creatures, pairing students for their demonstrations. Perhaps it was fate, or perhaps Snape's deliberate arrangement. But Draco was paired with Harry, Pansy with Hermione, and Ron with Blaise. As for Yas, having already bested a professor, she saw no need to engage in such trivial skirmishes. However, to everyone's surprise, Draco refrained from relying on the scripted spells. Instead, he exchanged spells with Harry in a spirited back and forth. The other two pairs, however, were less dignified. What could be described as a duel was more akin to a brawl. Hermione and Pansy were engaged in a fierce verbal battle while tugging at each other's hair, a scene so chaotic that onlookers instinctively backed away, preferring to avoid becoming bald victims. On the other side, Blaise and Ron fared no better. Initially wielding their wands to hurl insults, they ultimately resorted to fisticuffs. When they were pulled apart, both bore visible signs of their altercation. The unfortunate friend who intervened was even worse off, spotting a small eagle on his uniform. He acted in desperation without casting a spell, resulting in several accidental injuries from Ron and Blaise's fray. Other pairings between Gryffindor and Slytherin also engaged in a disheartening display. Conversely, the small eagle and badger practiced with utmost seriousness. The lion cubs and snakelets emerged from their encounters bearing the marks of battle, glaring at each other with indignation. In Yas's words, this was not a dueling club. It was unequivocally a club for brawling and mischief. Lockhart found himself at the center of an embarrassing incident, which, following the conclusion of the club activities, circulated throughout the school. As time passed and the end of the second year approached, Yasi resolved to inform Dumbledore about the presence of the basilisk, allowing him to decide whether it should be eradicated. Chapter 37, The Basilisk. On her way to the headmaster's office, Yasi fortuitously encountered Snape, who was delivering a potion for healthy teeth to Dumbledore. Observing the little girl who was evidently trailing behind him, Snape raised an eyebrow in surprise, sensing that a spectacle was about to unfold. Each time his ward approached, that old bee was invariably driven to distraction. However, reality often proves capricious. The moment Dumbledore laid eyes on Yasi, a vein in his forehead began to throb. What mischief was this ancestor up to now? Suppressing his urge to flee, Dumbledore steeled himself and inquired about Yasi's purpose. To his astonishment, Yasi dropped a bombshell. Hogwarts harbors a basilisk, and she wondered if the headmaster might be interested in witnessing it. This revelation left even Snape, who was observing the exchange, stunned. Was his legitimacy truly that ineffective? What secrets was this insufferable child hiding? Yasi reveled in Dumbledore's widened eyes, chuckling to herself. She took a delicate sip of her tea and continued, "What do you think? Are you intrigued?" Dumbledore's expression turned grave. After so many years as headmaster, he was unaware of such a lurking peril within Hogwarts. Meanwhile, Snape was far more exhilarated. Such a creature offered potion ingredients that could not simply be purchased. How could he not be excited? "My dear child, I must say I am quite willing to share this information with you," Dumbledore declared. "First, tell me, should we allow the basilisk to remain?" Yasi queried earnestly. Snape, anxious to interject, found himself unable to do so, Revealing his intentions would only lead to Dumbledore's meddling. Of course, child. Nothing is more paramount than the safety of Hogwarts students, Dumbledore replied. It seems our thoughts align, Headmaster. Why not discuss some terms? Yasi suggested, taking another sip of her tea. After all, withholding this information would still allow them to achieve their goals, albeit through more perilous means. Such a clever little fox you are, though your deception skills still need refinement, Dumbledore mused. In that case, I shall refrain from intervening. As opportunities for practical experience are indeed limited, let the youth take the reins. His primary objective remained the security of the school. Are you certain, Headmaster? Yasi replied, her demeanor unperturbed as she savored her tea. Surprise awaits. Dumbledore hesitated, pondering her intentions. Do you recall my mentioning that Harry is a Parselmouth? Yasi hinted. Thus, to encounter the basilisk, one must possess a Parselmouth? Dumbledore quickly connected the dots. Although Voldemort's threat had been largely neutralized, the presence of the Chosen One was still necessary. Should anything untoward occur, where could he turn for solace? Indeed, the basilisk would not harm a Parselmouth. With that in mind, Dumbledore regained his composure. The fate of the creature was inconsequential. Without a Parselmouth, it could not emerge, Yasi continued. That does hold true, Dumbledore responded with a smile. Little fox, your cunning will not ensnare me so easily. And also, Headmaster, you need not seek it out yourself. You will not find it. Oh, pray tell, why is that? Dumbledore inquired, intrigued. Simply put, it is connected to the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Are you suggesting it is the basilisk bred by Slytherin? Dumbledore exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. This revelation complicated matters. He had initially thought his authority as headmaster would allow him to investigate discreetly. Now, with ties to the founders, even his position would afford him no advantage. Since you have no intention of pursuing this matter, I shall take my leave, Yasi stated, rising from her seat. Consider today's events merely a tale. Wait, Dumbledore interjected, stopping her. What are your terms? The thought of merely hearing it as a story was driving him to distraction. He could not locate this creature, and with Voldemort also being a Parselmouth, should anything go awry, the consequences could be dire. Yasi smirked, success. Just lend your efforts, Headmaster. And I shall require the basilisk's remains delivered entirely into my care. What a splendid opportunity for labor. That is certainly agreeable. Dumbledore readily acquiesced, thinking nothing of it. You want the basilisk's body? Consider it done. Snape felt the blood within him boil. He recognized that Yasi's every move was orchestrated to spare him from labor while securing a trove of precious potion ingredients. Observing Dumbledore's swift acquiescence, Yasi raised an eyebrow, pleased. Truly, Dumbledore was remarkably generous. Both parties felt they had gained a significant advantage. Very well, Headmaster, Professor, we shall meet at the 4th floor staircase tomorrow. I will bring Harry along, Yasi declared before bidding farewell to Dumbledore alongside Snape. Snape escorted Yasi back to her dormitory, pondering whether he had perhaps burdened her with too much responsibility recently, especially upon seeing her yawning. Once inside the common room, Yasi spotted Draco seated on the sofa, his gaze fixed upon her. Yasi, where have you been? Draco squinted. Oh no, she had overstepped. Glancing at Blaise, who was sitting unusually upright, she wondered when he had ever been so proper. I want to see my godfather. You can ask him if you don't believe me. By the end of her explanation, Yasi had straightened her posture. Is that so? I shall verify with him, Draco replied, sighing. From now on, perhaps someone should accompany you. Yasi sensed that this incident had nearly passed, grinning to herself, with her brother often trailing behind her, only to be returned by their godfather. She presumed he was aware of her antics. Nonetheless, having someone shadow her was acceptable. Understood, brother, Yasi cheerfully replied. I'll dare to do it again next time. The following day, Yasi first sought out Harry for assistance. Although Ron was curious, he maintained his composure. The magnitude of this surprise left Harry feeling dizzy. Was he dreaming? Seeing him nod, Yasi promptly seized his hand and dragged him along, unable to rouse him from his stupor. From a distance, Snape observed Yasi pulling along a seemingly dazed Harry, his brows knitting together in irritation. Meanwhile, Dumbledore watched with a smile, though he too felt a headache coming on. The child was truly a spitting image of his father. Chapter 38, The Snake-Slaying Squad, Let Us Go. As Harry caught sight of Snape's nearly murderous glare, he instantly regained his senses. Oh, it seems I have a long way to go. Yasi led them into the abandoned bathroom, pulling a bewildered Harry inside. Indeed, he had quietly grasped Yasi's hand. Snape, observing this, ground his teeth in frustration, yet he refrained from warning Yasi. After all, should she suddenly come to her senses upon his intervention, it would only infuriate him further. Dumbledore's presence beside her instantly lifted her spirits. After all, her pig had finally begun to effectively root around for the cabbage. Snape, the tooth-strengthening potion should be 100 times more bitter. Gryffindor better be prepared. I hope he doesn't catch me by the little hairs. Yasi drew her wand, and, employing the transfiguration charm, transformed the faucet connected to the entrance of the Chamber of Secrets into a snake. She then instructed Harry to watch the serpent and say the opening words. The two professors quietly waited behind, while moaning Myrtle, who had been lingering there, had long since departed upon sensing Dumbledore's arrival. Although Harry was somewhat puzzled, he complied. Soon, an unremarkable washroom revealed a hidden passageway. Yassi intended to lead Harry into the tunnel first, but Snape intervened, insisting on descending first to ensure the children's safety, followed by Dumbledore, who would guard their rear against any unforeseen circumstances. Though Yassi understood there was no danger below, after all, the basilisk was deep within the chamber. She did not contest Snape's decision, recognizing the numerous uncertainties that warranted caution. Fortunately, her instincts proved correct. Upon descending, they immediately encountered the enormous serpent skin, indicating that the basilisk could roam freely within the chamber. Harry gazed in awe at the massive skin. Realizing he was the only one in the dark, he tightened his grip on Yassi's hand. Despite Dumbledore's presence, his anxiety was palpable. Standing beside him, Yassi immediately sensed Harry's unease and squeezed his hand reassuringly. Knowing this was not the moment for words, Harry offered her a gentle smile, assuring her he was all right. However, the warmth of his palm and the faint scent of jasmine emanating from the girl beside him stirred his heartstrings. Under Yassi's guidance, they finally reached the place where the basilisk slumbered. She signaled Harry to continue speaking in Parseltongue, although she was uncertain of the password and could only rely on Harry to guess. As it turned out, the protagonist's aura remained intact. Harry hissed a string of sounds, and the door swung open. The basilisk lay within, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Yassi and Harry exchanged a furtive glance before retreating to a safe distance, leaving the battlefield to the two adults. With a thunderous roar, the basilisk awakened, and the battle was on the brink of eruption. Suddenly, a bird call rang out as Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, arrived. It flapped its wings, seizing the moment to peck out the basilisk's eyes, which incited even greater fury from the creature. Its tail lashed out, attempting to swat the bird, but Fawkes completed its task and soared away, landing in Yassi's embrace outside. Curiously, Harry observed Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, for the first time. Noticing his curiosity, Yassi positioned Fawkes between them for Harry to admire. Meanwhile, the battle was drawing to a close. With Dumbledore present, the basilisk's blindness made its defeat significantly easier. As the creature collapsed, Snape cautiously approached, ensuring the basilisk had ceased to breathe before exhaling a sigh of relief. Donning his gloves, he began sorting his materials. Seeing that he had little left to do, Dumbledore stepped outside to check on the two children who were petting the phoenix. At the moment Dumbledore appeared, Fawkes, looking despondent, seemed to find hope in his presence and immediately flew toward him. Alas, Yassi had a penchant for petting Fawkes, and Harry was merely curious, resulting in the phoenix being plucked of several feathers. Realizing the ordeal had concluded, Yassi promptly stood to enter the chamber, not forgetting to collect Fawkes's feathers. After all, they were valuable items not to be carelessly discarded. Harry, who had watched her enter, remained obediently beside Dumbledore, contemplating whether Snape would take issue with his presence inside, and more importantly, how he would handle the potion ingredients. He could neither assist nor risk becoming a hindrance. Fortunately, both Snape and Yassi acted swiftly, and before long, they had gathered all their belongings. The four of them departed the chamber, marking the silent conclusion of what had once been a thrilling adventure within the lair of the basilisk. As Harry returned to his normal routine of study, Yassi smiled with satisfaction. However, the situation was far from over. Indeed, it would only reach its conclusion when Voldemort was entirely vanquished. Subsequently, Yassi prepared to destroy another of Voldemort's Horcruxes to prevent any unforeseen complications. Better to act sooner rather than later. The good news was that, through the Saint's efforts, Grindelwald had acquired Helga Hufflepuff's cup and was currently using it to hunt for the snake in the woods. Thus, Yassi deemed it an opportune moment to destroy Slytherin's locket. However, to obtain the locket, she first needed to locate Kreacher, who was currently at the Black family home. To encounter him, she would likely need to extricate her rebellious uncle from Azkaban, a task she was somewhat reluctant to undertake. It appeared she would have to devise a reason to retrieve that old rat from Ron's possession. After class, Yassi approached Ron. "Hey, Ron, how's Scabbers doing?" Ron looked somewhat bewildered. He's fine." "Why do you ask, Yassi?" "Well, you see, I've recently developed an interest in pet potions and have done some research. Unfortunately, I can't find anyone at school to assist me, and you are the most familiar faces I know." "What? You want to use Scabbers for your research?" "Absolutely not. He is far too old for that." Oh, don't worry, Ron. It's just some health potions. I swear it won't harm Scabbers at all. In fact, it might even extend his lifespan," Yassi said sincerely, looking into Ron's eyes. "Well, that still won't do. Scabbers can't be away from me." "Oh, Ron. Scabbers would just be helping me out, and I'll pay him for his services. How does 2 galleons a day sound? Ron hesitated. Are you sure it won't harm him? Yes, I promise. Well, okay, but you better take good care of him, Ron relented, pulling Scabbers out of his pocket. Of course. Yassi thought to herself as she suppressed the urge to toss the rat away, allowing Ron to place Scabbers into her hands. Chapter 39, The Rat Scabbers. She feigned affection, stroking Scabbers' fur, and observing the rat's enjoyment nearly pushed Yassi to the brink of throttling the shameless creature. Ugh, disgusting, greasy old man, if he loves food so much. Let us give him plenty. Given her past life as a wealthy heiress, the wisdom of her people was formidable. Humph, what trickery had she not encountered before? However, the people here were still rather naive. Why was there no chronic poison? Nonetheless, to Yassi, it was a trivial matter, a mere small poison she could easily manage. As someone who studied potions, coupled with the knowledge she had acquired in her previous life, it was not overly challenging. At least it was simpler than her other potion research. After 2 nights of work, she was nearly finished, but the exact effects still required testing. In any case, she also concocted an antidote, ensuring that if anything went awry, she could simply administer it, guaranteeing that once her unfortunate uncle was rescued, she could swiftly dispose of him. However, timing was crucial. Otherwise, Ron would likely come after her in a fit of rage. Yas was contemplating her strategy. After Ron's departure, she retrieved an alchemical cage designed specifically to prevent an animagus from escaping. To ensure its robustness, she had even summoned a wizard familiar with animagi to assist her in an experiment, guaranteeing that this contraption would be utterly impenetrable. That troublesome creature, Scabbers, would find no opportunity to flee once it was in her possession. She carried the cage to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Aware that time was of the essence, Ron had requested to see Scabbers once a week, so it was imperative that the creature appeared unchanged during his visits. After placing Scabbers on the table, she set off to fetch some nourishment. No, rather, she meant to procure the special pet food. However, she understood the importance of maintaining appearances. Otherwise, this old fellow might become suspicious, which would be quite detrimental. Oh, dear Scabbers, do wait a moment while I retrieve the specially formulated food for your health, Yas said, heading to a nearby counter where she had prepared the pet food in advance. Indeed, she had concocted it the previous evening, ensuring that each morsel contained a slow-acting poison. Employing a small shovel, she placed the food into the feeding dish within the cage. The little rat cautiously approached, sniffing the food before glancing up at Yas. Upon seeing her gentle smile, it felt reassured and began to eat. Indeed, one could not deny that Scabbers was exceptionally cautious. Fortunately, she had employed the principles of food incompatibility in her poison's formulation. Otherwise, this sly creature likely would have refused to consume it. Fortuitously, as a traveler from another realm, she had encountered certain rare items in Chinatown that she deemed useful and had purchased without hesitation. Since he was human, she decided to feed him according to a human's portion. Otherwise, she would lack the patience to continue this charade. A week passed, and Scabbers had indeed become even more glossy and vibrant. Only after Ron noticed that Scabbers was in good health did he breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently returning Scabbers to Yas, she accepted him with a smile, as her patience for this ruse had reached its limit. Fortunately, the potion had proven effective. Although Ron and Scabbers remained blissfully unaware, as a skilled potion maker, Yas could discern that his time was short. Thus, with a benevolent heart, she resolved to assist him on his final journey. The next day, after observing that Scabbers had consumed all the food, Yas draped a black cloth over the cage and carried him to the cellar. She intended to allow her godfather to take action. Snape regarded Yas with a silent incredulity, questioning the nature of the object she bore, concealed beneath the black cloth. Once she estimated the moment was right, she mixed the potion that would reverse the animagus transformation into the pumpkin soup and placed the cage on the ground. After a week of familiarization and feeding, Scabbers had no inkling of the impending change as he drank the potion without suspicion. Within minutes, the potion took effect, and Yas, hearing sounds emanating from the cage, lifted the black cloth to reveal the transformation. Snape tightened his grip on his wand and swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Yas. At that moment, he comprehended the situation. It was most likely the handiwork of the young girl. It was then that Peter Pettigrew, realizing his predicament, recognized that he had been ensnared by this platinum-haired imp. Fortunately, the individual before him was an old comrade. "Oh, hi, Severus, old friend. Please let me out. We're on the same side." Snape, still in a state of confusion, noted that although Peter had transformed back to his original form, the cage remained unchanged. Thanks to Yas's foresight in enlarging the cage during its construction, they could hear Peter's words clearly. Yas understood his implication, and with a smirk, she stepped forward from behind Snape. "Allow me to introduce you, dear godfather, to a once great hero. Tell me, What kind of hero would hide away like a repugnant rat? Before Snape could respond, Yas continued. Look at our great hero, Peter Pettigrew, a despicable traitor and voyeur. Her words struck Snape like a thunderbolt, awakening him to the implications of her accusations. Traitor? Voyeur? Yas turned to explain. Of course, he was the secret keeper back in the day. Even now, he continues to spy on Harry, as Ron is never far from him, and Harry and Ron are the best of friends. The weight of her words hit Snape hard. Thus, the dog had taken his place in Azkaban? He suppressed his fury, stating through clenched teeth, indeed. His gaze bored down on the cage, where Peter could see the murderous intent in Snape's eyes. Fearful, he dared not move, even stifling his breath, terrified that Snape might cast a spell upon him at any moment. Yes, how else could he claim they were allies? It became evident that he had aligned himself with Voldemort. Snape's grip on his wand tightened, his entire demeanor radiating sorrow and rage. Yas sighed. Godfather, I haven't yet informed Professor Dumbledore. You may act first. However, do leave him a breath. I assure you he won't survive long. Snape regarded his obedient pupil and thought to himself that his most prudent decision in life had been to become Yas's godfather. Yet, he shook his head, for he recognized Peter's potential utility. To enter the Black family estate, she would need Sirius Black as a guide, and at present, he was the most suitable choice. Observing Snape's unwavering resolve, Yas set off to find Professor Dumbledore. Chapter 40. Her uncle. When Dumbledore beheld the distressed Peter Pettigrew confined within the cage, he felt a headache coming on. He subsequently called for Professor McGonagall, of course, in the safety of his office, as the cellar could attract the attention of young witches and wizards, which would be undesirable. Yas suggested that Harry and Ron should also be summoned, as they had a right to know these matters. Dumbledore nodded in agreement and instructed Yas to fetch them. By the time they gathered in the office, a considerable assembly had formed, including the Minister of Magic, Fudge. At Dumbledore's signal, Snape poured an entire vial of Veritaserum into Peter's mouth. The cage was so small that Peter could not move, forced to watch helplessly as Snape administered the potion. Under the scrutiny of all present, he unraveled his lies and confessed everything. After Fudge recorded Peter's crimes, he refrained from any remarks about exoneration. Instead, he seemed to be dismissive of the entire matter. Yas stepped forward from behind Snape, a smile playing on her lips as she regarded Fudge. Beads of sweat began to form on Fudge's brow. What was the matter with Miss Malfoy? Surely, the minister was not coveting the Black family's possessions? Otherwise, why would he not exonerate her uncle? Yas emphasized the word uncle. Fudge quickly grasped her implication. This meant that the Malfoy family had not given up on the Black family. He could only grin sheepishly, stating, what a lapse in memory. How could such a significant matter slip my mind? Would it be possible for Professor Dumbledore to visit the ministry for a procedural matter? Of course. Dumbledore replied with a smile. Fudge, observing the silent agreement from the young lady before him, understood that the little ancestor had consented. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, maintaining his composure as he politely exited Hogwarts. At that moment, the gaze of the assembly turned towards Harry and Ron, who stood off to the side. Harry remained perplexed, utterly unaware of the reason for his summons. Seeing Harry's confusion, Yas smiled and said, Congratulations, Harry, you have a godfather. What? Harry exclaimed in shock. Is it true? Can I finally have a family? Yas looked at the astonished boy before her, a wave of bittersweet emotion surging within her. If it weren't for Voldemort, he would likely be a carefree child right now. Reflecting on Harry's conflicts with Draco, she noted how he always showed tolerance towards him. Harry, that's his uncle. How else can he get married if he offends his uncle? It is indeed true, Harry, Dumbledore said with a smile. This is news worth celebrating, isn't it? Harry then realized that he indeed had a godfather, had a family. All of this was brought to him by Yas, and he gazed at her tenderly. Thank you, Yas. Huh. Yas was somewhat perplexed. What are you thanking her for? She has her own motives, big brother. Harry, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's all for him. With matters mostly resolved, Harry and a dazed Ron prepared to leave. Staying any longer would surely expose them to Snape's piercing gaze. Yas noticed that Dumbledore still had something to discuss with Snape, so she took the opportunity to bid farewell. Snape appeared reluctant, yet Dumbledore had business with him, leaving him no choice but to watch Yas depart with a resigned expression. Harry pulled Ron along next to Yas, who observed Ron's lackluster demeanor. Ron, I'm really sorry. Huh. Ron snapped back to reality. This is not your fault. He broke free from Harry's grip and sank to the ground in despair. Yas and Harry paused, staying by Ron's side. It makes me feel nauseous just thinking about it. Ron exclaimed, I actually shared a bed with an old man. Oh my God, I can hardly believe it. Eventually, amidst Ron's lamentations, the trio made their way back to the common room. Upon returning to her dormitory, Yas collapsed onto her bed, relieved that her plan was progressing well, with only the return of that uncle remaining. Pondering Ron's despondency, Yas resolved to ask her father to procure an owl for her. Surely having a pet would lift Ron's spirits. She remembered that the Weasley family's owl was getting rather old. However, even before the arrival of the owl, the return of Sirius Black was imminent. Just a few days after Peter Pettigrew was taken away, Yas found herself summoned to the headmaster's office once again. After politely knocking and entering, she sensed an uncomfortable atmosphere in the room. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead, clearly suffering from a headache. Honestly, the moment we meet, it's nothing but bickering, endlessly. Yas moved to Snape's side and calmly called out, "Godfather." Sirius, momentarily taken aback by her hair, realized she was indeed his niece. Soon after, Harry was summoned as well, and the moment he entered, Sirius's attention was captured. He stared at Harry, who felt overwhelmed by his intense gaze, quickly making his way to Yas's side. Although Snape was somewhat displeased, witnessing the disbelief on the face of that foolish dog made his irritation dissipate entirely. You are Harry, aren't you, my child?" Sirius stammered. "Yes," Harry nodded. "Child, I am your godfather." Tears immediately welled in his eyes. Harry looked up in astonishment. The two then embraced in a heartfelt display of tears, while Professor McGonagall discreetly wiped away her own tears nearby. However, Yas felt a surge of anger. How could this man be so impolite? Never mind, let him acknowledge it or not. "Gentlemen, have you finished crying? We have matters to attend to," she said, her voice tinged with irritation. Upon hearing Yas's slightly annoyed tone, Harry quickly ceased his weeping, while Sirius shot an unhappy glare in Yas's direction. Snape frowned, positioning himself protectively in front of Yas, but that glance was enough for Yas to feel even angrier. How could he not even say thank you? Outrageous. Yas couldn't help but laugh in frustration. "If you two are still preoccupied, then I shall take my leave. After all, this is merely a matter that can be settled with a few fiery exchanges, which I'm sure requires no input from me." With that, Yas strode towards the door. Dumbledore immediately intervened. "Ahem, let us discuss this calmly." Yas rolled her eyes. No, let them perform to their heart's content. I shall not obstruct their view. A person who can't even say thank you possesses no manners whatsoever. It's simply bringing disgrace to Gryffindor." Her words ignited Sirius's fury. "What did you say?" "Yas huffed. "What? Is your hearing impaired?" Just as Sirius was about to confront her, Harry stepped in to halt him, while Snape continued to shield Yas. Chapter 41, The Cause and Effect. "Huh, as expected of you. You can't resist engaging with a young lady. What did you say, you snotty brat?" Sirius glared at Snape. Before Snape could respond, Yas dashed out from behind him, her wand directed at Sirius, her eyes blazing with fury. "Don't speak of my godfather that way. Try saying that again." Seeing Yas so enraged, Harry quickly pushed Sirius back. "Don't do that. If it weren't for Yas, you would still be in Azkaban. And if it weren't for Professor Snape assisting with the paperwork, leveraging the Malfoy family's name, you wouldn't have gotten out so swiftly." Sirius stubbornly retorted, "Humph. Who needs their help? If you're so proud, then go back to Azkaban. If you can't return on your own, I wouldn't hesitate to send you back myself." Yas shot back defiantly. "Huh. I still need to look after Harry," he started, but Yas interrupted. "Don't use Harry as an excuse. You're just a coward." "What did you say?" Sirius exclaimed in disbelief. "What? Did I say something wrong? Is this your first day realizing Harry needs you? If so, then why didn't you explain yourself back then? You are nothing but a coward." Sirius, dejected, opened his mouth but lowered his head instead. Only then did Dumbledore dare to interject. He thought to himself. Had he interrupted this young lady's performance earlier, he could only imagine the consequences he would face. At last, everyone settled down quietly, and Sirius's emotions began to stabilize. He apologized to Yas and promised to prepare her a token of gratitude. Only then did Yas calm down. Seeing her no longer upset, Harry sighed in relief, realizing he had nearly jeopardized the efforts he had been putting in for nearly 2 years. Finally, all disputes were resolved. Although Sirius and Snape still regarded each other with disdain, neither dared to provoke the other. Yas, at such a young age, had already mastered the art of verbal sparring that Snape wielded, even surpassing him. Thus, both men could only glare at each other, refraining from any retorts. For it was a time for serious matters, and if delayed, the consequences of Yas's wrath could be severe, such as with Lockhart. Yas instructed Sirius to summon Creature, as she needed to inquire about certain matters. Though Sirius was somewhat puzzled, he complied. Moments later, an elderly house elf appeared in the headmaster's office. "Oh dear. Creature has been summoned by the traitor of the Black family. Creature is truly sorry. Madam, Creature should atone with his life." "Hey, Creature," Yas spoke up. "I asked Sirius to call you here." "Oh dear, look who Creature sees, Miss Malfoy," the house elf exclaimed with some enthusiasm. "Creature, listen to me." "Of course, miss. It is Creature's honor. The locket box from your uncle is with you, right?" "Oh no, Creature is a wretched elf." Creature painfully cradled his head in anguish. "Wait, what locket box?" Sirius inquired, perplexed as to how he was unaware of another locket box in the house. "Do not interrupt. Aisling shot Sirius a glare before continuing to Creature. I have a way to resolve the issue with that locket box. Professor Dumbledore has promised me that he will bring back Uncle Regulus's body. So may I take the locket box from you? Creature turned his gaze towards Dumbledore, who nodded at him with a warm smile. He eagerly exclaimed, Miss Malfoy, is that truly the case? Can you really resolve the matter concerning the locket box? Creature has failed miserably to fulfill Master Regulus's last wishes. Indeed, it is true. I have already destroyed two, Aisling affirmed with a nod. Upon seeing Aisling nod, Creature vanished from the office, only to reappear moments later, cradling a locket box in his hands. Aisling took the locket box, cast it aside, and deftly employed the Fiendfire spell. In no time, a wisp of black smoke emerged, swiftly consumed by the Fiendfire, accompanied by a piercing scream. The Fiendfire completed its task and then vanished, leaving behind a broken locket box. With tears brimming in his eyes, Creature gazed at the scene before him. Master Regulus. Did you see that? Creature has finally fulfilled your wish. He then broke down into a fit of sobs. Sirius felt a surge of agitation, bewildered by the unfolding events. He attempted to speak several times, only to be silenced by Aisling's glare, while even Harry tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to refrain from speaking. Once Creature had composed himself, Aisling spoke. Creature, could you please recount what transpired? No, Creature cannot. Master Regulus forbids Creature from revealing anything to anyone. Aisling gestured for Sirius to inquire, as a Master's question must be answered by Creature. When Sirius finally asked, Creature reluctantly recounted the events. It all began when the former Master was still alive. One day, he required a house elf, and Master Regulus provided Creature, who was deemed satisfactory. After Master Regulus departed, he took Creature to a cave, and after crossing a lake by boat, he compelled Creature to drink a peculiar liquid. Creature endured immense suffering, yearning to return home. Yet he was commanded to drink it. After consuming it, Creature, in agony, believed he was on the verge of death. In a haze, he saw something being placed in the very spot he had occupied before he was dragged beneath the lake. Subsequently, it seemed Master Regulus heard Creature's pleas. He summoned Creature, who returned home. Creature then divulged everything to Master Regulus, who insisted Creature take him to that cave. After crossing the lake, Master Regulus began to drink the same potion Creature had consumed that fateful day. Despite Creature's attempts to dissuade him, he could only watch as Master Regulus suffered. Feeling utterly helpless, Master Regulus then exchanged the contents of the locket and instructed Creature to destroy it, forbidding him from disclosing the matter to anyone. Creature helplessly witnessed Master Regulus being pulled to the lake's depths, yearning to save him, but Master Regulus commanded Creature to leave. Thereafter, Creature attempted numerous methods to destroy the locket, lamenting his inadequacy as a house elf. Creature concluded his tale, his voice choked with emotion, leaving everyone enveloped in silence. Chapter 42. A conversation between Harry and Sirius. Sirius's eyes were red. He had always perceived his brother as a coward. Yet the truth revealed that his brother was the first to uncover Voldemort's intentions, even striving to destroy one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. How could this be? His brother had lost his life at such a tender age. This forced him to acknowledge that his brother was indeed braver than he, never flinching even at the cost of his own life. Creature beseeched Aisling and Dumbledore to expedite the return of his young master. In response to the elf's fervent gaze, Aisling nodded in agreement, while Dumbledore instructed Creature to come to his office the following morning, as the time was insufficient for that day. Creature nodded with joy and departed, neglecting to bid Sirius farewell. He was loyal solely to the mistress and Master Regulus. Sirius, incensed, stomped his foot in frustration, but with Harry present, he ultimately sat back down. He wished to converse with Harry first. As for that insufferable elf, he would deal with him later. The remainder of the time was dedicated to Harry and Sirius, who had finally reunited and clearly desired to converse. Aisling and Snape bid farewell to Dumbledore, and soon Harry and Sirius exited, leaving the two erstwhile adversaries behind. Dumbledore wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on how rambunctious the youth could be. The two needed a quiet place to genuinely connect. Sirius intended to go to Harry's dormitory, but Harry suddenly recalled a location that would be perfect for them, one where they would remain undisturbed. Harry led Sirius to the room of requirement. Wow, this place is marvelous. No wonder you're your father's son, Sirius exclaimed in admiration. Actually, it was Aisling who discovered it and informed me, Harry replied, somewhat bashfully. Oh, is that so? Sirius reflected on his earlier demeanor towards his niece, realizing he had been rather rude. Why had he taken issue with a young girl? Nevertheless, it was not a major concern. That child, like her father, was quite cunning. Indeed, Aisling is a wonderful girl, Harry said, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Sirius sensed something amiss. Harry's demeanor reminded him eerily of James during the early days of his infatuation with Lily. As he listened to Harry constantly share anecdotes about Aisling, praising her endlessly. Sirius thought, it's evident. Harry is smitten with that girl. This realization left Sirius feeling somewhat uneasy. Why must he fall for the daughter of his family's longtime rival? No wonder Snape regarded him with increased disdain. It was as if a prized vegetable was about to be plucked from his garden, and he had yet to take action. However, as he listened to Harry recount tales of Aisling, he found himself intrigued by her, noting that she was quite different from her parents and godfather. Gentle, polite, an adept potioneer, and skilled in alchemy. What a remarkable young lady. Seizing a moment when Harry paused, Sirius ventured, "So, you fancy her?" Harry's face flushed instantly. Yes, I do. Goodness, you are a spitting image of your father." "Really?" Harry responded, his surprise palpable. "Indeed, your father was the same. When he fancied someone, he would pursue them directly." He winked at Harry, who nodded shyly, affirming that he could indeed do so. He then began to inquire about his parents, eager to learn more about them, a longing that had always resided within him. Sirius gazed at Harry and began to recount the events of yesteryear, sharing stories about his dear friend and Harry's mother, as well as the interactions involving Snape. Although certain aspects were rather humorous, it did not prevent Harry from furrowing his brow deeply upon hearing the four companions and Snape engage in their mutual conflicts. He felt it was somewhat excessive, yet he hesitated to voice his thoughts about the elders' affairs. Sirius, noticing his discontent, chose to omit many details, acknowledging that their past transgressions had indeed been rather egregious. However, those events were now behind them, and to revisit them might incite even greater discord. The atmosphere between the two was exceptionally harmonious, filled with continuous laughter and banter. After hearing Sirius's account, Harry finally grasped the reason behind Snape's aversion towards him. It appeared that the misdeeds of the previous generation were being unfairly placed upon his shoulders. He had even considered taking away Snape's treasured plants. It was truly a wonder that Snape had shown him any semblance of kindness at all. Sirius felt a pang of guilt, recognizing that it was their youthful follies that had inadvertently burdened Harry with the fallout. Moreover, Harry harbored a fondness for Snape's teaching, which only intensified Snape's disdain towards him. Subsequently, Harry recounted his own experiences at Hogwarts to Sirius, and despite occasionally digressing into discussions about the IELTS, Sirius exhibited not a hint of impatience. He listened intently to Harry's every word, cheering and encouraging him along the way. Time flew by swiftly, and as curfew approached, Sirius prepared to depart from Hogwarts, knowing that they would not have the opportunity to meet again for some time. Though they had promised to write to one another frequently, correspondence could never truly compare to face-to-face encounters. Sirius escorted Harry to the common room before returning to the headmaster's office. He requested that Professor Dumbledore take him along when they departed the following day, expressing his desire to personally escort his brother home. Dumbledore acquiesced to his request, reflecting on how much the once wayward young man had matured over the years. As a guardian who had watched him grow, Dumbledore sincerely wished for him to continue on his path without regrets and with joy. Thus, as dawn began to break, the three stood at the mouth of the cave indicated by Creature. The reason for their early arrival was that Sirius had hardly slept the previous night, his anxiety compelling him to awaken Creature before the sun had even risen. Were it not for the necessity of retrieving Regulus's body that day, Creature would have likely ignored the frenzied calls of the traitorous Black. After breakfast, they rushed back to the headmaster's office, where the poor Dumbledore was still lost in slumber, roused by Sirius's insistent cries. Fortunately, the headmaster's patience was remarkable. Had it been the case with the IELTS, he would have surely faced the wrath of a petite fist. Based on Creature's detailed descriptions, the three deliberated strategies at the cave's entrance. Chapter 43, Bringing Him Home. They discovered through trial that to cross the lake within, they would need to board a nearby boat, which could only accommodate 2 wizards, including the house elf. Presently, they had 3 individuals. Neither the house elf's magic nor the wizard's apparition could directly reach the platform beyond. After much consultation between Dumbledore and Sirius, they resolved to leave Creature outside, despite Creature's unwillingness. Wishing to personally retrieve young Master Regulus, he could not defy the 2 wizards before him. Dumbledore and Sirius rowed the boat to the center of the platform, where a stone basin filled with an unknown potion awaited them. Just as Sirius was about to consume the liquid from the basin, Dumbledore intervened, cautioning him against the potential side effects. After all, the last wizard who had partaken of it had perished, and the first to drink was a house elf, rendering the reference rather inconclusive. For safety's sake, Dumbledore decided to explore alternative methods, hoping for a successful outcome. However, it soon became apparent that Voldemort possessed a certain level of cunning. Dumbledore attempted to pour the potion from the basin, yet no matter how much he emptied, the contents remained unchanged. He tried various containers and even heated the potion, but the liquid persisted in its original quantity. It seemed that only a wizard could drink it to unlock the mechanism. Dumbledore shook his head in frustration, letting out a deep sigh. Observing the situation, Sirius took up a nearby cup, scooped a portion of the liquid, and brought it to his lips. The liquid coursed down his throat and settled in his stomach, igniting a burning sensation that gradually spread throughout his body. His mind was inundated with grave visions, reminiscent of the feelings evoked by the Dementors. The joy he once held was stripped away, leaving only sorrow. Yet, the thought of the small boy who had always followed him, calling out for his brother, spurred him to drink on, tears streaming down his face. He lamented his inadequacy as a brother. Was the silence that followed due to disappointment? He regretted not reaching out sooner. Brother, I will bring you home. Memories of their time together flashed through his mind. Brother, let us strive together. Brother, do not worry. I will help you. Sirius, have you thought of your family? You are a cold-hearted individual. As he neared the end of the potion, his consciousness began to blur. Yet he clung desperately to the replica locket box that Regulus had placed inside. Staggering, he felt Dumbledore's supportive grasp. He craved water. Ah, there was the lake. Struggling towards it, Dumbledore sensed something amiss and swiftly pulled Sirius back. Something was emerging from the lake. A pale, gray hand suddenly reached out, serving as a harbinger for an increasing number of hands, followed by heads and bodies. Dementors. Sirius had nearly lost all awareness, yet he still fought to reach the lake, mumbling incessantly about water. Dumbledore, with no choice left, rendered Sirius unconscious and began to contemplate their next steps. The sheer number of Dementors was overwhelming. Their current count was already substantial, and the lake continued to produce more. It was challenging for Dumbledore to maneuver with an unconscious Sirius while also seeking Regulus's body. Fortunately, amidst the multitude of Dementors, one body hanging from a Dementor caught Dumbledore's attention. Indeed, it was Regulus, still intact and not yet transformed, likely due to the protective gear he had worn. Dumbledore deftly used the levitation charm to transfer Regulus from the Dementor to their small boat. Initially worried about violating the boat's rules, however, he soon realized that the stipulation of only 2 passengers referred to the living. Regulus's lifeless body did not qualify as a living person. Nevertheless, another complication arose. The lake was teeming with Dementors, rendering passage impossible. Should they attempt to force their way through, the boat would surely be dragged to the lake's depths. With no other options, Dumbledore cast the levitation charm on the boat, allowing them to float across the lake. Creature awaited anxiously at the entrance until Dumbledore emerged, guiding their companions out one by one. Tears fell in large droplets onto the ground as Dumbledore gently placed Regulus before it, alongside Sirius. It was evident that the potion had a significant effect, otherwise he would not have remained unconscious until now. Dumbledore, unable to bear the sight of such sorrow, returned once more to the cave. At that moment, the Inferi had returned to the lake, and the surface once again regained its tranquility. He attempted to retrieve the bodies within, but alas, his efforts were in vain. Initially, he had intended to pull them out one by one for burial, but it seemed that this would not come to pass. He cast the Fiendfire spell, incinerating the entire cave to prevent any unwitting souls from being harmed. Outside, Sirius gradually awakened, his ears filled with the sound of weeping. He slowly sat up, opening his palm to reveal the replica that Regulus had placed there. Upon carefully unfolding it, a small note fell out, addressed to Voldemort. A smile graced his lips as he read the note. Indeed, it was a true testament to his brother's character, brimming with a provocative tone that mirrored his own. If Voldemort were to lay eyes on this, it would surely infuriate him. Meanwhile, Kreacher continued to weep beside him. Sirius tucked the note into his pocket, the sole remaining memento of his brother. He then handed the false locket box to Kreacher, fully aware of who Kreacher's true master was. Kreacher gazed at the locket box presented to him, finally ceasing his lamentations. He had not anticipated being able to retain a keepsake of Master Regulus. The house elf delicately cradled the locket box, adorning it around his neck, resting closest to his heart. At this juncture, Dumbledore returned, and they transported Regulus to the resting place of all the Blacks, laying him to rest. He had finally returned home. Chapter 44, An Unexpected Arrival. In that moment, the eyes of all present glistened with tears. Isle informed her parents and brother, wishing to accompany her uncle on his final journey. Alongside her were Severus and Professor McGonagall. Regulus had not had many friends during his school years. He often found himself alone. It was only after joining Voldemort's ranks that he began to interact more, though none could be deemed true friends. Thus, the funeral, spearheaded by Isle, consisted only of Regulus's cousin Narcissa, her family of 4, along with his brother and the 2 headmasters of Hogwarts. Despite Narcissa's persistent inquiries into her cousin's demise, neither Dumbledore nor Sirius revealed the truth. Mindful of Lucius's continued allegiance to that faction, this naturally raised suspicions in Lucius. Yet since he had been the one to introduce Regulus to Voldemort's camp, he did not suspect any ties to the Order of the Phoenix. That notion was implausible. However, Lacking evidence to dispel his doubts, he opted to dismiss them. After all, the wizard was dead. Pondering further would yield naught. Thus, this chapter of events finally drew to a close. The plan to eradicate Voldemort had progressed significantly, with only one piece remaining, the snake, which Grindelwald had yet to locate. Isle worried that the fragment of Voldemort's soul within the cup might adversely affect wizards, ultimately deciding to proceed with its destruction, confident that Voldemort's main soul remained intact. Nonetheless, Isle harbored an unsettling premonition that something had deviated from her plans. Yet, recalling an old saying from the Land of Flowers, when soldiers come, let them face soldiers. When water comes, let the earth cover it. As long as they remain strong, Voldemort would not pose a significant threat. The only troublesome aspect was the fragment of the soul residing within Harry. However, the good news was that the Master of Alchemy had made progress, and it was believed that the fragment would soon be thoroughly separated from Harry. After retrieving Regulus, Hogwarts was nearly on the brink of holiday. Thus, with the assent of the two headmasters and a dean, Draco, Isle, and the Malfoy couple returned home. Isle's vacation commenced, and she immersed herself once more in her research. Draco, sensing an imminent danger, persuaded Lucius to engage in intensive training alongside him. While all seemed harmonious and engaging here, far away in the forests of Albania, Voldemort, residing within the serpent, glared in fury at the saints conducting a thorough search for the snake. Damn it! Once his followers arrived and regained their human forms, he would ensure these wretched beings tasted an Avada Kedavra. At Voldemort's behest, the dark mark on the arms of all Death Eaters served as a reminder that their master was summoning them. However, due to Isle and her companions having nearly destroyed the Horcruxes, the Death Eaters only received the call but were unaware of their master's whereabouts. It appeared that Voldemort would have to wait a while longer. Severus, sensing the disturbance, was momentarily taken aback before swiftly summoning Dumbledore, frowning as he informed him that their plans might have gone awry. Dumbledore nodded gravely and pinned a letter to Isle, instructing her to meet at Severus's home, while he hurried off to find Sirius. Meanwhile, Lucius halted the training, glancing at his wife, Narcissa, whose face had turned somewhat pale at her husband's abrupt pause. It felt as though that person had returned. Lucius nodded at Narcissa, affirming her unspoken thoughts. Yes, he was back. However, lacking knowledge of the location, Lucius could only send his subordinates to search. On the other hand, the Death Eaters in Azkaban had begun their revelry to welcome their master. After deliberation, they decided to have the inconspicuous Peter Pettigrew use his Animagus form to escape Azkaban first, followed by a collective escape amidst the ensuing chaos. At this juncture, Isle, Dumbledore, and Sirius arrived at Severus's home. What had gone awry, awakening the fragment of Voldemort within Nagini? The main soul was still in their possession. Isle pondered for a moment. Could it be that the main soul was too weakened? But we merely sealed him. We did not introduce anything to diminish his strength. Dumbledore shook his head. What if he weakened himself? Severus proposed. Is he mentally ill? Sirius retorted. Isn't it rather peculiar to fragment one's own soul so extensively? Isle added. Upon reflection, he does seem quite unwell, Severus remarked. Dumbledore, share your insights, Isle requested. His greatest fear is death, hence he created numerous Horcruxes, Dumbledore explained. But how does that relate to weakening his own soul? Sirius countered. Severus shot him a withering glance. True to his nature, he lacked any semblance of intellect. Yes, Isle suddenly realized, he fears death. If he remains inactive, he is destined for annihilation. Thus, he would undoubtedly choose to gamble. However, he never anticipated our speed, resulting in only the fragment within Nagini awakening. As for the one within Harry, it likely remained dormant due to its diminutive size and the protective magic of Aunt Lily's love, leaving only a singular Voldemort. Sirius finally grasped the implications. Expressing his disdain for those who speak in half measures, he shot a glare at Severus. Severus smirked coldly, noting that his own foolishness was not the fault of others. How utterly dim-witted. Isle could not help but feel relieved. Fortunately, their actions had been swift. Otherwise, they would have faced multiple Voldemorts. Now, what should they do next? It is imperative that Nagini not be killed directly, for once Harry reaches adulthood, the protective magic bestowed by Lily's love will dissipate, potentially transforming him into another Voldemort, an outcome that is utterly unacceptable to all. Fortunately, promising news has emerged from Nicodemus's research, and it is believed that, in the near future, the fragments within Harry will be obliterated. However, the pressing concern remains, how to delay Voldemort in the interim. Suddenly, Aisling interjected, estimating that the Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban would soon escape. What? That is inconceivable, Sirius exclaimed. The other two wizards also voiced their skepticism regarding Aisling's assertion. If you doubt my words, simply await the next edition of the Daily Prophet. The first to break free will be Wormtail. Aisling's declaration resonated with finality. Chapter 45. Please call me the prophet, thank you. Despite the incredulity shared among the three wizards, they could afford to wait a day. Aisling's mind, however, began to churn with ideas. Although killing is abhorrent, one must acknowledge that each of those Death Eaters has blood on their hands. Yet, two individuals stood out as exceptions, her father, Lucius. Due to his significant standing with Voldemort, and her godfather, Severus Snape, revered for his exceptional potion-making abilities. Aisling pondered how she could persuade the Death Eaters confined in Azkaban to consume these poisons. Suddenly, enlightenment struck her. House elves. They are omnipresent. However, should they be discovered, not only would the elves suffer, but their masters would also face dire consequences. It appears she must not only control the potion's effects, but also enlist a house elf who would remain unscathed. Thus, only one candidate remained. With a smile, Aisling rapped her fingers on the table. Earlier, Dobby had mentioned that whenever she needed him, she need only call his name. Dobby. With a pop, a meticulously dressed house elf appeared before her. Oh, dear Miss Aisling. Dobby is overjoyed to see you again. Dobby exclaimed with delight. I need Dobby to assist me with a task, though it may prove perilous. Oh, kind Miss Aisling requires Dobby. Dobby will surely fulfill your request. Aisling conveyed her plan to Dobby and handed him the concocted poison, instructing him to administer it to the Death Eater's meals after Wormtail's departure. She promised Dobby 10 galleons as a reward for completing the task. Dobby joyfully accepted the poison and exited Aisling's chamber. As for whether Dobby recognized the Death Eaters, Aisling was unconcerned. He had encountered them before, as Voldemort had previously resided at Malfoy Manor. Moreover, she devised a brilliant scheme to absolve herself of suspicion. She instructed Dobby to take some discarded papers from Lockhart's writings, his books, and inadvertently leave them within Azkaban after the Death Eaters had departed. Thus, the Ministry of Magic would suspect a wizard had aided the Death Eaters' escape, leading to a thorough investigation into Lockhart's memory tampering and theft of others' accomplishments. Additionally, with the Death Eaters' demise, Lockhart would incur Voldemort's wrath, truly a win-win situation. The following day, as anticipated, the Daily Prophet reported that Wormtail had escaped. This revelation incited outrage among wizards who had previously held a modicum of respect for the ministry, but now decried its ineptitude. Dumbledore, Snape, and Sirius exchanged exasperated glances. Accepting Aisling's teasing gaze, heed not the prophet's words, and suffer the consequences before your very eyes, she quipped. They resolved to heed Aisling's counsel moving forward. Aisling laid out the entirety of yesterday's plan, yet Sirius harbored a lingering doubt. Once all were eliminated, who would report back to Voldemort? She rolled her eyes at him. Well, my godfather and my father, are they not? But are you not concerned for their safety? Sirius inquired, bewildered. Aisling sighed. Snape shot him a reproachful look. Come now, engage that brain of yours that has been gnawed on by trolls. Sirius rubbed his head, acknowledging that while he possessed formidable strength, it did not exempt him from lapses in judgment. Perhaps in the past he could have managed, but after such an extended period in Azkaban, it was a wonder he had not lost his sanity altogether. Aisling sighed once more. He is no longer even human, devoid of a wand. How could he harm my father and godfather? Sirius finally grasped the situation. Indeed, should he not prioritize regaining his human form through his subordinates? Thus, they needed to feign a semblance of normalcy. What shall we pretend? The materials required for the resurrection ritual include a father's bone, a servant's flesh, and an enemy's blood. Therefore, we must safeguard Harry. As long as my godfather remains a loyal subordinate, he will not exhibit extreme behaviors until his revival. For only 2 wizards can locate him. But Wormtail has escaped, has he not? Fear not. I assure you, before he finds Voldemort, he shall perish. As events unfolded, they transpired precisely as Aisling had foretold. As the school year approached, the Death Eaters within Azkaban successfully escaped. The Ministry of Magic found only Lockhart's books within, and he was subsequently imprisoned in Azkaban, while Wormtail was discovered, albeit deceased by the time he was found. Seated on the train, Aisling stared incredulously at the Daily Prophet. Goodness, there is no evading this, is there? Must he escape just before the school year begins? Indeed, the train suddenly slowed, revealing a host of Dementors outside. Aisling discarded the newspaper and stood to leave. Draco, noticing his sister's intent to venture out, attempted to reassure her. It's all right, they cannot enter. Just as the words left his mouth, a chilling frost began to creep under their compartment door. Aisling shot an incredulous glance at her astonished brother. Cannot enter? What nonsense. If they couldn't enter, how did Harry faint in the storyline? With a flick of her wand, an incantation taught by Snape, a beam of white light flashed, and a slightly larger possum appeared before her. The frost on the door dissipated immediately, and the Dementors retreated. Yet, Aisling was not finished with that indiscreet creature. She waved her wand, pulling her brother along as they exited, warmth enveloping them in their wake. Suddenly, a white wolf appeared ahead. Aisling raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Oh, it seems he has arrived." The wizard trailing behind the white wolf smiled gently at Aisling and Draco. "Well done, children." Draco, observing the wizard's humble attire, remained silent, while Aisling cheerfully addressed him. "Are you the new defense against the dark arts professor?" "Oh, yes," he replied. "You may call me Professor Lupin." "Very well, Professor Lupin. It seems all is well over there, so my brother and I shall take our leave." Lupin nodded and continued on his way, while Aisling and Draco returned to their compartment. Draco gazed at his sister with exasperation. "It appears that the prophet is wholly suited to you." Chapter 46, Harry's Invitation. Upon arriving at the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Aisling realized that despite her swift reactions, Harry had not escaped the fate of the original storyline, succumbing once again to the Dementor's influence. Draco, pulling Aisling along, headed to the infirmary, eager to mock that cursed Scarhead mercilessly. In the eyes of Yasi, this behavior transformed into Draco's concern for Harry, albeit lacking a direct reason to approach him, thus resorting to mockery. "Ah, how amusing," she thought, as she stumbled upon this realization. "Oh." Draco glanced at his inexplicably laughing sister, pondering what could possibly occupy her thoughts. Never mind. It was futile to bicker with a child who had yet to see the light. Last semester, Yasi and Draco had chosen similar courses, both enrolling in care of magical creatures. In another subject, with Dumbledore's special permission, Yasi opted for alchemy, having previously conducted her own studies under the guidance of Nicholas Flamel. Interestingly, Yasi's true passion lay not in potions, but in alchemy. Through alchemy, she could create the wondrous items she had long envied in novels from her past life, filling her with immense excitement. Consequently, she aspired to become an assistant in alchemy, eager to acquire further knowledge in the field. As for Snape, he remained indifferent. On the contrary, he took pride in this. His student, his child, surpassed him in brilliance, excelling not only in spells, but also in potions and alchemy. While he hoped Yasi would take his place one day, it was clear that her happiness was his utmost priority. When Harry inquired about Yasi's classes during course selection, he found himself perplexed by alchemy and reluctantly chose to forego it. This meant his time with Yasi would be limited. Thus, when he saw her visiting him today, he was overjoyed. "Draco, damn that Scarhead. I'm right here. Did a troll eat your eyes?" "Mean." Yasi then witnessed her brother, looking as if he had consumed gunpowder. Realizing that a verbal skirmish between Ron and Draco was about to unfold. Why Ron, you may ask? Quite simply, Harry could not afford to offend his brother-in-law, so he remained silent. Ron, unable to tolerate Harry's plight, launched into a furious rebuttal. Draco, upon witnessing this, thought, "Oh, my friend, you've chosen to challenge me. Haven to you? If I don't best you, I shan't bear the Malfoy name." Harry attempted to intervene, but alas. They both shouted for him to be quiet in unison, understandable given the escalating tensions. Meanwhile, Yasi, Hermione, and Ginny sat to the side, enjoying their meal while watching the spectacle unfold. Truly a delightful display of verbal prowess. Speaking of Ginny, ever since the commencement of their second year, she had officially joined their small group. The young girl, initially shy, had hidden behind Ron on her first visit, secretly observing Yasi. It remained uncertain whether it was Yasi's gentle demeanor that alleviated her shyness or the small cakes that forged their friendship, but soon enough, whenever there was a gathering, Ginny would invariably sit beside Yasi, indulging in cake while quietly conversing with her. This led to Draco's grievances. Already unable to stay close to his sister due to Quidditch practice, he returned to find her flanked by Hermione on one side and Ginny on the other. The three girls often congregated, further sidelining the boys. Finally, after the raucous exchange had concluded, Draco turned to witness the trio of girls deep in conversation, feeling a twinge of envy. However, upon noticing Harry attempting to join them, yet unable to find his voice, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. As the day wore on and evening approached, the three girls reluctantly bid farewell. Yasi lay in her bed, contemplating how this year might afford her some respite. Most of her tasks were nearly complete, and she had procured ample photographs from Grindelwald, though Dumbledore remained obstinately unyielding. Perhaps it was time to have another word with Grindelwald, urging him to adopt a more modest demeanor lest he lose his beloved. As the night grew deeper, the only sounds in Yasi's dormitory were her steady breaths. Indeed, the initial days of the school year were the most arduous. Yasi reluctantly rose from her bed, mourning the departure of her splendid holiday. Yet, she took solace in the fact that here, unlike in her previous life, there was a unique feature of holiday adjustments. She could still look forward to upcoming breaks. After several days of classes, Yasi finally acclimatized to school life. One afternoon, Harry unexpectedly sought her out. She had just exited the room of requirement, ready to grab a meal, when she spotted Harry standing at the entrance. "Is there something on your mind, Harry?" Yasi inquired, somewhat puzzled. I just wanted to ask. This weekend, would you like to go to Hogsmeade together?" His face flushed, and he stumbled over his words, clearly anxious. What? Hogsmeade? Yassi exclaimed in surprise, realizing, oh dear, she had completely forgotten that as third years, they were finally allowed to visit Hogsmeade. The current climate felt relatively safe. At least Voldemort remained hidden in the woods. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to accept Harry's invitation, reasoning that he might feel embarrassed to approach Draco directly. Hence his indirect approach. Upon hearing her affirmative response, Harry's face lit up with joy. Then, see you this weekend. He blushed and hurriedly dashed away. Yassi watched him leave in confusion, thinking, what on earth? Why are you blushing at me? Returning to the common room, Yassi sought out Draco, who had just returned from Quidditch practice and was busy with his homework. Brother, guess who I just ran into? Yassi said mysteriously. Who? Draco asked, still engrossed in his work. With increasingly lengthy and intense training sessions, he had fallen behind on assignments and was scrambling to catch up. I just bumped into Harry. Yassi's revelation nearly caused Draco to fling his quill across the room. What the hell does that scarhead want with you? Draco set down his quill and turned to face Yassi. Whoa, is someone feeling jealous? She teased, finding amusement in his seriousness upon hearing Harry's name. It was rather endearing, she thought, especially since he had not displayed such intensity when she spoke to him. Ah, true love indeed. This weekend. He wants to go to Hogsmeade with me, Yassi said with a playful smile. I knew it. That damn scarhead has ulterior motives. Did you agree? Draco's voice rose in disbelief. Yes, Yassi replied, fully aware that by accepting the invitation, she had unwittingly endorsed his pursuit. At this moment, Yassi was so engrossed in her ship that she forgot that agreeing to accompany a boy to Hogsmeade essentially meant accepting his affection. Chapter 47, An Unusual Class. Draco thought to himself, what on earth is wrong with my sister? Meaning had that scarhead devoured her brain? He held his head in exasperation. Yassi, do you even remember the significance of a boy inviting a girl to Hogsmeade? Of course, Yassi replied cheerfully. No, how could he not foresee this development? My sister is utterly oblivious to Harry's intentions. Poor Harry, I can only spare a moment of sympathy. The rest is reserved for mockery. My sister remains unaware. While Harry harbors feelings for her, what a joke. He'll be crushed. The following day, as Yassi drowsily ate her breakfast, an abrupt realization struck her. Today marked her first defense against the dark arts lesson. She hoped Professor Lupin wouldn't be too erratic. Squinting her eyes, she entered the classroom. Draco let out a sigh of relief upon entering. Thank goodness, there were no bizarre scents lingering in the air. Yassi followed her brother and took a seat beside him. Before long, a refined figure entered the room. Observing his attire, the Slytherin students were filled with disdain. At this age, still struggling financially, he likely possessed no real talent. As he beheld the grand cabinet brought by the newcomer, Remus Lupin pondered whether he could truly evade the inevitable. After introducing himself, he noticed the girl using the Patronus charm on the train. In her eyes, there was no hint of surprise, only an unwavering calm. He had inquired about her from Dumbledore and learned she was a child of the Malfoy family. Her hair alone betrayed her lineage. According to all the professors, she was a gentle and obedient girl. He nodded subtly towards her, then shifted his gaze to Harry. How many years had it been since he last saw James? This child bore an uncanny resemblance to him. He mused briefly on the delightful memories of his school days before concentrating fully on the lesson. For him, this was the second act of kindness bestowed upon him by Dumbledore, and he was determined to fulfill his duties, even if only for a year. As he animatedly delivered the lesson, all the little creatures were enraptured by his teaching. The snakes were taken aback. This impoverished wizard was unexpectedly adept at instructing. True to the storyline, he spoke of boggarts. Yet, I must concede, thought Yas, that amidst all the educators she had encountered, Lupin's teaching style was the most innovative and captivating. After elucidating the characteristics of boggarts, Lupin guided all the little creatures in reciting the incantation to banish them, a scene both amusing and whimsical. He then arranged the two schools into lines before the cabinet he had brought. The first to step forward from Gryffindor was Neville, unsurprisingly. Oh, Neville, what is your greatest fear? Lupin kindly inquired. SSS Professor Snape, Neville stammered. I know, Professor Snape is notoriously the most serious of all. It's perfectly normal to be afraid of him, isn't it? Oh, really? Of course. I, too, would find his stern demeanor quite intimidating. Now, let us think of something lighter, shall we? Lighter? Indeed. Picture something that would evoke genuine laughter. My grandmother at home, wearing her flowery quilted jacket. Neville gradually relaxed. Oh, I have a splendid idea. Imagine the most serious Professor Snape donning that very jacket, he said with a mischievous grin, casting a glance at Snape, who was standing just outside the door. Snape had initially come to discuss the potion curriculum with Yas, yet overhearing such banter made him scoff. Oh, it seems a nemesis will always be a nemesis. Snape glared at Lupin, thoroughly exasperated. Is this amusing, Professor Lupin? Yas interjected coldly, her icy gaze fixed on the giggling creatures, the majority of whom were Gryffindors. Harry and Ron, caught up in laughter, suddenly noticed Yas's expression and realized she was incensed. The Gryffindors quickly recalled the previous professor who had provoked her, Gilderoy Lockhart, who had been carried out of the office, bloodied and bruised. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. Do you understand why Professor Snape is so serious? Yas suddenly directed her gaze at one Gryffindor, who immediately dropped his head, unable to meet her eyes after having laughed so heartily just moments before. And you? Do you know? She asked another Gryffindor, who also dared not speak. Observing the now subdued classroom, Lupin hastily interjected, Hey, it was merely a joke. I hardly consider it a jest. How is it that adult wizards lack the understanding of a mere underage witch? Yas pressed. Do you truly not know why Professor Snape is serious? She continued, looking at the Gryffindors. I simply do not comprehend. Potions require meticulous precision. Even the slightest miscalculation can lead to disastrous results. Your whimsical concoctions often turn out either toxic or explosive, and each time, it is Professor Snape who must clean up your mess. If he were not serious, what would become of your potion grades? Yas's icy retort revealed her frustration. Her earlier explanations had evidently fallen on deaf ears, and prejudice remained rampant, even among professors. Lupin's expression soured. This girl was clearly not as compliant as she appeared. She strode directly towards the door, prompting Lupin to intervene. Malfoy, where do you think you're going? To find Headmaster Dumbledore. I wish to request a change of professors. What did you say? Lupin furrowed his brow. If that is your desire, I shall exercise my authority as a professor. Please refrain from disrupting my lesson. Is that so? No matter. Oh, by the way, I shall inform Headmaster Dumbledore that it is unreasonable for a professor to undertake such tedious potion-making tasks for free. It is a gross misallocation of his time. Upon hearing this, Lupin's complexion turned ashen. Enough, Yas. Snape entered, proving his worth as her mentor, having caught every word of her outburst. Yas returned to Draco's side. Though her anger lingered, her family was of utmost importance to her. Everything else paled in comparison. In Chapter 48, The Angry Yas, Snape remarked, I shall consider what you have said, his demeanor surprisingly cheerful. Perhaps I should discuss this with Dumbledore right away. In stark contrast, Lupin's face was a ghastly shade of pale. Noticing Lupin's silence, Snape chuckled. Of course, that was merely a jest. The little creatures were taken aback. Goodness. Professor Snape actually made a joke. However, they were even more astonished when he turned to Yas with a tender gaze. Come here, Yas. I believe you need not his guidance. His voice was unexpectedly gentle, leaving even the stunned Lupin in shock. Without hesitation, Yas rushed to Snape. Grasping the fabric of his robe, he affectionately ruffled her hair. I will speak with Dumbledore, he said coldly to Lupin, whose rapid shifts in demeanor were truly astonishing. Then he turned to the little creatures, who were shivering in the Siberian chill. Gryffindor shall lose 20 points for their disrespect towards a professor. Without heeding the ensuing wails, he exited the classroom with Yas, Draco trailing behind. He glanced back at Lupin on the podium, remarking, I believe my father will be most interested in this matter. Unfortunately, he could not catch up with Snape and Yas, and was left to wait by the entrance of the dungeon for their return. At this moment, Yas had led Snape to the headmaster's office. When Dumbledore saw her arrive, he nearly pulled out his beard in disbelief. Not even a week into the new term. And this child is back again. Oh, dear headmaster, Yas said with a perfectly crafted smile. Wait, child, what is it you wish to convey? Hearing her sardonic tone, it was evident she was upset. Is Hogwarts in dire need of funds? Not at all. Not at all. Then why is the potions master not only managing the school's potions, but also providing them for free to staff members, all while juggling multiple jobs for a single salary? I must admit, I had not considered that, Dumbledore quickly replied, realizing this child held considerable sway over him. What do you propose? I shall increase Severus's salary, Dumbledore suggested tentatively. Yas scoffed. I do not believe you are unaware of the poor relationship between Lupin and my godfather. Well, isn't this all just a reminiscence of youthful days? He remarked with a grin. If he had truly matured, I wouldn't be here in your office today. Dumbledore paused, contemplating. What has Remus done to provoke this little tempest? He sighed. He had not anticipated this reaction from the young one. I do not demand your expulsion of him. Yet we shall no longer provide his Wolfsbane potion free of charge. May I inquire what Lupin has done? Aisling recounted the events, and Dumbledore sighed again. Recognizing that this matter had reached an impasse, he nodded in agreement. When Aisling departed, pulling Severus along, he cradled his head, groaning, Oh, this headache. Perhaps once Voldemort is vanquished, I shall hasten to find a successor. I yearn for retirement. Upon returning to the dungeon, Aisling spotted her brother, standing at the doorway. To be frank, Severus felt a swell of pride. His child had grown. Lucius, my daughter. Where is her father? After issuing a few words of guidance to the two children, Severus instructed Draco to leave momentarily. He wished to confer with Aisling privately, hoping she would join the advanced potions class. After some contemplation, Aisling acquiesced to Severus's suggestion. Emerging from the dungeon, it was mealtime, and Aisling proceeded directly to the Great Hall. On her way, she encountered Harry and Ron, who appeared to be awaiting her arrival. Aisling felt a flicker of anger towards their previous actions. She had explained herself to them extensively, yet their laughter today was as boisterous as ever. Choosing to ignore them, she walked away. Harry, noticing Aisling's disregard, pursued her, but regardless of his apologies, she remained unresponsive, as though he were a stranger. Ron stood dumbfounded. Aisling had never exhibited such ire, especially towards Harry. With no other recourse, the two boys returned to Gryffindor, squeezing in beside Hermione, whispering inquiries about how to placate Aisling's wrath. However, Hermione had no solutions either, admitting she had never witnessed Aisling in conflict with her friends. Nevertheless, she harbored concerns. Although she did not smile, she was still a Gryffindor, apprehensive that Aisling might direct her frustrations elsewhere. Fortunately, when she sought out Aisling that afternoon, the latter was as amicable as ever, her anger seemingly dissipated. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. She did not wish to lose the friendship she had fought so hard to cultivate. As for Harry, misfortune awaited him. With the weekend approaching and a trip to Hogsmeade on the horizon, Aisling opted not to attend, leaving Harry disheartened as he yearned to genuinely apologize. He waited at their predetermined meeting spot, but instead encountered Draco. With his two sycophants in tow, Draco smirked. "Don't wait around, Scarhead. She's not coming to Hogsmeade. I shall ensure my sister steers clear of you." With that, he turned and walked away. Ron attempted to interject, but Harry stopped him. As for Aisling's absence, it stemmed from her belief that Harry had invited Draco. Meanwhile, she was absorbed in her alchemical studies, indifferent to the outing. As for lingering anger, it had long since faded. She merely struggled to overcome her internal reservations. Ultimately, Harry ventured into Honeydukes, purchasing some of Aisling's favorite sweets, intending to present them as an apology upon his return. When Draco saw Harry again, he nearly exploded with fury. Does this imbecile not comprehend the situation? Aisling, observing the savior with candies in hand and sincere green eyes offering her an apology, felt her resolve soften. After all, it was merely a trivial matter, and her ire had already dissipated. She accepted the sweets, waving him off. Harry sighed in relief. At last, Aisling was no longer upset. Meanwhile, the catalyst for this turmoil, Lupin, gained clarity under Dumbledore's explanation. He sought Sirius, hoping he could convey his apologies and gifts to Aisling. "Oh dear, what a good brother you are. Falling for the same person," Sirius quipped. Chapter 49. The emergence of Voldemort. The following day, Aisling was taken aback upon receiving two gifts. Well, he's not a bad person, just entrenched in some biases, she mused. While perhaps unintentional, the damage inflicted was undeniably real. However, her spirits soared upon reading the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, which announced the demise of all the Death Eaters who had escaped from prison. Aisling couldn't suppress her satisfaction. At long last, those malevolent beings had met their end. Without delay, she hurried to Severus's lair to share this momentous news. Though he disapproved of her methods, she had acted with such swiftness that he could not intervene. Thus he awaited the ensuing revelations with trepidation. Hearing this news, especially as the young girl had successfully extricated herself from the situation, was indeed a cause for celebration. As for Dumbledore, the most formidable white wizard in the magical realm, he had known of these developments before the prophet's publication. Whether Aisling was responsible for the Death Eater's demise was of no concern to him. As long as the magical community remained stable, he would willingly sacrifice his own well-being. On Voldemort's end, he had awaited a signal from his followers, but none arrived. These fools, they do not even know where their master is, he hissed through clenched teeth. Alas, he was still merely a serpent. His fury escalated, causing his voice to rise, inadvertently attracting the attention of his captors. In a fit of rage, he fled without a second thought. A day passed. Lucius continued to regard his old master with great esteem. After all, Voldemort was indeed powerful, and most importantly, he wished to protect his family. The Ministry of Magic had deteriorated under Fudge's leadership, and while Lucius harbored disdain for Muggles, he could not deny their rapid advancement. The prospect of the magical world being exposed sent shivers down his spine. Thus, he chose to ally with his former master. If he could not change his views, he would at least strive to control them. Aisling understood her father's mindset, but she could not alter his convictions. Perhaps his concerns were justified. The magical realm indeed required reform, yet the instigator of such change must not be Voldemort. Absolutely not. A soulless being would see you as expendable once you lost your value, leading to your demise, a fate Aisling could not bear to witness. This was why she endeavored to ally with Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and others, to extricate her family from that abyss. Now, it seemed she was on the brink of success. For that very morning, Severus had received a letter from Lucius. He had discovered the location from which Voldemort was signaling. Aisling, upon learning this, promptly dispatched her godfather to rendezvous with her father, ensuring that they could monitor Voldemort's movements in real time while minimizing potential harm. At this juncture, Voldemort was at his weakest, without a wand or followers. They must strike decisively, or face dire consequences. Immediately thereafter, Isle penned a letter to Grindelwald, urging him to withdraw all the saints from the woods, to ensure no unforeseen incidents transpired. Isle sought out Dumbledore, expressing her desire for Grindelwald to temporarily remain at Hogwarts, thereby safeguarding Harry's security. Of course, she harbored her own selfish motives. This arrangement would allow Grindelwald to spend every day in Dumbledore's presence. Surely, she mused, he could not fail to charm his beloved under such circumstances. Dumbledore, however, was resolute in his refusal, fully aware of Isle's intentions. Although he felt a flicker of temptation, he knew that that individual must not emerge. Isle remarked, "He simply has a thin skin, confining himself. If only he were a bit bolder, he might have already climbed into bed with her." Dumbledore quipped, "And you think he hasn't tea?" Isle countered, "Oh dear. Consider this. The Dark Lord has always regarded you as his primary adversary. At the slightest disturbance, he would undoubtedly focus his attention on you, seizing the opportunity to strike at Harry when you are distracted. Grindelwald's presence would be akin to lurking in the shadows, thus better protecting Harry and contributing to the stability of the magical realm." Each of her words struck a chord within Dumbledore, hitting the mark. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he found her arguments utterly compelling. Thus, preparations were set in motion, awaiting the gentlest of winds to carry them forth. Naturally, Isle conveyed this development to Grindelwald, advising him to temper his excitement and maintain his guise. After all, he was incarcerated in Nurmengard. To emerge openly would not only attract the attention of the Aurors, but also draw Voldemort's scrutiny, rendering the effort counterproductive. As predicted, the following day Dumbledore announced a new professor, and the unmistakable allure of the situation left Isle unconvinced that it wasn't T. Grindelwald. Just look at Dumbledore's flushed cheeks. Perhaps he had rushed through the night, with Snape preoccupied with searching for Voldemort while managing classes. Isle had no choice but to shoulder the responsibility of teaching potions to the younger students, alleviating her godfather's burden. The younger years rejoiced, for the Siberian winds that had blown for weeks had finally ceased. This disruption shattered Isle's tranquil existence, yet she could hardly be the sole one to toil endlessly. Hence, everyone was summoned. Hermione, Harry, Ron, Draco all were enlisted. Those who excelled academically were tasked with brewing potions to supply the infirmary, while those less proficient were assigned to gather potion ingredients, ensuring students had materials for their classes. Isle was relentless in her quest for labor, particularly targeting the Slytherins and Gryffindors, all eagerly awaiting Snape's return. At least when Professor Snape was present, as long as one did not err, they would not face detention and forced labor. However, under Isle's watchful eye, any sighting would result in immediate task assignments. As for any objections, a hearty laugh sufficed. Refusal was simply not an option. Failure was inconceivable. Now, they could only hope for the alchemical tools to extract the fragments of soul from Harry's scar. Chapter 50, The Calm Before the Storm. Yet, the more one longs for something, the more elusive it becomes. As the third year drew to a close, the creation of the alchemical tools remained stubbornly stalled. Under Isle and Grindelwald's tacit approval, Voldemort had made contact with Lucius and Snape. As Isle had anticipated, Voldemort had indeed instructed Lucius to take him to the Gaunt family graveyard. After assessing the situation, he commanded Lucius to bolster his ranks, for many of his followers remained unconfined in Azkaban. Subsequently, he directed Snape to procure Harry's blood. As for the blood of a slave, that was a trivial matter. Truth be told, Isle was most curious. If wizards who espoused the ideology of pure blood superiority were to discover that their leader was a half-blood, would they still choose to follow him? Thus, Isle resolved to conduct a small experiment to validate her hypothesis. It would also serve as a greeting to the returning Voldemort. The question remained, however, who would be the subject? Isle had initially intended to undertake this herself, but with examinations looming, she needed to prioritize her studies. For Voldemort's schemes paled in comparison to her academic pursuits. Consequently, the plan was temporarily shelved. However, during the latest meeting, as a new member of the Order of the Phoenix, much to her chagrin, Isle listened as Snape relayed Voldemort's latest movements. This prompted her to implement her plan and observe what effects might ensue. What fascinating developments might arise? Isle was eager to find out. As for Isle's motivations for joining the Order, primarily, it was Dumbledore's cunning nature. This saga began a few days prior, when Grindelwald's arrival had resulted in the two of them becoming inseparable. On several occasions, Isle found herself entering the headmaster's office only to catch them in a cozy tete-a-tete. Thus, the two had nearly reconciled. As young couples do, they resolved their conflicts by spending time together. From that point onward, Isle found herself in a rather disheartening predicament. Ever since their reconciliation, she had been unable to engage in playful banter with Dumbledore. Alas, it was her efforts that had facilitated their reunion, yet now, with the two of them together again, she felt cast aside. Such a lamentable fate. Hence, under Dumbledore's insistence and Grindelwald's subtle threats, Isle had no choice but to embrace the Order of the Phoenix. During the first meeting, her presence astonished many wizards. Goodness, is that not the daughter of the Malfoy family? What brings her here? Has Voldemort returned? Or has the Order been overtaken by Death Eaters? That cannot be. Dumbledore is still here. When it comes to dark humor, none could rival Dumbledore. He had brazenly brought Grindelwald into their midst. This sent a shiver down the spines of the Aurors, who feared he had escaped. Oh, but no. The truth was, he had indeed escaped. Initially tense, the assembly gradually relaxed. Apart from Isle and Snape, who had remained at ease from the outset, eventually stowing away their wands, there was no reason for concern. The two of them were simply too adept at displaying affection. Just observe the bubbles of love between them. With Dumbledore present, they were fortified by his support. Coughing softly, Isle pondered and identified a certain witch, the infamous illegal animagus, Rita Skeeter. Yet, where to find her? In the original narrative, she only emerged during Harry's 4th year, during the Triwizard Tournament interviews. Prior to that, the text offered no detailed account of her whereabouts. After all, she was merely a minor character serving to propel the storyline, which rendered her lack of description somewhat justifiable. Yet, this presented a vexing challenge for Isle. Ultimately, she decided to consult Snape for guidance. As an adult and a renowned wizard, he should have access to such information. Upon learning of her plan, Snape was rather exasperated. In the face of overwhelming power, all schemes and machinations proved futile. What difference did knowledge make? In the world of adult wizards, self-interest reigned supreme, particularly among pure-blood families. Nonetheless, Isle had her reasons. Sometimes, public opinion still held significant weight, did it not? Thus, possessing a talent like Rita Skeeter's is undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Otherwise, who can say whether she might one day become a dagger aimed at your heart? As a former citizen of the Flower Kingdom, steeped in millennia of rich cultural heritage, Yasi was acutely aware that, on numerous occasions, the will and support of the populace are of paramount significance. The ancient adage, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it, is not without merit. Under Yasi's guidance, Snape finally liberated himself from the shackles of his former mindset. Indeed, the wizarding world requires a modicum of public discourse. As the most inventive and imaginative journalist in the magical realm, Rita Skeeter undoubtedly serves as the most effective leader in this battle of narratives. Ultimately, Snape acquiesced to Yassi's proposition. He ventured into Nocturne Alley and brokered a deal with a dark wizard within, effortlessly obtaining the address of Rita Skeeter's residence. This particular dark wizard is a well-known figure, unaffiliated with any faction, yet possessing his own unique network of information. Most commendably, he adheres to a strict code of confidentiality, never disclosing the nature of his clients' purchases. On a moonless night, two thieves, one large and one small, invaded a modest dwelling. Their interest did not lie in the riches within, but rather in abducting the homeowner. Rita Skeeter initially paid little heed, for her notorious tongue had offended many. However, upon transforming into her animagus form, she was swiftly ensnared by the diminutive figure with a jar. Yet, she remained unperturbed, biding her time before feigning death, surmising that the childlike thief would soon tire of the game. Alas, this time, her calculations proved erroneous. As she was escorted back to a dimly lit chamber, a flicker of panic surfaced, yet she remained still. Yasi glanced at Snape. "Greetings, Miss Skeeter. We require a small favor from you. We sincerely apologize for the manner in which we summoned you." Rita Skeeter remained motionless, her animagus form. How could a wizard possibly know? Anxiety coursed through her. Yet she was convinced that the two wizards could not harm her. Chapter 51, Collaboration with Rita Skeeter. She continued to feign the guise of an ordinary beetle, lying still at the bottom of the jar. Observing her unyielding demeanor, Yasi remarked, "Ah, the indomitable spirit persists even in the face of adversity. If you refuse to converse amicably, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." She turned to Snape and declared, "Godfather, I despise insects. Perhaps we should." Elongating her words, the voice from the bottom of the jar grew more fervent. "What do you intend to do?" "Oh, Godfather, did you hear that?" Snape shook his head. "No. TSK, tisk, truly a delightful specimen raised by him. How charming." Recalling Harry's recent proximity to Yasi, Snape's expression reverted to its usual stoicism. Yasi continued pouring. "Wait, I am Rita Skeeter, The voice from within the jar grew louder. She halted her hand. Oh, is that so? How do you propose to prove your identity? At present, I see only a beetle. First, tell me what you want me to do. She recognized that the girl before her was not easily trifled with. Her mind was brimming with clever schemes. Yasi, who had always been the one to manipulate others, was now experiencing the taste of being outwitted. Unaware of her impending manipulation, the young girl did not lower the vial of potion. Do you truly believe you possess a choice? The sharp voice rang out once more. If you wish for my assistance, you must demonstrate some sincerity. How about releasing me first? Yasi ignored her, instead casting a glance at Snape. Godfather, this insect is rather noisy. We have only captured a beetle, correct? Snape nodded. Indeed. Merely a beetle. Rita Skeeter shrieked. No, you cannot do this. If you desire to prevent us, then show your sincerity. What do you want from me? Nothing too arduous. Merely a piece on a subject you excel at. Is that all? Indeed, I will merely provide the material. The rest relies on your eloquence. Rita Skeeter exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not anything beyond her expertise. Yasi divulged the information regarding Voldemort's half-blood lineage. Although Rita was somewhat prepared for the news, having been abducted, the gravity of the revelation far exceeded her expectations. After sharing this, Yasi opened the jar, informing Rita that they would return in 2 days to collect her article, hoping she would deliver a satisfactory piece. Once all matters were settled, Yasi grasped Snape's robe, and they disapparated from the small chamber. Rita Skeeter, upon their departure, reverted from her animagus form, though she was reluctant to be coerced into writing news. The explosive nature of the story exhilarated her. The implications of such a revelation about Voldemort were beyond her imagination. If it were to be exposed, her stature would soar, provided Voldemort remained concealed. Nevertheless, Rita could not help but acknowledge that the girl was quite intriguing, displaying thoughtful ingenuity. Within that small room, besides herself and her godfather, no one else was aware, thus significantly ensuring her safety. This was the aspect of the arrangement that pleased Rita the most, as she could not guarantee that Voldemort would not see through her animagus form and eliminate her. As for why Snape accompanied Yasi, firstly, he was an adult wizard while Yasi was still a minor. He needed to ensure her safety. Secondly, he could capture Rita Skeeter's attention, thereby enhancing Yasi's chances of success in her endeavor, ensuring the mission's flawless execution. Ultimately, he was merely there to observe the unfolding drama, serving as a means of transportation, given Yasi's still developing proficiency in apparition. Despite her prior experience, Snape remained wary of potential mishaps. Collectively, these factors led to a singular conclusion. Snape effectively functioned as a tool. Rita Skeeter's speed was indeed remarkable. Before the semester concluded, the Daily Prophet had already published the article, disseminating it throughout the wizarding community. Observing the incredulous expressions on the faces of her fellow Slytherins, Yasi's appetite greatly improved, prompting her to indulge in an additional slice of apple pie. In a shadowy chamber, a sinister voice echoed, "Who is responsible for this? Damn it! He has yet to subdue those pure-blood families, and now he finds himself bereft of power, exposed as a half-blood." Yet, he could only seethe in impotent rage. For at that moment, he possessed neither a wand nor the status of a wizard. He could only remember those who were fickle. Once he acquired Harry's blood, there would be no escape for any of them. As he gazed upon the enraged Voldemort, Lucius and Snape knelt in silence. "Master, allow me to assist you in dealing with that damned journalist," Snape suddenly interjected. "Excellent. Very well, my loyal subordinate. Send her to meet her proper audience." Snape nodded and departed swiftly, soon followed by Lucius, who was tasked with uncovering anyone who had come into contact with Rita Skeeter. After all, what would a damned journalist know of such matters? Lucius caught up with Snape. "Do you believe that article?" Snape cast a sidelong glance at Lucius. "You already possess the answer, do you not?" Lucius clenched his jaw and turned away. Observing the change in his friend's perspective, Snape felt a sense of relief. He and Yas had been most concerned that Lucius would remain steadfastly aligned with Voldemort. It appeared that the revelation had yielded a favorable effect. Snape recounted his conversation with Voldemort and Lucius's attitude to Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Yas. Chapter 52, Lucius's Transformation. Yas finally breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful that her father's mindset had shifted, she hoped he would soon extricate himself from the grand delusions Voldemort had painted for him. Witnessing many pure-blood families adopt a wavering stance brought a smile to Dumbledore's face. "This article is brilliant. It has inadvertently undermined Voldemort's potential Death Eaters, causing his ranks to fragment. Now he shall have to contend with a headache." While the Order of the Phoenix thrived, Lucius returned to Malfoy Manor with a heavy heart. Initially engrossed in arranging flowers, Narcissa noticed her husband's troubled expression and set down her scissors to sit beside him. At that moment, Lucius was beyond caring for elegance. His mind was in turmoil. Voldemort, the staunch advocate of pure bloodlines, was, in fact, a half-blood. He tilted his head back against the sofa, his attire disheveled. Narcissa furrowed her brow at her untidy husband. Lucius, what troubles you? Has something significant occurred? Yet, she refrained from speaking out, sensing that her Lucius needed a moment of quiet contemplation. She believed he would eventually share his thoughts with her, for he had never concealed matters from her. Narcissa summoned a house elf to bring 2 cups of tea and some pastries to the coffee table. She sipped her tea slowly, when suddenly, Lucius turned to gaze at her. His eyes bloodshot, hair tousled, and attire disarrayed. Seeing his beloved wife calmed his thoughts somewhat. Lucius, are you all right? Narcissa set down her cup. Sissy, have you read today's Daily Prophet? Lucius did not respond, but asked another question. Narcissa hesitated. Not yet. Why? Could you please take a look? Lucius reclined, tilting his head back and closing his eyes. Narcissa, puzzled, instructed the house elf to fetch the day's Daily Prophet. On the front page, a colossal headline proclaimed, a shocking revelation. The dark secret of the mysterious one. She was taken aback. This journalist was recklessly bold. She was aware that the figure in question had returned. But the reasons for their absence from the public eye eluded her. Although curious, she recognized that their absence was preferable for her children's safety. As she read further, her heart raced. The individual was a half-blood. No wonder Lucius appeared so distraught. She knew that he was an unwavering supporter of pure blood. Only Snape was an exception due to his invaluable talent in potions. Moreover, the circumstances were not the same on either side. That individual sought to trample all purebloods, which was fundamentally different from their friend's nature. The thought of her Lucius bowing before a half-blood caused her heart to ache. Her proud husband would find this intolerable. Noticing Narcissa had finished reading the article, Lucius gazed at her. Sissy, do you think this is true? Narcissa pondered before posing an unrelated query. What is their stance? He appeared anxious. Lucius recalled Voldemort's words and demeanor at the time. It seemed that most of the article's content was indeed true. Sissy, what does my years of servitude amount to? I have knelt before a half-blood. He exclaimed angrily. Lower your voice, Lucius, and remain rational. Consider the positive. He has yet to succeed. Perhaps we can find another. Narcissa's voice grew softer. Lucius immediately grasped her implication, and his expression hardened. After years of suppression and fear, he would ensure a grand retribution. A snake's thirst for vengeance is formidable. To harbor a grudge and not retaliate would be uncharacteristic of a Slytherin. Witnessing her husband regain his composure, Narcissa felt reassured and resumed sipping her tea. Lucius decisively sought out Dumbledore. If one were to ask who could vanquish Voldemort, the answer would invariably be Dumbledore, the most esteemed white wizard in the realm. Lucius intended to trade what he knew for the safety of his family and to execute his revenge. For those who feared death, what could be a more profound act of vengeance than to bring about their demise? However, when Lucius arrived at Hogwarts, the timing was unfortunate. In the headmaster's office, 2 figures were intertwined in a tender embrace. Lucius stared in shock at the scene before him. This day continually reshaped his worldview. First, he discovered that his master was a half-blood, and now he witnessed the greatest white wizard of the wizarding world was enamored with another man. Indeed, he had yet to see the man's identity, but he recognized Dumbledore facing the door. When the figure turned around, Lucius's mind short-circuited once more. Good heavens! Merlin's socks. Who is that? Surely his eyes were not deceiving him. This person bore an uncanny resemblance to the first Dark Lord. Could it be? So what was the situation now? 2 archenemies were together? Lucius, overwhelmed by the revelations, failed to hear Dumbledore's inquiry. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he shot a glare at Grindelwald, who gazed tenderly at his beloved. Noticing that Lucius had been silent for an extended period, Dumbledore looked questioningly towards the door. The influx of shocking revelations had taken its toll, causing Lucius to faint splendidly at the entrance of the headmaster's office. Dumbledore rushed to assist, but Grindelwald intervened. Using a levitation charm, he floated Lucius to the infirmary. Fortunately, it was the last day of school, and the campus was nearly devoid of students. Most were in their dormitories packing their belongings, with only a handful witnessing the spectacle. Otherwise, Lucius would have likely fainted again upon regaining consciousness. Dumbledore. Grindelwald, my wife can only embrace me. Of course, I can only embrace my wife. When Yas, still in a small class in the cellar, received the news, she hurriedly rushed to the infirmary. Upon witnessing her father lying pallid upon the hospital bed, Madame Pomfrey was nearby, employing a spell to conduct her examination. Chapter 53, Lucius's Deal. Accompanying her was Severus Snape, who arrived a trifle later, clutching several potions he had just unearthed. Noticing that Madame Pomfrey had completed her assessment, Astoria hastily inquired about the outcome. Mr. Malfoy was not gravely harmed. He had simply experienced a significant emotional upheaval today, which led to his sudden fainting spell. But he would awaken shortly. Relieved, Astoria expressed her gratitude. Thank you, madam. However, a troubling thought lingered. What had her father endured? At that moment, Draco finally arrived. In her anxiousness, Astoria had enlisted a classmate's help, causing a slight delay, hence Draco's tardiness to the hospital wing. Fortunately, Lucius's condition was stable, and it was not long before he regained consciousness. Gazing up at the stark white ceiling, he struggled to collect his thoughts. Astoria was the first to notice his awakening. She rushed to his bedside. "Father, you're awake. How do you feel?" Lucius, observing his dutiful daughter, slowly propped himself up and tenderly stroked her hair, assuring her, "I'm fine, merely a momentary bout of dizziness." Indeed, it was undoubtedly just his vision playing tricks on him. Otherwise, how could Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald possibly be a couple? Such a notion was utterly implausible. He then turned his gaze outward and spotted his friend, arms crossed, standing nearby. Just as he intended to inquire of his friend, he caught sight of Dumbledore and Grindelwald standing behind him, unmasked in their presence, even holding hands. Lucius nearly collapsed again. Who could enlighten him on what had transpired in this world? Could it truly be that love could bloom between arch-nemeses? Astoria, witnessing her father's distress, quickly supported him. Faced with the concern emanating from his daughter, Lucius begrudgingly began to accept this perplexing reality. He descended from the bed, addressing Dumbledore. "Mr. Dumbledore, I wish to speak with you." Indeed, he had pressing matters to discuss, and the unfortunate Draco had already faded from his mind. Aware of his father's dubious antics, Draco, upon seeing Lucius was in no serious danger, returned to the dormitory. Dumbledore regarded him with surprise. "Of course, Mr. Malfoy." Lucius nodded and accompanied Dumbledore to the headmaster's office. Astoria and Snape, with Fawkes's assistance, stealthily concealed themselves behind a cabinet, until they were certain her father intended to confront Voldemort. Neither she nor her godfather could afford to reveal themselves. Lucius wasted no time. Although he harbored no fondness for Dumbledore, he recognized that the only potential victor against Voldemort was the very man standing before him. Surely not that Potter. "I believe I possess some information you will find intriguing," Lucius declared, lifting his cup of red tea. "Oh, regarding what?" Dumbledore's mind was already conjecturing, but it was imperative that Lucius articulated himself. "It pertains to that individual. I presume you have perused today's Daily Prophet? Then, are you suggesting that Mr. Malfoy wishes to align with us?" Dumbledore responded with a knowing smile. "Whether I join or not remains uncertain, yet I can furnish some intelligence." "Is that so?" Dumbledore's smile persisted, though in Lucius's eyes it bore an insidious undertone. As expected, the next moment, his dutiful daughter and good friend emerged from behind the cabinet. Lucius's teacup slipped from his grasp. "You are threatening me." Grindelwald languidly reclined beside Dumbledore. "Threatening? How could that be?" Lucius sat there, teeth clenched, while Astoria, fearing her father's potential relapse, hurried to his side, casting worried glances at him. "Is this not a threat, Dumbledore?" "Oh, Mr. Malfoy, I assure you, it is not a threat," Dumbledore replied with exasperation. "In fact, Astoria has already pledged her allegiance to our cause." "What did you say? That is impossible." "Father," Astoria began, only to be interrupted. "Astoria, allow me to speak," Snape gently interjected. Years ago, Lucius had aided him significantly. Despite the entanglements of mutual benefit, he had genuinely assisted him. "So, you are also among his ranks," Lucius seethed. Snape nodded. "Indeed." "When did this begin?" Lucius's hands trembled. "From the moment that man threatened Lily's life." Lucius stood abruptly, seizing Snape by his collar. "You speak." "What?" The wizard he had endorsed was, astonishingly, a member of the Order of the Phoenix. How ludicrous. What is true? What is false? Before Snape could respond, Lucius released him and sank back onto the sofa, covering his face with his hands, appearing utterly despondent and helpless. "You are far inferior to your daughter," Grindelwald suddenly remarked. Lucius lifted his head in astonishment. His daughter was undoubtedly the most exceptional. "That little one, who ventured to Nurmengard alone to seek me." "What did you say?" "Alone?" Lucius recalled Astoria's insistence on traveling to Austria, casting a disbelieving look at her. "Yes, for the sake of her family." "What do you mean, for her family?" Lucius's expression was one of incredulity. "Father, do you remember the magical surge I experienced as a child?" "Magical surge?" "Yes, that night, I dreamed of many future events." Lucius gazed at his daughter in shock as she continued. "I dreamed that in fourth year, that man returned, compelling my newly adult brother to assassinate Dumbledore, imprisoning you in Azkaban, witnessing Mother's daily dread, watching our home transform into a grotesque visage, seeing him command Nagini to slay my godfather, witnessing my family depart one by one from my life." Tears streamed silently down Astoria's cheeks as Lucius embraced her tightly. "So, you ventured alone to seek collaboration with Grindelwald?" "Yes, Father," Astoria affirmed. Lucius opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately asking, "Why did you not tell me? Would it have made a difference?" "You would have dismissed it as mere dreams," Snape remarked. "I would not." Lucius ground his teeth. We initially doubted, but the evidence has proven her right. What do you mean? If Astoria had not taken measures, her dreams would have manifested into reality. Chapter 54. Reaching Consensus. Upon hearing this, the room fell into an immediate silence. Lucius clutched his daughter tightly. Thus, even his unwavering loyalty could not guarantee his family's safety. If that were the case, he would resolutely confront the Dark Lord at any cost. Observing her father's pallid complexion, Astoria understood that Lucius had already arrived at his own conclusion. The admonitions of his youth, the aspirations of his adolescence, had finally shattered at this moment. Lucius had always known that Voldemort was not a commendable leader, lacking in compassion, which, while signifying no weakness, also meant he regarded no one with any value. Yet, the words of his father lingered in his mind, and he had continually brainwashed himself into believing in the soundness of his father's decisions, trusting that Voldemort would honor the past. Yet, the absence of emotion equated to a lack of empathy. Voldemort would not be swayed by sentiment. Astoria looked at her father. Father, shall we protect mother and brother together? Lucius nodded, reluctantly acknowledging that Dumbledore's decisions were indeed correct. What do you need me to do? He inquired. Severus will inform you. Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye. What? Lucius was somewhat perplexed, turning his gaze towards Snape. Just hold him off, Snape replied matter-of-factly. Why? Because there is still a fragment of his soul within Harry. A fragment of his soul? Lucius was utterly unaware of the foolish actions his master had previously undertaken. Given the turmoil of Lucius's emotions that day, they collectively decided that Ace would be the one to enlighten him. The Dark Lord is terrified of death. He has relentlessly sought ways to achieve immortality until he stumbled upon a nefarious method in the restricted section of Hogwarts, Horcruxes. The creation of a Horcrux requires the splitting of one's soul and the blood of an innocent. 50 years ago, utilizing Slytherin's basilisk, he murdered his first victim, a Ravenclaw student, thus crafting his first Horcrux, a diary. What? Lucius finally grasped the significance. The diary had been the very one Voldemort had given him. Indeed, father. Ace affirmed his realization. Subsequently, he created Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, Gaunt's ring, and Nagini, thereby dividing his soul into 7 parts. So, as long as the Horcruxes exist, he can resurrect himself, correct? Yes, Ace nodded. However, the act of creating Horcruxes inflicts considerable damage upon oneself, manifesting most clearly as increasing emotional instability and unpredictability. He may have once been a capable leader, but after the creation of Horcruxes, that is no longer guaranteed. My dear daughter, now that you are aware of this, what shall we do? Oh, father, fret not. We have nearly resolved the Horcruxes he created himself. What do you mean? Do you recall how he met his demise? It is related to his death. The Potters were involved. Nearly, she continued. When he attempted to kill Harry, due to the excessive splitting of his soul, Harry's mother tore a fragment of his soul away during her counterattack, sealing it along with her magic within Harry's body. So, are we to abandon that boy? No, quite the opposite. Harry has done no wrong, and thus we shall do everything in our power to help him rid himself of that which should not belong to him. Harry is a good boy. Dumbledore winked at Lucius. Therefore, we must assist in separating that piece from him before he is resurrected? Precisely. Rest assured, we are but a step away. We only need to buy a little time, and all problems will be resolved. Lucius nodded in agreement, consenting to collaborate with Dumbledore. However, do not involve my child. This was Lucius's final boundary. Do you recall what I mentioned? Grindelwald interjected. Your daughter possesses far more resolve than you. The 3 Horcruxes she mentioned were all accomplished solely by her. She is already deeply entangled. What? Lucius gazed incredulously at his daughter, realizing that she had perfectly inherited the Malfoy family's values of prioritizing family above all else. This filled him with both pride and sorrow. A child of merely a decade. Yet she bore the weight of such responsibility, while he, as her father, had yet to see through his own child's clarity. It was a profound failure on his part. Ace, observing her father's complex expression, pondered how to explain. Father, would you believe me if I said I have been an adult since birth? Using an old adage, she mused that since they had come this far, they should indeed ensure everyone's happiness. Furthermore, given the opportunity to start anew, she finally had her own family, caring parents, a loving brother, a sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted godfather, and supportive teachers and classmates. She could not allow Voldemort to shatter their idyllic life. Thus, yet another of Voldemort's minions had joined Dumbledore's ranks. Once their discussion concluded and alliances were established, Lucius remembered his eldest son. How could they expect him to protect his sister? When we return home, I'll have him train harder. As the next head of the Malfoy family, he should be capable of safeguarding his family. His inadequacy was utterly unacceptable. Poor Draco remained oblivious to the unfortunate vacation that awaited him. Since the children are returning home tomorrow, I shall take them back now, Lucius informed Dumbledore, who nodded in agreement. Thus, at home, Narcissa eagerly welcomed her 2 children. After watching them head upstairs to gather their belongings, she turned to Lucius, knowing that her husband was due for an explanation. He recounted the events of the day to her, and as he spoke, silent tears streamed down her cheeks. She began to question whether she was truly a good mother. Why must her children endure such trials? Merely listening to her husband's account allowed her to envision that small, helpless figure lying in bed. And yet she could say nothing, only bear the burden in silence. Was she truly a deserving mother? Lucius quietly enveloped his wife in his arms. Grappling with his own complex feelings and doubts about whether he was a competent father, they sat in silence on the sofa for a considerable time until the children descended. Seeing his mother weeping in his father's embrace, Draco felt utterly bewildered. The day had been surreal, and he was left anxiously wondering what had transpired. Chapter 55, Conversations Among Family. Ace quietly approached, enveloping her parents in a warm embrace, which Lucius reciprocated, and Narcissa joined in as well. Draco, witnessing this display, also moved closer. The family of 4 stood together, sharing reassurance and support. Eventually, both Narcissa and Lucius regained their composure, appearing as they usually did, if one overlooked their reddened eyes. After signaling for the children to sit, Lucius began. I believe we ought to hold a family meeting today. Narcissa added. We need to discuss recent events. You are both growing up, especially you, Ace. She cast a glance at Ace before continuing. Your father and I agree that you are now capable of making your own judgments. Lucius nodded in agreement with Narcissa's perspective. Draco and Ace exchanged looks before nodding in unison. Very well, I shall address today's matters. Lucius took a deep breath and recounted the articles from the day's newspaper along with his suspicions. What? Draco exclaimed. In fact, I was the one who released that article. Ace confessed. The astonishment shifted from 1 to 3. Ace, are you suggesting that you knew he was? Lucius began. Yes, he is a product of the love potion. Perhaps that is why he lacks emotion. Having grown up in an orphanage, Headmaster Dumbledore must be well aware of this, as he was the wizard who brought him there, Ace recalled. Lucius and Narcissa gazed at their daughter with concern, pondering the weight of her burdens. Lucius suppressed his sorrow, and years of emotional management allowed him to regain some composure. He then shared the story of how he joined the Order of the Phoenix and the motives behind it. At this moment, Draco was even more astonished. They belonged to the same house, yet he was utterly unaware of what his own sister had been up to. Lucius's voice had grown somewhat hoarse, his emotions rising with each word he spoke, until finally, he opened his mouth but could not articulate anything. Narcissa had intended to interject, but her voice was even more choked than Lucius's. Ultimately, it was Yas who recounted the events. Her account was far more detailed than the sparse words exchanged in Dumbledore's office. She refrained from mentioning her internal struggles and fears, conveying to her parents in the most nonchalant tone that it was a trivial matter, and they needn't worry, for she was unharmed. However, this seemed to have the opposite effect, as Lucius covered his eyes with his hand, unwilling for his children to witness his disarray. Narcissa's eyes were already swollen from tears. She had wept for a considerable time that day, and in an attempt to reassure her children, she incessantly dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief, only exacerbating their burden. Draco, too, was shedding tears beside them. From a young age, he had prioritized the protection of his sister. If only he had not been so frivolous. Could he have aided her in executing those perilous plans? If he were a touch stronger, would his sister feel more secure? They were, after all, in the same house, sharing the same common room. They attended classes together, dined together, did everything together. How could he have failed to notice what she was up to? Observing the 3 family members engulfed in tears, Yas opened her mouth, but found no words would come forth. She felt that whatever she might say would only deepen their sorrow. She felt quite at ease, perhaps merely experiencing a few brainstorming sessions. Well, there was also a gamble involved. Her protagonist aura was rather potent. But now that she had succeeded, shouldn't there be some celebration? Eventually, it was Lucius who first regained his composure, having experienced a whirlwind of emotions that day, and thus was somewhat accustomed to it. The next inquiry was about what preparations should be made to safeguard their home. Draco was the first to speak up. Father, I wish to intensify my training. I want to grow stronger. Lucius nodded in agreement, turning his gaze to Yas. I plan to upgrade all the alchemical tools we previously gifted you over this holiday. While formidable offensive power is commendable, impenetrable defense must not be overlooked. The family of 4 established their respective goals. Although the impending crisis would soon pass, it was prudent to prepare for future threats. By strengthening themselves, they could ensure that nothing would harm them. That night quietly slipped away amidst their discussions. The holiday had officially commenced. Each of the 4 busied themselves, and their days passed in splendid fulfillment. However, things were not as pleasant for Voldemort. With his mixed heritage exposed, and unable to present himself as a figure of strength, he found few willing to follow him. The loss of numerous Death Eaters further constrained his options, leaving him with only Lucius and Snape at his disposal. He was in dire need of resurrection. He longed to show those wretched fence-sitters a taste of his wrath. Unfortunately, just as the holiday had begun, Harry had just boarded the train home. With his mother's loving magic surrounding him, he could not locate anyone. Helpless, even as Voldemort grew increasingly impatient. He could only await the commencement of the new school year at Hogwarts in September, hoping Snape would procure his blood or transport him nearby. As for Harry on the train, he felt rather glum, not only because Yas was not on board but also due to the impending return to his aunt's home. He simply could not fathom why his godfather did not come to take him away, allowing him to remain with his aunt, who was decidedly unwelcoming. Yet, despite his reluctance, he needed a place to stay. Upon returning home, he resolved to write to Yas. He had noticed that whenever he gazed at her with damp eyes, she would soften. Thus, for the sake of their future happiness, Harry had played the pity card often this year. Draco was on the verge of madness, but each time, Harry succeeded. Had he not known that his sister had no interest in romance, he might have genuinely believed she had feelings for that wretched Scarhead. Time, that mischievous child, slipped away unnoticed. Before long, Harry and his companions found themselves embarking on their 4th year. The plot surrounding Voldemort was nearing its conclusion. One could only hope that Voldemort would appreciate this surprise. Chapter 56, Fragment Resolution. Dumbledore stood at the elevated dais of the Great Hall, addressing all the students as the new term commenced. The first announcement was the cancellation of this year's Quidditch matches. The students below erupted into murmurs, and even Draco furrowed his brow in confusion. Why had the Quidditch matches been abruptly cancelled? Yas sat calmly on her bench, fully aware of the reason. It was to prepare a stage for Voldemort's performance, a notion she understood all too well. Once the students' chatter subsided, Dumbledore explained the rationale. This was the year of the Triwizard Tournament, and the news sent a wave of excitement among the younger students. They all yearned to become that valiant champion who would bring glory to their houses. Draco was no exception. Equally eager as he engaged in animated discussions with his fellow young wizards, Dumbledore didn't elaborate further, as there was still much time before the tournament commenced. Wasn't it better to eat and converse? Yas observed the food that had suddenly appeared before her, along with the distracted hand that was Draco's. Entirely focused on the Triwizard Tournament, even absconding with her apple pie, without realizing. Without hesitation, she swatted Draco's hand away, causing the pie to tumble back onto her plate. In short, chaos ensued within the hall. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, seated at the high table, watched the scene unfold with a gleeful smile. Indeed, he was the one with the most wicked sense of humor. Yas cast a resigned glance at Dumbledore, who mischievously winked back at her. After dinner, as Yas intended to return to her dormitory for rest, she was abruptly whisked away by Snape, heading straight for the headmaster's office. Seeing this, Draco followed closely behind. A holiday spent training had significantly matured Draco, though he still retained some youthful impulsiveness. He was now more contemplative in his actions. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Yas discovered Grindelwald holding a small object resembling a syringe from the Muggle world, albeit longer and with a finer needle. Oh dear, have they made a breakthrough? She mused. Indeed, inscribing such intricate runes onto a needle posed a considerable challenge for wizards. So, they had been stuck at this juncture all along? Precisely. Only by engraving these magical runes could they locate the fragment. After extensive research, they had found that other placements would compromise accuracy, hence the considerable time spent crafting this device. So, when shall we proceed? Dumbledore suddenly inquired. The stage was nearly set, awaiting only Harry's arrival. Yas replied with a smile. The preparations are almost complete. Snape raised an eyebrow, suggesting they should first resolve any troublesome matters before bringing Harry in. It would be unwise if he sensed anything amiss. Shall I summon Harry now? Dumbledore began to nod. But Draco interjected, I'll go. Snape nodded in agreement, indifferent to who would fetch him, as long as his daughter was not overexerted. When Harry arrived, he was still somewhat disoriented. He could hardly fathom that Draco would come to Gryffindor to summon him, and astonishingly, throughout the journey, he refrained from mocking him. It was utterly unbelievable. Poor Harry, still grappling with the situation, was abruptly pushed onto the sofa by Yas, rendering him motionless. Observing this, both Snape and Draco wore displeased expressions. Seeing the little scarred face of Harry turn crimson, they nearly wished to pull Yas away. Unfortunately, Dumbledore had already signaled Grindelwald to administer the potion, leaving them hesitant to intervene, fearing the wrath of their sister-daughter should anything go awry. The torment of his soul compelled Harry to struggle, yet his subconscious restrained him from harming the girl he cherished. Fortunately, the pain dissipated shortly, as if it had merely been a fleeting dream. Harry, in a daze, instinctively reached out and embraced Yas, who had yet to depart. Yas, bewildered, thought, why is he hugging me? What about my brother? Draco and Snape, witnessing this scene, hurriedly rushed over to awkwardly extricate Yas from Harry's embrace. Harry's face flushed anew. He had actually hugged the girl he fancied. Oh heavens! The air around them shimmered with pink bubbles. Dumbledore watched this unfold with delight, reveling in the joys of youth. Grindelwald's keen gaze scrutinized Harry closely. Yas visited him during every holiday, and after years of acquaintance, Grindelwald had come to regard her as his own child. Thus he felt compelled to thoroughly assess this boy. Although Albus held him in high regard, Grindelwald remained somewhat apprehensive, primarily concerned about his wife being misled. Dumbledore had long understood Harry's sentiments. Having watched both children grow, he would be elated if they could eventually unite. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore gradually began to unravel the mysteries surrounding Harry's questions. He recounted everything he knew since the birth of Voldemort. A seemingly virtuous student donned a facade, gradually walking a path of no return. Only when the mask was torn away did the wizards ensnared in his woven dreams awaken. Some joined him, while others opposed him, igniting a tumult within the wizarding world. As exemplary graduates of Hogwarts, Harry's parents were among those who participated. They were wise and courageous, having thwarted Voldemort's minions, the Death Eaters, countless times, saving many innocent lives. Tragically, disaster befell the couple, betrayed by an inconspicuous rat, leading to their demise. However, their love endowed their child with life, making him the savior of the wizarding realm. Harry listened in shock as Dumbledore recounted this saga. Naturally, Dumbledore omitted numerous details, such as the injuries his parents endured and the mistakes made by Snape at that time. Nevertheless, Snape had no intention of concealing anything from Harry. He believed he should be privy to the entire truth rather than a truncated tale. Well, it is not merely that, he began. Yas regarded her godfather with concern, for these were the scars buried deep within his heart, unhealable, festering, and eternally raw. Chapter 57, The Eve of Beginnings. Godfather. Snape ruffled Yas's hair and gently recounted everything. Their encounters, the conflicts among the four individuals. The distance between them grew, and the discord intensified. The two parted ways, with the term mudblood emerging, signifying their fractured friendship. Ultimately, he reflected upon the grave mistakes he had made and his remorse. Harry bowed his head, feeling he ought to harbor resentment, yet he found himself unable to. Snape had done too much, leaving him uncertain about how to express these complex emotions. Snape exhaled, finally mustering the courage to confront the past he had long shunned. It felt liberating. Noticing Yas's worried expression, he subtly shook his head to indicate he was fine. They were nearing the final step. He did not wish to perish as a mere pawn. Hope had entered his life, and he yearned to witness Yas grow, marry, bear children, and live a life filled with happiness. Children, at any moment, are the most potent balm for wounds, imparting boundless hope. Eventually, Harry composed himself and said, "Thank you, Professor Snape." Snape was somewhat taken aback. This boy bore a striking resemblance to his father in temperament. Yet there were discernible differences that reminded him of that radiant girl. Silence enveloped the office until Dumbledore broke it, inquiring, "Harry, do you wish to join us?" Harry nodded, driven by a desire for vengeance for his parents. "Then let us elucidate the recent happenings and our comprehensive plans." Yas interjected, "Oh, is it my turn already?" She reiterated her earlier remarks directed at Lucius to Harry, embellishing with additional details, for after all, Harry was about to become the protagonist. Harry gaped in astonishment at Yas, nearly dislocating his jaw. Could he truly marry the girl he adored? He pleaded inwardly, "Someone tell me what to do when the one I fancy is so exceptional." Was Voldemort, who had terrorized the wizarding world for so long, to be vanquished so simply? Yas retorted, "Humph. The knowledge I have cultivated over millennia in my country cannot be equaled by any foreigner. Did you think I merely indulged in palace intrigue novels? How ridiculous." Thus, the once carefree Harry was drawn into a treacherous venture. "Master, I have discovered a loophole at Hogwarts that can facilitate bringing Harry Potter before you." "Excellent, Severus, my most loyal subordinate. Bring him to me forthwith. The magical world, silent for so long, must be stirred." "As you command, Master." "Congratulations on your return. Lucius, wait until our savior arrives, then you may congratulate me." "As you command, Master." "When?" Yas exclaimed impatiently, "The sooner, the better. How else can I participate in the Triwizard Tournament without worry? I do not wish to exhaust myself saving people any longer." Harry timidly acquiesced, wondering what was amiss with Yas today, as her mood seemed particularly foul. Yas replied, "Of course. After all, I've finally earned my retirement. And now you want me to put in extra hours. I won't feel at ease until that old bald man is dealt with." However, Dumbledore intervened. Although many wizards protected Harry, anyone could falter, and he needed to ensure Harry's safety. Despite Harry closely following Yas's lead, except in potions and alchemy, his spellcasting skills were commendable, yet still inadequate for a confrontation with Voldemort. Thus, before their departure, he and Grindelwald planned to conduct an intensive training session for Harry and Yas, focusing on defense and evasion. For Voldemort's magic, even with but a fragment of his soul, was not to be underestimated. Regarding the IELTS, it serves as a source of motivation for Harry. Dumbledore's intentions are well known, save for one individual, the rather perceptive one, IELTS. She mistakenly believed it to be some arcane spell unknown to her. In reality, it comprised content from Grindelwald's previous texts. Voldemort is adept in dark magic, yet Grindelwald surpasses him in prowess. Thus, the knowledge imparted by Grindelwald equips one to better counter Voldemort. After all, understanding both oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. As for Dumbledore, having faced Voldemort numerous times, he can largely anticipate the actions of this former student. Often, one's greatest insight comes from one's enemies. Draco harbors significant dissent regarding this. Why not include him in the fray? He has grown stronger. Why not bring him along? Dumbledore. His intellect pales in comparison to IELTS. His magical strength is overshadowed by Gellert, and his importance is secondary to Harry's. What purpose would it serve? Would it not be a source of trouble? Draco, indeed. Regrettably, his objections hold no weight. Harry continues his training alongside IELTS, and soon she becomes accustomed to his presence. Consequently, Draco sought external assistance and approached Snape in the cellar. However, Snape was equally powerless. His combat prowess could not rival Grindelwald's. Despite his dissatisfaction, he was aware of Dumbledore's alliance. Thanks to the efforts of Harry and IELTS, their stealth capabilities soared, and with the Potter family's invisibility cloak, even Grindelwald remained oblivious to their whereabouts. With preparations complete, IELTS utilized her spare time to craft additional alchemical items for their protection, aware that they were the least formidable among their peers. Not only were they inexperienced, but Harry likely bore the highest level of animosity. Failing to prepare adequately could lead to dire consequences for them both. Thus, they resolved to be thoroughly equipped. The moment of confrontation loomed, and all held a palpable tension. Lucius conveyed word that Voldemort was growing impatient, and crucially, his own patience was waning. Hence, they decided that it was time to act without delay. Master, I have successfully brought Harry Potter before you, Snape announced as he placed the unconscious Harry at Voldemort's feet. Ha ha ha, splendid work, Severus. He can hardly wait to acclimate to his new body, and then he shall exact revenge on those who hunted him, along with the wavering wizards. Come now, my loyal subordinate, prepare your cauldron and follow my instructions. Yes, my esteemed master. Voldemort eagerly gazed at Snape's cauldron, oblivious to the fact that Harry had slowly edged away from his vicinity. Chapter 58, The Confrontation. At this moment, Dumbledore and the others, who had been lying in wait, stealthily approached to greet Harry. Once Harry successfully rejoined IELTS, a collective sigh of relief was released. IELTS quickly draped the invisibility cloak over both of them, and after Dumbledore confirmed that neither had revealed themselves, they boldly positioned themselves behind Grindelwald, standing in a manner that felt decidedly audacious. Having retreated to safety, and uncertain of when Voldemort would discover this surprise, IELTS preemptively activated all her alchemical devices. Perhaps Voldemort was clouded by excitement, or perhaps he was unaccustomed to his serpentine form. Regardless, he failed to notice that the boy who once lay behind him had been replaced by two elderly figures. By the time Snape had finally prepared the elixir of resurrection, only 3 ingredients remained to be added. When Voldemort turned around, he was met with the sight of 2 elderly men in place of the boy. What? Where is that large Harry? How did he transform into 2 old men? Hold on, one of them is Dumbledore? Damn it. He did not expect this, did you? Every cause has its effect, and your retribution is I. Dumbledore, it's you again. Where's the child? Oh, Tom, abducting a child is hardly the hallmark of a gentleman. Humph. Even when death is imminent, you remain defiant. Grindelwald remarked coolly. And who are you? Voldemort inquired while contemplating his escape. Snape had already been compromised and could no longer present Harry to him. Yet Lucius, being a board member, could likely manipulate the situation. However, it was a pity that Snape, the master of potions, had abandoned him. Nonetheless, his life was of greater importance. Gellert Grindelwald. What? Oh, so it is the former Dark Lord, my apologies. 2 mortal enemies congregated conveniently for his escape. As he spoke, Voldemort gestured subtly to Lucius. But the current form of the serpent was ill-equipped to convey his intentions. Nevertheless, Lucius understood Voldemort's meaning, having been by his side for so long that he had come to know his habits well. Yet Lucius maintained a calm demeanor, standing resolutely with a smile, as if to suggest he would protect Voldemort's escape. A mere dream. Voldemort cast several furtive glances, but Lucius remained unmoved, inciting a surge of anger within him. Damn it. Had Lucius turned against him? Just wait. Once he is resurrected, he would ensure the Malfoy Manor was leveled. He attempted to communicate with Snape through his tail, Yet Snape offered no response, his mind racing with anxiety. Could it be that he would truly perish here? No, that cannot be. He still possessed the Horcruxes. Yes. The Horcruxes. Yet visibly, he remained in a state of considerable distress. Dumbledore concluded the disparate chatter. It was time to send him off from this world forever. Suddenly, Voldemort calmed himself. Something was amiss. The two archrivals stood together without engaging in combat. This was unusual. He scrutinized their demeanor. And Dumbledore and Grindelwald remained unperturbed under his observation. Dumbledore, are you not of my ilk? He sneered. Why would I be akin to you? Huh. To uphold your reputation. You would imprison someone you care for. How hypocritical. What? Realizing escape is impossible, you resort to sowing discord? Grindelwald retorted with a smirk. Huh. Am I sowing discord? How do you account for the debt of having been imprisoned by him? We could collaborate, Voldemort asserted confidently. Oh, collaborate? Assuming Grindelwald was intrigued, Voldemort quickly nodded. Yes. Let us dominate the world together and eliminate Dumbledore. Upon hearing this, IELTS understood that Voldemort had just struck a solid wall. Nearby, Harry had been rendered speechless upon hearing the mention of a beloved, now concerned about whether Dumbledore could manage a 2-on-1 scenario. IELTS quietly reassured Harry, do not worry. They have been together for quite some time. Harry turned to IELTS in astonishment, wondering why he was unaware of such a truth. IELTS hastily redirected his gaze, urging him. What are you staring at? Turn around. We can gossip later. The show is about to commence. What did you just say? Grindelwald glared icily at Voldemort, realizing this insufferable wretch intended to target his Albus. Truly despicable. I said we can eliminate Dumbledore and together reign supreme. Then let us see some sincerity first, Grindelwald replied. Of course, what is it that you desire? Whatever I possess, I shall gladly present it to you. Give me your life, Grindelwald remarked, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at Voldemort. Voldemort finally grasped the reality of his situation. Grindelwald had no intention of collaborating with him. His objective was unmistakably clear, to take his life. He glared at Grindelwald with gritted teeth. Since he refused to concede, I shall come and claim it myself. As he spoke, Grindelwald advanced, causing Voldemort to panic. He was unarmed, and relying solely on his serpentine form, he was certain to perish. However, Snape and Lucius provided no opportunity for retreat, encircling Voldemort in the middle. He continued to shout defiantly, Dumbledore, resign yourself to the truth. You cannot kill me. I will re-emerge from another place, and when I return, I shall not spare any of you. Alas, it seems you may no longer have that opportunity, Grindelwald said calmly. The others stood by, grinning, as if they were about to clock out for the day. It was disrespectful to appear morose before the end of one's shift. What do you mean? Voldemort demanded. What I mean is that we have seen through your little tricks. Your Horcruxes have all been destroyed. Not a single one remains. Oh, wait, there is one left. You are the Horcrux resurrected, are you not? The main soul has been dead for quite some time. Indeed, the principal soul contained within that vial had committed suicide long ago. He likely believed he could spring forth from elsewhere to catch them off guard, but unfortunately, he would not have the chance to do so for long. Voldemort listened in shock to these words. How could this be? They had all been obliterated. No, this cannot be true. After all his painstaking efforts to hide the Horcruxes, he was now being told that all his endeavors had been in vain. Chapter 59, the end at last. Yet, everyone around him appeared utterly convinced of his impending failure. No, this is absolutely not true. It cannot be. Voldemort shook his serpentine head. No, this must be a vile trick of Dumbledore's to shake his resolve. Yes, that must be it. Yas looked at the stubborn individual before her. Although his childhood had been far from idyllic, evoking pity, it was evident that those who elicit sympathy often possess qualities that are reprehensible. The innocent wizards and muggles who perished because of him were tragically undeserving of their fate. Thus, he was not at all wronged in his demise. Voldemort now realized that all his avenues of escape were sealed. Visibly distressed, he had resolved to fight for his life. Witnessing this, the others adopted a serious demeanor. After all, he had once been the most exceptional alumnus and had previously vanquished numerous formidable wizards, so they braced themselves for the confrontation. With a flick of his tail, this somewhat farcical battle commenced. The tail lashed out at an Auror, who nimbly dodged Voldemort's attack. Seizing the moment, Voldemort used his serpentine body to create an opening and endeavored to flee into the distance. Regrettably, despite his relentless efforts, he ultimately fell directly into Dumbledore's scheme, or rather, Yas's scheme, a day prior. Surrounding him? Yes, because Voldemort was exceedingly cunning, but he was also immensely arrogant and self-preserving. So why not kill him while he was surrounded? First and foremost, as an unrevived Horcrux, he cannot be easily killed by ordinary means. Secondly, a cornered animal will fight back, much less an ambitious individual. Once he realizes he has no path of escape, he may cling to the notion of taking someone down with him, resulting in potential casualties. However, guiding him to escape in a specific direction is feasible. This way, he would neither fully abandon caution, ensuring everyone's safety, nor would he be on high alert, allowing us to strike decisively. Would he truly let down his guard upon escaping through a gap? How could that be? Perhaps it was due to his overconfidence in his ability to manipulate others' thoughts, combined with his history of unimpeded success that led to his arrogance. Once he breached the encirclement, he would undoubtedly believe it was due to his own prowess, thereby lowering his defenses. Moreover, our initial encirclement would lead him to conclude that our ranged attacks were feeble. Indeed, that makes sense. Returning. One could say that no one understood Voldemort better in this world than Yas. After all, she had nearly memorized the original text from her past life, supplemented by extensive analyses from numerous experts regarding every character within that narrative, which granted her a profound understanding of this universe. It could be likened to having a seasoned commentator while playing a video game. Progressing through levels would be considerably expedited, as Voldemort crashed through the gap they devised. Eager to escape, he ultimately could not withstand the combined might of many. Grindelwald expertly cast the Fiendfire curse upon him. And while Voldemort reveled in the thought of imminent escape, he was suddenly engulfed in excruciating pain. Turning to glance towards Dumbledore, his body enveloped in blue flames. His incredulous gaze seemed to question, how could this be? Regrettably, he would never have the chance to voice his disbelief, for the Fiendfire consumed him, leaving only a harrowing scream in its wake. The reign of this Dark Lord had finally come to an end. Yas then removed her invisibility cloak and stood beside Dumbledore with Harry. Is it over? Dumbledore murmured, almost to himself. Indeed, Headmaster, Yas replied with a light tone. Ha. Then I believe we should celebrate. Dumbledore snapped back to reality. Yes, the greatest nuisance in the wizarding world had finally been resolved. Hooray! The crowd erupted in cheers. And even Snape wore a hint of a smile. This nightmare had finally concluded. Lucius exhaled in relief. While he indeed aspired to reform the wizarding world, he would not gamble with his own and his family's safety. Perhaps he would support another wizard instead. He glanced at his daughter, wondering if she had already emerged. Headmaster, you seem to have forgotten something, Yas reminded. What? Dumbledore appeared momentarily lost. Tomorrow marks the arrival of the other 2 magical academies at Hogwarts. Oh dear. I doubt that will impede our celebrations tonight, Dumbledore replied, winking at Yas. Very well, Yas conceded with a resigned nod. The celebration concluded with nearly all the adults inebriated. Yes, that included Dumbledore himself. The next day, when Yas encountered Dumbledore, she was utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? It seemed her reminder had gone unheard. Indeed, standing outside to greet the other 2 schools was Grindelwald in Dumbledore's guise. Although he bore a striking resemblance, with impeccable mannerisms and habits, he could not replicate Dumbledore's warm, benevolent gaze. Even the usually oblivious Draco discreetly inquired of Yas, why does Dumbledore seem so odd today? His smile feels strangely off. Yas stifled a laugh and explained. Perhaps the headmaster is simply in a foul mood today. Surely, she could not directly inform him that today's visitor was not the headmaster, but rather his former companion. In the next moment, the Black Lake began to surge ominously. It was evident that their guests had arrived. Concurrently, a commotion echoed through the sky as the 2 guests arrived at Hogwarts almost simultaneously. Draco, now devoid of any inclination to converse with his sister, focused his attention entirely on observing the students from the other 2 schools. When everyone had gathered, Dumbledore exchanged pleasantries with the other 2 headmasters, confirming the details of the Triwizard Tournament. Subsequently, Dumbledore took the stage to announce the time, rules, and eligibility criteria for participation in the tournament. Upon hearing that only students aged 17 and above would be allowed to compete, the students below erupted into a flurry of whispers. This meant that only those in their 5th year and above were eligible, dousing the spirits of many. Draco, too, expressed his discontent, having been privy to this information earlier. He had been practicing in secret, only to be told at the last moment that he could not compete, a truth he found difficult to accept. Chapter 60, The Goblet of Fire. Yet, rules are rules, immutable and unyielding. Yas looked upon the youthful faces bustling with chatter. How delightful it was. Free from the specter of death, this tranquil life was a sensation she had not felt in ages. Indeed, the Flower Kingdom was the finest. Yas mused. However, since she was here, she would make the best of it. With Voldemort no longer a looming threat, life seemed to be filled with promise once more. Students from the 3 schools who met the criteria placed their slips of paper bearing their names into the Goblet of Fire. The Goblet, a perennial participant in the Triwizard Tournament, would select the champions from those names and reveal the chosen ones in 3 days' time. Of course, alongside the eligible candidates, there were some who dared to challenge the rules. Regrettably, Dumbledore had established conditions around the goblet, permitting only qualified wizards to approach it. The attempts of those ineligible, however, provided ample amusement for all. Among them, the Weasley twins were particularly hilarious. The day before the goblet's activation, they sought out Yas, requesting various potion ingredients. As someone with a godly perspective, Yas could easily discern their motives. Moreover, as a protege of a master potion maker, the ingredients they sought were akin to handing her the answers directly. Nevertheless, Yas willingly provided them, intrigued by their transformation into little old men. Admittedly, she acknowledged her penchant for mischief. Thus, the following day, Yas ventured into the Great Hall, where it was evident that many aspiring wizards were attempting to breach the goblet's defenses, clearly a spectacle for her. As the twins confidently descended the staircase, Yas knew the main event was about to unfold. Uncertain whether it was Fred or George who spotted her, they even threw her a flirtatious wink. Yas thought to herself, they wouldn't be smiling for long. Each produced a small vial, ceremoniously clinking them together before simultaneously consuming the contents. The next moment, their bodies began to stretch, completing the metamorphosis from boys to men. They marveled at each other's transformations, exchanged a high five, and strode toward the goblet. Just as they had anticipated, they penetrated the goblet's barrier, confirming its verification of their ages. However, they were unprepared for what transpired next. In the very next instant, they were expelled from the barrier. Not only were they ejected, but in an instant, the two formerly adult men had reverted to two elderly gentlemen. Laughter erupted from the surrounding students, their appearance utterly comical. The two soon began to bicker, each blaming the other as they made their way toward the hospital wing. Truly, the antics of foreigners were the most entertaining. Yas chuckled until her sides ached, whimsically pondering how the first day had concluded for those who attempted to breach the goblet's barrier. They were met with an earful from Madame Pomfrey and spent the night recuperating in the hospital wing. On the following days, very few students dared to challenge the goblet's defenses. The students thought, why would they willingly invite scolding and injury upon themselves? After all, those who recklessly ran into a wall once would be deemed foolish. Thank you very much. After 3 days of registration, Dumbledore and the other professors stood before the assembly to announce the participants. Dumbledore himself was present today. 3 days prior, upon awakening, he regretted not heeding Yas's advice. For the next 3 days, Grindelwald was unable to enter the headmaster's office. Poor Grindelwald, Yas thought with a mischievous grin, observing the wizard disguised as another person. Seating behind Dumbledore, Grindelwald noticed Yas's gleeful expression, but his focus remained on appeasing Dumbledore. As for the rest, he would address it once he had wooed his wife back. Yas's delight was palpable, even prompting Dumbledore to cast her a disapproving glance. As anticipated, representing Hogwarts was the ever-reliable Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff. After the 3 names were read, the flames of the goblet extinguished, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from all, including Yas, who were aware of her dreams. It seemed that Voldemort truly was dead. At last, everything was returning to normal. However, the journalists who had come to interview were dismissed by Yas. That overly dramatic beetle who spoke little truth was not to be allowed to undermine their champions. They needed accolades, not defamation. Since Yas was not participating, her attention was diverted to her duties, particularly as the aging professor of alchemy had left her busy with the responsibilities of a teaching assistant. Although Draco had come to assist, the workload was immense, especially with the imminent Triwizard Tournament. The professors were in a frenzy, all except Dumbledore. He had simply passed his duties to Professor McGonagall, claiming he was preparing for retirement, thus allowing her to acclimate. Professor McGonagall replied, "Thank you very much. You are the one who often vanishes, yet I'm left to shoulder all the work, and you want me to adjust in advance? If you wish to retire, just say so. Spare me the flimsy excuses." Dumbledore chuckled. "Well, I'm glad you understand." Professor McGonagall retorted, "May this world be consumed. I am exhausted." The eagerly anticipated first event of the Triwizard Tournament was about to commence. Madame Pomfrey, fearing she might be overwhelmed, had brought an abundance of supplies, which, given the numerous fatalities in past tournaments, was hardly excessive. Thus, she borrowed Yas from Snape to assist in carrying supplies and to help supervise the makeshift hospital wing. Yas grumbled, "Damn it, another unpaid overtime shift." Ultimately, unable to refuse, Yas begrudgingly sat outside the medical tent representing the hospital wing. The adjacent tent housed the champions preparing to compete. As the whistle blew, the competition was set to begin, with the first champion to enter being Victor Krum from Durmstrang. Chapter 61, The First Match. He was a seeker for the Bulgarian national Quidditch team, and upon his arrival, the enthusiastic screams from the Hogwarts girls nearly lifted the roof off. However, the cheers were not limited to the girls. Many boys, as avid Quidditch fans, also expressed their admiration for the athletes. However, the girl was far simpler, solely because he was a handsome lad. Of course, this does not include Yassi. as she had long since grown immune to the allure of the handsome boys who frequently wandered around her. It was not that he lacked charm, but rather that she had become accustomed to such sights, thereby elevating her own standards. Additionally, there were aesthetic discrepancies, aside from the few universally acknowledged as the most attractive. Opinions on the others varied greatly. In any case, Yasi's preferences never aligned with those of the other girls, although she now considered herself somewhat of a foreigner. Apart from a few familiar faces she had seen in cinemas in her previous life, she was largely oblivious to the identities of the other boys, often suffering from face blindness. Initially, Yasi would engage in debates regarding aesthetic matters, but she eventually grew weary of it. Such disparities could not simply be reconciled through conversation. The rich tapestry of her homeland's history and culture could not be matched within a few centuries. Thus, Yasi had ceased to impose any expectations. As the first contestant, Victor Crumb delivered an outstanding performance, but alas, he was burned on the back at the critical moment. Following the conclusion of the competition, he was promptly carried into the medical tent. Madame Pomfrey hurriedly conducted a basic examination while Yasi sought potions to aid in his recovery. By the time Yasi returned to her previous vantage point to watch the competition, the second contestant had already taken the stage, Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons, a girl of Villa descent. Possessing both beauty and prowess, her performance was a stark contrast to Crumb's ferocity, showcasing elegance with lethal efficacy. When she arrived the previous day, nearly every boy's gaze had been transfixed upon her. However, she had seemed particularly interested in Yasi, sitting beside her at lunch, and they had shared a pleasant conversation. Yasi was quite astonished when Fleur revealed that she too had Villa blood. Yasi had always believed that such lineage merely enhanced a girl's looks. However, Fleur elucidated that if a boy inherited Villa blood, he would undoubtedly possess striking features, whereas for girls, the implications were different. Those with Villa heritage exuded greater charm and could more easily earn others' trust, yet they also attracted unwelcome attention. Moreover, these girls were more sensitive, as even the slightest hint of a love potion could leave them disoriented. Observing Yasi's ignorance, Fleur generously imparted her knowledge. Now, Yasi watched with concern as Fleur gracefully maneuvered in the arena. Regrettably, in the final moments of her competition, Fleur sustained an injury to her leg. It was evident that she was enduring pain to complete her task. Upon exiting, she was swiftly taken to the medical tent, much like Crumb. With Yasi's assistance, the healing potion was quickly administered. Finally, the last warrior made his entrance, Cedric Diggory from Hogwarts. The epitome of a gentleman, Cedric was known for his gentle demeanor and charm, and he was perfectly matched with his girlfriend, Cho, who was a remarkable girl. Yasi had interacted with her a few times. Had it not been for Cedric's unmistakably envious glances, she would have surely sought Cho's company every day. While Cedric was indeed kind, this did not diminish his capabilities. As a well-rounded academic star of Hufflepuff, his excellence was recognized by all members of the Hogwarts community. Therefore, there were no objections when the Goblet of Fire chose him as Hogwarts champion. Many stubborn individuals claimed that, had they been of age, they would have undoubtedly been the chosen one, such as Draco. Yasi thought, luck is a form of strength too. The competition unfolded with fervor, and the air was filled with resounding cheers. Cedric's movements were swift and decisive. He was the only one among the three champions who emerged unscathed. This meant that Yasi could conclude her duties early. The scoring for the competition was based on the duration of the contest and the champions' performances. Unsurprisingly, Cedric secured first place in the first round of the Triwizard Tournament, igniting a wave of excitement among all Hogwarts students. What could be more exhilarating than earning collective honor? As the thrilling first round drew to a close, the second round was already on the horizon. Everyone was eager to deduce the nature of the upcoming challenge based on the clues from the first round. Students from all three schools were secretly vying against one another. Before long, the day for the second round approached. The setup was similar to that of the first round, and Yasi was once again pressed into service. However, this time, her responsibilities extended beyond merely guarding the medical tent. She also had to monitor the water for unforeseen contingencies. The venue for this round was the Black Lake, where the champions would have to retrieve their treasures. Yet, the lake was not only home to the event staff, but also to merfolk guarding the treasures, along with other potential dangers and surprises. Yasi's role was to prevent any mishaps and ensure the safety of the treasures. Yasi muttered, "Ugh, another unpaid overtime shift. I have to do the work of two people." Dumbledore replied, "It's because you're so capable. Those who can do more, do more." Yasi retorted, "Just say you don't want to find anyone else." Dumbledore chuckled, "Well, you know." Under the eager gazes of the spectators, the referee finally unveiled the details of the second round. Retrieve your own treasure. Observing the students below in a state of confusion, the referee proceeded to explain the competition rules and the scoring system. The three champions stood at the edge of the Black Lake, awaiting the referee's signal. Without further ado, The referee announced the commencement of the competition. The three young wizards showcased their skills. The first to plunge into the water was Cedric, who utilized the bubblehead charm, swiftly distancing himself from the other two. Next was Crumb, who attempted a transformation spell, albeit clumsily, resulting only in his head morphing into that of a shark. A rather bizarre sight. The last to enter was Fleur, who appeared somewhat fearful of the water. Her momentary hesitation led to her lagging behind. Yasi, quietly following the referee's cue, cast the bubblehead charm and descended into the depths of the Black Lake. Thus, while everyone above anxiously awaited, Yasi found herself intrigued as she watched the three champions navigate the dark waters in search of their treasures. Cedric, having entered the water first, was also the first to locate his treasure. He swiftly severed the rope binding Cho and swam to the surface with her in his arms. Shortly after, Crumb emerged, slightly trailing behind Cedric. Only upon Cedric's departure did he spot his own treasure. He grasped Hermione and swam toward the shore. However, another treasure remained in the lake, belonging to Fleur, who had yet to surface. After waiting a considerable time, Yasi swam towards the small figure still submerged in the water, bringing her back from the inky depths of the Black Lake. Upon surfacing, Fleur was found in tears on the shore, believing she had lost her sister forever. Subsequently, upon the gentle reminder of those comforting her, she realized that her sister had been brought up by Cedric and was now basking in the sunlight. Wrapped in a cozy blanket, Furong rushed over, enveloping her sister in a warm embrace while incessantly expressing her gratitude to Cedric. The second round of the competition concluded amidst Furong's tears, with Cedric from Hogwarts securing the first place. At long last, they arrived at the eagerly anticipated third task. She was genuinely curious about who would wield the key in this round, free from Voldemort's interference. The three contenders were exceptionally talented, their abilities closely matched, making it quite difficult to predict who would ultimately claim the key. Fortunately, her uncertainty was short-lived. The grand entrance to the third task swung open for the brave champions. In this round, Yas was relieved to find herself spared from labor. She happily lounged in the audience, savoring the delightful treats her father had brought from home, all the while leisurely watching the competition unfold below. Due to the unique nature of the venue, only Hagrid was present inside to oversee the proceedings. The students in the stands could only catch glimpses of the three champions' positions, unable to discern the specifics of their situations. It was indeed an exasperating state of affairs. At one moment, Cedric was closest to the key, and the next, it was Victor Crumb. As for Furong, she seemed to have resigned from the competition, though it was also plausible that she simply lacked a sense of direction. In any case, she was the farthest from the key, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would likely finish last. Regrettably, Crumb remained a fraction behind Cedric. Thus, the key belonged to Cedric, and the trophy was once again claimed by Hogwarts. Witnessing this scene, all the students of Hogwarts erupted into jubilant cheers. They embraced one another, celebrating and reveling in this moment of shared glory. Yas even spotted several jubilant Slytherins joyfully leaping around with nearby Gryffindors. Hogwarts now resembled its original form, devoid of prejudice and strife. Regardless of the house to which they belonged, all were students of Hogwarts. However, this moment of unity was fleeting. As the excitement waned, the previous state of affairs returned, with Slytherins and Gryffindors bickering fiercely, while Hufflepuffs observed the commotion with detached amusement. Thus, the Triwizard Tournament was nearing its conclusion, with only the ball remaining. Dumbledore had graciously granted everyone 3 days to prepare and find dance partners. During this time, everyone was bustling with activity. Ron had been unconcerned, as Hermione, Yas, and Ginny formed a perfect trio with him, while Draco and Harry paired off as well. As for the twins, they were already set with partners. However, the usually reticent Hermione surprised everyone by accepting Crumb's invitation. Yas and Ginny were unsurprised, as Crumb had been persistently pursuing Hermione since his arrival. It was evident that this tall young man had fallen head over heels for her. Even during the second round of the tournament, Crumb's prized possession was Hermione. Hence, Yas and Ginny were fully aware of the situation between the two. Conversely, Ron appeared somewhat shaken. He had never imagined that Hermione would have another dance partner. Harry and Draco also experienced a moment of surprise, as they had not been particularly attentive to the budding relationship between Hermione and Crumb. Shortly after, another bombshell was dropped. Ginny announced that she too had a dance partner, having accepted Neville's invitation. This further dampened Ron's spirits, leaving him uncertain whether Harry would vie for Yas's attention. However, it was clear that he was left without a partner. Draco was contemplating inviting his sister to the ball when Harry, ever the vigilant observer, seized the opportunity. He swiftly grabbed Yas and dashed away. Draco watched helplessly as his sister was whisked away, just as he intended to pursue them, only to be obstructed by Ron, who was lamenting to him, clearly a deliberate ploy. In the spirit of brotherhood, he bore the brunt of it all. By the time Draco finally calmed Ron down, Yas and Harry had disappeared without a trace. Yas was still in a daze, puzzled as to why she was being pulled away. Oh dear, could it be that her brother was feeling jealous about the dance invitation? Indeed, it seemed to be the case. Harry led her into an abandoned classroom, took a moment to catch his breath, and nervously asked, Yas, would you be my dance partner? Yas was still lost in her own world of fantasies. Harry was asking her to inquire whether Draco had a partner. In reality, Yas cheerfully replied, Sure. Really? Harry exclaimed, overjoyed, as he enveloped her in a warm embrace. Only then did Yas snap out of her reverie and realize that things were not unfolding as she had imagined. Wasn't he supposed to ask her brother? Why was he hugging her and inviting her to be his partner? Had Harry lost his mind? As Harry blissfully released her, he was mindful not to overwhelm the girl he cherished. He gently said, Well then, I'll see you at the ball. Huh. But this time, it was Yas who stammered. What's wrong? Harry asked, puzzled. Shouldn't you be asking my brother? Huh. Why should I ask Draco? Harry was even more confused. Aren't you in love with my brother? Yas inquired. Harry was taken aback. How could he possibly be attracted to boys? Yas, have you misunderstood me? The person I like is you. Yas stared at Harry, who seemed on the verge of tears. What? Harry liked her? This was impossible. Observing her incredulous expression, Harry found it both amusing and exasperating. He had thought his feelings were quite evident, yet the girl believed he was infatuated with her brother. I like you, Harry reiterated emphatically. Ah, this is it. The ship I was shipping has sunk, and I sank it myself. Harry lamented. Oh no, my girlfriend thinks I'm into guys. Yas was at a loss for words, still processing the unexpected turn of events. She stuttered, Just give me a moment to sort this out. Harry, aware that his words had shattered Yas's long-held assumptions, silently nodded and guided her back to the common room. The next day, Yas was still perplexed about what had transpired. She sought out Hermione and Ginny, hoping to glean their insights. When Hermione and Ginny learned of Yas's confusion, they too were bewildered. Harry, doesn't he like you? Who does he like then? Hermione set aside her spellbook. Indeed, everyone knows Harry has feelings for you, Ginny remarked, nibbling on a small cake. But, doesn't he fancy my brother? Isn't that why he has been around me? Oh dear, you really are oblivious. Ginny nodded in agreement, noting that practically every wizard around them was aware. What? Yas exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Are you so enamored with the ship that you've lost your senses? How is it that you haven't realized? Harry is clearly by your side because of his affections for you. Goodness, Hermione has never encountered a girl so oblivious. She can accurately ship others, yet when it comes to herself, she remains utterly unaware. The term shipping was actually taught to them by ILTS. For what girl is devoid of curiosity? Ginny shook her head in exasperation, chuckling. You've even agreed to go out with him in Hogsmeade. Yet you still haven't grasped the situation. If Harry hadn't mentioned it, I doubt you would have figured it out. Speaking of which, Harry truly is not one to speak up. If he were more vocal, would you still be in the dark? Yet you're still stammering, searching for excuses. Enough with the yet. Whether it is Draco or Professor Snape, they are all aware of Harry's feelings for you. So, what are your feelings towards Harry? Hermione's words left you momentarily speechless. You felt as though your CPU was about to overheat. Lowering your head, you murmured to yourself. What does it feel like to like someone? Observing the pensive look on your face, Ginny and Hermione exchanged glances, worried that your mind might just short-circuit. You lifted your gaze, staring into the distance. I have been preoccupied with something of utmost importance, and haven't contemplated these matters yet. Ginny coughed lightly. Wait, you mean to say you haven't thought about it at all? You nodded, affirming that you indeed had not considered it. Yet, there were several instances where you recklessly rushed to save Harry. We all believed you had feelings for him. We wanted to advise you to prioritize your own well-being. Huh. So, my incidental rescues of Harry led to misunderstandings? Hermione nodded, agreeing with the sentiment. When a girl throws caution to the wind to save a boy with whom she has no prior connection, it is likely that she harbors feelings for him. They assumed it was a mutual pursuit, unaware that their friend had been oblivious all along, thinking Harry was infatuated with her brother. Oh, poor Harry. Oh, you must be cautious with your shipping, Hermione admonished. You're on the brink of obsession. Ginny added. No, you've already crossed that line. I understand, you murmured. Your head lowered. You had been accustomed to shipping in your past life, always a fan of Draco and Harry, thus failing to change your ways here. So, what do you truly feel for Harry? Hermione pressed once more. I don't know, you admitted, feeling lost. You had never contemplated such matters. Childhood traumas had dampened your desire for romance, leaving you disinterested in relationships in this life as well. I believe you should give it a try, Ginny suggested. Huh. You gazed at Ginny in shock. Hermione nodded in agreement. We have plenty of time to explore this. How will you know if you don't try? But you began, only to be interrupted by Ginny. No more, but Harry has pursued you for quite some time, and we've all witnessed it. His sincerity is unparalleled. Of course, if you genuinely do not like him and have no desire to even try, then disregard my words, Ginny shrugged. Try? You felt bewildered. It was impossible to say you were indifferent to Harry. After 3 years of interaction, how could you simply dismiss him? Yet to say you liked him? You had been single your entire life and had no idea what it felt like. Yes, trying is essential in finding the right person, Ginny asserted. Harry is a wonderful candidate. However, this is merely a suggestion. The final decision rests with you. Let me ponder it for a while. You replied before departing from the room of requirement. You needed to reflect carefully on your relationship with Harry. Hermione and Ginny were well aware that Harry's affections lay with you. You truly were adorably oblivious to it all. Suddenly, you recalled the previous Hogsmeade trip, where Harry had invited you to join him. It seemed he had intended to convey his feelings back then, yet you had failed to grasp the situation entirely. You had remembered that tradition, but alas, directed it towards the wrong person. Returning to the common room, you found Draco waiting for you on the sofa. He observed your dazed expression. What happened, Yassi? After being entangled with Ron yesterday and failing to keep pace with Harry and you, he had spent the night searching for you both. Only upon returning at curfew was he informed that you had already come back, albeit looking somewhat lost. He had been worried all morning, but you had risen early, having not slept at all. Chapter 64, Yassi's Dilemma. You had spent the entire night contemplating why Harry might have developed feelings for you, yet you still believed he was enamored with Draco. Thus, you had ventured out early, missing Draco entirely. Once he realized you had left, he remained in the common room, determined not to let you slip away again. Brother, you murmured as you approached Draco unsteadily. Alarmed, Draco quickly embraced you. What's wrong? What happened? Brother, does Harry like me? Gazing into your confused eyes, Draco sighed. As much as I dislike saying it, yes, he does. Do you like him? Did he pressure you? Damn it. No, brother, he merely invited me to the ball. I'm unsure of my feelings for him. I want to reflect quietly. Observing your disoriented demeanor, Draco understood the weight of this revelation upon you. Only someone who truly cares would approach the matter with such seriousness. Perhaps his little sister was truly on the verge of falling for someone. You stood and returned to your dormitory, lying on your bed, pondering your feelings for Harry. Was it love? Friendship? Or perhaps the familial affection you had felt while shipping him with Draco? You realized that during every casual gathering, your companions had consistently been Draco and Harry. Of course, there were exceptions when Draco was occupied, but Harry had never been absent. You seemed to have grown accustomed to Harry's unwavering presence in your life. Whether it was during gatherings, where he would promptly bring you a cup of tea when you felt parched, or at meals, where your favorite dishes were always within reach. Harry was always there. Indeed, habit is a formidable force. You couldn't help but chuckle at the realization that Harry had been subtly weaving himself into your life. What you had previously overlooked became apparent upon reflection. His presence was everywhere. It was truly complex and tangled. Should you really give Harry a chance? The thought of being with a protagonist, as a time traveler, felt like something out of a novel. Yet, since you had already crossed into this new life, perhaps it was not impossible. You sighed. No, this was not the time for such thoughts. You shook your head. The shadows of childhood trauma lingered, demanding a lifetime to reconcile. Yet, even in this second life, you found it challenging to let go. The events of your past had instilled a fear of intimacy, making you hesitant to breach the barriers of love. So, should you take the plunge? Would it lead to the same heartaches you had witnessed in your previous life? Infidelity, domestic violence, emotional abuse? This should not be the case. Not to mention whether Harry can defeat her, even if that were to happen. Both his godfather and father would not let him off easily. Is she concerned about her own emotional wounds? She ought to worry more about whether Harry might face physical harm. Therefore, she does care, doesn't she? Oh, Yassi, you truly are a foolish yet oblivious soul. Yassi shook her head with a wry smile. It seems Harry is not merely infatuated either. Thus, she is not a timid person. Why not take a chance? After Harry escorted Yassi home, he slowly made his way back to the Gryffindor common room. Ron was still fretting over how to handle his dance partner. Upon seeing his brother return, he hurriedly approached to inquire about his success. Harry hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Although Yassi could hardly believe that the person she fancied was indeed him, the fact that she accepted his invitation was indisputable. Noticing Harry's uncertainty, Ron quickly asked what had transpired. This commotion drew the attention of the twin brothers as well. Harry, why do you look so dejected? Yassi has always been firm in her belief that she adores Draco. The surrounding young wizards were left dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did Yassi believe that Harry was enamored with Draco? Why? Ron shouted in bewilderment. I have no idea. Hey, George, have you noticed that our little flower is rather slow on the uptake? Of course, Fred, our little flower has been slow on more than one occasion. What? George, what do you mean by that? Oh, that was last year. Yes, indeed, we stumbled upon it inadvertently. We caught a young wizard confessing to Yassi, but our little flower simply took it for a joke. Truly a pure and innocent little flower, they chimed in unison. Ron sat there, incredulous. So, she is that oblivious? The twins nodded in synchrony, affirming, indeed. Ron turned to Harry and said, Brother, you would have been better off being straightforward from the start. Being seen as a prank is far better than being viewed as someone who likes another. Harry shot Ron a speechless glance. She said she would think about it. Are you sure our little flower won't think of something else? Harry shook his head. He truly could not be certain. However, he could not approach her directly now, as it was already past curfew. It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow. Yet, Harry lay in bed, unable to sleep. After much contemplation, he finally drifted off just before dawn. This coincided with Yassi calling for Hermione and Ginny, thereby missing each other entirely. When Harry awoke, Yassi had already left with Hermione and Ginny. With no other option, Harry could only wait in the common room for their return. He was certain that Hermione and Ginny would be aware of Yassi's situation. As Harry had anticipated, upon their return, Hermione and Ginny informed him of Yassi's condition. They urged Harry that if he genuinely wished to be with Yassi, he should act swiftly. Previously, Yassi had not paid attention, but now that the barrier had been breached, he needed to demonstrate his sincerity. Harry listened intently to the advice of the two girls and promptly made his way to the kitchen. Over the past 3 years, Yassi had enjoyed many of the treats Harry had prepared, though she remained unaware of their source. Yassi had always believed that the house elves altered the recipes, completely oblivious to the fact that her favorite snacks were crafted by Harry himself. Chapter 65, Harry's Diary 1. Below is from Harry's perspective. The first time I laid eyes on her was at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The moment I stepped inside, she captured my attention, small and soft. Sitting quietly and obediently, her platinum blonde hair cascaded naturally beside her, and her large blue eyes gazed at me with curiosity. Growing up in my aunt's home, I became acutely sensitive to others' emotions. I could sense that she harbored no malice, merely curiosity and palpable excitement. Later, a boy who bore a striking resemblance to her appeared. He was her brother, and he regarded me with hostility, which I could detect. According to my previous experiences, I should have left promptly, yet for some reason, I longed to remain by her side. Our next encounter occurred on the Hogwarts Express. Her brother began quarreling with Ron, and she intervened. She was truly gentle, a stark contrast to her brother. Although Ron harbored a strong dislike for Slytherin, he found her to be an exception, which spoke volumes of her character. Regrettably, I was not in the same house as her, as I was entirely oblivious to my own feelings for her at that time. Fortunately, we often shared classes, granting me ample opportunity to spend time with her. Despite Draco's watchful eye, I would occasionally linger around her, ensuring she did not forget me. During our first flying lesson, I was elated to find myself standing across from her. However, the ensuing danger frightened me. I was grateful for my flying skills, as I managed to save her in time. When I held her, she had already fainted, and I wished to carry her to the hospital wing, but alas. Professor Snape took her away. That evening, as I reminisced about holding her, Ron assumed I had a fever. She was so soft. Later, I learned she was fine. Every flying lesson thereafter was taught by Draco, which sparked a hint of jealousy within me. I made it onto the Quidditch team, convinced that I could prove myself as well. Perhaps due to this, the 5 of us began to gather together frequently. It was wonderful to spend more time with her. Yet, I still dared not sit beside her, only sneaking glances in her direction. Eventually, we stumbled upon Hagrid's hidden dragon egg. Inside his hut, we found ourselves in a heated argument. It was the first time I had seen her angry, and regrettably, it was also the first time I had made her cry. I couldn't help but wonder why I never paused to think before speaking. It wasn't until she revealed it that I realized Professor Snape was her godfather. No wonder he always looked at me with disdain. Through her analysis, I recognized how recklessly I had acted, relying solely on instinct and prejudice without any evidence. Such behavior was truly disgraceful. Subsequently, the dragon hatched, and we endeavored to send it away, only to be discovered by the professors and confined as a consequence. In the Forbidden Forest, I watched her rush forward to protect a unicorn, while I could only hide, wishing not to hinder her. I felt the disparity between us was insurmountable. Could someone as exceptional as her ever truly be with someone like me? However, my perspective shifted. When I faced Voldemort alone, she rushed forward to protect me without hesitation. Seeing her drenched in sweat and somewhat disheveled, I could not resist embracing her. Perhaps I wasn't merely infatuated. I realized I should strive to bridge the gap between us. I began seeking out Professor Flitwick more frequently, requesting lessons in dueling. He praised my talent, and at last, I felt I could draw closer to her. A holiday passed without receiving a letter from her, and being locked in the attic by my aunt left me feeling despondent. Fortunately, Ron gallantly rescued me and brought me back to his home. His abode exudes warmth, and I often indulge in daydreams, contemplating whether we might one day share a familial bond akin to the Weasleys. On the train at the start of the school year, I did not catch a glimpse of her, which left me feeling disheartened. As the new term commenced, she sought my assistance, and although I found her endeavors somewhat perplexing, being in her company invariably filled me with joy. Draco also joined the Quidditch team, but thankfully, our training schedules were staggered. I finally summoned the courage to sit beside her. She has a penchant for snacks, and I attempted to sneak into the small kitchen during curfew to prepare some treats. It seems my culinary skills were passable, as she relished them. Like a little squirrel, she nibbled away, utterly adorable. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she has recently been unable to eat anything, even her beloved snacks. One day, I inadvertently overheard Draco mentioning something about potion ingredients. I yearned to assist her, but I am acutely aware that my potion-making skills leave much to be desired. Regrettably, I could not help her directly, so I quietly prepared some snacks and enlisted others to deliver them to her, hoping she might consume at least a morsel. Later, due to a bumbling professor, she became irate once more, her fury palpable. That professor is truly insufferable. She erupted in anger twice in one day. To provoke such a gentle soul is a testament to that professor's outrageousness. Of course, my disdain for him is compounded by his narcissism and propensity to create chaos. Not only did he cause a debacle on Valentine's Day, but he also misused spells during the Quidditch match. I heard from Ron that in her distress, she even brandished her broomstick. It's well known that her riding skills are quite lacking. Eventually, she seemed to confront that inept Professor Lockhart. During a duel, she struck him with such prowess that he had no chance to retaliate. My admiration for her continues to grow. My next moment alone with her occurred in a hidden chamber. She astonishingly knew I could converse with snakes, revealing her profound understanding of me. We sat together, stroking fox feathers in a corner, and my heart raced uncontrollably. Oh Merlin, I hope she did not hear it. Subsequently, I found myself inexplicably summoned to the headmaster's office, where I learned that I had a godfather. I had another family member. What a wondrous revelation. All of this was brought to me by her, and I longed to embrace her, yet Professor Snape's watchful gaze restrained me. My godfather is her uncle, thus deepening our bond beyond mere friendship. I confided in him about my feelings for her. He wholeheartedly supported me, encouraging me to take a chance. What if I succeeded? Indeed. Harry, you are a Gryffindor, a brave Gryffindor. Time spent with her always seemed to fly by, and before I knew it, the holidays had arrived. Chapter 66, Harry's Diary 2. Thankfully, she wrote to me during the break, making the time pass more bearably. The start of third year arrived, yet once again, I did not see her on the train. Fortunately, it was perhaps for the best, for I might have fainted from the Dementor's presence. I certainly did not wish for her to witness such a spectacle. With Hogsmeade Day approaching, I nervously inquired whether she would accompany me. Her affirmative response filled me with elation. However, her expression bore an oddity that I dismissed, grateful for her agreement. I had eagerly anticipated this outing, even planning how to confess my feelings, but I utterly botched this splendid opportunity. In defense against the dark arts class, Professor Lupin proved far superior to the previous two instructors. However, he made a jest at Professor Snape's expense, which delighted me but incensed her. She sought out Professor Dumbledore, and subsequently, I no longer saw her in class. She and Draco were singled out for private instruction by Professor Snape. I attempted to apologize, yet she disregarded me entirely. I understood her anger, as she had previously articulated the reasons for her disdain towards Professor Snape's stern demeanor. Lupin's jest was perceived as bullying by Snape, and our laughter made us complicit. I regretted forgetting her prior words. Later, I consulted Hermione and Ginny for advice. However, on Hogsmeade Day, it was Draco who approached me. He admonished me to cease my pursuit of his sister, but I was unwilling to relent. We were so close, why not dare to try? Fortunately, she eventually calmed down. From then on, I endeavored to keep pace with her, bringing her small treats. We reconciled, yet it seemed she still did not grasp my intentions. The third year unfolded rather monotonously, to the point where I nearly forgot I was the chosen one, with an adversary yet to be vanquished. However, the onset of fourth year struck me with a staggering blow. First, Headmaster Dumbledore announced the cancellation of this year's Quidditch matches. Then, I was summoned to the headmaster's office, where an unfamiliar individual injected something into my scar. The pain was intense, yet I dared not move, for the one I cherished was holding my hand, and I feared causing her harm. Ultimately, revelations regarding the dark mark surfaced. It became clear how deeply my parents loved me. I was also a Horcrux. Moreover, she had almost resolved the matter. How much had she accomplished behind the scenes? I yearned to rush to her and embrace her. She had sacrificed so much for me. Yet, I too desired to contribute, for I am not a weakling. At last, Headmaster Dumbledore informed me that I would practice concealment with her. This would enhance our safety, and to be prudent, she provided me with several alchemical items. I was reluctant to use them, wishing instead to preserve them alongside all the gifts she had bestowed upon me. Thankfully, we triumphed over Voldemort with relative ease, which was utterly astonishing. While we hid under the invisibility cloak in a corner, the scent of her shampoo wafted pleasantly, and the warmth in my ears remained unabated. Fortunately, she could not see me, or my face might have flushed crimson. Having resolved all matters, we returned to our tranquil school life. The following day, 2 other schools arrived, and I observed her animatedly conversing with a girl. During registration, many young wizards made fools of themselves, and I saw her laughing heartily. Her laughter is truly enchanting. During the Tri-Wizard tournament, she worked tirelessly, either aiding Madame Pomfrey or ensuring the safety of the event. I secretly approached Dumbledore, hoping to assist her in her duties, but was met with refusal. Fortunately, during the 3rd task, she remained in the stands. I sat behind her, watching as she continuously munched on snacks. Seizing the opportunity when Mr. Malfoy was distracted, I stealthily slipped her the treats I had prepared in advance. She accepted them without hesitation, and a sense of fulfillment washed over me. When Dumbledore announced a ball to be held in 3 days, I excitedly invited her. However, to my astonishment, she misinterpreted my affections, believing I was enamored with Draco. No wonder he had been the one to show up on Hogsmeade Day. I earnestly assured her that my heart had always belonged to her. She appeared conflicted, and I hoped she would come to understand. The entanglement indicates that she still cares for me, suggesting that there is hope, is there not? Yet, I remain uncertain about her thoughts. In fact, Yas was so lost in contemplation that she inadvertently drifted into slumber, having stayed awake the entire previous night. When she finally awoke, it was already evening, compelling her to abandon her musings and venture out in search of sustenance. As she exited the common room, she unexpectedly encountered someone she wasn't quite ready to face, Harry. Upon seeing her, Harry hurriedly approached, brandishing a box of snacks. "Are you hungry?" he inquired gently. Yes," Yas replied, glancing at the snacks but refraining from accepting them. Harry, however, promptly pressed the treats into her hands, suggesting, "You can nibble on these now or save them for later." "All right, thank you," Yas responded, clutching the snacks. "Shall we go to the kitchen together?" Harry asked. Yas, noticing the anticipation in his eyes, found herself unable to utter a refusal and ultimately nodded in acquiescence. The two made their way to the kitchen in silence, the atmosphere thick with unspoken words, leaving Yas unsure of what to say. Eventually, it was Harry who broke the silence. "Yas, what do you wish to do in the future?" "Oh, I might come to Hogwarts as a professor of alchemy," she replied. "Wow, that's impressive," Harry exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Yas felt a twinge of embarrassment under his gaze. "And you?" she countered. "I aspire to be an Auror, to protect the wizarding world." "That's a splendid dream," Yas praised, though she cautioned, "but it can be perilous." "I will strive to improve myself and minimize my risks," he asserted. "All right," Yas said with a smile. Upon entering the kitchen, they were greeted by a multitude of house elves who asked what they would like to eat. Yas requested pumpkin soup, roasted chicken, and apple pie, while Harry chose roasted chicken, steak, and pumpkin soup. Chapter 67, Yas's Response. Before long, their orders were served by the elves. As they quietly dined, Yas suddenly spoke up. "Aren't you curious about my answer?" Harry chuckled lightly, admitting, "To be honest, I am somewhat apprehensive. However, your thoughts are your own to share or withhold. I shall not pressure you, but as an admirer, I do hope for a chance. What if I decline?" Yas raised an eyebrow. Harry chuckled resignedly. "Then I shall have only myself to blame for not meeting your expectations. Yet, you already have an answer in mind, don't you?" Harry gazed at her with bright eyes. Yas playfully bit her fork, replying, I'm not sure. What do you think?" She indeed had an answer but was reluctant to commit, for that certain someone had yet to deliver a proper confession. She, Miss Malfoy, would not settle for ambiguity in their relationship. Harry laughed, sensing that Yas was not allowing him to pine in solitude. "I believe I have an inkling," he said gently, causing Yas to blush under his gaze, prompting her to hastily finish her meal so she could return. Unbeknownst to her, her cheeks were a rosy hue, endearing in Harry's eyes. After their meal, Harry escorted Yas back to the Slytherin common room. "Shall we meet again tomorrow?" "Tomorrow it is," Yas replied with a smile as she turned to enter the common room. Harry watched her retreat before departing himself, only to be surrounded by friends upon returning to his own quarters. Why the cheerful demeanor? What transpired? Ron inquired curiously. "Nothing much," Harry replied, though the mirth in his eyes betrayed him. The twins flanked him, exclaiming, "Oh my, look at Harry's beaming face. Could it be because of our little Jasmine?" They chorused. "You met with Yas?" Hermione, setting aside her book, queried. Ginny looked at Harry with intrigue. "Yes, we happened to cross paths in the kitchen." "Oh, happened to cross paths, did you?" Ron mimicked with a peculiar tone. Harry adjusted his glasses, his ears flushing red. "Goodness, George, do you think that was mere coincidence?" "Oh, Fred, this is certainly no coincidence." The twins teased Harry in unison. His face grew even warmer. "There aren't that many coincidences. This must have been premeditated." Ginny chimed in with a grin. It was a coincidence. Harry retorted hastily as he made his way toward their dormitory, followed by the playful laughter of his friends, causing him to feel utterly flustered. Once in his room, he splashed water on his face and gazed into the mirror, noting the telltale flush on his skin. Meanwhile, his friends continued their chatter downstairs. So, are they officially together now? Ron asked. Not quite yet, Hermione replied, nodding in agreement with Ginny. Why not? Ron seemed perplexed. Because Harry merely expressed his feelings for Yas without actually asking her to be his girlfriend, Ginny clarified. So, our savior has yet to propose a relationship? They echoed in disbelief. Indeed, Hermione affirmed. Wait, how do you all know this so well? Ron lamented. Because Yas shared everything with us the very next day after Harry confessed, Hermione explained, flipping through her book. Girls' secrets are beyond your understanding, boys, Ginny added. Should we perhaps celebrate Harry? Ron suggested. I like this idea. Let us throw a party, they exclaimed in unison. Before we celebrate, we ought to worry about Gryffindor first. Hermione cautioned. Indeed, I can already envision the misfortune that awaits Gryffindor, Ginny lamented, collapsing onto the couch with a pillow in her arms. Why is that? The three boys queried in unison. It seems you've forgotten about Draco. He has always held a grudge against Harry, even before Harry's true potential was revealed. If Yas and Harry end up together, he will likely intensify his vendetta against Harry and Gryffindor. Exactly. And let's not forget Professor Snape, who is Yas's godfather. I see Gryffindor soon being dubbed Gryffindor-less, Ginny sighed. It should be fine, Ron reassured. That's uncertain, Ginny countered. Draco might be manageable, but Professor Snape is a different story altogether. He keeps a close watch on Yas. Last time we witnessed a badger confessing to little Jasmine, Snape caught them, and Hufflepuff suffered greatly for it. What? That's disastrous. Just a confession led to such dire consequences. And now Harry is whisking her away. Not yet, they are not officially together. They merely share unspoken feelings at this point. I doubt we need to wait for Harry and Yas to become a couple. Why is that? Tomorrow marks the grand ball. What do you think? Alas. From that moment forth, we shall be bereft of Gryffindor. The crowd, what a headache. Just as Yasi entered the lounge, she spotted Draco lounging on the sofa. Back already? Draco inquired, somewhat displeased. Today, he had been plagued by a foreboding instinct ever since Yasi ventured out. His sister could be in peril. Brother? What are you doing here? Yasi asked, her voice tinged with trepidation. Where else would I be? That is not what I meant, brother. I just went out for a meal. A meal? With whom? Draco pressed. Can't I go alone? Yasi replied, her nervousness palpable. If you were alone, you'd either be in the headmaster's office or the dungeons, and surely you'd return escorted by the Godfather. The Godfather, being the Slytherin head, can directly deliver you to the lounge. In other words, the person who brought you back today is not from Slytherin. Hearing her brother's analysis, Yasi hastily interrupted. All right, I went with someone from Gryffindor. Draco's scrutiny intensified. Who from Gryffindor? Oh no, if she revealed this, her brother would undoubtedly confront Harry. Fine, I know. That insufferable scarhead. Wait, how did you guess without me saying anything? Chapter 68, The Ball. Draco observed his sister, who appeared to be questioning her life choices, and his irritation boiled over. What is it? Is falling in love so intellectually debilitating? He scoffed. Aside from feeling guilty about being with that guy, who else makes you feel this way? Am I guilty? If you weren't, why didn't you dare to meet my gaze as you entered? I did not. Both my eyes clearly saw. I did not. Yasi retorted defiantly. Before hastily making her exit, Draco shook his head in resignation, bemused that such an intelligent person could be so oblivious. Oh, foolish sister. The following day, Yasi arose early, retrieving the gown her mother had prepared for her. She then began her grooming routine, experimenting with several styles, but still feeling dissatisfied. Ultimately, she called upon Pansy from the neighboring dormitory for assistance. Along with Pansy came a pair of sisters, who joined in brainstorming and crafting her look. Why the sudden transformation? I recall you being rather indifferent at previous balls. Wow, could it be that you have a crush now? Perhaps it's your partner for today? Cough. No, certainly not. Yasi replied, her cheeks flushing. How could this group be so perceptive? Oh, I see. Weevee hit the nail on the head. No, that is not it. Don't spread rumors. But you are blushing. What is the matter? I told you it's nothing. All right, nothing it is. Pansy exchanged a knowing glance with the sisters, who nodded in agreement, refraining from further teasing. Everyone swiftly prepared, and soon Yasi's look was complete. She made her way to Pansy's room to help them with their styles. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the ball. As Yasi emerged from the lounge, she spotted Harry waiting nearby. Upon seeing Yasi approach, Harry was momentarily entranced. He had never seen her so exquisitely adorned. Ron nudged Harry, prompting him to regain his composure and approach Yasi. Upon witnessing the boy's face turn crimson, Yasi couldn't help but laugh heartily. Yet, reminding herself of her Slytherin status, She composed herself and took Harry's arm as they proceeded to the hall. Upon entering the hall, the professors had yet to arrive, but Draco was already present. The moment he saw Yasi entwined with Harry, his expression darkened. He moved towards them, longing to whisk his sister away. But with students from not only Hogwarts but also 2 other schools present, he had to maintain decorum. Otherwise, he would make that insufferable Scarhead regret it. Draco glared at Harry, who ignored him, refusing to release his hold on Yasi. Shortly after, the professors and all the headmasters gathered. Dumbledore spotted Harry holding Yasi's hand and raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Ah, so you finally captured her heart?" He then glanced at the newly arrived Snape, whose face was as dark as ink. Snape had arrived to an immediate shock, witnessing that wretched boy holding his daughter's hand. This ball was supposed to be for Draco and her, so what was going on? He shot a disapproving glare at Draco, incredulous that he was simply watching his sister. The surrounding professors felt an icy chill in the air. What was amiss with Professor Snape? Following his gaze, they were stunned to see his daughter with Harry. What is happening? Has Harry won her over? The excessive attention from the professors caught the students' eyes, leading to whispers among them. The chosen one with Miss Malfoy? What an odd pairing. Students gawked at the peculiar duo. Oh heavens, Gryffindor is doomed. Just look at Professor Snape's terrifying glare. We must not provoke him today. As Dumbledore concluded his speech, the ball commenced. With the music playing, the brave and their partners took the lead on the dance floor. Following their performance, others joined in, including Yasi and Harry. Observing Harry's hand resting on Yasi's waist, both Draco and Snape felt as though they might shatter their teeth from clenching so hard. Outside the dance floor, Ginny and Ron exchanged glances, noting Snape's furious gaze. I suspect he wishes to obliterate every Gryffindor in sight. Indeed, Harry's potions class is as good as over. We might not fare much better ourselves. Why do you say that? Asked Krum, who stood nearby. Because Professor Snape is Yasi's godfather. Exactly, he has raised her since childhood. Just look at the intensity of his glare. Let us take a final gander at our house points, one added. Tomorrow. No, after free time, they might dwindle significantly. It wasn't until Yasi grew weary from dancing that they finally exited the floor. What were you all whispering about? You were implying we'd be bereft of Gryffindor soon. Huh, why? Yasi inquired, perplexed. Draco approached, demanding, release her hand. To Harry. Harry coughed, and then relinquished his hold on Yasi's waist, opting to hold her hand instead. Draco rolled his eyes, but said nothing further. Instead, he turned to Yasi, suggesting, why not glance at your godfather's eyes? It dawned on Yasi that she had forgotten about her parents being present. Perhaps she was indeed flirting too early. I dare not. I fear my godfather might confine me. Well, you're scared too. Not at all, Yasi thought to herself. That is simply being cautious. Mother's critique. Isn't that cowardice? Yasi, absolutely not. She turned around and discreetly glanced at her godfather. And goodness, his face was as dark as a storm cloud. She immediately averted her gaze, too intimidated to look again. Her heart ached for the professor beside her godfather, enduring the icy air. It was already cold today, and now the chill was unbearable. Yet she couldn't help but worry about herself. She feared that her godfather might descend upon her and whisk her away at any moment. Harry quietly suggested to Yasi, shall we step outside? His warm breath brushed against her ear, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she nodded in response. Oh, what secrets are you whispering about? Do share. Draco interjected with a smile that, for some reason, appeared to be laced with barely concealed malice, as if he wished to hurl Harry out of the room. Chapter 69. The two officially together. Cheers and confetti. Yasi and Harry exchanged a glance, and gathering his courage, Harry stammered, I wish to speak with Yasi privately. Humph. My sister isn't familiar with you. Draco erupted with indignation. Brother, Yasi tugged at Draco's sleeve. Seeing the pleading look in her eyes, Draco ultimately relented, unable to protect his precious sister any longer. Humph. If my sister suffers any distress, the Malfoy family will not let you off lightly. All right. I won't let her be wronged. Harry replied. How easy it is for you to say, Draco grumbled. Yet he made no further attempts to hinder Harry and Yasi's departure. Watching Yasi's retreating figure, Draco sighed inwardly. Alas, his sister was quite resolute. Harry led Yasi to the banks of the Black Lake, where tranquility enveloped the surroundings. He gazed at the girl before him, reflecting on how over the past 3 years, she had blossomed into a beautiful and accomplished individual. It seemed that love at first sight indeed existed. Their connection began with her beauty and deepened through her talents. From a chance encounter to an unbreakable bond, fate was truly marvelous. Yasi felt a surge of emotion. In her previous life, she had pitted Harry, who, as a child, endured the neglect of his aunt and the bullying from his cousin. He had finally entered school, only to encounter Draco, who bore a striking resemblance to his cousin's temperament. It was only in the third year that she learned he had a godfather, thinking he had finally found family, only to face death in the battle against Voldemort. Ultimately, he was left all alone. At least she had her brother to protect her, so if Harry could persevere, why should she give up? Encouraged by Harry's strength in the books, she resolved to stop wallowing in self-pity. She became exceptional, radiant, and cheerful. She understood that while Draco could be somewhat spoiled, his heart was not malicious. She wished for Harry to find a happy ending, rather than waiting until he was utterly despondent and self-destructive for someone to comfort him. How could the wounds he bore ever heal completely with time? They merely transformed into ugly scars. Dumbledore sacrificed so much for Harry, even his life. Yet she felt it was profoundly unfair. His parents had already paid the ultimate price. Why should a child who had lost both parents be forced to live in someone else's home? Why should he witness the death of his family? The culprits behind these scars were not just Voldemort, but also Dumbledore's machinations. Perhaps for the wizarding world, this was deemed a correct course of action. But for a child, it was cruel. Perhaps it was due to her coming of age in the Flower Country, where it was intolerable to see so many adults while a mere child was left to shoulder the burden. Thus, her heart ached for him. She wanted him to have a better life, and so, during the subsequent rise of the internet in the Flower Country, she tirelessly read fanfiction, hoping the authors could help him escape his unjust fate. They did not disappoint. She witnessed Harry enjoying a joyful and brilliant life through their words. As for why she became enamored with the Harry-Draco pairing, it was simply because those authors wrote so beautifully. Thus, she fell into the depths of this world and could not extricate herself. She immersed herself in fanfiction, numbing her senses, wishing to alter the events of the original story, hoping its tragedies would cease, and that children could simply be children rather than bear the immense weight of being a savior. Thank Merlin for granting her the opportunity to traverse worlds, enabling her to rescue those ensnared in despair and to pull those teetering on the brink back from the precipice. Merlin was indeed fair. She had given much and reaped even more, finding her own home, loving parents, a proud brother, good friends, and a person she cherished. Reflecting on her past experiences, her affection for Harry seemed less incomprehensible. It was just a pity her brother could not claim the fair maiden. Draco, I don't like boys. Yassi, no, you do. Harry finally organized his thoughts. Grasping Yassi's hand, he declared, Yassi, since the moment I first met you 3 years ago, I knew you were extraordinary. It wasn't until the moment I held you, when you were nearly hurt, that I realized you are the most important person in my life. I want to say, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? May I have the chance to take care of you? Yassi gazed at the blushing boy before her. Finding him utterly adorable, she mused, with wealth and beauty, what was there to lose in trying? Sure. Upon hearing Yassi's affirmative response, Harry excitedly enveloped her in an embrace. A round of applause erupted from the bystanders, and Yassi turned to see a throng of onlookers, leaving her flustered as she buried her face in Harry's chest, refusing to emerge. Ron rushed forward with a bouquet of flowers, which Harry offered to Yassi. Wow, roses! She exclaimed, taken aback by the gesture. What is the occasion? I remember you saying that a good relationship begins with a bouquet and a confession, Harry replied. What? If I don't agree, there are no flowers? Of course not. It's just that the flowers arrived late, Harry stammered, flustered. All right, I understand. Yassi chimed cheerfully, astonished that her offhand remark to Hermione and Ginny had been remembered and acted upon by Harry. This boyfriend wasn't he so bad after all. What are you two up to? A private gathering, are we? A dark, foreboding voice suddenly interrupted. Oh my goodness, when did Professor Snape arrive? Everyone froze in place. Could you kindly remove your hands from your poor potions, Professor's goddaughter? Harry pressed his lips together. Godfather, Yassi is now my girlfriend. Everyone, except Yassi, gazed at Harry in astonishment. What bravery! Yassi raised an eyebrow, impressed. Well done, no wonder you're the savior. You possess a sense of responsibility. Humph, how dare you call me that? Who is your godfather? Snape retorted. Godfather, Yassi whispered timidly. Humph. Snape glanced at Yassi's hopeful eyes before turning away. Wow. Professor Snape, didn't he take points from us? Shoo, don't you actually wish for him to return and deduct points? No. Brave Harry. Indeed. I can only imagine how miserable Gryffindor will be in the future. Chapter 70, the grand finale. Ah yes. It's over. Everyone chattered excitedly. And Yassi tugged at Harry. Looking down at her, he asked, What's wrong? I wish to speak with my godfather alone. He sees me as his own daughter. And today's events were too sudden for him. I want to discuss it with him. I'll accompany you. No, said Yassi, shaking her head. You should first get through my brother's test. Observing Draco's furious demeanor, Yassi smirked. Harry turned to see him already brandishing his wand. Sleeves rolled up. Wasn't this a clear indication of a fight about to ensue? Damn Scarhead, come here and face your doom. Brother, be gentle. Yassi quipped before stepping aside to enjoy the spectacle. Given her affection for Harry, She was confident her brother would not act maliciously, at most. He would deliver a sound, thrashing to vent his frustrations. Draco had commenced his duel, while Harry found himself too intimidated to retaliate if he got hit. It would mean an immediate breakup. Fortunately, the specialized training he had received from Grindelwald while defending against Voldemort had equipped him to handle the situation with a semblance of composure. Yassi watched the unfolding scene, laughing heartily. It was evident her brother was not intent on seriously harming Harry. After exchanging pleasantries, she turned and made her way to the cellar. "Why are you here with your pitiful potions, Professor, instead of accompanying your boyfriend?" "Godfather." Yassi chuckled resignedly, realizing, as expected, that the delayed venom would soon be unleashed. "Where's that troublesome lad? Afraid to face me? My brother is busy dueling him." "Oh, don't you care?" He's aware of the limits. Seeing Yassi maintaining her composure eased Snape's expression considerably. "Godfather, you are my family, a crucial part of my life. Whoever my boyfriend may be. He must pass your scrutiny," Yassi stated earnestly, looking directly at Snape. "You don't mind the commotion?" Snape raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Godfather, I trust you to exercise discretion. If he cannot withstand the challenge, then you would not be at ease either." Snape regarded the young woman before him, realizing that his daughter had grown up. No, she had always exhibited remarkable rationality. "Do you wish to test him?" "Of course," Snape replied. "Humph, his father took away his only friend. And now his son has spirited away my obedient daughter. He must have his say." Yassi laughed joyfully. "Shall I fetch him? Let him come by himself." "All right." With a skip, Yassi left the cellar, eager to return and check on the situation. Humph, she would not be so easily swayed. Things that come too easily are often taken for granted. By the time she arrived, the duel was nearly concluded. Seeing her boyfriend standing intact, she knew her brother had shown restraint. Draco, observing Yassi meticulously inspecting Harry, huffed, thinking how a girl grows up too fast. Realizing she had neglected her brother, she turned back to Draco. "Hey, brother. It's fine. He didn't dare to hit me, only defended himself." That's good, Draco replied. "Humph, if I hadn't said anything, would you still have remembered your brother?" "How could I forget?" She chuckled. "I doubt that." "Ahem, brother. All right, I suppose he has passed." Watching his sister not excessively favoring Harry and Harry's willingness to protect Yassi, even in the face of Draco's blows without complaint, Draco conceded that his sister would not be taken advantage of. Yassi took Harry's hand, and they set off for a date. Newly together, they were in the throes of romance. She also informed Harry of Snape's stance. Harry, holding Yassi's hand, expressed his intention to seek out Professor Snape privately. The two walked happily together, all the way to graduation. They smoothly transitioned into marriage. Poor Harry, however, still found himself called in separately to deal with potion materials even after graduation. Of course, Gryffindor's points were not preserved. Everyone had gained the capability to realize their dreams. Hermione successfully joined the Ministry of Magic, plotting to transform the magical world, while Ron finally won over his beloved. Congratulations to him. The twins opened a branch of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, amassing wealth. Ginny and Harry both joined the Aurors, which proved troublesome for Harry, as being co-workers with Ginny often meant she was monopolized, leaving him with no one to confide in. Yassi became a professor at Hogwarts, fulfilling her dream of teaching alchemy and occasionally assisting her godfather with his classes. This was a wedding gift from Dumbledore. He and Grindelwald traveled the world, finally enjoying retirement. Professor McGonagall was reluctantly forced to take up her duties early, while Snape became the deputy headmaster, both overwhelmed with responsibilities. Lucius also retired early, savoring a sweet life with Narcissa. Draco took over his father's position, steering the Malfoy family towards an even brighter future. As for his marriage, he viewed it as a transaction, though Yassi wished to advise him. Draco remained resolute in his desire for strength to protect his sister, a promise he had never forgotten. The good news was that he and the girl he was betrothed to had developed a decent relationship, though not on par with Lucius and Narcissa. They respected and cared for one another. With that, Yassi felt reassured. Not long after their marriage, Yassi welcomed her first baby, a charming little boy with black hair like his father and blue eyes reminiscent of his mother. He bore a striking resemblance to Yassi, essentially a miniature version of her. Yassi named him Ida, meaning joy and happiness, wishing for her child to lead a blissful life. As the firstborn, he was somewhat spoiled by the family. However, soon enough, the first challenger emerged, none other than Harry. Little Ida adored spending time with his mother, which led to Harry's prolonged absence from his wife. Now an Auror, Harry frequently found himself engaging in a battle of wits with their son over Yassi's affection. Yassi often laughed heartily at their antics. Truly, her little family was adorable and warm. However, Aida's knack for charm often led to Harry's defeat, though he grew increasingly determined. Eventually, during a holiday, both Yassi and Harry decided to take a break. Harry cleverly coaxed their little one away and handed him over to Snape, whisking Yassi off for a day out. "Snape, am I merely a babysitter now?" Despite the long lifespan of wizards, life is ultimately finite. Yassi and Harry were laid to rest beside Harry's parents. Throughout her life, Yassi thrived, achieving all her heart's desires. Harry, too, fulfilled his wish of caring for Yassi for a lifetime. Chapter 1. Ida. Aida's perspective. My name is Ida, the beautiful fruit of my parents' love. Unlike other children, I do not have grandparents. In the wizarding world, marriage occurs early, so most children have grandparents. It wasn't until a kind old gentleman revealed to me that my grandparents had passed away protecting my father that I learned of their fate. I was furious and vowed to make that villain pay when I grew up. The old man chuckled, saying, "My parents have already avenged that." Wow, my parents are truly remarkable. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I have a vast family, and remembering them all as a child was quite the task. First and foremost is my mother. Shoo, just between us, I love her the most. She is the esteemed professor of alchemy at Hogwarts, and the alchemical artifacts she creates are, in the words of my uncle, priceless beyond the reach of even a galleon. According to my grandmother, alchemy is a subject that my mother has been passionately exploring since childhood, and her current achievements are undoubtedly a reflection of her relentless dedication. However, my grandfather, well, my mother's godfather, claims that my mother possesses exceptional talent, particularly in potion making. Thus, I firmly believe that my mother is the most remarkable mother in the world. Yet, the older students at Hogwarts often vie for my mother's attention. They say it is due to my grandfather's intimidating demeanor that they only dare approach her, which exhausts her considerably. It is only when my grandfather intervenes that they finally take their leave. How peculiar. I find my grandfather hardly intimidating at all. My father insists that it is because I resemble my mother so closely. My uncle echoes this sentiment, adding that had I taken after my father, I would not receive such treatment. Perhaps, in time, I shall understand this conundrum. My father is an Auror, a valiant protector of the magical realm, much like my godmother Ginny. However, at home, he transforms into a mischievous rascal, constantly competing for my mother's affection. If it weren't for cough, I would never yield to him. Regardless, when he is off saving the world, my mother will be entirely mine. Besides my parents, I am surrounded by my godfather, godmother, and uncle. Both Ginny and Neville, my godparents, are incredibly kind, particularly Neville, who, as my mother mentions, once fell ill, but it was my grandfather who assisted in his recovery. Nevertheless, his forgetful nature remains unchanged. He is a professor at Hogwarts, specializing in herbology, and he is remarkably patient. Contrasting sharply with Ginny, in my mother's words, they complement each other perfectly. Hermione, my godmother, and Ron, my godfather, are a source of endless amusement. Hermione works at the Ministry of Magic and embodies the essence of a strong, independent woman. My mother often says that had it not been for Ron's good looks, Hermione might have pursued someone else. As for Ron, he manages a prank shop alongside my twin uncles, filled with an array of delightful mischiefs. My mother claims these are all inventions of their own making. I yearn to join their ranks, but they insist I must first distinguish between them. How unfair to put a little darling through such a trial. Don't they feel guilty? They look so remarkably alike. Even my parents cannot tell them apart, let alone me, a mere child. My uncle is a businessman who presents me with a plethora of peculiar and wondrous items. He delights in engaging in playful banter with my father. Each encounter is a performance I have grown accustomed to, and so has my mother. Eventually, my uncle married. Yet my aunt seldom visits. Out of curiosity, I inquired about her, and my uncle explained that she is unwell and unable to come see me. I suggested to my uncle that I could go visit her, alleviating his worries about her health. I truly am clever. My grandparents often venture out to partake in adventures. Oh, and they have a splendid white peacock at their home. It is extraordinarily beautiful and amusing. They are my mother's parents. I also have another grandfather, my mother's godfather, who is currently a professor of potion making at Hogwarts. My mother often remarks that he has a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Nonetheless, he is undeniably strict. At my tender age, he insists on pulling me aside for lessons, claiming my mother began her studies at my age, hoping I might inherit her splendid talents. Later, I discovered that he had initially regarded my mother as his successor, but she was unwilling to take up his mantle, leaving him to continue his work. Hence, he has turned to me in hopes of passing on his legacy. In truth, my mother is not averse to his legacy. I overheard my parents discussing that she has already completed her training. However, my mother fears that my grandfather may despair if she relinquishes her passions. So she wishes to give him hope by educating me. Yet, my grandfather is well aware of my mother's intentions and does not wish for her to abandon what she loves. Thus, he has chosen to nurture me instead. They truly are a wonderful family. It is just unfortunate that I, at such a young age, must bear the weight of such a hefty tome. One day, two elderly gentlemen unexpectedly visited my home. At first, I mistook them for my grandfathers, but upon hearing my mother address them as Professor Dumbledore and Mr. Grindelwald, I realized my error. That day, I distinctly grasped what the older students meant when they spoke of my impressive lineage. My father is the savior. My mother an alchemy professor, my godparents are accomplished individuals. My maternal family is among the most powerful in the magical world. And my grandfather is the headmaster of Hogwarts and a master of potions. I am acquainted with the most illustrious wizards and the first Dark Lord. Goodness. While other children listen to bedtime stories, I find myself personally acquainted with the very characters of legends. How remarkable am I? However, I am not lacking in my own right. Although my talents may not rival my mother's, my grandfather often claims that I squander my mother's potion-making genes, being hindered by my father, whose abilities in potions are not as proficient. How self-conscious. Yet, I take pride in having inherited my mother's gift for alchemy. Thus, I am currently under her direct tutelage. No matter how much my father may disapprove, he cannot prevent me from spending time with my mother. In addition to my mother's alchemy, I am learning spells from my father, defensive magic from my grandfather, and a myriad of other subjects. All before I even set foot in school. This is because I desire to protect my mother. I hold immense love for my family, but my greatest love is reserved for my mother. She has given me so much. The name Ada is the most precious gift she has bestowed upon me. Chapter 2. Echoes of the Past. The preceding text reflects a child's perspective, while the latter transitions into that of an adult's. Following an unforeseen incident, I began to recall many things that do not belong to this world. No, I should say I seem to have never belonged to this world at all. My current mother is named Jasmine, and she is wonderful, caring for me deeply without indulging me. Nevertheless, she possesses certain habits that feel eerily familiar. So familiar that they nearly bring me to tears. Who would have thought? The whims of fate have turned my sister into my mother. This is the sister I raised with my own hands. Even though her appearance and voice have changed, I can still recognize her. Of course, she recognizes me as well. Initially, I thought of keeping this revelation a secret forever. However, the very next day, she figured it out. To be honest, it was a bit awkward, particularly when addressing her as mother. Who could have anticipated it? My sister from a past life is now my mother in this one. In my memories, she was always gentle. Even when making mistakes, she would immediately inquire if I was hurt. The same goes for the rest of my family. Perhaps it is because I resemble her so closely. I hold her photo album tightly, gazing at it incessantly. So this is what she looked like as a child? How lovely. My sister. Finally, she has the happy childhood she deserves. She called me into her room, her voice trembling as she asked me who I truly am. How could a child's transformation escape a mother's notice? Just as I know her intimately, she knows me equally well. With a mere glance, she recognized me. I explained the circumstances, but I was uncertain of what had become of the original Ada. She informed me that the former Ada was simply the me without memories. But how could that be? Later, when I glimpsed a hint of the divine order, I realized that my sister spoke the truth, albeit only a part of it, or rather, a part she believed to be true. I recounted to her the events that transpired after she departed in our previous life. I cast that loving couple away to a desolate island, built them a shelter, and left provisions, never to intervene again. Ultimately, love could not withstand the trials they faced, and they devolved into a pair of resentful companions. But what purpose does that serve? My most cherished relative, my sister, is irretrievably lost to me, despite their desperate pleas. I remained resolute, for was it not their fervent affection that led them to forsake their very own child? Death is death, is it not? It would be best for them to remain apart. What, then, is the most absurd aspect of this tale? Hilariously, it is our mother. Following the trail of that wretched truck driver, I discovered he had long been afflicted with cancer, which meant that the accident was no mere misfortune, but rather a premeditated act of murder. Subsequently, I unearthed that a sum of $2 million had been transferred to the driver's account by none other than our mother. How laughable. We had always adored her. Oh no, I must say, we revered her, but she was utterly unworthy. We had believed that it was Father's possessiveness that caused her to favor him, yielding to his whims and ultimately abandoning us. Yet, in truth, she had been the one to persuade Father to forego having children, all while neglecting to take necessary precautions, resulting in an unexpected pregnancy with my sister. But what fault lay with her? By that time, they were already marooned on the island, and in my fury, I confronted our dear mother with the evidence I had gathered. She audaciously claimed it was to prevent my sister from usurping Father's affection. How ludicrous. Out of jealousy and suspicion, she had orchestrated the murder of her own flesh and blood, and our dear father was complicit throughout, offering no counsel against it. Merely wishing to placate our mother's envy, they were utterly unfit to bear the mantle of parenthood. I stripped away everything from that island. Did they not speak of love? Did they not fear losing each other? Then let them rely solely upon one another. It is laughable that I possess no tangible evidence to consign these scoundrels to prison. Yet, they shall not enjoy a moment of peace while I am present. Indeed, within mere months, the once affectionate couple found themselves at each other's throats over meager rations. How could two pampered individuals ever stoop to manual labor? Even with an abundance of food and countless instructional videos available to them, how could those accustomed to servitude ever embrace the notion of self-sufficiency? Gradually, the love they once held so dearly began to fissure. Yet, my sister had already made the ultimate sacrifice for their love. How could I permit them to have their way? As I observed their gradual descent into ruin, I lingered in my sister's former room, gazing upon photographs that captured her radiant smile, and I was consumed by guilt. It was my failing for not safeguarding her properly, caressing her most cherished books. I reminisced about all the memories we shared. I watched the surveillance footage of the two bickering incessantly. Finally, the moment arrived when they would resort to violence. My beloved mother, did you not claim to adore my father above all else? How, then, could he inflict harm upon you with a knife? I submitted the footage to the authorities alongside my father and had my ailing mother admitted to the hospital. I have faith that they shall not find solace in the afterlife. I entrusted the company to a distant relative of the Lin family, instructing him to ensure that the two of them would not prosper. It is time for me to seek my sister, that dear girl who feared thunder above all else. Upon hearing my account, she embraced me, weeping profusely. She welcomed me into this world and recounted her initial experiences upon her arrival. Observing her animated recounting of family tales, I knew she had not suffered a moment's injustice here. Nonetheless, I still found my father intolerable. Setting aside this lifetime, I had cradled my sister in my palms in the previous one, to reunite only to find her belonging to another family. Who could bear such a fate? Thus, I deliberately monopolized our mother's attention, leaving my father to dwell in solitude. However, I did not share a bed with her, for I am an adult, and I find greater comfort in sleeping alone. She urged me to quiet my restless thoughts, encouraging me to enjoy the childhood that rightfully belonged to me. Yet, my naive sister, do you truly believe that traversing through time comes without a price? I merely wished to ascertain whether you were faring well here. In this manner, I found peace, allowing me to focus on repaying my debts. The following day, Yas discovered that Ada had reverted once more. Her brother was no longer present. She held Ada close and wept anew. Harry, bewildered by Yas's tears, could only clumsily offer comfort, but Yas could not articulate the reason for her sorrow. Is it worth it? Just for a sister? To sell one's own soul? Of course it is worth it. I know their repulsiveness. Yet I still failed to protect her. I feel remorse towards her. This is the world of her beloved books. I trust she will thrive here. Very well. If you find it worthwhile, then so be it. Off I go to resume my tasks. Chapter 3, Daily Amusements, Pregnancy, Professor Porter. As Yas made her way to her office, she was halted by a boy calling out to her. Is something the matter? I wanted to inquire about this concept. I still don't quite understand it. Yas glanced at the notes in the boy's hands. It was material on potion making. Why not consult Professor Snape? I'm not really brave enough. Not brave enough. So you chose to ask your overworked, beleaguered alchemy professor instead? Coincidentally, this remark was overheard by Snape, who had come to find Yas. Due to recent busyness, Yas had noticeably lost weight. Ultimately, she gently explained the topic to the student, though the presence of Snape left the child trembling with fear. Why have you lost weight recently? Snape inquired, brow furrowed. Oh, it's nothing. I've just been having trouble sleeping at night, Yas replied, rubbing her eyes. Go to the hospital wing. No, Professor, I know my own body. Yas smiled sweetly. After all, she was the apprentice of the Master of Potions. How could she be unaware of her own physical condition? Snape scrutinized her for a moment, muttering, as long as you are aware. Recently, Yas and Snape had been collaborating on a new project, as they were established partners, and their research sessions flowed harmoniously. After work, Yas collapsed onto the sofa, feeling inexplicably lethargic. As she reflected on the day's research, she soon drifted into slumber. Upon returning home, Harry found Yas sleeping on the sofa, puzzled by her recent intensity in research. Sighing, he gently lifted her and carried her to their bedroom. Yas, a light sleeper, stirred as soon as he laid her down. Are you awake? Did I move too much? Harry inquired. No, I was just in a light sleep, Yas yawned. Has the research been particularly challenging? Why do you ask? Yas questioned, puzzled. You seem exhausted. Every time I come home, you're asleep on the sofa. I'm not sure. I've just been so sleepy lately. Shouldn't we consult Madame Pomfrey? No need. I don't feel unwell. Still, we should check. I'm not entirely at ease. Well, all right then. After much deliberation, Yas consented. Once Yas had fallen asleep again, Harry penned a letter to Snape, requesting that he accompany Yas to see Madame Pomfrey, as he felt uneasy about her being unaccompanied. The following day, as Yassi arrived at the office, She was promptly escorted to the infirmary by the ever-watchful Severus Snape. Alas, this young lady possessed many admirable qualities, yet she neglected the care of her own health. Absent the presence of a companion, she would scarcely have ventured to the infirmary. Snape had already discerned that Yasi had not been herself lately. Even if Harry had not mentioned it, he would have insisted on bringing her to the infirmary. "Oh, child, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" Severus inquired with concern. "Hi, Madame Pomfrey. I'm not feeling unwell," Yasi replied. "Do elaborate," Snape urged, fixing her with a penetrating gaze. Well, I've just been particularly drowsy lately. But that's about it. I feel fine. Perhaps I've just not been resting well." "Drowsy?" Pomfrey repeated. "Yes, madam. Let me think. This symptom seems all too familiar. Wait, am I truly ill?" Yasi asked, her voice tinged with worry. Snape's anxiety was palpable as he pressed for answers. After a moment's contemplation, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, "Just a moment, let me fetch something." She rummaged through her drawers and eventually produced a pendant-like object. She pressed it against Yasi's abdomen, and the pendant shifted from transparent to a vivid emerald green. "Indeed, it's just as I suspected," Madame Pomfrey declared cheerfully. "What is it?" Snape inquired, recognizing the pendant but unable to recall its purpose. "Congratulations. Yasi, you are going to be a mother." What? Both Yasi and Snape exclaimed in shock. She was with child? Was her family about to grow? Could she be a good mother? Could she balance the responsibilities of motherhood and partnership? Could she manage her professional and familial duties? Yasi stood frozen, lost in thought. Snape gently patted her head, reassuring her, "Do not worry." Yasi nodded, and Snape communicated this momentous news to Harry, Lucius, and Narcissa. Harry, brimming with excitement, quickly arranged to switch shifts and hurried to Hogwarts, being the first to arrive. I'm going to be a father?" he stammered in disbelief, feeling as though he were dreaming. He had a child of his own. Carefully, he enveloped Yasi in a hug, and she nodded in affirmation. Snape suppressed an eye roll. He was tempted to scold Harry for needing to confirm such news. Shortly thereafter, Narcissa and Lucius rushed into Snape's office. "My goodness, darling, are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" Narcissa immediately enveloped Yasi in her arms, marveling at the passage of time. The little girl who once rested in her embrace was now on the cusp of motherhood. Time truly flew. "I'm fine, mother. Just a bit sleepy." "That's good. What would you like to eat?" "I'll make it for you. I'm craving the little pastries you make." "Mother," Yasi replied, snuggling closer. "Sweetheart, how about we take a leave and return home for a while?" Lucius suggested cautiously. "Why?" "To rest at home while you're pregnant. It will ease your burden." "Don't worry, father. I want to go home when I feel the need. But for now, I don't feel particularly unwell. I can manage a bit longer." "Very well. If you wish to remain at Hogwarts, that is acceptable. If you prefer to return home, your father and I can come to fetch you at any time." "Mother, I'm not a baby. I can go home by myself. Regardless of how grown you become, you will always be my little darling." "All right. I'll keep an eye on her. For the time being, it's best she refrain from research, attend classes, and rest more," Snape declared. "Thank you, Severus." "My daughter." "What?" "She is clearly my daughter," Lucius retorted, exasperated. "Do not disturb her rest." "Humph." Yasi giggled, enjoying the spectacle as her father and godfather frequently bickered. Harry held Yasi's hand, his face alight with joy. Chapter 4, Daily Amusements. During pregnancy, her family had grown by one. How delightful. Real mother. By the way, don't you think we're missing someone? Serious. Are you sure it's just one? Real mother. My apologies. Draco, thanks for remembering me. That evening, upon returning home, Draco learned that his sister was pregnant. Wait, Mom and Dad, Godfather, am I invisible? Why wasn't he informed? Could he admit he had completely forgotten about this little brother or sister? The news of Yasi's pregnancy filled him with overwhelming joy. "I thought Lucius would tell you," Snape replied. "At the time, there were only 3 owls, so he cannot be blamed." Real mother. Is it possible that Lucius and Narcissa only needed one owl to communicate? Snape, silence. Real mother. All right. Sorry, brother, I forgot, Yasi said sheepishly. Yasi tends to be a bit forgetful during her pregnancy, Narcissa said without a hint of embarrassment. Really? The others echoed. Well then, Draco thought it was odd, but he couldn't quite articulate why. Seeing that Draco had ceased his inquiries, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Indeed, little Draco was easily appeased. The following day, Yasi returned to work as usual. Snape took over some of her responsibilities. Although Yasi insisted she was perfectly fine, Snape remained unconvinced. Harry, equally concerned, despite not being able to take leave, ensured he would escort Yasi daily. When Ginny and Hermione learned of Harry's excitement about his wife's pregnancy, they were taken aback. However, their respective positions prevented them from visiting Yasi immediately. They would have to wait until they had time off to see her. Lucius arranged for a house elf, who had previously cared for Narcissa during her pregnancy, to attend to Yasi. During her own pregnancy, Yasi, much like Narcissa, experienced intense drowsiness, and since the child was calm and she did not experience morning sickness, her pregnancy was relatively easy. In just a few days, most of Yasi's friends were aware of her condition. Even Dumbledore and Grindelwald stopped by to check on her. Professor McGonagall inquired if Yasi was feeling unwell and whether she needed to take leave to stay at home. Yasi responded that she preferred to keep busy and would rather be at Hogwarts, where she could still earn her salary, with the assistance of the house elf. Yasi's experience during pregnancy was not significantly different from before, aside from having lighter workloads. Moreover, Snape persistently insisted she visit Madame Pomfrey for checkups. Although Madame Pomfrey was often busy with students, she always made time to check on Yasi, especially since she was the first staff member to be expecting. By the end of 3 months, Yasi's abdomen began to show, prompting Harry to frequently touch her belly. She knew he was eagerly anticipating the arrival of their child, a symbol of their love. Nevertheless, under the influence of pregnancy hormones, Yasi occasionally felt a touch of jealousy and a hint of melodrama. Harry understood her concerns and always found ways to uplift her spirits. Severus Snape's perception of Harry had notably shifted, primarily due to his interactions with Alice during their time at Hogwarts. He found himself utterly overwhelmed by her emotional outbursts. One moment she would be inconsolably weeping over some inexplicable grievance, her eyes flowing like an incessant faucet, crying unendingly, and no amount of soothing would suffice to calm her. Alice was acutely aware that her behavior was unwarranted, and she would attempt to apologize, only to dissolve into tears once more. Snape was beleaguered, simultaneously fretting over whether Alice's prolonged crying would cause her discomfort while he brewed potions. Ultimately, in a moment of desperation, he summoned Lucius and Narcissa, for her tears showed no signs of abating. It was only when Alice finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep that the ordeal came to a close. Snape often wished he could simply send her back, at least with Harry around. She wouldn't cry for such interminable stretches. The sight of her, weary and asleep, tugged at the hearts of the 3 parental figures. Thus, under Lucius and Draco's entreaties and subtle pressures, Harry found himself with additional time to spend with Alice. Given her volatile emotions, Alice reluctantly agreed to return home for recuperation after persistent persuasion from Professors McGonagall and Snape, with occasional interjections from Dumbledore and Grindelwald. In the end, it was Harry who escorted her back. Otherwise, Alice's tears would have surely flooded the headmaster's office. Upon her return home, Alice found herself restless. One day, without uttering a word, she ventured into the Muggle world. Alas, she was unfamiliar with the surroundings and had no idea where she had ended up. Ultimately, a kind woman, noticing a pregnant girl squatting by the roadside and appearing quite pitiable, took her home and offered her a small snack to quell her hunger. This woman was somewhat plump and spoke in a rather ungracious manner, reminiscent of her godfather, an awkward individual indeed. Shortly thereafter, her husband returned, and Alice observed them, noting they indeed resembled a couple. Although the gentleman appeared somewhat gruff, he treated the lady with great kindness. With nothing else to occupy their time, they engaged in casual conversation, mentioning they had a son and that their grandson had just turned 2. When Alice heard their son was named Dudley, she was taken aback. To her astonishment, she had inadvertently stumbled upon the Dursleys. Mrs. Dursley inquired about her well-being, and after a moment's hesitation, Alice revealed that her husband's surname was Potter. The couple fell silent. Despite Mr. Dursley's apparent inclination to become aggressive, they refrained from expelling Alice, possibly due to her pregnancy. After a lengthy silence, Mrs. Dursley asked why Alice did not use magic to return home. Alice explained that she had merely wished to explore the Muggle world, neither intending to intrude nor causing any disturbance, and expressed her gratitude for the assistance she had received that day, perhaps due to Alice's gentle and courteous demeanor. Despite their coldness, the Dursleys did not force her to leave. Just as Alice was about to take her leave, Mrs. Dursley inquired about Harry's current situation. Surprised, Alice shared all she knew about Harry's circumstances. She was aware of Mrs. Dursley's underlying concerns, but felt it inappropriate as an outsider to speak too freely. This revelation seemed to ease Mrs. Dursley's worries, and Alice bid them farewell. Upon returning home, Alice was met with a scolding for her silent departure. What if she had encountered danger? Thus, the long-graduated Alice found herself once again confined to her quarters, tasked with copying the Malfoy family's rules of conduct. Poor Alice, her playful wandering had resulted in yet another punishment. Chapter 5. Everyday Amusements, Hermione and Ron. Now serving as Minister of Magic, Hermione found herself lost in thought, contemplating when her feelings had begun to develop. Was it the gradual build-up of affection during their school years? She was uncertain. By the time she realized it, she had already fallen for him. Was it due to his appearance? Perhaps to some extent. She could not quite grasp it. Hermione had always favored intelligent individuals, those with high emotional and intellectual quotients, with whom interaction was effortless. Yet, He appeared to possess neither trait. Alice's teasing remarks echoed in her mind, as the two seemed to complement each other perfectly. Complement each other? Perhaps, as her intellect was indeed superior, while that childish fellow had his own peculiar charm. Mr. Weasley is here to escort you, her secretary said with a knowing smile, interrupting her reverie. When had she become so sentimental? Hermione smiled faintly, gathered her belongings, and made her way to the door. Outside stood Ron, his face beaming with a radiant smile. He took the items from Hermione's hands, and together they headed home. After the fourth-year ball, Ron asked, a shade of pink gracing his cheeks, Hermione, would you write to me often? With Hermione's correction, he had finally managed to pronounce her name correctly. No. U1T. Ron suddenly burst out, appearing like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, brimming with indignation. Ron, why are you here? Hermione inquired, taken aback. That's none of your concern. Then you needn't concern yourself with me. Hermione retorted, turning back to accept Victor's request politely. She bid him farewell and departed. Ron shot a fierce glare at Victor before hastening to catch up with Hermione. You can't agree to that. Why not? Because their school values bloodline. And what of it? Hermione halted, engaging Ron in a heated debate. They place importance on wizarding blood. And so what? How does that affect my friendships? Aye. That's enough, Ron. You always view people through the lens of your prejudices. I've had enough of your biases. Without another word, Hermione turned and left. Ron instinctively followed, calling out, Hermione, please let me explain. I don't want to hear your prejudiced opinions. Hermione retreated to her dormitory, leaving Ron standing helplessly outside. Having just finished a date with his girlfriend, Harry noticed his best friend in distress. What's wrong, Ron? What happened? Ron opened his mouth and recounted everything that had transpired. Ginny, who had been feeling peckish and planned to grab a snack before heading up, opted instead to sit on the couch in the common room and snack while observing her brother's disheartened demeanor. I didn't mean to upset her, Ron mumbled defensively. Honestly, brother, you can be quite prejudiced, and your emotional intelligence is shockingly low. I suspect Fred and George have siphoned off all your emotional acumen. Perhaps Hermione is upset over something else? Harry suggested. Ginny, I do have emotional intelligence. He turned to Harry. What is going on? Did I upset her before? Honestly, you're thick as a brick. Ginny exclaimed. Hermione cares deeply about blood status, which is why she studies so hard, to prove that even without wizarding lineage, she is still the most formidable. And yet you blurted it out, and she didn't even punch you? That's her restraint. What? I didn't notice, Ron said, on the verge of tears. She cares about that more than anything, you know? Alice had to counsel her for ages on this very topic. There was an incident once when Draco spoke without thinking and upset Hermione, but Alice managed to smooth things over in the end. I truly didn't mean to. Ron lamented, nearly in tears. Yes, you didn't do it deliberately. It was intentional, Ginny remarked while savoring her snack. I certainly did not intend to. Ron turned to Harry, exclaiming, what am I to do? Perhaps you could offer her something to eat? Something to eat? That would likely be futile. After all, isn't Hermione's greatest affection for knowledge? Perhaps purchasing her a book she hasn't read would suffice? That would indeed be exceedingly difficult, considering Hermione has perused every volume in the library. How could one ensure that the book bought is one she hasn't already read? That is certainly not a guarantee. So why, pray tell, do you feel compelled to prevent Hermione from corresponding with Krum? Because his school places great importance on blood status. Oh, do you expect me to believe that, brother? Ginny scoffed. Brother, you must reveal the true reason for us to assist you. Fine. I simply cannot abide him. Cannot abide him? Why is that? Aren't you his admirer? You have his posters adorning your room. I am not. Oh, during our last visit to the Quidditch World Cup, you purchased quite a number of his merchandise. Aye. Very well. I just cannot stand the sight of him and Hermione together. What concern is it of yours whether Hermione stands beside him or not? First blood. You didn't even invite Hermione to the ball. Double kill. I had intended to invite her, but, it was only when the ball was about to commence that you realized Hermione is indeed a girl. As if no one else had invited her. Aye. Spare me. You brought this upon yourself. It's not as if she was without invitations. Why must she wait for yours? I was mistaken. Those words hold no weight with us, brother. So it must be said that you brought this upon yourself, Ginny declared, finishing her snack and clapping her hands before departing the common room. At this point, if he remains oblivious, Hermione ought to find someone else to cherish. Truly, it was apparent that the atmosphere between the two was rather off, yet this fool remained unaware of the situation. They all assumed Ron would invite Hermione as his partner, and Hermione herself believed so, but this fellow had the audacity to seek out Fleur instead. Jasmine was nearly incensed enough to storm over and give him a piece of her mind. Fortunately, he was not entirely hopeless and had begun to realize some things. Compared to others, she still preferred Hermione to be her sister-in-law. Ginny chuckled as she returned to the dormitory, intent on whispering to Hermione. In the common room, Ron clung to Harry, pleading, "Help me, brother. You know her best. Could you perhaps persuade her on my behalf?" "Persuade her in what manner?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Of course, to avoid contacting Crumb. Then, why not reconcile with her? How could that be possible? Time will heal, and all will be well." Chapter 6. Everyday Amusements. Hermione and Ron too. "That is impossible. When a girl is angry, she will avoid you even more, and then she will seek solace in another." "She cannot seek another." "Precisely. But I do not want her to contact Crumb." "Ron, have you ever pondered why you wish for Hermione to refrain from corresponding with Crumb?" "Huh. Is it not merely concern for her feelings?" "Friends are concerned, indeed." Why is that?" "Because we have all witnessed Crumb's actions. He is quite a decent fellow." "How can that be?" "Ron, do not harbor prejudice against him. Sometimes it is prudent to reflect upon one's own motives," Harry advised. "Motives? Indeed. I shall contemplate this thoroughly. I will take my leave now, Ron." The following morning, as Hermione made her way to the library, she was startled to find a large panda squatting in the common room. "Ron, what are you doing here?" I wish to apologize to you." Hermione raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. "Oh, how rare. Apologize? For what? I should not have pressed you. Your friendships are your own prerogative." Upon hearing this, Hermione nearly succumbed to a heart attack. This dense fellow was infuriating. She resolved to communicate with Crumb instead. Lingering with this imbecile might drive her to madness. "So these are your thoughts? I wish to accompany you to the library. And your books? Wait for me. I shall return momentarily." Ron hastily dashed back to the dormitory. Hermione sighed in exasperation. "Oh, this fellow. Wait, that was odd. Ron was actually taking the initiative to study?" Hermione suddenly recalled that Ron had never voluntarily accompanied her to the library without an assignment. What on earth was he up to? However, upon arriving at the library and witnessing Ron slumped over the table asleep, Hermione realized that this fellow would not be able to concentrate on studying. He was quite content to snooze away. She shook Ron awake. He covered his ears, about to yell, but suddenly remembered they were in the library and swallowed the scream. "Ouch, Hermione." Ron whimpered, tears welling in his eyes. "Humph. This is a library. If you wish to sleep, return to the dormitory." Hermione dismissed him. "I did not mean to. I was up all night yesterday. That is why I accidentally dozed off." "It won't happen again," Ron defended himself, looking aggrieved. "Really?" Hermione was somewhat skeptical. Previously, even without an all-nighter, he would doze off in the library. Now, after staying up late, he confidently claimed he wouldn't fall asleep? Indeed. Ron insisted earnestly. Hermione nodded. Well, what harm could there be in trusting him once? However, the subsequent hours were quite remarkable. Ron truly succeeded in staying awake. Diligently studying at the table, Hermione closed her book and accompanied Ron to the Great Hall for a meal. Seeing the two together, Harry was taken aback. Goodness, when did Ron start rising early to study? Truly, love is a powerful motivator. In the following days, Ron consistently accompanied Hermione to the library for study sessions and classes. This unusual behavior left all the professors astonished. However, they were quite pleased to see Ron taking the initiative to learn. Ginny and Jasmine wagered on when the two would finally become a couple. Hermione herself was uncertain when Ron would come to realize his feelings. Nevertheless, since she still held affection for Ron, she penned a letter to Crumb, expressing her gratitude for his invitation but stating her preference for friendship. As a romantic relationship was not suitable for them. Though Crumb was reluctant to give up, he ultimately respected Hermione's choice. For reasons unknown, Ron continued as usual, with no changes to his behavior. It was not until the end of their 5th year and the beginning of the 6th that Ron approached Hermione with flowers, confessing his feelings and asking if she would be willing to be his partner. Hermione's answer had long been confirmed, and amidst the blessings and cheers of their friends, the two finally came together. As for why Ron took so long to confess, it was simply because he needed to save money for the flowers. He had previously heard Jasmine mention that a confession accompanied by flowers was the only true declaration of love. Another reason is that he wishes to secure a more promising future for Hermione. Hence his OWL's grades must not falter. Only once he has established his own security can he aspire to follow in Hermione's footsteps. It must be said that Ron possesses a commendable sense of responsibility. Despite his minor flaws, who among us is entirely perfect? Upon their graduation in the 7th year, Ron proposed to Hermione, almost simultaneously with Harry. Ultimately, in the presence of Dumbledore, Ron and Hermione exchanged vows, truly becoming one family. Ginny and Harry wept joyfully below, as their dear friend finally found her soulmate. Hermione diligently pursued her own path, while Ron relinquished his aspirations of becoming an Auror to assist his twin brothers in their shop. This decision not only allowed Hermione to focus more intently on her dreams, but also was a response to the considerable support the twins had provided. Eventually, Hermione ascended to the position of Minister for Magic, becoming the youngest female minister in the history of the wizarding world. Many of her policies greatly benefited trade between the magical and muggle communities, laying the groundwork for the future emergence of the magical realm. As for Ron, he embraced the role of a stay-at-home father, adeptly managing childcare and cooking. I almost forgot to mention that Hermione and Ron were blessed with 2 children. A perfect balance of 1 boy and 1 girl, a pair of twins. The boy was named Hugo Weasley, and the girl was Rose Weasley. Young Hugo inherited his father's red hair and his uncle's mischievous talent, effortlessly tormenting Ron. Harry couldn't help but chuckle every time he saw them together, jokingly suggesting that they might as well gift Hugo to the twins, as his personality mirrored theirs to a.t. Little Rose took after her mother with her curly hair and striking features, resembling a miniature version of Hermione. Indeed, her meticulous nature was almost indistinguishable from Hermione's own. Had it not been for the occasional discovery that she too participated in teasing Ron, one might have mistaken this little one for Hermione's exact replica. Unsurprisingly, as a child of the Weasley family, aside from Ron, who was often the target of their pranks, each of them was a little troublemaker. Chapter 7. Ginny and Neville. Ginny, shall we head home together? Tonks cheerfully inquired. Oh no, Neville is waiting for me. Oh, is it that herbology professor of yours? Yes, indeed. Wow. In the blink of an eye, Ginny has found her sweet romance. What are you talking about? Not at all. Ha ha. You're shy? What nonsense, Tonks. Please refrain from such banter. As the evening glow bathed the training grounds, the 2 girls playfully made their way toward the exit. Under Tonks's teasing gaze, Ginny linked arms with Neville and departed. Unlike the campus romances of her 2 friends, Ginny officially began her relationship with Neville only after joining the Aura department. To be honest, neither Hermione nor Harry had any inkling of Ginny's feelings for Neville. The key point is that this relationship was initiated by Ginny herself. When she confessed her feelings, Neville was utterly taken aback. Though Harry and Snape had aided him in regaining a semblance of normalcy over the years, he still felt markedly different from others due to the time lost. Ginny was stunning and had attracted many suitors during her school days. Thus, her choice of Neville was indeed perplexing to many. However, Ginny paid no heed to the opinions of others. They held no significance for her. While Harry and Hermione were somewhat surprised, they wholeheartedly supported their sister. They were merely curious as to why she chose him among so many. Ginny smiled enigmatically, responding that love cannot be easily explained. Perhaps even Neville himself was unaware of the reasons. No, it would be more accurate to say he truly did not know. In Ginny's memories, there was always someone who loved her sincerely and passionately. Neville's school years were not particularly delightful. His poor memory often led him to forget various things. So he relied on a memory ball to help him remember. Yet, the memory ball was not infallible, and there remained many things he could not retain, including the names of his classmates. For a long time, Neville felt dejected until Professor Sprout was the first to extend a kindness toward him, noting his attentiveness and solid foundation in herbology and inviting him to assist her in the greenhouse each week. In truth, he understood that her praise was merely encouragement. Nevertheless, such encouragement was heartwarming, prompting him to diligently memorize herbology concepts until he could recall them without fail. He had lost count of how many times he had reviewed them. However, the results were immediate, and he became increasingly proficient in his tasks. The second person to lend a hand was Ginny. In the sunlit corridor, a slender figure with flowing red hair caught his attention as she approached. Suddenly, she stopped in front of him. Why are you hiding here? Her voice was melodious. Although Neville could no longer recall why he had been there at that moment, he was immensely grateful to Merlin for encountering his angel. The phenomenon of falling in love at first sight in the life of someone with a poor memory was truly extraordinary. Yet, Neville distinctly remembered the beautiful face of that girl. He discreetly inquired with his roommate, discovering that she was his roommate's sister, named Ginny. Love possesses a remarkable magic. This was the first person Neville could remember after just one encounter. How could this not be deemed destiny? Initially, Ginny had not taken notice of this boy with a poor memory. She was strikingly beautiful, excelled academically, and was pursued by many boys. She had attempted to date other boys, but none managed to capture her heart. Those boys were immature and overly competitive. They sought her out merely for the status her excellence afforded them. Even a casual outing with her would be a point of pride for them. Over time, Ginny grew weary of such trivial games. She longed for someone with whom she could truly connect, not merely someone seeking to enhance their own image. She was not an object to be acquired for the sake of pride. It was only during the fourth-year ball that Ginny, initially reluctant to attend, received an invitation from Neville. To be honest, she did not remember who he was at that moment, thinking he was just like the other boys, inviting her for his own image. Just as she was about to decline, she noticed that he seemed different from the rest. Even after being rejected, he did not display any anger but instead offered her some snacks she had never seen before, made by his grandmother. Ginny became curious about why Neville had brought her treats. It turned out he was Ron's roommate, who had proactively inquired about Ginny's preferences and brought her snacks as a gesture. When she asked why he remained unfazed after being rejected, Neville replied that he had never expected Ginny to say yes. He was simply happy that she accepted his snacks. What an astonishing answer. A boy of that age could still possess such humility. Ginny thought to herself that since she had nothing else to do, she might as well give it a try. Thus, no one anticipated that Neville would successfully invite Ginny to be his dance partner. From that point on, Ginny's dance partner remained unchanged. It was always Neville who arrived with snacks to invite her. It was not until after Neville graduated that Ginny finally danced with someone else. After graduation, Ginny took up the role of an Auror. Throughout her intensive training, a certain owl would arrive punctually at her window every day, bringing her treats, rain or shine. Having experienced various forms of love, Ginny had developed a certain immunity to romantic feelings. However, Neville's earnest affection, coupled with the passage of time, made it increasingly difficult for her to remain unaffected. Yet, Neville never mustered the courage to confess his feelings. He was a man plagued by self-doubt, with a poor memory, and felt inadequate compared to the remarkable Ginny, excelling only in herbology. Eventually, through his relentless efforts, he became the herbology professor at Hogwarts, succeeding Professor Sprout. Still, he could not summon the bravery to declare his love for Ginny, cherishing even the prospect of merely being her friend. Thus, when Ginny emerged from her training to profess her feelings, Neville was utterly astonished, but more so, overwhelmed with joy. How could one not be elated when the person they adored reciprocated their feelings? In due course, Neville, much like Ron, embraced the role of a devoted homemaker. Interestingly, Ron often sought Neville's guidance, given that his meticulousness was recognized by none other than his professor. Throughout their lives, they welcomed 3 children, 2 daughters and a son. The daughters inherited their mother's aspirations, becoming heroines who are no less formidable than their male counterparts, while the son took after his father's attention to detail, blossoming into a physician. Chapter 8, A Christmas Gathering. Time. All the little ones have been born. Hugo and Rose are slightly older than Ida, born in the same year. Ginny's 3 children include a set of twin sisters, the elder being Belinda and the younger, Bernice. The second child is a son named Liam, who is 3 years younger than Ida. The Malfoys have only one child, Scorpius, who is younger than Ida and the same age as Liam. Mom, are Godmother and the others coming today? Little Ida inquired. Yes, and your little friends will be here too. Wow, that is fantastic. Indeed, my dear Ida. Could you please help your mother entertain your friends? Of course, Mom. You can count on me. Ida declared confidently. Can Ida handle it? Harry asked with some concern. Rest assured, my darling. Our children carry the blood of the Malfoy family within them. This minor task is well within their capabilities. Is that so? Then I shall eagerly anticipate it. Oh, don't get too excited. We have much to do. Goodness, Mom and Dad are almost here, and so are the godparents. Hurry. Dear, we have a great deal to accomplish. All right, I'll get right on it. Yas was hurriedly preparing vegetables and fruits, while cooking was Harry's responsibility, since their marriage. She had yet to step foot in the kitchen. After finishing the outdoor decorations, Harry rushed to the kitchen to prepare the grand Christmas feast. Yas set out the dishes and snacks that were ready to serve, then dashed to Ida's room to check on her preparations. Fortunately, the 3 of them managed to get everything ready just before their first guest arrived. The first to arrive was Ginny's family, with her holding the hands of the 2 little girls and Neville cradling a baby boy as they reached Yas's home. Merry Christmas, dear. Here are your gifts. Oh my goodness, Ginny, thank you for the presents. Merry Christmas. Mommy, can we go play with Ida? I want to play. The little boy's words were clear, albeit a bit slow. Oh, my sweethearts, of course you can. Yas called out. Ida, your friends have arrived. Coming, Mommy. Ida rushed over. Merry Christmas, Godmother Ginny. Godfather Neville, she exclaimed, leading her friends towards her bedroom. Meanwhile, Yas, Harry, and Ginny engaged in conversation in the living room, catching up as long-lost friends. Gradually, more guests began to arrive, filling the living room with merriment. Unexpectedly, 2 familiar faces appeared, Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Over the years, they had lived with a carefree spirit, coming and going as they pleased. With time, their bond had only deepened, and thus, everyone witnessed their affectionate exchanges. Dumbledore, while somewhat reserved, still held on to a semblance of propriety, whereas the latter displayed none whatsoever. Lucius and Narcissa observed the commotion created by the throng of children, feeling quite pleased. However, Draco found himself at a disadvantage. After reaching adulthood, Lucius had entrusted all responsibilities to him, leaving him overwhelmed and unable to partake in such an important occasion as Christmas, as he was preoccupied with social obligations. Consequently, he dropped off Scorpius, exchanged a brief greeting, and promptly departed. It had been quite some time since the house had been this lively. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from outside. Upon investigation, it turned out to be 2 mischievous troublemakers. Inside, the bickering between Snape and Sirius echoed. This Christmas was filled with noise and joy, and everyone enjoyed peace and happiness. This was the most delightful aspect of Yas's journey through time. Quietly, she whispered to herself, "Brother, Merry Christmas." Not far away, a dark figure silently observed their joyous celebrations, and a soft murmur of Merry Christmas dissipated into the air. Chapter 2. CP Snape 2. Due to Yas's petite stature, her supplies were still those that Snape had brought for her. After Yas reiterated the precautions, Snape began to pace around the classroom. Yas couldn't help but stifle a laugh. It was simply too difficult to contain. The students below were experimenting with potions in wildly varying styles, leading to chaotic explosions. Just as Snape managed to contain one, another would erupt, akin to a fireworks display. Yas felt a pang of sympathy for her beleaguered godfather. Despite her young age, her abilities were remarkable. While Yas effortlessly managed her tasks, the others struggled to keep up. Ultimately, as she surveyed the eclectic array of concoctions, she mused that most of them were likely unusable. The finest product among them was undoubtedly her own creation. Fuming, Snape gathered Yas and the collection of potions and exited the potions classroom. As for the students, they had long since fled. Curiosity? Non-existent. The professor was simply too daunting. Yas nestled contentedly in Snape's embrace, watching as he meticulously sorted the potions and placed them into the cabinet. Yas had arrived only after the sorting ceremony the previous night and had woken up late that morning. So apart from the headmaster and the students who had attended class with her, she had yet to meet anyone else. This naturally piqued the curiosity of many students. Who was this extraordinary child? How has she captured Professor Snape's attention so thoroughly? Unfortunately, their inquiries would remain unanswered for the time being, as Snape's responsibilities at Hogwarts were quite demanding. After organizing the students' projects, he began brewing the potions needed for the hospital wing for the following month. Yas clutched a book, snuggling in Snape's arms while he worked, only to be playfully shooed away. "Focus," he insisted. "All right, Godfather," she replied obediently. Thus, Snape continued brewing while Yas observed, until lunchtime arrived, when the two of them finally emerged from their ocean of potions and learning, both reluctant to leave their tasks behind. He cradled Yasi in his arms as he swiftly made his way toward the auditorium, yet Yasi insisted on walking by herself. She felt that if this continued, she would inevitably gain weight. However, Snape intervened, asserting that her movements were too sluggish and that it would be prudent not to run alone. Thus, Yasi was carried all the way to the auditorium. The moment they entered, a profound silence enveloped the room, only to be shattered moments later by a cacophony of fervent chatter. Even the professors cast curious glances at the little girl nestled in his embrace. "Severus, what is this?" Professor McGonagall could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. "My student, Yasi," Snape replied, lowering his gaze to address Yasi. "This is Professor McGonagall." "Hello, Professor McGonagall," Yasi said politely. "Hello, sweetheart." Professor McGonagall responded with warmth. A hush fell over Gryffindor once more. Who had ever witnessed such a sight? Was it possible that Professor McGonagall could exhibit such gentleness? Slytherin remained silent as well. The tender soul cradling the little girl could not possibly be their headmaster. Absolutely not. Only the children from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw continued to observe with bemusement. "How peculiar. Let me take a closer look." Snape introduced all the professors in turn, and Yasi echoed each name. After the commotion settled, Yasi was finally free to eat. Oh my, she felt as though she might starve. She devoured her meal voraciously. Snape gently ruffled her hair, acknowledging, "My fault for letting you go hungry." A quiet voice. "What happened to your elegance?" Where has it gone?" "Snape, gone." After attending another class with Snape that afternoon, Yasi felt somewhat fatigued. She gazed at Snape with pleading eyes, hoping he would take her out for a stroll. Snape, upon seeing the glistening moisture in her large eyes, swallowed the words he had intended to utter about continuing their studies. After all, she was still quite young. Ultimately, he took her by the hand and led her out of the dungeons, though he had no particular destination in mind. He simply wandered alongside Yasi, reassured that Hogwarts was a safe haven. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the tranquil days shared by Yasi, chaos reigned at the Malfoy residence. "Where's my sister? I want to play with her," Draco exclaimed. "Your sister is out with your godfather," Lucius replied, glancing at the troublesome boy before him. Truly, he wished to send away this pesky child. His sweet, soft daughter had been whisked away by that Severus fellow. When will she be back? "She'll return in due time." Narcissa calmly sipped her tea, watching the distressed child and her exasperated husband. After all, their beloved daughter had already sent a letter. Let them fuss and fret until it's time for bed. Then I won't have to retrieve the letter. After all, my daughter loves me most. "I want to find my sister," Draco cried. This is the first time he has been separated from her for so long. "Then I'll take you to find your godfather," Lucius said, his mind racing with possibilities. With both his daughter and the troublesome boy out of the picture, it would be just him and his dear wife in their little world. Lucius felt a thrill of excitement and urged, "Come on, let us get you on your way." Draco hesitated, a flicker of fear crossing his face at the thought of his godfather. "I think I'll pass." Lucius, upon hearing this, was dismayed. He had just envisioned a perfect scenario. "No, that won't do. I've planned this out." And so, Lucius seized Draco by the arm, grabbed a handful of flu powder, and promptly made his way to Snape's office. Just then, Yassi, weary from her adventures, had fallen asleep in Snape's arms. When Lucius arrived, Snape had just placed the slumbering Yassi on the bed. "Severus, where's Yassi?" "She's asleep," Snape replied, frowning at Lucius and speaking in hushed tones. "Oh, she's asleep? What brings you here? As a good friend, can I come to check on you? Speak plainly. Otherwise leave." Fine. Draco misses his sister. I thought perhaps you could take her along." "Impossible. She cannot go back." "Why not? I'll find potion ingredients for you. There's no place for her to sleep." Fine. Then where does Yassi sleep?" "With me." Lucius had not finished his thought when Snape interrupted. "My bed is too small for another." Lucius stepped inside to check on his daughter, with Draco quietly trailing his father. Indeed, as Snape had said, adding one more child would render the bed entirely too cramped. Left with no choice, Lucius escorted Draco back home, and upon seeing his sister, Draco remained silent, allowing Lucius to lead him away without a fuss. Chapter 1. CP Snape 1. Yassi's talent in potion making was exceptional, prompting Snape to take her to Hogwarts to assist him. "Yassi, godfather, could you perhaps consider how old I am?" "Snape, be good. We cannot waste resources." When Snape stood in Dumbledore's office with the little girl in tow, the old man was quite taken aback. "Where on earth did you acquire an underage girl?" Snape, bemused by Dumbledore's skeptical gaze, replied, "She is my student." "Is that so? Aren't your friends all purebloods? Whose humble pureblood is this?" Dumbledore remained unconvinced, and Fawkes seemed restless. Should this be a case of human trafficking? He would surely take a stand. Observing Dumbledore subtly reaching for his wand, Snape found it amusing to witness someone so utterly speechless. "She is the daughter of the Malfoy family." "The Malfoys?" "Ah, yes, the hair, the eyes, quite fitting," he mused while stroking his beard. "Why not let her speak for herself?" Yassi nearly burst with laughter. Who would have imagined that Headmaster Dumbledore could be so entertaining? "Is it amusing?" Snape's gaze lingered on Yassi. Coughing softly, Yassi immediately assumed a serious demeanor. "Not amusing, godfather." She then greeted Dumbledore. "Hello, Professor Dumbledore. I am Yassi Malfoy." "Oh, splendid. May I call you Yassi?" Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore." "Severus, why have you brought Yassi to Hogwarts? Are her family members away? What of her brother?" "I brought her to brew potions." Dumbledore stared at Snape, aghast. "Goodness, this is beyond even me. At least I only exploit adults. You don't even spare minors." "Her talent is exceptional. It's perfect for her to begin her studies at Hogwarts." Yassi held Snape's hand quietly, standing beside him. I see. Then you decide what's best. But where will she rest?" "She is young. She will sleep with me." Dumbledore nodded in agreement. "Very well, if you believe it's suitable." Thus, at the tender age of 5, Yassi became the youngest student at Hogwarts. Although the Sorting Hat did not recognize her, all the professors were acquainted with her. Initially, Snape had no intention of allowing Yassi to undertake all her courses. After all, her age was a significant factor. Therefore, she began her studies with potion making. Before arriving at Hogwarts, Yassi had already mastered some basic potions, so following Snape into the second-year classes posed no challenge for her. Thus, Severus Snape decided to bring her to class, not only to observe whether any issues arose with the cauldrons of those little rascals, but also to allow her to absorb some knowledge. However, the most significant reason was that he could not keep an eye on her alone during the lesson. He was uneasy about leaving her with the students. Whispers from a cricket. The last point is undoubtedly the most crucial. "Snape, silence." The first potions class of the term was attended by the Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs. As Snape strode into the classroom, all eyes were drawn to the little girl nestled in his arms. So tiny and soft, cradled in the professor's embrace. She was utterly adorable. But why was there a little girl in Professor Snape's arms? "Professor, you're breaking character." Screams in JPG format. The students watched as Professor Snape gently placed the girl on a stool beside the lectern, even setting a book and a bottle of milk on the table for her. Then, turning back, he resumed his usual demeanor as the stern Professor Snape. The chatter among the students grew louder, prompting Snape to cast a glance that silenced them instantly. Everyone thought, this is how Professor Snape should properly present himself. The gentle act of placing the book and milk was surely not the true Snape. Snape, too weary to address the students' bewilderment, considered that the time spent explaining himself could have been better used to elaborate on a potion to his dear pupil, Isha. Isha, cradling her little cup, listened intently to Snape's lecture. Coincidentally, the students in this class were second-year students. However, thanks to her godfather's special guidance the previous night. She was slightly ahead of them. She flipped to the section Snape was discussing, retrieved her pen from her pocket, and began taking notes. Yet, it was rather unnecessary, as the book she was using was Snape's, containing much the same information he was imparting, albeit with some added insights into his personal potion brewing techniques. Isha noted down the points she found confusing, planning to ask Snape for clarification when he had a moment. After a while, Isha raised her head, feeling quite heavy and uncomfortable, thinking she would ask her godfather for a massage later. To her surprise, upon lifting her gaze, she found herself staring into a pair of sparkling eyes. Startled, she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Why are you staring at me?" Noticing Isha's movements, Snape quickly returned to the lectern, causing the little creatures below to become as quiet as mice. Surely, he had merely glanced at the little girl a few more times. Was it necessary for him to be so frightened? Isha observed the boy beside her, nearly in tears, and her godfather, who appeared to be in a foul mood. What was going on? Baby puzzled. Having completed his lecture, Snape called upon the boy, Sebastian Ossi, to answer a question. The boy stuttered a few words, but ultimately failed to respond. He had been too preoccupied with gazing at Isha to focus on his potions professor. Naturally, he was assigned detention. Isha watched Sebastian, thinking, goodness, on the first day of school, he has already got 3 days of detention. Poor lad. Subsequently, as the students began their practical work, Snape approached Isha, inquiring if she would like to participate as well. Isha would certainly not miss such a splendid opportunity. After absorbing theoretical knowledge yesterday, her hands were itching to try her skills. While the students gathered their materials, Snape excused himself to fetch his own cauldron from his office. Chapter 3. CP Snape 3. It would not do to disturb the little girl's slumber. After bidding farewell to Lucius, Snape organized his lesson plans for the following day and tidied up his cauldron and potion ingredients. Fortunately, as the term had just commenced, he had not yet collected any assignments, so there was no grading to be done. With that, he extinguished the candle and headed to his bedroom. Holding the soft little girl and inhaling the scent of jasmine, he enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. Since Isha had never woken up so early before, the next morning, Snape carried the still sleeping Isha to the Great Hall. Indeed, it seemed the students below would have some juicy gossip once again. Goodness, that little girl was once more being cradled by Professor Snape. Which divine family did she belong to that could elicit such affection from the usually stern and austere professor? Observing her hair, they murmured, "No way, is this for real? But I heard she has a lovely personality. She doesn't seem like someone from that family." Thus, they speculated, it could make sense. Snape, despite overhearing the whispers, chose to ignore them. The little girl, still somewhat drowsy, dozed off again while eating. Snape held her comfortably, ensuring she rested well. "Severus, I believe you have 3 classes today," Dumbledore remarked. "What do you intend to do?" Snape, keeping his eyes on his work, replied bluntly. "Nothing much, just fond of this little girl," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Speak the truth." Snape shot a dangerous glance at Dumbledore, warning him, "If you don't, I shall brew a particularly bitter potion for you." "All right, I wish to discuss some matters with Lucius." "Then go seek him," Snape responded, lifting Isha and departing. If he lingered any longer, this old bee might concoct some trick. The best strategy was to withdraw. Thus, when Isha regained her senses, she found herself in the classroom. Surrounded by a sea of curious eyes, she felt a twinge of anxiety in her feet, wishing for a fissure in the ground to hide in. It was the first time in her life she felt this mortifyingly exposed. Could she choose to live in another world instead? Snape noticed that the little girl had awakened, approximately at the same time as the previous day, just before class began. Today, he was teaching the third-year Gryffindors and Slytherins. Compared to yesterday, the atmosphere was much improved. Many of the Slytherins recognized her by her hair and already knew whose child Isha was. The fact that Snape was her godfather was common knowledge among the Slytherins, and they were accustomed to his affection towards her. Although Isha struggled with some concepts in class and had not fully grasped the foundational knowledge, she diligently listened to Snape's teachings, jotting down notes on the aspects she found challenging. Once Snape concluded his explanations, as per his usual routine, he instructed the students to create their potions. While the students busied themselves gathering potion ingredients, Snape inquired of Isha whether she understood the lesson and if she wished to attempt brewing today's potion. Isha answered truthfully, expressing her desire to give it a try. In today's class, Snape appeared considerably more relaxed. Firstly, the Slytherins had, to some extent, been introduced to potion making before school, so their attempts would differ from the ideal potion but wouldn't result in cauldron explosions. Secondly, due to their age, certain precautions were naturally avoided. The potions submitted this time were noticeably better than yesterday's, and although Isha's potion had some discrepancies, it was commendable nonetheless, given that she was only 5 years old. After instructing the students to tidy up the classroom, Snape led Isha back to his office, potion in hand. He meticulously cleaned his cauldron before diligently repeating the steps from the previous day, categorizing, labeling, and arranging everything with precision. Once he completed these tasks, the next class was about to commence. Snape returned to the classroom, cradling Yasi in his arms. A new round of instruction began, during which Yasi directly addressed any gaps in her understanding from the last lesson, supplementing all that she had missed. This time, the potion they concocted was notably superior to the last, as minor discrepancies were deftly rectified. The young Eagles truly lived up to their reputation as the most studious students at Hogwarts, producing potions of a quality that surpassed those of the little snakes. Snape felt a sense of solace in his heart. Observing Yasi successfully brew her potion lifted his spirits further. He returned the potion to its place and, while he organized his materials, signaled to the house elf to bring their meal, gesturing for Yasi to eat first. By the time he finished his tasks, Yasi had nearly completed her meal. She waited patiently for Snape to finish his lunch before retreating to her bedroom for an afternoon nap. Snape, who typically abstained from napping, ultimately yielded to the sight of Yasi's eager, wide eyes and laid down beside her. When they awoke in the afternoon, Yasi obediently accompanied Snape to the classroom. However, the lesson was intended for 7th years, accessible only to those students who excelled in potion making, allowing them to delve deeper into their studies with Snape. Thus, for Yasi, the class felt like an incomprehensible tome. Fortunately, Yasi was no ordinary child. She meticulously recorded Snape's explanations, understanding that one cannot devour an entire feast in a single bite. As a determined young woman from a flourishing nation, her notes had to be comprehensive. In the advanced potion class, the focus lay in synthesizing knowledge. Though Snape's classroom was stern, the content he delivered was substantive, making it difficult for Yasi not to enjoy the experience. As Snape lectured, he observed the little one busily jotting down notes like a diligent little hamster. Curiosity getting the better of him, he leaned over to inspect her notes. Oh, her handwriting was neat. The key points were clear and concise. However, the more he looked, the more he found the younger students, whose minds were cluttered with trivialities, unbearable. Yasi, noticing her godfather's displeasure after reviewing her notes, stormed off in a huff. Did she inadvertently anger him? The other students, witnessing the confusion in her eyes, found her utterly adorable. Professor, how can you be so unkind? Look at this charming little bundle. How could you possibly scold her? Snape retorted, is it possible that my ire is directed at you all instead? Soon after, he inexplicably began to reprimand students. Look here. Even a 5-year-old is more capable than you lot. What purpose do you serve? I expect all of you to retake this course. The students cried out in protest, Professor, please. Nonetheless, those who remained in Snape's class were indeed students of considerable potion-making talent. In this chapter, Yasi chose not to assist in potion brewing, fully aware of her own limitations and preferring not to introduce any risks to the class. She observed the potions they produced, which were commendable, though Snape maintained high standards. Few managed to earn an O throughout the class. Similar to the previous day, after Yasi and Snape organized all the potions, it was time for their private lesson. Snape answered Yasi's questions from the day and continued their instruction based on their previous methods. Yasi demonstrated an impressive ability to integrate knowledge, easily drawing connections. The third-year curriculum posed no challenges for her at this point. 2 hours swiftly passed. After dinner, Snape took Yasi for a stroll outside the dungeon. She skipped alongside him, as it happened to be one of Snape's patrol nights. Therefore, she would sleep alone that evening, but for now, it was their time to digest their meal and enjoy a leisurely walk. Before long, Yasi grew weary, and Snape carried her back to the dungeon. After lulling her to sleep, he commenced his evening patrol. By the time he returned to the dungeon, it was quite late, and he fell into a deep slumber while holding Yasi. The next morning, with the first class not scheduled until after 10, Snape opted not to take Yasi to the Great Hall for breakfast. When Yasi awoke naturally, he instructed the house elf to bring their meal up. After they finished eating, Snape began brewing potions with Yasi. Last night, old Honeydukes had experienced a toothache. How could he possibly add more bitterness to his concoction? Yasi watched as her godfather added numerous bitter potion ingredients. She felt a twinge of sympathy for Headmaster Dumbledore, imagining how painful it must be for such a sweet-toothed elder to consume this potion. Snape quipped, painful? It should be. To which Dumbledore responded, it's nothing, really. Thus, Yasi attended a week of classes with Snape. Her learning ability was truly remarkable, even when she struggled to comprehend. She swiftly analyzed the key points of Snape's teachings and recorded them diligently. One could say her notes were among the most comprehensive, second only to Snape's lesson plans. Remarkably, even after hearing the material once, she never grew weary of it, instead seeking to fill in her gaps and solidify her knowledge. Consequently, Snape held high expectations for her. On Friday night, Snape took Yasi back to Malfoy Manor. Although Yasi wrote to her family every evening, she still yearned for her loved ones. Mom, "Dad, Draco, I'm home," she exclaimed upon arriving. Draco rushed over, enveloping her in a suffocating embrace that nearly toppled her over. With a large bump on his head, Draco was unceremoniously cast aside. Snape led Yasi to the sofa. Lucius and Narcissa felt a twinge of embarrassment at their son's antics. Yasi recounted her experiences at Hogwarts, sharing how much she enjoyed her studies and how she missed her family. Occasionally, Snape would interject with a comment, while Lucius and Narcissa patiently listened to Yasi's cheerful chatter. Draco would occasionally ask questions, which Yasi eagerly answered. It was a truly heartwarming scene. However, Snape did not linger for long, as he still had work to finish and needed to return to his duties. After bidding Yasi farewell, he informed her he would come to collect her for school on Sunday evening before departing. As the hour grew late, Yasi kissed her parents and brother goodnight before heading to bed. As she drifted off to sleep, she felt a vague emptiness beside her, sensing something was missing. Yet, due to her young age, she quickly succumbed to slumber. On the other side, Snape experienced a similar sensation. Without Yasi beside him, sleep eluded him. The lingering scent of jasmine filled the air, and he mused that the soft little creature beside him must have already fallen into a deep sleep. At last, he reached for the elixir of life in the nightstand, drank it, and finally drifted into a shallow sleep. The following morning, his state of mind was worlds apart from when Yasi was present. Yasi, on the other hand, felt quite content, being young. She easily forgot her worries when surrounded by delicious food and fun activities. The family of four enjoyed each other's company, each engaged in their own pursuits, embodying the essence of simple happiness. For Yasi, the weekend passed all too swiftly. Yet for Snape, it felt like an interminable stretch. On Sunday, he eagerly retrieved Yasi. Yasi sensed that her godfather was in a rather pleasant mood, a sentiment that lingered until bedtime. Snape cradled Yasi in his arms, soothing her into slumber. Inhaling the jasmine fragrance that enveloped her, at long last, it was a scent he found delightful. He too succumbed to a deep sleep. The following morning, the invigorated Professor Snape returned to his usual self. Initially, Snape could nonchalantly return Yasi, but after a few weeks of this to and fro, he developed a sense of possessiveness. Summarizing his observations, he realized that Yasi's presence motivated him immensely, enhancing his productivity. Thus, he began to persuade Yasi to remain at school over the weekends. Though he was unsuccessful in his endeavors, Yasi was not a mere child, and besides, Snape lacked experience in persuasion. However, he was truly intelligent. Had Yasi been a younger child, she might have fallen for his charms. In all honesty, Yasi had already grown accustomed to Snape lulling her to sleep every night. Therefore, the thought of leaving stirred a sense of reluctance within her. Yet, the persistent absence of her parents and brother weighed heavily on her heart. Eventually, Snape resolved to accompany Yasi home for the weekend. Thus, under Lucius's obliviousness to Snape's ulterior motives, Snape took residence at Malfoy Manor. Now, both Snape and Yasi were content. Perhaps the only ones dissatisfied being Lucius and Draco, although they remained unaware of the circumstances. Time flew swiftly in the realm of academia, and a year passed. Yasi participated in her potions examination, having mastered the material up to 4th year level. Snape had devised an alternative test for her, and her results were exceptional, much to the delight of Lucius and Narcissa. Consequently, they readily consented to Snape's suggestion of Yasi conducting potion experiments in the garden during the holidays. Of course, Snape did not forget to mentor Draco. Chapter 5, CP Snape 5. Within a week, he dedicated at least 2 days to guiding Draco's studies. This was not due to favoritism towards Yasi, but rather because Draco struggled to remain focused. Compared to him, Yasi, being a true prodigy, could sustain her study sessions for much longer. Furthermore, as a devoted fan of the wizarding world, Yasi found the knowledge utterly captivating. Thus, considering Draco's learning pace, Snape decided to hold 2 to 3 lessons for him weekly. As for Yasi, she was already capable of instructing Draco based on her notes. Being a natural scholar, she found teaching to be effortless. Nevertheless, everyone felt reluctant to overburden her, hence Snape continued to take the lead in their lessons. As a teacher who had gained profound insight into the academic levels of both children in potions, Snape relished the opportunity to tease Lucius. The law of opposites. Sipping his tea, he placed the latest report card in front of Lucius. Truly a Malfoy child. Lucius, glancing at the report, disregarded Snape's jibes entirely. It was better for those with poor grades not to make such remarks. I fear your influence might hinder the child. What? Clarify that. Lucius bristled, displeased with such insinuations. Was she not his daughter, after all, and not Snape's? Coughing, Narcissa felt compelled to intervene. Lucius, feeling aggrieved, protested, "But he mocks me, and I cannot retort?" Narcissa replied, "Thankfully, the children do not share your temperament." Lucius. Snape had long anticipated Lucius's petulance, so he paid it no mind. After all, both children were his pupils. No one could overlook his contributions. He had initially intended to provoke Lucius, and having achieved his goal, he decided it was time to depart. Snape set down his tea, picked up Yasi, and headed toward the garden. Lucius noticed his departure. Wait, why are you carrying my daughter? Put her down. She's still young and cannot stay up late. Snape replied, TSK. Continue your little tantrum. Why concern yourself? She still has some learning to do. Tomorrow, she will study the same material again. Snape, exasperated, set Yasi down. Her face flushed with suppressed laughter. She found it all quite amusing. Ha! Godfather. Please don't be so adorable. You're OOC. Under Lucius's watchful eye, Yasi returned to her bedroom to sleep. Shortly thereafter, Snape came in. He lifted Yasi, gently pinching her little nose. What a little ingrate. Giggle, giggle. Godfather, that tickles. Yasi chuckled, with a flick of his wand. Snape transported Yasi to the small cottage in the garden, placing her on the bed. After freshening up, having swiftly taken Yasi while Lucius was occupied, he returned to cradle Yasi, lulling her to sleep before finally succumbing to slumber himself. At this stage, Yasi had become Snape's lullaby. When Lucius called for his little sweetheart to rise the next morning, he was bewildered to find her already missing from her bed. How strange. Was his darling actually waking up this early at school? He hadn't even considered that Snape might be the culprit behind her disappearance. Snape, who was stealing? Speak clearly. Whispering Cricket, you. It's you. Snape, say that again. Gritting his teeth. Whispering Cricket, in no stealing. Timidly. Snape, nods in satisfaction. Whispering Cricket, still in denial. Impertinently. Snape, what did you say? Whispering Cricket, in nothing. But cowardly. However, Snape had matters to attend to during the holidays, necessitating his departure for several days. Yasi, on the other hand, was well, though Snape felt a pang of reluctance. He had finally salvaged his sleep. Such a pity. Yasi, meanwhile, could once again revel in the carefree joy and happiness of her youth. Snape understood that Yasi needed the companionship of her family, so after completing his business, he returned home, writing to Yasi to inform her he would fetch her at the start of term, hoping she wouldn't forget her studies during the remaining holiday. Not accompanying Snape for lessons felt somewhat peculiar to Yasi. Having grown accustomed to the rigorous pace of education in her country, the more relaxed approach abroad seemed rather lax. Nevertheless, this level allowed her to manage her own studies, leading to a more solid foundation in her learning. Thus, it could be said that this situation had both advantages and disadvantages, depending on the individual. As time slipped away amidst the hustle and bustle, it soon arrived at the moment when Snape was to collect her for Hogwarts. Following the remedial lessons during the holiday, despite only the first 2 weeks, Yasi had made commendable progress in self-study. After Snape's assessment, she was ready to advance to 5th-year material. Snape concluded that it would be a waste of time for Yasi to continue attending 1st to 4th-year classes with him. Therefore, he inquired whether Yasi would be willing to join other professors and 1st-year students in their lessons. Certainly, the potions class was held alongside the 5th year, and naturally, the focus was on potions. If there were any uncertainties, it was perfectly acceptable to seek clarification from other professors later. After some contemplation, Yasi acquiesced to Snape's suggestion, and he took her to discuss the matter with Dumbledore. Dumbledore, of course, had no objections, and after conferring with Professor McGonagall, Yasi became the youngest student at Hogwarts. The following day, Professor McGonagall led Yasi into the classroom. Once she was settled, McGonagall transformed into a spotted cat and lay down on the podium. Yasi gazed at the feline with wide eyes, exclaiming in her mind, "Oh my goodness, is this really McGonagall's cat? It's absolutely adorable." She yearned to reach out and pet it, but she knew all too well that Professor McGonagall would not permit such an act. Before long, students began to trickle into the classroom. At first glance, they were drawn to the cat on the podium, only to discover a small child seated next to it upon taking their seats. Today, Slytherin and Gryffindor were sharing the class. The little snakes maintained their elegance, although curious. They quickly deduced Yasi's identity from her hair. However, the rambunctious and inquisitive little lions were not inclined to let the opportunity of teasing the absent professor slip away. A mischievous boy boldly approached. "You can't possibly be our professor, right?" "Ha. There's no way Frank is. So why are you sitting next to the podium?" "I don't know. Perhaps she's been punished?" Yasi was left utterly speechless, thinking, if you don't provoke trouble, you wouldn't find yourself in such a predicament. That boy even reached out to tug at Yasi's hair, only to be halted by a large hand. Disregarding classroom discipline, 5 points from Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall's stern voice resonated. Unbeknownst to them, McGonagall had reverted from her feline form back to her human state, catching the unruly boy mid-act. Yasi observed as the boy's expression shifted from mischievous glee to regret. "Apologize to her." "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. You were not teasing me," Yasi retorted. "I apologize, little miss." Yasi cast a silent glance at Professor McGonagall, choosing not to respond. Why should she forgive such an insufferable brat? After all, Weren't they all still children? Yassi perceived clearly that his remorse stemmed from the loss of points for Gryffindor, rather than any genuine regret for bullying her. Were it not for Professor McGonagall, at least one strand of her hair would surely have been yanked out today. Thus, an awkward silence fell over the room. With Yassi remaining silent and Professor McGonagall refraining from speaking, the boy too dared not utter a word, resulting in an uncomfortable stillness. McGonagall glanced at Yassi, hoping she might break the silence. Yassi understood her unspoken plea, but remained unwilling to extend forgiveness to the boy. Professor, perhaps Hogwarts should consider a student's character before admitting them? Yassi, please don't suggest that I forgive him, McGonagall interjected. Yassi interrupted. His apologies and regret are merely a result of Gryffindor losing points. Besides, what good child would bully a girl my age? Why are there so many unruly children around? Yassi fumed internally. Then shouldn't he be afforded a chance to amend his ways? Indeed, Professor, I have already penalized him, have I not? I believe he can change in the future. I do not share that sentiment. Your penalty only matters to Gryffindor. If he does not care about Gryffindor, then no amount of points lost will have any effect. McGonagall was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing there was some merit to Yassi's argument. Those who err must accept their punishment. What do you suggest we do? Professor, I am merely a 6-year-old child, Yassi replied. And then, when a child is wronged, they must seek help from an adult, Yassi declared. The boy, still oblivious to the impending consequences, continued to glare at Yassi, unfazed by his lack of remorse. Yassi calmly remarked, I hope you can strut about with such bravado in the next class. After saying this, she turned her attention back to her book. Professor McGonagall discerned Yassi's underlying message and noted that Frank showed no signs of having changed, still giggling and frolicking with his friends. Let the storm descend. I am exhausted. Professor McGonagall delivered an excellent lecture, imparting a wealth of knowledge to Yassi. As soon as the class concluded, she spotted the mischievous Frank and chose to ignore him. Following Professor McGonagall out, under the professor's watchful escort, Yassi returned to the dungeons. Snape was busy organizing the previous class's potions and, upon seeing Yassi return, inquired about her experience in class. Yassi found it quite satisfactory. However, she requested to attend the next class with Snape. Snape was somewhat taken aback. It seemed attending class would offer her no benefit, so why would she wish to go? Yassi recounted her experience from the previous class to Snape, jotting down notes as she spoke, suggesting he investigate Frank. As a Malfoy, none from her pureblood family dared to provoke her, so why was Frank so audacious? It would be prudent to look into the matter. Snape, upon hearing her account, was infuriated. How could someone dare to bully his protege? He was determined to ascertain who this audacious individual was. Later that afternoon, Snape carried Yassi into the classroom. His entrance silenced the previously boisterous chatter among the students. Standing at the podium, he surveyed the classroom, his gaze sharp enough to render the students quaking in their seats. Among them, one boy trembled more than the rest, Frank, who finally grasped the meaning behind Yassi's earlier words. He genuinely regretted his actions, having heard countless tales of Snape's sternness and unapproachability. Now, he found himself in the crosshairs of Professor Snape. Yassi observed the quaking boy with a smirk. How delightful it was to bask in the glow of someone else's fear. Having dared to bully her, he must have been quite bold indeed. Snape's voice cut through the air, icily cold. Well, I have heard that this morning someone claimed my protege was punished, and that someone had the audacity to tug at her hair. Come, stand up and show me who possesses such gall. He descended from the podium, circling the students. Among the fidgeting crowd, the two boys who had misbehaved stood out conspicuously. In stark contrast to the fidgeting Gryffindors, the Slytherins remained remarkably composed. Some had encountered Yassi before. After all, she was the cherished daughter of the Malfoy family, and they had long been warned against provoking her. They were content to continue living their lives without experiencing the pangs of poverty. Snape's gaze fixated on the two miscreants, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he returned to the podium, muttering, "They better hope I do not catch them." Commencing the lesson, Yassi requested to be set down. But Snape did not oblige, continuing to hold her as he lectured. "Very well, then I shall remain in your arms." During the class, Frank and his friend were repeatedly called upon to answer questions, but they were so intimidated by Snape that they could hardly pay attention, let alone respond. As a result, the entire class was filled with Snape's declarations of points lost for Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall gazed despondently at the gem that represented her house, watching it gradually fade away. By dinner time, the upperclassmen of Gryffindor were nearly ready to scream upon seeing the state of their house points. Who had pilfered their hard-earned points? They had worked diligently to accumulate those. The first-year Lions were utterly despondent, their demeanor betraying a sense of unease. Yet, who would dare voice their concerns? Just look at the furious expressions on their upperclassmen's faces. They truly could not muster the courage. Chapter 7, featuring the pairing of Snape. If they were to speak out, would they truly be met with a severe thrashing? Unfortunately, their silent cries went unheard. For the first year, Slytherins had already conveyed the matter to all of Slytherin House. Their whispers were loud enough that students from all 4 houses became aware of the situation. Frank, now thoroughly regretting his actions, lamented what had compelled him to provoke her. Indeed, after dinner, he was summoned by the upperclassmen. Subsequently, he found himself called to Professor McGonagall's office, where he was tasked with penning an apology letter, which he personally delivered to the dungeons. Alas, by the time he arrived, it was already rather late. Yas had long since fallen asleep. Consequently, he was faced with the irritable Professor Snape, who, despite remembering that Yas was still slumbering, refrained from unleashing his wrath, instead instructing Frank to return the following day. However, his gaze conveyed a different message, causing Frank to feel as though he might freeze in place. Frank, sobbing, "I truly regret my actions." Snape, huh? No worries. With a fierce glare. Later, Lucius uncovered the boy's background. Both of his parents were Muggle wizards who had met and fallen in love at Hogwarts. Typically, the child was entrusted to his grandparents, who, perceiving his exceptional abilities, indulged him excessively, ultimately fostering such a disposition. Yas was left speechless. Indeed, children ought not to be overly pampered. From that point forward, Yas achieved remarkable fame. Bullying and the oppression of the weak were utterly absent in her realm. Henceforth, as long as Yas remained at Hogwarts, every year's incoming freshmen would receive warm advisories from their upperclassmen, though that was a story for another time. Presently, Yas was diligently engrossed in her studies. Her life had become a vibrant tapestry. Ever since Professor McGonagall recognized her exceptional performance in Transfiguration, things had spiraled out of control. Yas's magical prowess was markedly distinct from that of her peers. Her abilities were notably stronger. She speculated that it might be linked to her soul, given that she had lived 2 lifetimes. The professors were utterly elated. Finally, a genius among them. Thus, the prodigy Yas emerged. Yas, no, I wish to slack off. Why won't anyone let me relax? Professors, slack off? Impossible. Just look at your talent. How splendid it is. Yas, well, I want to go home. In just 2 years, Yas was pressed to complete all her courses. Dumbledore, that ever-watchful observer, even went so far as to make an exception for her to sit for the OWLs. This was simply outrageous. The good news was that she passed. The bad news was that she was also required to sit for the 7th-year examinations. Yas lamented that she might very well flunk them. However, when the professors beheld her report card, they were overjoyed, for Yas had once again set a precedent. She was the youngest student in Hogwarts history to graduate with all OS. Indeed, at just 8 years old, she had graduated. What madness was this? Yas felt on the verge of a breakdown. Most critically, what was she to do now that she had graduated so early? What could she possibly engage in? Yas took a year to recuperate at home, while Snape intended to say something, but, upon observing her listless demeanor, her soul feeling detached, ultimately decided to send her back. Upon learning of his daughter's extraordinary accomplishments, Lucius was thrilled and contemplated handing over his business to her. However, he was promptly stopped by Narcissa. "Cece, we must not favor sons over daughters. That is not my intent. Whether she takes over or not should depend on Yas's own wishes." "Indeed. But Yas, wouldn't he refuse?" "Would she? Have you asked her?" "Not yet." "Then why make such an early decision? Have you not noticed how much weight she has lost recently? Shall we ensure she eats more? I wish to have a chat with her. You go call Draco for dinner." "Very well, my dear." Narcissa ascended the stairs and approached Yas's bedroom door. "Knock, knock, knock. Sweetheart, mother wishes to speak with you." Yas opened the door. "Hey, Mom, what's up?" "Darling, do you have any worries?" Just a little. How about discussing it with me?" "Okay, I'm not quite sure how to express it. Do you feel happy lately?" "Not very much. Although school was somewhat exhausting, it felt fulfilling. Now that I have free time, I find myself unsure of what to do. I used to complain about time being too tight, yet now that I have ample time, it feels prolonged. In just 1 year, I experienced everything I wished to do and play, but now, it feels somewhat empty." "Is it confusion you feel?" "Yes, I don't know what to do anymore." "Perhaps you could converse with your godfather. I believe you would gain new inspiration. Or would you like to assist your father? However, I don't even know how to help Dad." Yas hesitated, but ultimately voiced her thoughts. "Sweetheart, compared to potions, you prefer business less, don't you?" Gazing at Narcissa's gentle expression, Yas eventually nodded. "It's all right, darling. You still have your brother. Pursue whatever you wish. We will always be behind you. All you need to do is ensure that you remain happy every day." Listening to her mother's words, Yas felt her eyes moisten and her throat tighten, nearly rendering her speechless. "All right, Mom. Now, our little princess must come down for dinner. I'm on my way." Yas regained her former demeanor. After dinner, she penned a letter to Snape. Shortly thereafter, Snape appeared directly at Malfoy Manor. Yas stared in astonishment. "Goodness, is this really my godfather?" His hair had reverted to its previous greasy state, his complexion ashen, eyes vacant, and dark circles under his eyes reminiscent of a panda. Snape regarded the ungrateful girl with a twinge of irritation for her absence. Over the past year, she had spent little time at home, constantly flitting about. Godfather? Oh, the esteemed Miss Malfoy still remembers her poor godfather? Ahem. Well, godfather, I regret my actions. However, I have written to you every time I went out to play. Chapter 8, featuring the pairing of Snape. It's a challenge to see you. Now, tell me what is going on. Yas shared her recent troubles with Snape. Then return to Hogwarts with me. My sleeping potion needs replenishing, but I'm only 9 years old. Since so many exceptions have been made, what else one more? The professors are in need of teaching assistants. Since it was their doing, they should take responsibility. However, can Headmaster Dumbledore consent to this? After all, he was quite lenient with you initially. Indeed, it seems so. Off we go. Oh, here she comes. After speaking, Yasi began to pack her belongings. Lucius rushed over, expressing urgency, as his daughter had only been home for a few days. Classes officially commence tomorrow, and today the paperwork must be completed. However, seeing Yasi has returned to her cheerful self, Lucius chose not to intervene further. Of course, this was not at all because Draco was off at a friend's house, and now Yasi was leaving, allowing him to enjoy some quality time with his wife. Absolutely not. Soon, Yasi found herself back in the basement, gazing at the familiar surroundings with a hint of nostalgia. Hey, little ones, are you ready? I'm coming to tear the umbrella apart, she exclaimed with glee. Snape took her directly to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore observed the peculiar sight of a large figure accompanied by a small one. What has transpired, Severus? Professor Assistant, Snape replied, raising Yasi's hand. Dumbledore looked at the little girl before him and could no longer suppress a smile. After all, he was not a heartless capitalist. Why would he employ child labor? She has nothing to do now. How about going out to play? I'm bored of that. But I cannot make an exception and hire a child laborer, Dumbledore exclaimed, clearly flustered. Oh, haven't you made enough exceptions already? Dumbledore momentarily fell silent, realizing that indeed he had made quite a few. What if the little lady doesn't wish to? I do. Yasi interjected. If I didn't want to, my godfather wouldn't have brought me along. That does seem to be the case. Ultimately, after much back and forth between Snape and Yasi, Dumbledore reluctantly acquiesced, tears in his eyes. Dumbledore, this is it. I've truly become a heartless capitalist now. Snape, huh? At least your conscience remains intact, if not in abundance. The following day, Yasi joyfully assumed her position. Her role was to introduce first-year students to the subject, specifically potions. Since Snape was still somewhat apprehensive, he intimidated her before she began teaching. Those who had previously attended Snape's classes envied the first-year students immensely, who would want to experience the Siberian cold when a gentle breeze was at hand. Despite Snape's intimidation, there were still some reckless individuals who attempted to provoke Yasi. The outcome was dire, as they were swiftly subdued by Yasi's formidable prowess. Following that episode, the students learned their lesson and attentively listened to her lectures, refraining from mischief. Who would dare to experience her curses firsthand? After all, they were taught by a master of curses. Although they were also knowledgeable, they did not have the benefit of her personal guidance. Well, their talents simply did not match hers. Once they settled down to listen to Yasi's teachings, they became utterly engrossed, their quills dancing across the parchment without pause. What is this? Important points, important points. Her lectures are filled with substance. Listening guarantees at least a passing grade. Yasi, undoubtedly a prodigy from the Flower Kingdom, provided comprehensive and memorable notes that resonated with her students. How could they possibly dislike her lessons? In no time, the notes Yasi had summarized caught the attention of the upperclassmen. They were itching to rush over to her side, pleading, "Great one, please accept my humble submission. Help us, for this is too difficult to memorize." Unfortunately, when they inquired about Yasi's office location, they felt like banging their heads against the wall, for Yasi remained in the basement, sharing an office with Snape. Thanks to Yasi's presence, Snape's demeanor became tidy once more, his eyes gleaming with a sharper focus, which only served to intimidate the students further. Initially, some had the audacity to approach Yasi with questions. However, after enduring Snape's scathing remarks, they quickly abandoned that notion. Soon, it became Yasi who was besieged by students seeking help. They could not overpower her, but they could certainly evade her. After several such encounters, Snape eventually intervened, delivering yet another round of sarcasm, as they were severely disrupting Yasi's normal life. While it was understandable that they sought shortcuts in their studies, their frenzied behavior was simply unacceptable. Yasi finally breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Oh my, I truly do not wish to resort to violence, but this is quite bothersome." Eventually, her life found a semblance of normalcy. After a year of attempts, Yasi looked at her report card, with Snape encouragingly watching over her. Trembling with anticipation, she finally opened the paper, revealing results that were at least on par with those of Snape's previous class. if not slightly better. Overjoyed, she embraced Snape, celebrating her impressive achievements. She had finally found her calling, and it was evident that she possessed a remarkable talent for teaching. However, an issue loomed over them. Yasi was now 10 years old, yet she still did not sleep separately from Snape. In fact, he had contemplated this matter since she was 7, but he hesitated, reluctant to let go, especially considering how exhausted Yasi was from her studies, often falling asleep at her desk only to be carried back by Snape. Consequently, he subconsciously overlooked the issue. Now, however, Yasi's body was beginning to mature. She was no longer the little girl she once was. She was growing up. Yet, Snape remained steadfast in his reluctance to have her sleep alone. He recognized that this was not right, but every time the thought crossed his mind, he would instinctively dismiss it. At present, he still wished to ignore it. But he could not disregard Yasi's reputation. Sometimes, words could be as lethal as a dagger. He could not allow his little girl to fall victim to rumors, particularly when students did not comprehend how hurtful their words could be. They merely considered it a jest, but in truth, it was far from amusing. It was, in fact, deeply hurtful. He had experienced it himself and wished to spare Yasi from such pain. After escorting Yasi home, he submitted a request to Dumbledore. Chapter 9, CP Snape 9. He hoped to expand the office space to facilitate Yasi's nighttime rest. Dumbledore glanced at Snape and readily approved his request. Snape, observing the headmaster's mischievous smile, felt somewhat puzzled. Why is the old bee wearing that expression if he and his teaching assistant share a good relationship? Snape found himself perplexed. Dumbledore, you need not understand. Snape. Deepwell, Dumbledore, I believe I have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Upon receiving approval, Snape promptly set about expanding his office, designating a space for Yasi to use as a bedroom. He filled it with her favorite belongings and had already written to inform her to bring her bedding when she returned for the next term. Yasi returned home, proudly presenting her report card to Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco. They celebrated her accomplishments in a modest gathering. Snape attended as well, although the celebration was small. With only the 5 of them present, it was filled with warmth, given that Yasi was beginning to develop after the gathering. Lucius summoned Snape to his study to discuss matters of appropriate boundaries. Lucius was deeply apprehensive about the day he might awaken to discover that his precious daughter had already been defiled by a boar, especially one that he had unwittingly allowed into their midst. Such a realization would undoubtedly drive him to madness. Fortunately, Severus had informed him that a room had been prepared for Yasi. Did he, as her father, need to ascertain what was lacking? This news served as a soothing balm for Lucius's frayed nerves, though he would later come to regret his agreement to this arrangement. Had he foreseen the events that would unfold, he would have insisted that Dumbledore provide Yasi with a separate office. Alas, he was oblivious to the forthcoming complications. Severus, on the other hand, felt a sense of relief, grateful for his cunning, for without it, Lucius's quest to win her heart would have become infinitely more arduous. Returning to the matter at hand, upon learning of her new bedroom, Yasi eagerly tugged at Severus's sleeve, imploring him to accompany her to Hogwarts for a glimpse of her new domain. She desired to decorate it according to her own vision. Do not inquire. Suffice it to say that the pink hues of her room in Malfoy Manor were painfully irksome to her. Thus, she was resolute in her refusal to have any trace of pink in her new sanctuary. 2 weeks later, Yasi surveyed her personally adorned bedroom and nodded in satisfaction. The minimalist design, clad in soft lavender tones, liberated her from the oppressive confines of a princess bed. Though she held a certain fondness for such beds, the layers of tulle proved cumbersome for someone as perpetually busy as herself. Since she was there to work, practicality reigned supreme. Lucius, however, felt a twinge of disappointment, as his sweet little darling had declined his proposal. Yasi, I truly am quite ignorant. That ostentatious style, all golden and blinding, was a genuine affront to my eyes. Yet, Severus refrained from interjecting, offering no suggestions, permitting her to shape her space as she wished, while he merely provided the technical expertise. In a whisper, not that he had any young lady to design a bedroom for. Lucius had a wife. He, however, did not. Yasi reveled in her holiday, relishing both her newfound responsibilities and ample leisure time. Truly a delightful state of affairs. The school year approached swiftly. Now 10 years old, Yasi, contrary to custom, had graduated early and would be teaching her brother next year. How whimsically fate played with her. The mere thought of instructing her sibling elicited a chuckle. Reclining on her bed in the office, she prepared to drift into slumber when a sudden knock at the door startled her. Clutching her teddy bear, she opened the door to find Severus standing there. Godfather, is something amiss? Come to tell a story? Severus replied, his dark circles evident. He had intended to use the holiday to wean himself off Yasi's soothing presence. Yet here he stood at her door, clearly unsuccessful. Godfather, is it appropriate for her to still be listening to bedtime stories at this age? She mused, observing Severus's unwavering determination to enter. Quite appropriate, he arched an eyebrow. Since he couldn't rid himself of the habit, he decided to indulge. After all, she was still quite young, and notions of propriety were unnecessary. Would he take advantage of his own goddaughter? With this rationale, he felt emboldened. Indeed, he had no intention of exploiting their bond. He merely sought a peaceful night's rest. Yasi regarded her godfather and conceded, "Fine. You are the adult, so whatever you say goes." Severus lifted her in his arms and carried her to the bedside, vowing silently that this would be the last time. Yet, as fate would have it, it became a recurring theme. Severus grew increasingly exasperated whenever Yasi was absent. He resorted to the elixir of life, which, regrettably, proved ineffective, leaving him unable to find solace in sleep. Yasi, too, found herself in a quandary at 14. She was more than capable of being a teacher, yet she was still compelled to listen to bedtime stories and be lulled to sleep. When Severus departed, a pang of sadness tugged at her heart, though it did not deter her resolve to escape the nightly tales. Initially, when she was younger, her maturity allowed for a brief indulgence, but now, at 14, she felt quite old enough to forego such childish customs. Yet her protests fell on deaf ears. "Severus, I wish it were different, but without an alternative, how else shall I sleep at night?" Yasi, nonsense. Thus, a year dragged on, with Severus unable to sleep alone. And even while brewing potions, he retained the habit of holding Yasi close. Often, as she engaged in her activities, she would suddenly find herself enveloped in his embrace, leading her to adapt to this peculiar dynamic. On one occasion, Draco entered the office, only to find Yasi comfortably nestled in her godfather's arms. He was taken aback. How was it that his sister, now 11, still shared such a bond with Severus? Yet neither Yasi nor Severus acknowledged him, preoccupied with their potion brewing. Was the book not captivating enough to warrant distraction? Chapter 10, CP Severus 10. This left Draco in a state of bewilderment throughout the day. In a whisper, "Young man, you have yet to witness even stranger occurrences. They share a bed at night." Draco what? Faints. As Yasi matured, her responsibilities expanded, and Severus entrusted her with the entirety of the fourth-year potions curriculum. With her assistance lightening his workload, Severus found himself with more time for research. He had initially been lured to Hogwarts under duress, longing instead for the tranquility of a researcher's life. The profits from his previous potion sales could have easily afforded him another home. Now, fortuitously, with Yasi not only alleviating his duties but also serving as his research assistant, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. Yasi thrived in her busyness, her energetic disposition refusing to yield to idleness. Yet, her only vexation remained Severus's continued inability to sleep apart from her. Currently, his research revolved around addressing his own sleep issues. At 14, Yasi had blossomed from the delicate girl of yore into a graceful young lady, akin to a flower on the verge of blooming, her transformation evident to all. Consequently, every Valentine's Day, she received a veritable deluge of love letters. Each time Severus beheld this, his ire ignited. The older students were so carelessly drawn to her. Unbeknownst to him, his possessiveness had long since transcended the boundaries of a mere godfatherly affection. Dumbledore, having experienced the sweetness of love, recognized the shift in Severus's gaze towards Yasi, which had long ceased to be that of a guardian. In time, nearly all the professors perceived this change, yet only Severus remained oblivious to his own feelings. As for Yasi, she remained entirely unaware, having never encountered the nuances of romance in her previous life. In this lifetime, she found herself perpetually in the company of Severus Snape, akin to a frog being gently boiled in warm water, entirely oblivious to the fact that his feelings had undergone a profound transformation, although she recognized that it was unusual for Snape to share her bed the following evening. As someone who prided herself on her understanding of him, she dismissed the notion that he could harbor any affection for her. Absolutely not. Such an idea was utterly inconceivable. Thus, as time meandered on, the professors had already begun to place private bets on whether Yasi and Snape would ultimately find happiness together. However, unbeknownst to both parties, the students remained equally unaware, choosing instead to focus solely on the solitary Yasi, which led them to miss a plethora of significant events. Of course, a few astute Slytherins had discerned certain extraordinary happenings, yet both a master of potions and Miss Malfoy were individuals they dared not offend. Consequently, they opted for silence. Thus, the few who were in the know kept their counsel, while many audacious champions of pure love began to take action. Since turning 11, Yasi had received numerous invitations, some to the Black Lake, others to Hogsmeade Village. However, Yasi consistently declined, as her status was not appropriate. Despite her youth, she was considered a teacher, making such endeavors impossible. Furthermore, Yasi had no desire for romance. She had never contemplated the idea of falling in love. If she were to become like her parents from her previous life, she would rather abstain from love altogether. Yet, unbeknownst to her, many affections are subtle, taking root without notice, until one finds themselves irrevocably entwined. However, Yasi remained unaware of all this. She intended to consult Lucius and Narcissa about continuing her potion studies with Snape, as she relished the opportunity to manifest the wondrous effects she had previously encountered in novels through her potion making. Wasn't that rather delightful? With every small step of closeness, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Yet, what troubled Yasi were the students who not only invited her out, but also boldly confessed their feelings. Such occurrences had become frequent, much to her annoyance. The most vexing part was that they had an uncanny knack for choosing the right time and place, never allowing Snape to catch them in the act. Otherwise, he would have certainly lost his temper. However, one cannot walk by the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. Eventually, Snape did indeed stumble upon one such encounter. The boy looked familiar. He was from Gryffindor. It was only upon hearing his name that Yasi recalled he was the younger brother of the boy who had bullied her in her youth. The good news, the goddess recognized him. The bad news, his brother had tormented her. The worst news, Professor Snape had witnessed it. Unsurprisingly, that very evening, the boy was assigned to the caretaker for extra cleaning duties. From that moment on, even Snape, usually so obtuse, began to awaken to the reality of his emotions. Everything he had previously chosen to ignore surged forth in an instant. Each night, holding Yasi as she slept, she had transformed from a little girl into a young lady. He was not blind to the physical reactions he experienced. He merely deceived himself into believing they were normal and unrelated to Yasi. Even during their potion brewing sessions, he habitually kept her locked in his embrace. Was it a subconscious act or an unconscious one? And every time he caught sight of the love letters in her hands, was his anger born of jealousy towards those bold enough to profess their love, or was it simply his fear of losing his little cabbage to someone else? Yet, the stirrings within him could not be denied. His heart continually reminded him that he was ensnared. With these emotions laid bare, Snape felt a significant release. To love was to love, and love, by its very nature, was a domineering force. Thus, having ceased to resist, he found himself considerably more at ease. How utterly amusing. He had set out to protect this young girl, only to find himself in the role of a thief. This was utterly absurd. If Lucius were to discover this, he would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of reprimands. Yet Snape found himself willing to accept the consequences. The only question that remained was Yasi's perspective. Without needing to probe, he knew she had yet to awaken to her feelings. Should he express himself too boldly, he risked frightening her. However, the good news was that she did not shy away from his closeness. Thus, Snape resolved to maintain their usual dynamic, subtly guiding her into deeper waters. After all, he was quite patient when it came to boiling frogs in warm water. Returning to her office that evening, Yasi found it rather peculiar. Snape had become increasingly affectionate. Upon entering, she found herself immediately swept into his embrace, never having even reached the sofa. Curiously, Snape had not been brewing potions. Yasi was baffled but did not resist, as Snape often sought her comfort when he was in a foul mood. Chapter 11. Severe as Snape. She remained entirely unaware that something was amiss. Snape was grading assignments. While he permitted Yasi to teach in his stead, he could not bear to let her see the assignments, as they were simply atrocious. The handwriting was illegible, words misspelled, and sentences jumbled, merely child's play. The worst part was the smudged ink, which strained his eyes. Yasi languidly leaned against Snape, her book in hand, continuing to read. Snape's mood improved significantly, even as he graded assignments without his usual irritability. It is worth noting that grading assignments was typically the time when he was at his most displeased. However, with Yasi by his side, his spirits lifted considerably. It could be said that since he had recognized his feelings, his behavior had become markedly more evident. Yet, Yasi merely perceived that her guardian was more indulgent towards her, noticing nothing beyond that. What puzzled Yasi was that recently, Snape had not involved her in his potion research. Snape, this is for your father. Why would I let you participate? Yasi, for my father? Why? Snape, little one, don't concern yourself with such matters. Yasi, I'm 14. 14, not 4. Snape, yes. Yes, off you go play. Yasi, ugh. Thus, Yasi had become a frequent visitor to the headmaster's office, primarily because her tastes aligned closely with Dumbledore's. She would visit the headmaster to indulge in sweets. Dumbledore felt somewhat pained at the depletion of his candy supply, yet there was little he could do. Snape, without a shred of decorum, had threatened him with a dental potion. If he did not devise a way to keep Yasi in the headmaster's office, he would withhold the dental potion. How could he not comprehend the grievous impact of lacking such a potion on an elderly man with a penchant for sweets? Snape, indeed. That was my intention. Dumbledore, just you wait. Yasi, blissfully unaware of the machinations at play, thoroughly enjoyed her visits to the headmaster's office, where delightful desserts awaited her. along with the opportunity to pet the phoenix. Who could resist something so fluffy? Certainly not Yassi. During this time, Snape had been preoccupied with researching beauty potions and dealing with those champions of pure love, resulting in a sharp decline in declarations of affection throughout Hogwarts. Upon hearing of this, Yassi couldn't help but feel that her guardian was becoming akin to the head of the Flower Kingdom, indeed, a purveyor of extinction. With the lack of research, she found herself quite free after classes. Consequently, aside from visiting the headmaster's office, she would also drop by the Slytherin common room to check on her elder brother. During this period, Draco has been living quite the luxurious life. As a second-year student, he joined the Slytherin Quidditch team as an exceptional seeker, basking in the glory that comes with it. However, his conflicts with Gryffindor have escalated, leading to several occasions where Yas couldn't locate him, as he had gone off to stir trouble with Gryffindor. Ultimately, Yas had no choice but to venture to the Gryffindor common room to retrieve him. The origin of their discord is rather amusing. It all began when Draco, in a misguided attempt to befriend someone, ended up offending them, resulting in a fierce rivalry. When Yas learned the reason behind this feud, he nearly fell over in laughter. Being a member of a pureblood family, Yas is well aware of the peculiarities of these Slytherin serpents. Their words often come across as taunts unless one pays close attention, and they are too proud to clarify, leading to misunderstandings. Eventually, Yas found a moment to explain things to them, but by then, their relationship had already solidified into its current state. Although the initial conflict was resolved, the subsequent issues would have to be left to time. After completing his research on beautification potions, Snape found that the end of term was approaching. Thus, Yas, summoning his courage, decided to accompany him home. Upon seeing Snape, Lucius was taken aback, his usually polite smile replaced with astonishment. Well, this is a rare visit. Severus, when did you become so eager to come to Malfoy Manor? His surprise was understandable. Snape usually only visited for Yas's birthday or to discuss matters concerning him. Typically, Snape would inform Lucius ahead of time about his visits. But today was different. Narcissa, however, sensed something was amiss and smiled knowingly, which only added to Snape's discomfort. He had just assured his friend a few years prior about their relationship, and now he was here, confessing. What a slap in the face. Yet, he felt no regret. Narcissa invited him inside, and during dinner, she keenly observed the interactions between the two, noting that Yas appeared blissfully unaware, yet accustomed to Snape's special attentions. Draco, too, seemed unbothered, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. This gave Narcissa a sense of reassurance. Lucius, on the other hand, was seething with anger. Why are these two so close? Draco calmly glanced at his father, thinking, he hasn't seen more outrageous scenes. Regarding the matter, Draco had his own perspectives. If the two were to become involved, it wouldn't be a terrible outcome. Although initially resistant to the idea, he began to see its feasibility upon reflection. First and foremost, Snape's care for Yas was evident to all. He treated her as if she were made of glass, more precious than anything else. Surely, he was a better match than many other men. Furthermore, their parents were acquainted, and Snape had a respectable character. If Yas were to marry a stranger, wouldn't it be better for her to wed Snape? Lastly, their interests aligned perfectly, ensuring that Yas would happily thrive with Snape by her side. Having come to terms with these thoughts, Draco no longer harbored any aversion to the idea. But that didn't mean he could accept this intruder encroaching upon his family as pristine cabbage. It would be best for his father to handle this. Before finishing his meal, Lucius pulled Snape into his study for a private discussion. Suppressing his anger, Lucius reminded himself that Snape was merely overly indulgent towards Yas. That their relationship was that of godfather and goddaughter, nothing more. Severus, I believe you and Yas are becoming excessively close, Lucius stated calmly. Snape remained silent, instead revealing his research findings, the latest beautification potion. What? Lucius was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he discussing Yas and Snape's relationship? How did they veer into the topic of potions? This is the latest beautification potion, Snape patiently reiterated. What are its effects? How much will it cost? Lucius inquired, eager to return to the previous topic. The effects are quite promising, Snape replied in a pleasant tone. Lucius then realized that Snape had been testing the potion on himself. Surprisingly, the results were impressive. Snape looked as youthful as a 17 or 18-year-old. Lucius nodded in satisfaction. So, how do we negotiate the price? No need for negotiation. Why not? Snape merely gazed at Lucius in silence. Lucius, lost in thought, pondered the implications. Snape was bringing his perfected potion to him without charge? Surely, a Slytherin would not act without ulterior motives. My goodness. Lucius stared wide-eyed at Snape. Noticing Lucius's reaction, Snape nodded slightly. Severus Snape, you're nearly of my age. Do you remember? Lucius ground his teeth. Wizards have long lifespans, implying that such matters shouldn't be overly concerning. Yas is only 14. She is still naive. That means he is not yet a beast. Do you remember what you promised me? Time can change everything, Snape replied, implying that he hadn't previously considered such a notion, but had come to do so now. Softly, a cricket chirps. Yas was only 10 at the time. If you had such thoughts so early, are you even human? Lucius, Clearly he isn't. My darling is only 14. You're right, Snape conceded. Back off. I do not consent. Yas hasn't refused. She hasn't agreed either. That's why I'm waiting for her to grow up. Lucius was too exasperated to respond. Furthermore, I haven't told her. She remains unaware. I can wait. But what if she disagrees? Snape paused, contemplating this question. Yet he voiced his belief that if she didn't agree, it wouldn't matter. You think I believe that? After all this time as friends. You think I don't know your character? I keep my promises. Very well. If Yas agrees, I want to be the kind of father to spoil the fun. Snape sighed in relief. Having communicated with his old friend in advance was beneficial, as it would prevent potential future complications. Lucius banged the table, causing Snape to tense up. But, she must be willing. You cannot force her. Of course, Snape assured Lucius. All right, in the future, avoid coming to my home unnecessarily. Well, that might be. Snape began, but Lucius interrupted him. You don't plan on coming to my house to woo my daughter, do you? His smile was laced with a hint of threat. Not at all. Snape swiftly dismissed the thought, realizing that entertaining it further might lead to a confrontation. Well, it's quite late now. May I stay the night? No. Snape nodded in understanding. After all, the most crucial matter had been resolved today. Pushing further might provoke his friend's ire. After bidding a courteous farewell to his friend and family, he departed from Malfoy Manor. Lucius glared at the impeccably refined gentleman, wishing he could simply toss him out. Yet, he refrained. He could not expose that insufferable man. What if his daughter, still oblivious, suddenly became enlightened? The one to weep would be none other than himself. Once Isle ascended the stairs, the other three congregated in the study. What did Severus tell you? Narcissa inquired. He acquired the latest beauty potion, came the reply. Oh, wasn't he supposed to discuss his affairs with Isle? Narcissa appeared puzzled. How do you know, Cece? Since he entered, his gaze has scarcely left Isle, Draco remarked. What nonsense. Lucius's irritation flared again. Do not be hasty, father. It's even more pronounced at school with the godfather. Lucius was taken aback by this revelation, and even Narcissa turned a curious glance toward Draco. Every time the godfather brews potions or is in a foul mood, Isle has not strayed from his side. What? Lucius and Narcissa exclaimed in unison. However, one was filled with wrath, while the other was brimming with enthusiasm. Draco articulated his thoughts, and though Lucius felt quite displeased, he had to concede that Draco was indeed correct. What's the rush, Lucius? That is our daughter we're discussing. Think back to when you and I were together. Isle is just about that age now, but there isn't such a significant age gap between us. Let things unfold naturally, shall we? Isle is a girl of considerable thought. She will make her own choices. You have a point, but I understand that you are not entirely at ease. However, regarding your future son-in-law, I believe you have every right to assess his character. Narcissa smiled at Lucius. Instantly, Lucius's eyes brightened. Indeed, he could toy with that wretched beast. But do exercise restraint, Narcissa cautioned. Very well, Cece. As the elder brother, I should have a say as well. Draco exchanged glances with his father. Let us wait until Isle confirms her feelings before proceeding. All right, came the two resigned voices. Narcissa gracefully set down her teacup and departed the study. She would not intrude upon their father-son deliberations. While she too felt a twinge of discomfort, she had greater faith in Isle's choices. As an enlightened mother, she would undoubtedly respect her daughter's decisions unconditionally. Unbeknownst to all, Isle remained blissfully asleep in her bed. Meanwhile, Severus retreated to his underground lair, continuing his research on potions to fortify his relationship with Lucius. Otherwise, he feared he would face dire consequences. His strategy, however, was not without merit. Lucius would indeed seek to meddle with him, joining forces with Draco. Consequently, Isle soon discovered that her godfather was perpetually encountering misfortunes. Problems arising today would reoccur tomorrow. Moreover, she noticed that these tactics seemed strikingly familiar. Indeed, Draco had set aside personal grievances to approach the Gryffindors, enlisting the notorious troublemakers. He provided the funds, and the twins supplied the mischief, committed to ensuring Severus faced daily calamities. Chapter 13. CP Severus 13. The twins proved exceedingly resourceful, concocting an array of troublesome pranks. Severus had long since lost his temper, of course, as long as Isle remained unscathed. Should she become involved, that would be an entirely different matter. Initially, Isle presumed Severus was merely unfortunate. After all, he behaved as if nothing were amiss, as he was well aware. However, over time, Isle began to discern a pattern. One day, after class, Isle ventured to the Gryffindor common room, seeking the twins to inquire about the reasons behind Severus's plight. After all, The twins, notorious though they were, could not possibly engage in such reckless behavior without cause. Ultimately, they revealed an unexpected culprit, Draco. Isle could scarcely believe her ears. What? My brother? Surely, there must be some mistake. What kind of parenting is this? After a polite farewell, she rushed into the Slytherin common room, timing her entrance perfectly as someone exited, allowing her immediate access. Upon finding Draco, she pulled him outside. Concerned that he might inadvertently hurt her, Draco obediently followed Isle out. Brother, why are you doing this? Isle asked sternly. He was her own flesh and blood. Such deceit towards their manor was unacceptable. What do you mean by that? Draco, upon hearing her words, guessed that Isle had already uncovered the reason for Severus's recent misfortunes. Yet, he could not divulge the truth. What if his naive sister had suddenly gained insight? Would that not directly benefit Severus? Stop playing dumb. The Weasley twins have already informed me. I never suspected it would be you. Isle expressed her frustration. Her godfather treated them exceptionally well. She could not bear to see him subjected to such torment. Draco, indeed. Isn't the splendid? He intends to whisk our beloved Jasmine away, pot and all. Shouldn't he be treating me better? Gritting teeth. Isle, completely oblivious. Our godfather has been so good to us. We cannot allow this to continue. Sternly. I have issues with them. They are slandering me. Draco protested. Feeling aggrieved. My apologies, brothers. I shall ensure to compensate you with additional galleons, he thought to himself. Really? Isle asked, her skepticism evident. Absolutely, Draco assured her. His expression sincere. Very well then. Although Isle sensed something amiss, she could not quite place it. She resolved to consult her godfather. Anyone capable of bringing misfortune upon him without facing retribution must have some understanding of the situation. Isle turned to leave, watching her figure vanish up the staircase. Draco hastened towards the Gryffindor common room. He needed to ensure a united front. Otherwise, when Isle pieced everything together, he would be in dire straits. The twins, albeit reluctant, consented to cooperate for the sake of galleons. Fred, I would rather not agree, George, but he is offering far too much. Thus, Isle remained blissfully unaware that she had missed her only opportunity to learn the truth. Just as she returned to the basement, Severus took notice of her. She seemed lost in thought. What troubles you? Severus asked gently, pulling her into his embrace. Godfather, do you know who is targeting you? Isle inquired, gazing up at him. Not at all, Severus denied. If Lucius and Draco were to discover this, they would surely be incensed, and he would have stirred a hornet's nest. Oh, then why do you not punish them? Isle asked, somewhat taken aback. Given her godfather's character, she expected him to seek vengeance upon those who wronged him. Yet how could he still be unaware of their identities? Something was amiss. Oh, you seem to have a sense of who is behind this. Severus maintained his composure, though internally he was alarmed. This was not good. Would she uncover the truth? I do not know, Isle confessed. The Weasley twins were clearly not the masterminds. They were merely the hired hands. The real instigator remained elusive, and she could not let the twins take the fall alone. She needed to unearth the hidden culprit to ensure they all faced consequences. Isle fumed inwardly. Severus gazed at the irate girl in his arms, feeling warmth spread through him. How delightful. You truly care for me, do you not? As a result, Yasi did not extract any information from the inquiry. However, the good news is that since her question, Snape has encountered no further misfortunes. Draco, once was sufficient. Any more misfortunes, and I shall bear the brunt. Am I not her brother? Do I not know her well? Fred, it certainly feels unfortunate. George, perhaps you are not alone in that sentiment. Snape, if another incident occurs, I shall be unable to conceal it any longer. If Yasi figures it out herself, I shall bear no blame. Lucius, yes, I understand. It is quite vexing. Narcissa, this play is rather delightful. It is a pity my darling cannot witness it. Others, this is unacceptable. If she sees it, we shall be in dire straits. Despite feeling somewhat odd, Yasi could not pinpoint the reason. As events unfolded, she simply chose to forget about it. What does it matter? Adult matters are hardly suitable for a minor like her to manage. Nestled in Snape's embrace, Yasi perused a foreign edition of a comic book. She had confiscated it from a student one day, and upon flipping through its pages, she became utterly engrossed. She discovered that reading while nestled in Snape's arms was immensely comforting. On his desk, apart from assignments, lay her snacks and beverages, which Snape would periodically offer her, sometimes presenting food, other times a drink. Consequently, Yasi became even more pampered. In the evenings, Snape continued to sleep alongside Yasi, no longer bothering to fabricate excuses. If he were to spend a night apart, he would appear the next day with dark circles under his eyes, and over time, Yasi became aware that he would suffer from insomnia when alone. Thus, as a considerate goddaughter, she acquiesced to his absurd request to sleep together. Although Yasi found this rather preposterous, after all, if he could not sleep alone, Why not find a godmother instead? Thankfully, Snape remained oblivious to Yassi's thoughts. Otherwise, this little lamb would have unwittingly delivered herself to him. However, Snape did not perceive anything amiss. In his previous ignorance of his own feelings, he felt no discomfort. Now that he was aware, he felt even less so. It is noteworthy that recently, Yassi's suitors had dwindled dramatically. With each declaration of affection, the goddess would rebuff them, only for a great serpent to spring forth from the shadows, spewing venom that no one could withstand.